Yeah, but there's probably some really fun ones out there that we don't know about. Like we don't have a where. There's probably like a Where's Waldo game. Let me search it up online. Where's Waldo?
Isn't that just called Find the Differences? Actually, no, it's not. It'd be like Where's Waldo? On do you ever go on the subreddit Find the Sniper?
I've never heard of that.
Of course you haven't, because you're not as cool as I am. Would you like me to explain it to you?
Are they like legitimate like Warzone pictures?
No. It's just called Find the Sniper, like you would find a sniper in a war zone, but it's like pictures of like people who take a picture of their grass, and it'll be like find the snake, or somebody will take a picture, be like find the mountain, or like find the mountain lion, or it'll be like find spider, just like find all kinds of shit. And it's really hard because sometimes their pictures are like a little blurry or so, and then people take guesses in the comments of like where they think it is. It's pretty amazing. Have you posted in the William
Yeah, I'm
Montgomery?
looking at it right now.
Have you posted in the William Montgomery subreddit recently?
Um, have you?
I'm banned, so that doesn't even. That's not even relevant.
What the fuck? When you got banned from the subreddit?
No, I got banned from the whole website.
Why?
Spam.
I thought you weren't spamming Reddit for that reason.
Oh, I've spammed Reddit for years.
And they just I thought it's hard to spam it.
It is, but I figured it out, and then I got banned.
Did you use your bot to build karma?
No, I did it manually. It's too hard to use a bot.
How would you improve Reddit if you
Well, I read this thing about it
improve Reddit?
that they don't want more users. They basically have a dedicated core group of people who are like-minded, and they don't want alternating opinions, alternative opinions, I should say. So they're happy with what they have. They don't want to necessarily grow the user base. They're just happy basically keeping it where it's at, because when they let it grow, all the people who they've banned are like people they don't like.
Like you?
100%.
I mean, don't they have like enough users?
Well, if you've ever read a Reddit thread, you'll find a lot of deleted. And it's like, why is there so much deleted? It's because somebody didn't like what somebody said, and they had the power to delete it. I'm not exactly sure why I got banned, but um, I, I think it had to do with the Wall Street Bets Discord. Wall Street Bets Discord. So I joined the Wall Street Bets Discord, and they like immediately threw me out and said I was advertising. Though I didn't even say anything to them. They just said that my profile was advertising, and then when I joined, the welcome. How are you? Oh, it's too many puppy. How you living, pimp? What's good, son?
I know this guy.
Yeah, you know Riser.
I've seen him before.
Oh, okay. You guys like lovers?
Maybe.
Oh, very cool, Riser. Were you aware of that?
Um,
Too Many Puppy is really
I
a nice person.
not aware.
Ask him the meaning behind his name. Why are you Too Many Puppy?
Why are you too many puppies?
Oh, too many. There's just too many, you know. You know, it's like too many puppies. Dun, 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 dun. Too many puppies, you know. Being shot in the dark, you know.
There are puppies being shot in the dark?
They're being shot in the dark.
Who's shooting puppies?
I don't know. Is someone shooting them in the dark? I don't even answer.
And you thought, you know what? That's the best username I could find.
Yep.
Excellent. What's on your agenda for today, Too Many Puppy?
I'm saying hello to Riser. I knew this guy once.
Weird dog. I think that Reddit could do a better job in like, I don't know. I haven't. Is the Explorer thing even good?
Dude, Reddit's the
Or
best.
is it not?
The Reddit's the best website to just absolutely kill time in the world. Is it Explore thing good? Yeah, it's okay. I learned so much from Reddit though. I mean, it's if and when I go viral, I am just going to go through Reddit all day and just comment on it with people watching me. Because there's literally like almost unlimited content. It's like as they used to call themselves, they're the front page of the internet.
Remember, always keep your washer, your dryer, and your stove near each other. Remember that, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
Very big, don't.
Why do you have to do that?
So you can wash them, cook them, and dry them.
That's tight.
I need some pistachio. Do you like pistachio? I'm gonna get some lox. I'm gonna get some lox with the schmear. $30 for a bagel I paid, you know.
For one bagel?
6. It's like salmon.
It had lox?
Yeah. Poverty seed bagels. You ever had a Sebastian? I'm Israel. You should go to Israel. What are you gonna go to Israel?
We're going to Israel as soon as we viral.
We're gonna go to Israel.
Word,
We're gonna do
dog.
a road trip. Let's drive to Israel. Should we drive there?
I would love to.
I want to get a Sebastian. I want an egg sandwich. Eggplant egg sandwich. Number 1.
Excellent.
I'm gonna take a shower. My shower usually takes an hour and 20 minutes. I'll be back in an hour and 20.
Excellent, man. We'll be counting down the minutes.
All right.
Peace, Too Many Puppy. Remember that time, Riser, when you weren't in the William Montgomery subreddit and you would say that you were a really big William Montgomery fan?
Oh, yeah, I don't give a fuck about the William Montgomery stuff, but I care about his podcast and his stand-up comedy.
Well, then why don't you watch it on Kill Tony?
I do watch Kill Tony. I've watched like all of his stand-up on there. That's why I was like, I need more William Montgomery content. So
Did you watch him last week?
He wasn't on last week.
I'm the one who told you that.
Yeah. Thank you for educating me on that.
You're welcome. So the answer is no, I did not watch him last week. Have you watched a 24-hour stream of William Montgomery content?
Yes, I have.
Would you like to have a William Montgomery trivia competition?
You've already done that and I won.
You did not win. You didn't even know he went to college.
I did know. I said Tennessee.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You absolutely are lying. It's on camera that you're lying.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Do you remember what kind of car he drives?
No, is that even a question?
Yeah, it is a question. And if you think you know William Montgomery so fucking well, you would know it. Erica would know it.
I never claimed to know.
Grant would know it. Casey Rocket would know it. And I
What
know
car
it.
does he drive that?
He drives a Volvo.
You know what car Casey Rocket drives?
A Rocket.
No, he doesn't drive a Rocket. What? You don't know their names? You don't know what car?
Apologies, I did not know this was a competition about who knows Casey Rocket well. I thought it was about William Montgomery.
Yeah, if you knew anything about the podcast, you'd know that Casey Rocket is William Montgomery's like #1 co-host, and so by proxy of William Montgomery, this information would be widely.
In what state was Casey Rocket born? In what state? In what state was Casey Rocket born?
Was who? Casey Rocket born?
In what state was Casey Rocket born?
Oh, I know this one.
Yo, dog, if you're such a big fucking Casey Rocket fan, you would know this.
I do know it.
Okay, well then say it, douche.
He was born in Illinois, I believe.
That's correct. You had to look it up, though.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. In what state did he grow up?
Georgia.
Dude, you're looking this shit up. You're such a douche.
Why do you think? Because I know more than Casey Rocket than you know.
No, you don't. What
Casey Rocket.
What part of the state did Casey Rocket grow? In what part of the state did Casey Rocket grow up?
Northwest.
Dude, you are looking up shit on him. You didn't know he was born in Illinois. You did not know he grew up in Georgia.
Did you see the video of Tony Hinchcliffe golfing?
No, is it funny?
I just watched a YouTube video where he was trying to make it, I don't know, he was like clickbaiting or something. He was trying to make like Tony like look bad or something, but he just looked like an idiot. Like,
wait, who's
saying jokes, but it's not funny. Like these guys are just like just roasting Tony, and they're like literally all talking during each other's backswings and like roasting each other, but you know, trying to make it seem like you don't respect Tony at all. But like they're literally hanging out playing golf, like jerking each other.
I have a question for you.
Shoot.
What is it like to be the second biggest William Montgomery fan in this call and the second biggest Casey Rocket fan in this call? Go.
I don't know if you have like some like form of like
sex appeal. I have all of that.
They're like 900 million times. One, I taught you everything you know about William Montgomery.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
Two, memorizing a bunch of worthless trivia does not make you a bigger fan. No matter how much you think it does, that's just inaccurate. 3, you never listened to the podcast until like a year after I told you it existed. 4, you don't know anything about Casey Rocket.
I don't have to look up
5,
trivia on him.
well, I mean, he's obviously a big part of William's life,
So big that you have to look him up on the internet to find out factoids about his existence.
if you're just gonna make up absurd allegations, two people can play that game.
I'm not making up anything, dog. I'm telling the truth.
Speculation.
Dog. Do you even know the origin of the crab walk?
You're talking about Casey Rocket film?
Of course I am, because as the second biggest Casey Rocket and William Montgomery fan in this call, you should be able to keep up. You should be able to keep up.
Let's do a Nathan for you trivia.
Doug, it's been like 10 years since I've seen that show.
Same here.
All right, give me a piece of trivia. You're going to look it up on the internet, though.
I won't. If you don't want me to, I won't.
Of course I wouldn't want you to. That would be unfair.
Alright. What is Nathan for you's most recent television show called?
You mean Nathan Fielder? Or Nathan for you? I mean, wouldn't it be Nathan for you?
Sorry, yeah, Nathan Fielder.
You're asking me what I think Nathan Fielder's most recent TV show is?
That's correct.
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I could probably tell you that he did The Rehearsal. I don't know if he's done anything since, or like more. That's like the biggest thing that he's done recently. Although I could tell you that there's the possibility. I think he did something called The Curse as well, which might be a little more recent.
You're cheating.
But The Rehearsal's still going. What do you mean?
You're cheating. You're cheating. The way you said those words, I know that you're cheating.
I don't know why you think I'm cheating. It's The Rehearsal, but it's kind of a trick question. The reason why I say
your screen is actually paused right now, so I can't actually verify. Let me have to refresh.
I mean, refresh, dog. Refresh.
That was the most obvious I've ever heard in my life.
Well, the reason why my voice may have sounded off was because The Rehearsal's still going technically, but The Curse ended. But The Curse is recent, but The Rehearsal's still going, so it's kind of a trick question.
Pride aside, did you actually know the answer to that, or were you looking it up?
I gave the answer.
So you looked it up.
What makes you think I looked it up?
Because it was the most, you literally sounded exactly like you were reading the answer.
What about me saying The Rehearsal?
Normally you answer in like a natural cadence.
What about me saying The Rehearsal and or The Curse was unnatural? I'll wait. How could I say them more naturally? The rehearsal, the curse.
But literally, I can tell, like, I don't, I can just tell by the way that you sounded that you just ingested that information.
Dog, I don't even have a phone in my hand. Can you see me?
You're probably using some Bluetooth connected to ChatGPT that I can't see.
Now, I wish I had that. That would be really cool.
All right, well, maybe you knew that. Good for you.
Thanks, big dog. This is also unfair. This is also unfair because he's from Canada, and according to Peter Griffin, Canada sucks.
Okay.
All right.
So every person in the U.S. we can't do trivia on because that's a different country.
All right. Let me think of. Okay. In Nathan mentions his collegiate history. What does he say about it? And from where did he graduate?
He graduated from Canada's business school.
Incorrect. One of Canada's top business schools. So that's a wrong. That's a big X.
Oh wait, I'm not cheating. I'm just looking at the options there.
What the options are? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean that's not cheating? At looking what the options are, dog.
I'm literally just searching up Ontario. It's Waterloo.
Well, that's incorrect, dude. So guess again.
Alright. I don't know. Queens?
Incorrect. Do you even know who Nathan Field is?
I'm trying. Wait, what's the answer?
Guess again.
It's not Queens.
It's not Queens. It's not Waterloo.
It's not. What?
It's not Queens. It's not Waterloo.
What is it?
Do you not know what the phrase "guess again" means?
There's like no other option.
There are.
It was not Ryerson. I don't think it was. I said Queens.
I know. I heard you say Queens, and that's definitely wrong. How do you know he didn't go to McGill?
I was looking up Ontario. Is that the right answer?
No, it's not the right answer.
Why would you say that?
Because it's the only school in Canada that I know, aside from the University of Vancouver.
Damn, really? I thought he.
Doug, let's just get down to brass tacks. You don't know Nathan Fielder as well as I do. You didn't know where he went to college. You guessed University of Queens, University of Waterloo. Both are incorrect.
All right, well, I should have got that one probably.
Yeah, you should have. You should have. You should have. If you were a fan, you would know. Obviously, you're not.
I mean,
Look, let me just ask you a question. Do you know who Nathan Fielder is?
I'm his number one fan.
Where did he go to college? Hey, dog. Where did he go to one of the top business schools?
University of Victoria.
You looked it up.
Even though he says in the intro that he went to like,
one of Canada's top business schools. You looked it up.
No, you gave me the Vancouver.
Dog, you looked it up.
No, you said University of Vancouver. I was like, oh, it's on the West Coast.
You looked it up.
No, you said University of Vancouver, and I was like, oh, it's on the West Coast.
You looked it up.
No, you said University of Vancouver, and then I was like, oh, it's on the West Coast.
You looked it up. That didn't have anything to do with Nathan Fielder. That had to do with my knowledge of Canadian universities. And McGill's the one I could name. And it's probably the one that, I mean, basically, like, most Americans can't tell you what McGill is. But McGill is the best school in Canada.
Right. In the final episode of The Curse, what is the main story plot and what happened?
Dog, no one watches that shit. I thought this was on Nathan for You. I thought
Nathan Fielder trivia. He wrote the show.
Yeah, that's
Nathan Fielder show.
Dog. Have you seen The Curse?
This is not a Nathan for You trivia. This is a Nathan Fielder trivia.
When we first started, though, you said it's Nathan for You trivia. Yes, you did. Go back, watch it on the tape.
Oh, and then you're like, you mean Nathan Fielder? And I was like,
yeah. Okay, well, so you admit that you originally said Nathan Fielder. Nathan for You.
I never said it was Nathan for You trivia.
Yes, you did. You said, let's do Nathan for You trivia. And I said, do you mean Nathan Fielder? And you said, yeah. So you originally said, let's do Nathan for You trivia.
You're acknowledging that I said yes to Nathan Fielder.
Doug, all I know is that I'm a bigger Nathan Fielder fan than you are. You didn't even know what college. It's in the introduction to the show.
Want to know their answer to my question?
Dude, I don't listen. Let me just put it to you this way. The Curse could be the absolute last show that I ever watch, and I wouldn't give a flying fuck about it. Okay, that's cool.
The last show on Earth, I don't.
I hope it is not. I hope I have the ability to watch many, many shows. But The Curse? What do you like more, The Rehearsal or The Curse?
I haven't rehearsal.
Okay, well, obviously you're not that big of a Nathan Fielder fan then. All right.
I haven't gotten around to it.
Is this Nathan for You trivia? Okay, here, I've got one for you. Nathan for You. Welcome, Miss Aquarius. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's go.
Excellent. Rise, are you ready for an invitation?
Oh, God. No, I don't. I'm done.
Okay, so you give up?
You can't give up. You're a champion.
I don't want to hear all the reasons why Rabbi doesn't know the answer.
Right, just one game. Just one game. Please, just one game.
No, you guys can do your bowling thing. I'm not good at bowling.
Riser, why aren't you good at bowling?
Nathan. Yes, the answer.
Did he learn it at one of Canada's top business schools?
Sure did.
Ooh, Miss Aquarius, good on you. Getting that spare right out of the blocks.
Alright, let's try.
I tried. Oh no,
Your
That-
finger slip.
that was terrible. Riser, well, and Miss Aquarius probably already knows this, but if she doesn't, we had some trolls come into the server this morning and played the loudest sound effects in the middle of the night, and I had one of my computers muted, and so I couldn't really hear it, but they did it for like hours. They were just playing the loudest air horn trying to me.
And they do that sometimes. I just cut the volume down.
Good on
Cut
you.
that down.
And Miss Aquarius
Why
was
are we not streaming in the Harry Potter?
I was earlier today, but the app crashed, so I just have to restart it.
Yeah, I was trying to join Telegram to say hi, but you were nowhere to be seen.
Well, I have to figure out a better way.
Oh,
Nice strike. I had a better way to be able to stream in there. I've just experimented. But basically, like if you leave Telegram on all day, it causes the app to crash a lot of times and can cause issues. Riser, do you like Discord or Telegram more, and why?
I think Discord it's a lot easier to make channels. It's not just one cluster group chat, and it's easier, I guess, to share topics. More organized visually, it's better.
yay. We both won.
Nice, you've gotten two in a row.
We're 250. We gotta get you to a 250. So, this is this time, Rabbi. This is you now.
Well,
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, Riser.
you're okay.
Go ahead.
Do you use Signal?
I mean, I'm not selling organs on the deep web, so no. Don't need to use that.
I've never used it either.
Okay.
I'm not a huge criminal gang member, so.
Do you mean the dark web? Why would you say the deep web?
Isn't it the same thing?
No. Deep web is like stuff that is on the internet, but it may be like on like old hard drives and stuff, but it's not really that available anymore through it's not like available through a search engine. That's generally what the deep web is. And then the dark web is like Onion browser. We may have to check that though. No. Double check that. I get them confused.
I thought they were interchangeable.
They're not interchangeable.
Right.
Like the deep web is like non-index pages of the internet, and then the dark web is like Onion browser and torrent and stuff.
How do you even get on the deep web then? Isn't it Onion? Not like an Onion or thingy?
You could get a direct link, or sometimes there are like interconnected systems like universities and such or corporations. They're
Oh,
nice strike. That's a big strike, Miss Aquarius. Big strike. That's two in a row.
thank you.
That's two in a row. Look at you, Miss Aquarius.
We gotta get the
Miss
50.
Aquarius, you were in the 80s, girl. Get it. You were practicing. 83. Good on
No,
you.
no. Come on, Rabbi. We gotta get the 250. You wanna get it tonight or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Yay.
Oh, that's terrible. That's oogly.
Do you wanna get to a 250?
I'll get it
No?
tomorrow.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll see.
Right, both hands.
We both won. All right, Miss Aquarius. That's all she wrote.
Okay, Riz, you wanna get to 250 tomorrow, okay?
God
You
willing.
got this.
Absolutely. Sweet
We
dreams.
won, though. We won all games.
I won. You win. You win. I win.
Right. That's right.
Excellent.
We're undefeated in bowling and we're undefeated in
Friendship. 100%.
All right. I'm standing here. Good night.
Excellent. Make sure to have your sound down in case anybody else comes in and is annoying.
You said sound down, right?
Well, I mean, like, I just don't want them to wake you up. So do whatever you have to do so they don't wake
Yeah,
you up.
I do. I have it down.
Okay, good job.
I will.
Excellent.
Okay.
Sweet dreams. Riser, you were talking about how you're the second biggest Nathan Fielder fan in this call. I don't know. Miss Aquarius might be a bigger fan than you are. I think she knows where Nathan Fielder went to college.
Yeah, I doubt that very much.
Oh, I'm almost positive she does.
I mean, even the most basic fan would know that.
Look, let me just ask you this. Are you in the Nathan for You subreddit?
I am, but I don't really go on Reddit ever.
Why don't you go on Reddit? And I'll wait. I'll wait for your answer.
Yeah, I don't mind it, but I don't know. It's like cats and dogs, 4chan versus Reddit. I feel like the people on 4chan are funnier.
Are you proud of the way that you played?
Are you proud of the way that you played?
Yeah, dude, because I whooped your ass.
I don't know about that.
Dog, do you not know that I whooped your ass?
No, that never happened actually. Nice thought.
You want to play?
Whatever you have to tell yourself.
You want to play something else? Dog, how many games of basketball have you beaten me one-on-one? I'll wait.
What does that have to do with anything?
It has to do with me being superior to you.
It has nothing to do with anything. Right. I forgot about that part.
Were you aware that I am a superior? You want to play again? You want to play?
Basketball?
Well, you want to continue the Olympics?
I'm having more fun seeing how little you know about Nathan Fielder.
Are you ready? Dude, I know where I went to college. Are you ready for Blocko?
Can you ever really be ready for Blocko?
Do you want board size of 10, 15, or 20?
I'm playing a game of intellectual chess right now, but you're gonna have to give me like 2 minutes.
That's okay. Do you want a board size of 10, 15, or 20?
Ask yourself what Nathan would play.
15?
And there lies your answer.
15? Is that what you want?
20, biggest one.
Dude, then we both tie.
I don't think that's true. We tie in the other one too.
Dude, this is a dumb pick on your end. I've sent you an invitation and I'm waiting for you. Dog, I've sent you an invitation and I'm now waiting on you.
God, I literally told you 1 second ago that I'm playing this thing called chess. And, like, people smart brain play, so you have to wait a minute. I want to play Mancala, but you're on a chess pro. You're on a chess strike. So.
You're on a bounce strike.
No, I've played bounce like several hundred times. I don't know what universe you're from, but I've played that game hundreds, if not thousands of times.
Never ever expected this to happen. And when you're 43, you think you're gonna live forever. And this really changed his life.
Sokolov's doctors tell him his diet and his high cholesterol levels put him at risk for more heart attacks. So he decides to do something about it, not just for himself, but for everyone. He starts a crusade. He wants to save America from saturated fat, the alleged culprit in high cholesterol. Sokolov pays to have cholesterol tests for thousands in Nebraska. He goes to Capitol Hill and does the same thing for 10,000 people who work there, including 70 senators. He starts campaigns to get low-fat milk for school lunches. He buys full-page ads in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and the Washington Post. Huge, scary headlines. One year, he buys a $2.5 billion ad during the Super Bowl. He takes over a billboard in Times Square to say, cut fat intake and live longer. This campaign that he was involved in, he spent a enormous amount of his own money on this.
Yeah, he really did. I'm not sure how much, whether it was 14, 15 million, I can't remember.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which 30 years ago was a lot of money.
A lot of money. It still is. I remember my aunt telling me, "You're spending all of your inheritance."
No.
You lost? Not a surprise.
Sort of.
Are you ready?
Sort of almost. Am I ready for what?
Blanco, you have an invitation and everybody's waiting on you. And you're the one who wanted a board of You're the one who wanted a board of 20, which was a stupid idea. It's not what Nathan would have wanted, and it's just going to cause us to tie. Everybody's waiting on you.
Alright, I resigned the chess game because we made you lose.
Dude, you said you lost already. It had nothing to do with how I
On Nathan.
pressured
No,
you.
Are you gonna play chess after this?
No. Let me just put it to you this way. I'm not playing chess with you until I go viral.
No.
Are you going to put down a block? Or are you just going to J-or? This was such a bad idea on your part to have us play.
Play 20 by 20? Why?
It just was a really bad idea.
you like to write a master's paper on it?
I would, but I think I'm just gonna beat you.
I'm not even worried.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Los Angeles, 2021. A brand new neighborhood appears out of nowhere and promises to make all my dreams come true. Let's not forget that David Blaine was a professional con artist, so you didn't stand a chance. But I figured this grifter out.
This is the camel that broke the straw's back right there. So you're aware.
Getting a con artist to pay for their crimes isn't easy. But I'm not going to stop until I bring this con man to justice.
You're not going to stop me?
I'm Caroline DeMore. Listen as I take down my scammer on a con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app.
You know those arguments that you have with your friends, Jack, barbershop, about who is the best shooter, best scorer, or who has the best hands of all time. Well, now imagine one of your buddies is left here.
Welcome.
Too hot.
It's
Gotta
too.
get out of the shower.
How was your shower, pimp?
It wasn't a long one. It was a hot one. Too hot.
Do you know who Nathan Fielder is? He's this Canadian guy who hosts shows like Nathan For You, which is like a prank show, troll show kind of thing, and the curse and the rehearsal.
What about him? Is he a good guy?
He's okay, I think.
You like watching the shows? They're whatever you said?
Yeah, they're funny.
Oh, wow.
No, you ain't blocking this shit. Fuck off. Nope. So you're running out of time.
Oh no.
What?
Oh, wow, big L. You're done.
Jesus Christ show. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI 640. Welcome back to Revisionist History. I'm your host, Robert Bobo, and today we're exploring Phil Sokolov's daring battle against the fascinating giants and the use of animal facts. With a high-profile night campaign, he took on McDonald's.
No more puppies. You should download an app called Play-Doh and play with us.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of the term Jayor?
Jail?
Jyor.
Nope.
Pretty well known acronym. What do you think it stands for?
I don't know. That's a crazy acronym.
Stands for quit jerking yourself off raw. Which is what you're doing.
Me?
Yeah.
What am I doing?
You're Jayoring.
I'm not.
You just said that.
No, you didn't.
You have hearing problems?
No, do you?
I just said that.
I think you have schizophrenia. I don't know, man.
Why are you
Sorry.
being mean to him?
What do you mean? I don't know.
No, why are you being mean to puppies?
Why are you being mean to me, dog? Lol, you don't like puppies?
You. No, just, I don't know.
You don't like puppies. He doesn't like Pomeranians, dude. Unlucky.
Oh, Pomeranians are sweet dogs.
I know, they're Polish and German. They're nice dogs. You know? They go, ow, 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 ow. Yeah. You ever... No, that's not a... Well... No.
Why aren't there more blocks in this thing? That's such a good.
Dude, I told
gotta
you
buy...
we shouldn't have played this version.
Oh, I asked you to pick what Nathan would pick.
And I said the 15. And you said, no, 20. And I said, that doesn't make sense. If we play the 20, it's not going to... Nobody's going to
I
win.
didn't think that. Why would they not make it so there's no more blocks than possible face? That's like the most basic commandment you could possibly put in the game.
America is watching, and Mighty McDonald's and the giant killer from Omaha are going at it tooth and nail. Sokolov shouts, "That's not true. Your fries are cooked in animal fat." McDonald's guy gets flustered and tries to say something. Sokolov doesn't let him finish.
It sells vegetables, and they are short 95% beef sells vegetables, and they short your company. It's it. We'll do it now. It's in
I think I won because you fucked up the turn.
No, we both won, son.
I saw you.
Because you picked a stupid board size. It's Moncala time.
I told you no Moncala unless you play me in one game of chess.
Fine, it's basketball time. So it's now 3-3.
Mr. Rothschild?
What's going on, pimp?
How do I get the soundboard? Is there a soundboard in your server? Can I get a soundboard?
Yeah, but no, nobody gets a soundboard. That drive me wild.
People do that?
Dude, I was just saying somebody played an air horn for more than an hour this morning to try to wake me.
Oh, wow. That guy's a knucklehead.
You've got that right. I kind of enjoyed it, though, because when I went to see, I had a bunch of people, new people who joined the server. So that was cool.
Oh, yeah.
Rise, are you ready? That's a miss. That's a make. That's a swish. That's a make. That's a make. That's a swish. That's a miss. That's a make. 8 points. You proud of that, Riser?
It's all about the second round. I think I can do better the second round. Airball. Oh. The worst in that game is when it like bounces off the rim and that eats away your time.
100%. You're 1,000% correct, Riser. All right, this is your round. Because it's so unexpected where the hoop's going to go. Look at you, dog. Oh, that one was not good. That was not good. 6 points. Are you proud of that? Are you proud of that?
Big miss.
I mean, I've got a 3-point lead on you going into the final round. I'm not too worried. You need one of the best rounds of your entire career. I think you should have 3 swishes by now. Not just, you kind of got
Are you serious?
All right. Are you proud of that?
No, it's bad.
The McDonald's brothers use top quality 8-ounce Idaho Russets, peeled, soaked in cold water, then deep fried in something Brock would come to call Formula 47, which is a special beef tallow mix.
Baby, this game is over. 4-3. What do you want to play now?
I want to play Mancala.
Okay.
There's one chess game for
Absolutely not. I'll play you when I go
You
viral.
don't even try. You don't even have to try.
Riser, I don't play chess on here. Riser, you have an invitation. Oh, by the way, when we do Moncala, it's a best of 5. Just because the games are really quick. Do you know that you have an invitation? Dog. Did you know that you have an invitation? Dog. 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 Did you know you have an invitation?
Yeah, send me the chess invite and then we'll do Mancala.
Dude, so we're not playing Moncala? Fine.
We are. You're just playing one 3-game of chess first. You can play the Irish one.
Nope. Are you
Did it
gonna?
actually hurt your brain or something?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. That was a terrible move, by the way.
Maybe one of the most newfie moves you've ever seen.
Man, where's Cool K when you need him?
That was a bad move.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, you're gone.
Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J-Yor yourself?
I'm interested in what the computer did. I saw the computer play.
Are you gonna go?
Yep. Give me 1 second. Oh. Went and stole my. No, that's okay. I think I'm gonna win.
Oh, you're definitely gonna win. All right, that's one of first of 3.
Oh.
All right, Riser, you have an invitation. Are you gonna accept it, or are you just gonna J-Yor?
Someone has a license plate with vanity plate and they buy it.
Just J-Yor. J-Yorn. Are you in the vanity plate subreddit?
On a Facebook group.
That's not what I asked. I didn't ask about Facebook.
My answer implied no. Or else I would have explicitly stated that I wasn't in it.
Jason's training less than a year ago. This year alone, Jason has made my training explode as far as my sales growth by over 250%. I'm expecting I'm doing close to $5 to $6 million this year just off of this training. Again, call the email address and we'll give you a program that others have paid
eagerly to receive. 800-500-8320. 800-500-8320. That's 800-500-8320. Before the house person.
Oh, good job.
Every summer, under the stars at the beach, something extraordinary happens. The world's greatest masterpieces come to life in breathtaking moments. Real people become living works of art, recreating history's most iconic paintings and sculptures right before your eyes. It's storytelling, it's spectacle, it's art like you've never seen it before. Discover the magic. Experience the masterpiece of Meet the Pageant of Masters, sponsored by Volvo Cars, celebrating 70 years of safety. Go to VolvoCars.com.
These marketers report. Corey Marchesino, CMO of LP, partner of Fighter Women's Sports, talks about partnerships.
I see brands as antennas. So we send out the signal, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of the story. Why are we partnering with Fiverr? Because we want to advance women in sports.
As the #1 audio company,
You're done.
more people to you
You're done.
than anyone else.
Or now you're even more done.
Visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
This is Jacob Wilson from What's Your Problem? Imagine the impact when everyone gets the right
You lost 2 in a row. Are you happy with that?
So employees spend less time learning your software and more time doing their jobs. Experience true speed. Use data entry, smart AI, and fast way. Check out ODO at ODOO.com. That's ODOO.com. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas.
I'm not done.
Only on Hulu. Full of superstar performances. Listen to
Dude, you just gave me life.
I'm good.
Why would you do such a thing?
I may have miscalculated.
You fucked up, son.
Okay.
Go ahead, take that.
So you're gonna get your shitty shit out of here? You fucked up, dog.
I don't think so. Fuck.
Okay, now you definitely like screwed the food from that.
Right from the beginning, put his foot down. There would be no cross-contamination of the McDonald's cookie butter. That's someone who truly cares about French fries. That's the legacy created unload arches. And then, all of a sudden, this random guy from Omaha puts a gun to McDonald's head and says, change or else. McDonald's
Here we go.
was to find a way to replace it.
This is gonna be. Oh, you fucked up. You're done. That's 2 losses in a row.
First replacement oil McDonald's experiments with is a cotton-seeded corn oil. That turns out to be really high in something called trans fat. It's not long before everyone realizes that trans fats are way worse for you than
That's 2 in a row,
it's
dog.
not even close.
You're up, pimp.
So in 2002, McDonald's changes the oils again, cutting the trans fat in half. 6 years later, they have to switch yet again. This time to get rid of all of the trans fat. Then there's a problem that vegetable oils aren't really as stable as hard fats. All kinds of nasty things happen when you heat them up. It suddenly becomes a kind of witch's cauldron, spewing dangerous elements. It's a big cloud of electrons and it can react with the oxygen that might be present in the oil off the surface. Gerald Leo, he's global
Fuck.
president for fats, oil, and nutrition for Lotus Group, a big multinational. He started big cooking oil. And that was started breaking the oil very rapidly. And then essentially to break down products.
Are you down?
I think so.
Doesn't matter where you're going.
Crazy stories went around the industry as the fast food chain struggled to figure out how to make these vegetable oil mixes work. Turns out that after a lot of frying, a kind of pain will form in the fryer. And what happens is it breaks down in the fryer, and then fumes come out, and it goes all around the restaurant, let's say McDonald's. And this suffers of furniture.
3 in a row?
Because this
Are you proud of that?
comes out because of breakdown products. The mist gets on everything, including the uniforms of the fry station workers, which creates a nightmare when the overalls have to be on. And when they into the truck, to go off to the train, sometimes just by piling coats on top of each other, those coats would spontaneously combust and go on fire. Because
You're fucked.
from the oil were highly flammable.
Fuck is right, dog.
The point is, this is not some trivial
Miscalculated.
Think for a moment about what a French fry is. You start with a potato, and a potato is basically starch and water. You plunge the potato into a vat of cooking oil. The heat of the oil turns the water inside the potato into steam. That is the key to the fry. First, it makes the hard starch of the potato swell and soften, which is why the interior of a fry is so fluffy and light. At the same time, the steam rising from the inside the fry keeps the cooking oil on the surface of the fry instead of seeping into the middle. That's why the fry is brown and crisp on the outside. The point is that the oil in which you deep fry the French fry is not incidental to the creation of the French fry. A French fry is
What are you gonna do, dog?
potato derivative in which the water has been
Good fuck.
The fat is as much a constituent of the French fry as the potato. So when you change the oil in a French fry from hard to liquid fat, from saturated to unsaturated, you change the French fry. In 1990, McDonald's started serving this different product. That's why I had to go to the food scientists at that time.
You just fucked yourself.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you did, son.
Is it fun?
You just fucked yourself. This game is over.
All of a sudden, you're in a big kitchen with lots of little beakers and weapons, great appliances. On the day I was there, they were testing some plant-based milk prototypes. They had them all out on the counter in their cups.
Horrible move.
It was a horrible move.
Horrible move.
It was a horrible move. But just good enough to get me the win. Got it. Thanks, baby. 2-1, son. Boy, you fucked up. Let's have you go. I'm going to give you the opportunity to go first because it just seems to be very biased towards the person who starts the game.
You don't say. Really?
And what we've done in advance of you coming here is we filled the bins with oil or tallow.
That's bar stuff. Cobras, that's where did you get your talent? And how did you choose your talent?
Very good question. We're going to taste some. We chose it because of the flavor. We wanted to kind of go back in time with you, so we tried to find the tallow that we thought had the beefiest flavor, which would be probably the closest thing to what we started with. So we sent Paula to the local Mexican market right up the street,
and we found a tallow there that has a really nice, rich, meaty flavor.
Paolo Belgium is going to be one of our fry chefs, along with another medicine specialist, Kathy Westphal. The fourth person in the room is Justin Sheehan, who runs the company along with study. The plan is to use pre-frozen russet Burbank potatoes. They're a little lower in water content than other potato varieties, 77 to 80%, which is a defense against sawdust. 3 batches. One batch fried twice.
Are you gonna go?
Just like the fries
There we go.
at McDonald's today. The second batch.
Terrible move.
Fried once in vegetable oil.
No, I hit the wrong thing.
What do you want me to do about it?
I'm still gonna win.
You're
But...
listening to Reduces History, a podcast brought to you by Nutrient Industries and KFI AM 640. You can listen to new and full-length episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're done.
Check out
Oh no.
Sure about that?
Oh no.
Here comes the thunder, darling.
You're fucked. Doug, you're done. This game is over, son. What a comeback.
I legitimately, I hit the wrong circle.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? What do you want me to do about it?
I mean, my finger legitimately.
Riser, you have like literally an acre worth of real estate to play on which to play. You're up, baby. It's 2-2.
What the hell does that even mean?
Your iPad is giant, is what I'm saying.
You know what else is giant?
This dick.
And the snake in my browser.
Driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio.
I call this strategy the rolling thunder.
With your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now.
Okay, Doug, some of us are actually trying to play. Are you gonna make a move?
Radio is there.
STFU, dog. Thanks, baby.
No problem, dog. I did it in the wrong sequence. What do you want me to do, man? I know that's what you want. Actually, no, you're done. You're done. Right.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
No pressure, big dog. Oh, 3 out of 5.
Win by 2, though.
That's not what 3 out of 5 means.
That's true. You're right.
Okay.
Darts time. Darts time is 3 out of 5. Win by 2.
No, it's just 3 out of 5.
Just 3 out of 5. Okay, so it's tied 3-3. Riser. It's tied 3-3.
I'm not tired, I'm winning.
No, it's tied. I won basketball, literati, and something else. You won darts, or you won?
What do you want me to do about it?
You won. Oh, I won. Oh, we tied in Blanco, and you won archery, Moncala, and then we tied in and Blanco. You're done. It's over, son. That's one game.
Game sucks anyway. Can I just not play this game?
I mean, no, you can't. You must play. It's 3 games to 3 games.
This is bullshit. It's like getting like a fucking tiebreaker and shit.
Oh, dude, I busted. That would suck to have 100 points and then to bust. That's 20. That's 1.
Are you serious?
And you busted.
Yeah, this is the biggest first move advantage ever. You literally.
You went first. You went first.
What kind of bullshit is that?
Oh, on this one, I went first. That's 2 games in a row.
Well, the last game you put in there didn't even get the.
Right, because you started. That's 2 in a row, dog. Dude, that should be an automatic disqualification. You fucked me. You have to resort to trolling and pranking. Get that double 18, son. Double 18. That was terrible. What? What are you doing? Are you fucking serious? I busted? That's garbage as shit. Check out. 2-1. It was in your best interest for the win by 2.
What do you mean, to win? Sorry, yeah, not to.
Dog. This would be a huge comeback on your part. And a shock because this is one of my best games. Dude, that was great, Riser.
Nice stuff. Literally cannot do better than what I did. Yeah, you're. Oh.
All you need is a 20? What a comeback.
No pressure, dog.
Over. 2-2. It all comes down.
This would be a ridiculous.
One of the biggest underdog. Look at you. This would be
I landed in the red.
one of the biggest upsets in the history of this game.
I fucked it up. I fucked it up.
The man suggested the matches in identical metal mesh baskets. Each was identified only by number: 75, 128, 637.
I told you wanted win by 2. All right. I'm winning 4 games to 3. Next. Cup Pong.
No more swinging games.
Dude, it's part of the Olympics.
Table sausage.
We'll do that. We'll do that. But we have to do these. Riser, we'll do that. We'll do that next.
These are people who make and consume some of the world's most exotic prepared foods for a living.
This is just a one of one game. Showdown.
My head was spinning. I was in heaven. It was all I could do to keep the rigorous objectivity necessary for a valid blind taste test. What are you tasting? First one, 637.
Texture on 637 is shattering. It's amazing. Perfect French fry texture.
It's wow.
Yes.
Crisp. There's no hole in the middle. It's nice and fluffy.
They're like perfect French fries. And they have a lot of flavor.
All right, 75. Happy Phillips, 75. Number 2. Nobody was interested in 75. They were oily, not crispy. All right, next one.
The surface is really porous. There's a lot of oil squirts out when you bite into it.
3 batches of fries, prepared according to the same exact
It's 6-2, big dog.
but 2 were entirely forgotten. We didn't have to be
That's a miss. That's a big time miss.
They know what the fast food world has been passing up as a French fry for the past quarter century. But the third batch, 637, to die. That was the old school fry. My heart is full of sadness again. To think about how many millions and millions of people around the world never tasted that.
Did you see how many times that bounced?
That's what we brought it.
It's over, baby.
But also, it's an act
Alright, word. The word.
I've never finished that game. That's the first time I've finished that game. Oh, dog. What an ass kicking. 5 games to 3.
those are the best fries we tasted all afternoon.
The last 2 ones fairly.
Dude, I just whooped your ass. All right. You're up, pimp. Are you ready?
This one's 2 out of 3.
Okay.
No win by 2.
Instead, he took on McDonald's in an attempt to make the world a healthier, better place. My hat is off. It's really McDonald's I want. They were custodians of a French fry legacy. The fry was sacrosanct. Their own founder said so. And what did they do? Sold out their own heritage, as if how a French fry tastes was suddenly a secondary consideration. That's crazy. The only reason there was an argument about fries in the first place is that millions of people thought they were delicious. So what do? We made them not delicious.
I remember going to McDonald's and having some French fries and going, "Oh, these don't taste as good because my dad had them changed the way they were made." But I think that's absolutely incredible that you did that.
You said that McDonald's used the way they made fries.
You just got destroyed, son.
What?
You just got destroyed, son.
Yeah, he just laughed.
Oh, nice 5-letter one.
And he laughed. I mean, he did have a good sense of humor.
I'm not surprised Phil Sock wasn't interested in the sexual aspects of the French fry. Of course not. He was a zealot, a man shaken by his brush with death. He nibbled vegetables and maybe an occasional turkey sandwich. He saw his job as getting all of us to think about the nutritional consequences of what we put in our mouths. And for that, I think we are in his debt. McDonald's truly stood up and pointed out what is lost when we define food so narrowly. The world's a bleak place when there's no room for pleasure. You know what one of the Manson millennials said after she had tasted a talent fry the first time? Thank you. Thank you for delicious fries.
Okay, so that's one of 2 games. Now I'm going to take you down for 2 of 2 games. And then I'll be up 6-3.
Special thanks to Andrew Stelzner, K. Manson. And as always, to 80 hours I still have you, I want to remind you that Revisionist History has a website where we provide links to books and articles and videos relevant to the episodes. Please check it out at revisionisthistory.com. For this episode, though, I want to give a special shout out to two people whose work helped me a lot. One is Gary Taubes, who has been writing really provocatively about what we eat and what it does to us for a very long time. His most recent book, which I love, is The Case Against Sugar. The other is Nina Tushman's, whose fantastic book, The Big Fat Surprise, Why Butter, Meat, and Cheese Belong in a Healthy Diet, was of enormous help to me researching this episode. Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Gary. And to all those of you listening, I recommend those two authors to you wholeheartedly. This has been a special presentation of Revisionist History, brought to you by
And I got the win.
You can listen to new and full-length
No,
episodes
that's called a tie.
It gave me the thing.
Post advantage.
I don't know why it did that.
Raids rejected. I'm Rashida D'Agostino live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. ICE immigration raids are on hold in Southern California. A federal appeals court has upheld a ruling that blocks ICE agents from arresting people without reasonable suspicion that they're in the country illegally. Mayor Bass says she's pleased.
And I am very happy to say that us standing strong, I know, gave the court the resolve to uphold this decision.
The court says the ICE raids violate the Fourth Amendment, which prevents unreasonable searches and seizures. The summer is coming to the western U.S.
Tens of thousands of tarantulas will soon be crawling out of their burrows in California, Nevada, Colorado, Kansas, New Mexico, and a few other
All right, I got you. Do you want another one?
It's tarantula mating season.
Sure.
All right. I don't know why I'm being
3
so.
out of 5.
I don't know why I'm being so nice.
3 out of 5. Y'all know the first round was bullshit. It should have gone to the next round.
A hunger strike at Alligator Alcatraz is in a ninth day.
Detainees are protesting the poor living conditions at the facility. A group of Democrats held an emergency town hall this week, demanding better conditions, not June 4th.
Democrats are also calling for more transparency into the oversight of the controversial facility. Tesla's been ordered to pay $329 million over a deadly crash involving its autopilot system. Florida jury found the company partly responsible after a Tesla ran a red light and hit a parked car, killing a woman and injuring her boyfriend. The payout includes $129 million for victims.
What the fuck?
The stock market's taken a dive thanks to a rough jobs report and a new round of tariffs from President Trump. ABC's Selena Wang says the president has also fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics over those disappointing employment numbers.
This after the president announced he'll raise import taxes on nearly 70 countries next year. Every country will face tariffs at least 10%, with some as high as 40%.
Mexico is getting a 90-day grace period, but still faces 25% tariff. Police are releasing new details surrounding accused Park Avenue shooter Shane Murad.
Following the search of his Las Vegas apartment, investigators recovering a notebook containing a goodbye note. They also found a rifle bipod, an empty gun case, and prescribed psychiatric and epilepsy medications. Officials believe Tamora was trying to reach the NFL offices, but took the wrong elevator. Tamora left a note asking that his brain be studied for CTE, which he claimed he had from playing high school football. Jonathan O'Halloran, NBC News Radio.
U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff have visited Gaza to get a first-hand look at the hunger crisis. Center for Strategic and International Studies Director Anna Yakubian says things in Gaza are not good.
The territory is a very dire place. There are really estimates of mass starvation, if not potentially even famine in Gaza.
Health officials and witnesses
Are you fucking serious?
Gotcha, baby. All right, 6 games to 3.
Wow. You found Jews. You got Jews.
What do you want to play next? What do you want to play next?
I like calling you, so I gotta win.
What do you want to play next?
You can choose. So
All
no
right.
flicky bullshit.
No, you already said I can choose. Skee ball. No
I just
multipliers.
said no flicky bullshit unless it's basketball.
No, we already played basketball. You have to understand the Olympics means you have to play everything. And you're up. Fuck you, man. What a start. What a fucking start. How did you start so well?
Wasn't that great. This one just seems more about like luck and skill and half flick or most are flicky games. And the lag is so weird.
The lag is some serious shit.
Myth, 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 myth. And score.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you.
That's a miss. 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 Oh, what a big make. Big make, dog. That was good. Psych.
I don't think that was good.
No, I know. That's why I said psych. Are you fucking serious?
No, 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 no. Running out of balls here. No. Oh, last one. Last two. Fuck.
There's such a delay.
Yo, it's not letting me fucking shoot.
Why don't you go, baby?
It's not letting me shoot.
Close and reopen. You have a lot of time. Close and reopen.
That is some fucking bullshit.
Close and reopen. You have time. You've got another 20 seconds. There you go.
Absolute load of shit. My thing lag doesn't count. Doesn't count.
Did you just quit? Did you just quit?
No, the game lags.
It says you won the Rise or Resign.
Yeah, the game lags.
I'm up 7-4 or 7-3. What do you want to play now?
Go.
No, that takes too long.
9 by 9 go. You're scared? Alright, cool then.
You have an invitation, dog.
I think that there's something deep in all of us that enjoys listening to and telling stories. One thing about what we do,
Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J or?
Well, no, I didn't know that there was a pass option. I got confused.
more than 40 medicines over that time period, and we celebrate that in story form in audio format. It's a great way for people to learn more about what we offer and to be educated in an easy and convenient way.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. Also, get a better response rate for all your marketing. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Coast AM. This is CK. My name is Rich Vera. I am broadcasting from the basement studio.
Are you fucking kidding me? No. You're right.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
Just an honor to be on the show tonight as we travel deep into the mystic together. Our first guest tonight, Jason Martell, who you know from HTV, sci-fi network, all kinds of stuff. I've been trying to get him on the show for a long time.
I don't think you can put it there. Oh, maybe you can. Oh, you captured one of my things?
Yeah.
He's going to tell you how to reach that point where dreams can actually change the way your life is. When you control your dreams, you control what happens in the, I don't know, in the real world or the Matrix, wherever you think we are. It could be one of those things. Last time I was on, we had a freaky couple of shows. We talked about time travel. Actually, somebody was thinking of our news listeners was asking if I had seen the show The Lazarus Project, which is on Netflix now. I think it's 2 seasons. I actually started watching it yesterday. It's a great show. I don't know if it was on BBC originally. I'm not really sure where it aired originally. But the idea is there is a elite sort of international secret company that tries to approach the end of the world by turning back time. So every July 1st, we go through, this is according to the TV show, we go through a time where you can reset the time and go back. You know, let's say there's a nuclear explosion, which there is a lot of show, they go back and fix it. But then, people, because they avert these worldwide catastrophes, bad things happen to people they love, they die, and they can't turn back time just to save one person.
All right.
Time to save humanity.
Hey, what do you want me to do?
I just don't believe that was a movie.
Try to block that somehow. It's pretty cool. So the other thing that happened last time I was on is we had on.
Oh, what the fuck?
I mean, what do you want me to do, dog? What do you want me to do?
Game.
Ozzy was speaking pretty fast. He was transferring his Illuminati powers over to the Ernst Young one. We talked about it for about 30 minutes, and 2 days later, Ozzy passed away. Kind of interesting stuff. So you never know what's going to happen on Coast. What is being channeled through our Coast? It is somewhat resembling the truth nobody else will tell you. And ever since I did this, we showed the weirdest things happen. We talk about it in the show, and a couple of days later, you'll start seeing or hearing about it. It's the craziest thing, but that is the magic of Coast to Coast here with me tonight, and I so appreciate you for it. So let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be talking with Jason Martell, and we're going to get UFOs and their significance in history when we come back on Coast to Coast AM.
Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real world facts, the future you will never have. Author Christopher Lee Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop. Think of a baby that was restored. The first crew lands on the surface of Mars. Missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris saving the
Oh, I just destroyed it.
Whoa, you did.
Not bad. How many costing games, huh?
Now available on Amazon. That's Mars Mission 1 Surviving the Kessler. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1 Surviving the Kessler.
people, real stories.
I was only 6 or 7 days. The exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivore. I was like, I was trying. I took vitamins 2 weeks to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore. I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The things that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back.
No way.
Oh, the comeback.
No way.
It's like I kept telling everyone I was brain dead.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com.
How did you get to 24? What? What? Took away a piece from you? Or...
This is Coast to Coast Tale. I'm your host, Rich Barra, and internationally recognized Jason Martell's pioneering research has garnered all kinds of global attention through esteemed media platforms, including the History Channel, Discovery Channel, Sci-Fi Channel, and BBC. He's a regular guest on this channel's long-standing program, which I sleep to every night. So I am very, very excited. Been waiting for a long time to meet and talk to Jason Martell. Jason, welcome to the show. Hi, Rich. Thanks for having me on. A pleasure, a full pleasure. Now,
Hurry up.
I'm going to go off topic.
Hurry up.
But I'm sure you're aware of this anyway. But since it's been kind of floating
Fuck
around
that.
the news,
Oh, I did.
I want to ask you about the thoughts are of that.
I still don't obviously get how to play this game.
Is passing through the Milky Way from parts unknown.
I mean, the capture,
Maybe perhaps
like,
this is like
each
another big asteroid
vertex,
that
like, surrounding a,
well, it might just be an observation ship disguised as a big
makes
rocket.
it pretty
This
cool.
seems like it's moving.
Yeah, you just don't have to be, like, surrounded. It has to be constant.
It seems like it's reflecting light differently. Its trajectory is a lot different. We know and make one.
Well, I am following data that we have access to. It is an intriguing event that,
You are
doesn't really get a lot of support other than a few people with credentials on the globe and such. So,
What?
it is something to keep on the radar.
Alright.
But what I would say, or how can I answer my own experience, it's just, over time, there's been a lot of
Yeah, nobody knows how to play that game, though. I'll learn it, though. Okay, it's 6-4. What do you want to play now? Oh, it's my turn to choose. Blitz League.
We actually can't count the mini golf as a victory because we only played one game.
No. We haven't played that yet.
The other side is already aware of ecological mystery of what's going on. And we've seen this type of thing played out before, even to the fact that there are documents.
You're done, son.
This is even more shit.
You're done,
This is
son.
more shit. Absolutely shit.
To ever be, let's say, staged revealing event.
So this could be the other side.
This game is so bad. It's like not even funny.
Starting to bring out the old chestnuts. This is exactly the way it's supposed to roll out.
Exactly. It's one of the old chestnuts that if it does play out, we're kind of ready for that. And
What does the energy thing do?
It makes your shit go faster.
but that's not to say that
Do you think we have? I know speculation.
Oh, big one.
That bomb.
We're just meeting each other. So
Get in there, bomb.
if we were having a drink at a bar, I would ask you this too. Do you think that we or anybody has good enough hologram technology to make pretty much look like anything in the sky?
got into another like headline tonight, which is the term UAP is meant to replace the traditional UFO. UAP is a more technical term to describe aerial phenomena, and the latest things that we have coming out of that voice are leaked footage called Tetra-based UFO. So I would say that some of the footage and things that we're getting are leading us to
No way.
Go, 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 go.
Social media instead of we watch our Instagram now. So then I guess my question for you being somebody who's been researching this for a long time, somebody like me that's always been interested, but kind of comes from a little bit of a skeptic.
Oh, you're done. You're done.
How do I know what to look
You're
for?
officially done.
Yep.
It's just total, I don't know, AI or camera tricks or just maybe something old that isn't.
Alright, so now it's like 5-5-5. Oh, no, no.
Biggest comeback in the history of this game.
No.
We're about to witness
No.
the biggest comeback in the history of this game. What a comeback. Folks, it's over.
Oh my god.
What a comeback. Oh, I had that counted. I was done. It's 7-4. Connect 4.
Here we go.
We end on mini golf as the grand finale.
One connect 4. Are you gonna send the invite?
It's not like it's not. But the first round of stuff that we got is
I'm playing. I just have to use the restroom.
On top of that, we're getting a layer this elite Tetra UAP is visual as well as radar air data of these objects. And so,
Are you fucking serious?
let's start is showing the base technological presence that's not okay. It's likely the top of the aerospace companies, which I'm not even going to name them, bossing around toys.
because what they talk about between speeds and we can survive, human can survive. So they're laying it out that it must be like it could just be really advanced technology that nobody knows about, including the military. But somebody knows about it.
Yeah, and so what's happening, Rich, is they're starting to become word. Followers just understand where does this line stop, where they're starting to finally the last technological was that it was essentially the F-117.
It's 8-4. What the fuck happened to you in Connect 4? Riser.
Dude, you told me, yo, I'm going to the washroom. So I was like, okay.
Dude, you played the whole time. I said, I'm still playing, but I'm going to the bathroom. All right, you have an invitation.
You did not say that.
I did. And you still played, and you got outplayed. So don't tell me that.
I was not even looking, and it was too late. I was like, oh,
You have an invitation.
I'm just getting some water. Drink water, or is that cheating?
Do whatever makes you happy, baby. 8-4, dog. 8-4. And I had one of. Oh wait.
4 games didn't count.
Okay.
4 games did not count.
Okay. Actually, I think that would have been 9-4 because I won Blitz League. So if Connect 4 didn't count, then it's 8-4. Are you gonna accept my Uno invitation? Riser, you have an invitation for Uno.
No, dog, you can't just tack on games that we never play.
I'm sending you an invitation to Uno, dog. Riser, do you know that you have an invitation for Uno?
No one plays Uno.
It's part of the Olympics.
No, you said we have games that we play. We do not play Uno.
Okay, that's fine. Bounce, or not bounce, disco. Did you know that you had an invitation to disco and you were just sitting here J-yoring?
You still haven't won connection.
I know.
So we're playing Connect 4.
Oh, okay.
Can't skip the game, dog. No one's playing fucking Uno. No one's playing fucking disco. I meant to hit. No. Okay. Hurry up. There's people waiting. Not all of us want to fucking. There you are.
Oh, dog. What did you think of that Blitz League?
I like to coffee. Can you send the Connect 4 invite, or are you trying to share your record? So why does your fucking stream always lag out like the anyone that argues there's no host advantage in this game is just on a form of crazy code.
I mean, I try that stuff all the time, and I still don't see it. But once in a while, I'll see something like, why, that's a good coincidence, or maybe they didn't. But it's not enough to kind of, qualitative answer. So I don't know. But I would say that there's enough data out there that will talk about lost cultures, and even the CIA and other organizations looking for these people that are settled into this type of communication. You've been doing HDNs for what, 10, 12 years? Or so maybe longer. 16, okay. So the one thing I have is a big question. This is my favorite show on TV, HDNs. The probably why I'm sitting here tonight is that's whenever I see George, that's why I talk about it. But one of the things I think about is we give a lot of credit to building a lot of things like Easter Island and pyramids. We give a lot of alien tech credit for that. Are we ignoring perhaps some really advanced Earth civilizations that just came up with stuff that we still can't figure out today? Are we missing the art, craftsmanship of some of the genius of mankind that we just don't know how to replicate and just calling it alien in some cases, or in a lot of cases? Well, one of the work we represent the term ancient aliens mindset. I, in my own independent analysis, speak of research of course, alien civilizations, but also a lost technological civilization. Over 30 ancient cultures.
It's over, son.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's over, baby. Baby, it's over. All right, that's nine to 4.
2 out of 3 on this one. So
9-4, and I beat you twice on that bitch. I beat your ass.
2 out of 3.
No, not 2 out. I did beat you 2 out of 3.
No, the first game was not a game.
Okay, I'll make sure you go first this time.
Oh yeah. Please.
Win by 2, yes or no?
Good. I need all the luck I can get.
Similarity in the boats that you find from Egypt and even as far away as South America. The boat design is almost exactly the same, and they both said they learned it from the same sort of people, which is kind of intriguing too.
Incredible rich family history of the time of flood of these teachers pretty much show all different consequences. It teaches them how to build architecture, a strong agriculture. We still try to figure out who these people were. They have been actual giants, some larger races of beings. We still don't know those answers. There's not evidence of the monuments left around the world that speak the time when man seems to live amongst beings that they consider gods.
When we come back, I think we should do a little bit of a crash course for those of us who are sort of new to the ancient aliens thing and the fact that they're living among other beings. So we'll talk about the Sumerians, we'll talk about the Nephilim, we'll talk about the giants on the earth, and I also am really interested in some of the things on Mars that are very similar to structures that we have on Earth too. I think that's very intriguing. And also I want to get into how you got interested in this in the first place. You've been doing it for a while now. It's still doing so. There must be a lot of meat on that though, of the fact that we have not always just created things ourselves. There must be a lot going on there for you to be captivated for nearly 20 years by the whole thing. So our guest is Jason Martell. Back with him. We come back at Coast to Coast Radio.
The California Department of Justice reminding gun owners that background check rules are still in effect. The reminder follows a federal appeals court decision to overturn a law requiring
Are you serious?
Baby, it's 9-4. You got smoked in that game.
I haven't played that game very much.
I mean, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
I like that one. Let me go off here and then I'm gonna go.
No, that's the finale. We've got Monopoly.
We're not fucking doing Monopoly. You can win that one.
Are you going to accept your invitation or are you just going to J your?
We're doing best 101 here.
All right, dog.
You did a 4x4? What the fuck? Mason would never like 4x4. This game is literally about who goes first. Right? You got another host advantage, Victor. If you're proud of your accomplishment here today. Who do you like the 4x4 grid today?
I do.
You fucked up.
How did I fuck up?
Fucked up, man.
We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my god, the twists and turns.
And when things finally click into place.
Thank God we lived to tell the tale.
I wanted to know Gusto, and I've been looking in
Uh-oh.
Fuck you, dude.
Uh-oh.
Fuck you.
Uh-oh. Boom. Oh.
9-5.
Oh.
Disco. Terrible shot. I mean, the whole board's open and you just fucked up. The thing I like about this game is it's really not over till it's like literally over.
Yeah. Someone could get a real lucky shot.
Right.
Now, the reality is that there's action with no end in sight. Starvation or the ordeal of the hostages.
Israel faces criticism for not allowing women to win. A theme park made famous by its A-list celeb co-founder has hit the top spot on TripAdvisor's 2025 Traveler Choice Best of the Best award.
Dollywood, our co-founded by country music icon Dolly Parton, placed highest in the best
Oh,
music
yeah,
category.
right.
Dollywood beat out Disney World's Magic Kingdom, Disneyland, and Universal Studios on the 2025 list.
Oh no, I knocked myself off.
It's gotta be 2 out of 3, you know.
No way.
Dollywood comes in at 11 on the list. Number one theme park on the face of the planet, Ferrari World, Yas Island.
No. Oh, I got fortunate that it hit twice.
Listen to the Stephen J. Klubnik podcast wherever you get
Oh, look at this shot.
this week with entertainment.
No way.
Business owners, this is Jason Evans. I spent the last 3.5 decades helping companies create serious business breakthroughs, and I want to help you like never before. I built a serious training program called 3 Ways to Double
Riser's turn. All down to this.
No, 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 no.
That's not that bad. I think you do worse. 10-3.
That was stupid bullshit.
Or 10-5.
Right here. That's not 2 out of 3.
No, it's not 2 out of 3. It's not 2 out of 3.
I said it's 2 out of 3, dude. Did you not hear that?
No, you didn't say that.
I said it's 2 out of 3.
Dog, you know I won.
I said 2 out of 3, win by 2. Oh, are you serious?
Oh no. Well, I guess it's not that bad.
Oh, come on.
Dog, it's 4-0.
It didn't give me any big putts. This is like my only big putt.
You need a big shot here. That was okay. Bye, dog.
Oh, what a shot.
What a shot.
I might come down to an overtime win, and this doesn't count as a win.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely does.
Oh.
All right, I won by 2 or whatever.
The overtime one doesn't count.
Fine, I'll beat you again, but that's fucking bullshit that you say that after I already won.
Oh, that is an obvious rule. And if you can't beat me, then that's a lot.
That's not good.
It's time to go with plan F scenario or plan C scenario. And this would be a scenario perhaps where it's like, let's announce that there's a alien spaceship inbound. So imagine if you're trying to
That's not good.
But to be the president that says, ladies and gentlemen of the world, we are not.
Oh, that was genius. Oh no. No.
Oh, you're done.
It's us choosing to say, let's play out a scenario of contact taking place.
It's over, dog. It's over.
Shut the fuck up.
That's not going to do it. Nope. Get over it. Are you serious? And you need an overtime. 1-1. 1-1.
Yeah, you.
You did not beat
This
me
is
in
just
that
because
way.
I have a good heart.
No, come on.
What is your fucking excuse now?
Well, you're always like making up bullshit. Oh,
That was big time.
yeah. Yeah, big one.
I was still learning about these topics, and I started very heavy into the alien abduction phenomenon first. And I was very fortunate enough, because of my technical skills at the time, using the internet, web, doing things, that I positioned myself around some key individuals.
No way.
Thank you.
No way.
Oh.
No way.
Yeah, these were my friends. They still are. And so I was very lucky to be involved cultural phenomenon where that part really much, 20 years ago, this was not a topic you talk about, or if you were looking at
Oh,
Terrible shot.
security meetings or,
Stop.
files or some sort of evidence phenomenon, people were taken out.
2-1.
So I avoid
Though it's really 3-1.
2-1.
Dude, what is this bullshit that overtime games don't count?
The tiebreaker is just bullshit.
Fuck.
Just as a human being, that pass the sniff test, go, okay, it seems like that should be something. It's the same thing when you're, using people covering up for something. You know what's going on. You kind of have instincts and the idea that there was some technology.
No.
There was way more advanced than we knew about or know about. It was lost. And we're just discovering the art
Perfect.
of that now. At the very least, something like that happened. And maybe on another planet, we'll get back to it when we come back. Let's dig it along.
Perfect.
Stop.
The administration has their sleeves rolled up in streamlining monumental moves right now. However, it's difficult for them to take your personal finances into account when trying to do what's right for the country. You have to do that.
No way.
Thousands of Americans are running
Thank you very much.
gold. Here are some of the facts. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased by 40%.
Thank you.
Central banks continue to bolster demand for gold by buying it in record quantities. Global instability and tension.
No way.
You can find peace of mind in gold.
You're done.
Makes
You're
it
done.
extremely easy to convert existing IRA or 401k
You're
to
done.
tax sheltered IRA into gold.
It's over.
Just buy some this morning. Just text the word "ghost" to 9898
Yep. I just need to not fuck this up.
How many big ones are they going to give you?
Oh, go try about it more. Come on, let's see it, big guy. You got the mini. Got the mini. Oh. 2-2.
Dude, this must not be random. Or it must be random what you get because you got a bunch of big ones there.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get shitty letters, sometimes you get.
Dog, shut the fuck up. Fuck.
Oh, you're done. You're done.
Look at you with these big ones.
Oh, yeah, right.
Dude, what the fuck is up with these little ones?
Let's get to the pyramid in Sidonia. What does the Martian surface like Sidonia? What does that say about ancient civilization there and maybe here?
No way.
Fuck yeah, dog.
Need a big one.
Get your shit out of here.
Oh.
No. What?
I'll take that.
No.
Oh, you're done.
Look at another big one you got.
No, 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 no.
That's 3-2.
This will never happen.
No, I'm gonna end it right now, son.
Oh, you got to go first. Nice. Are you serious?
Oh fuck! I blew the big one.
Oh, you're actually in trouble because you have to go first. No.
No.
Well, that's a hard one to answer, Rich. I definitely have some singers. We had events that have happened from a ufological standpoint where the evidence, makes only things like a Netflix special about, let's say, the man, UFO abduction. Things being pulled out of their life from a skyscraper. We've got officers on the ground witnessing it. And the still question to this day is, is this lady crazy or is she making this all up?
Oh my god, are you serious?
Some of the evidence that we have when it comes to UFO events.
No!
It's over, baby.
No!
It's over.
No!
It's over. You can't get all that shit. You're done, son.
Are you feeling the best guy you've ever seen?
You're done. It's over for you, baby. Oh, dude, you almost had something interesting. All right. That's 10 or 11 to 5. Next up, plots.
No, we don't play fucking plot.
We've played it before.
No, it's not a game I would play. So, mini golf and then I'm leaving. Because I have to.
No table soccer?
Or pool.
We don't play pool. Tactical or active? Tactical or active?
Oh, whatever one.
Active. We're gonna keep it sexy.
Is that where you both shoot?
Yeah, dog. Are you gonna pick your team or are you just gonna J your? Are you gonna pick your team or are you just gonna J your?
Is this the passing one? No, this is where we both go.
I don't know why that was considered a pass for you. Oh. Is that a pass?
Elijah was taken up by a whirlwind, right? Ezekiel sees wheels trying to describe technological reference. I love this one because it was familiar with Sumerian stories. There's a story about Ishtar. She loved
Don't fuck up. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your?
I'm going.
Oh, get it. Get it.
Oh, no. Oh no.
That doesn't help me. I can't score. You got really fortunate.
I'm just good.
Nope.
Oh.
Describe a pretty advanced technology.
Get in. I played that angle beautifully.
Congrats. I'm just gonna hide in the net the whole game, or are you actually gonna play a little?
I am playing. That's how I scored. That's how I have the lead.
Oh, you're just hiding in the net the whole game.
What do you want me to do?
It's fine.
Are you gonna go?
I'm ready.
I am as well. I'm going for one of the greatest shots in the history of mankind. Get the pass.
Well, you talked about that. I know Street the Bible, you see the pillar of fire.
Oh, what?
In Exodus, that comes up quite a bit.
Get that pass. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J or?
I'm going. No.
You brought up great fact so far in the show. You've been talking about the significance of
Dude,
giants on the earth.
just get it down there.
And maybe just regular, like 8,500 walk around with giants who might have been the constructors of the pyramids or
What a pass.
No.
Look at this block.
Oh, what if they? Oh no, my fucking things are in the way. Are you fucking serious?
Is that a pass?
No.
Our guys got there at like exactly the same time.
Oh. We're done. Oh, give me a break.
when you look around pyramids around the world. And I guess
Get it.
No.
what conclusion do you draw by seeing
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
So Egypt, most of these pyramids, we have Greek pizza, we have six in close proximity. Now it turns out that on Mars, we also have pyramids and a face-like feature that has very sphinx-like characteristics. Lion-like features.
Are you fucking serious?
Tell us to look into the constellation of Leo Orion or that time period. Now, on the ground here on Earth, we can use star charts and constellation maps to know that the stars are near us. Like here in California, where it's in the middle, when am I going to see Orion? Plug it into Redshift, not say, in 2 months, directly on your house. Well, if you want to talk backwards, it turns out that in 10,500 BC, the pyramids are essentially just a terrestrial map of the sky. They arrive constellations directly above these pyramids, and the Sphinx is gazing east directly into the constellation of Leo, Orion. That they were aligned with the sky, creating these type of structures.
I'm going for it.
No, what the fuck?
That was a huge risk. So is this. I'm going for it. Oh, maybe the easiest goal. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Go hunt dragons.
I've scored 4 goals in this game.
You mean 3?
4, because I scored your goal too.
Alright.
Are you gonna just J-or yourself, or get that? Oh baby, no way is this happening. This is too easy. Oh, you got to steal. No way.
Oh, thank you. Good decision to just
No way. Oh. What are you gonna do?
Oh, hit the pass.
Come on, baby.
Oh.
That's my 5th goal of the day.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Oh.
How are you gonna pass?
Superstar performances. Listen starting Monday to win your way there. The 2024 Music Festival is brought to you by Metro. With their new lower prices, the celebration starts way before the festival. Big savings so you can focus on your favorite artists, not your phone bill. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast.
Oh.
12-5 or some shit like that. Karam, 120. You're done. I just won.
No, it's actually, you don't want to go, well, fucked up and easy.
Excuse me?
No, I don't want to go. It's better to let the other person clear most of the board off, and then there's an advantage at the end when it's more clear and there's more room to work.
Are you fucking serious? Don't go in. No.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it didn't go in. Fuck.
Follow this podcast for free on iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. I'm Amy Poehler, and I'm watching.
Yeah, right.
You just missed.
Yeah, right.
Is there any way you can combine the two? Well, everybody has an opinion and a podcast. So join the good Annie. It's rough out there. We're just trying to lighten it up. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free
Thank you.
iHeart app.
Dude, that was not good.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
There are fairy tales in this great land. You all with certain confidence that some places are safe from chaos, fire.
Here's what you think the two parents' house tipped off, the farm tipped off by that yellow thing. Things are very well housed. One of the worst I've ever seen.
Careful what you choose to rely on. I'm keeping
Oh.
all new podcast updates. You can listen to all episodes now, completely free.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Enter Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible. Recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours.
Oh, what a big miss. Dog, what a big miss.
There were black artists serving extremely long felonies.
Dog.
Each had grown up under
Dog.
segregation, only to get caught up in American
Dog.
prison during their 20s. I'm Jamie Patrons.
Oh, speaking of big misses.
Oh.
Speaking of big misses.
Surviving members. Jamal John,
I don't know. Oh,
How did I miss that?
terrible. You may have just lost yourself to me.
No, because after you get this one, you can't get the others. Keep going, baby.
Fuck off.
That was a big miss, dog.
They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. KFI AM 640.
One more. Please, hope for a Newsy show.
It's like 12 wins or something.
Oh, I already won, Carol. That didn't even count.
Well, but we already counted your win.
Yeah, no.
Bowling.
Games played.
Bowling.
You know this game sucks.
You've never beaten me in bowling.
This game sucks.
Amazing start, though. But I matched you because I'm a pimp with a big dick and a beautiful heart. Oh, look at you. Just don't fuck up this. Whatever you do. That was great, Riser.
I know it's great. Huh? Let's see a 10.
Are you going to dedicate any of these shots to Zoot's comedy career?
Did you do that shit yet?
No, I talked to him about it. 2 weeks. Look at you, dude.
Still want that?
No, I don't know. He said he's serious about it. This. Oh no! What a big miss. Oh, good one. Get these two, pimp.
Oh.
Get it. Big score.
Oh, this would be a big hit. Oh.
Big miss. Really big miss. All comes down to this. Get it. You need to get this. You've got the lead by 1, son. Oh, big time. Big spare, dude. Big spare. Yeah, you get to go again. Oh, dude, you might have won. I have to get
Oh,
this.
that might be bad.
It is bad.
It comes down to the...
Baby. I'm so... Oh, no.
Unless you guttered it.
And I almost did. Oh, that's my 250th win. Shoot, I didn't mean to do that. I was supposed to get that Miss Aquarius. All right, that's all right. All right, I won. That's like 13 wins or something. All right, you ready for Monopoly?
No, fuck no.
All right, you ready for mini golf?
I sent you an invite.
Dude, archery, fuck this shit. Fuck your archery shit.
Accept it right now. Good.
You have an unfair advantage.
Bill is not an unfair advantage. Being sexy is not an unfair advantage.
Having an iPad is.
Actually, it is.
iPad is. No way.
No! Bullshit. That was not... 40 is really terrible. That's not good. You're wasting way too much time. Oh, no way. No, yeah, right. What? Instant shot? Okay.
Wow, bullseye. That was great. Dude, big round. Get it. No way. That shouldn't have counted.
I had 3 seconds. I shot it. Some of yours are like, you take 1 second to shoot somehow. It's like impossible.
That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites creating a debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction.
If you get off 2 shots, that would be big. You can get the shot off. No, what? Yeah, right, bro. The time. Oh,
What do you want me to do? 9, 8. You have the lead. 8. Bullseye. Oh, big time, dude. 9. Dude, you're tearing it up.
no. I mean, it's a 5-rounder, so it's really, you gotta.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Oh, let's see if we can get. Oh, no way, no way, no way. Bullshit. Bullshit.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Starting off with a 5?
Welcome back to Coast Dan. Our guest tonight, Jason Martell. Look, west of the Rockies. West of the Rockies. We go to Alaska, Lake Alaska. Welcome to Coast Dan. You're on with Jason Martell. Good morning.
I should have slowed down a little right now.
2022. It was October the 5th. I got to take a polygraph test. I talked to Martell and I talked to George Story about things that have happened in my life. And it was back in 1986 that I was in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Oh, what a miss.
So, sometime with this.
We're tied. Look at all these 9s and 10s.
Oh my lord. That was clutch. That was a big round. That was like 9, 9, 9, 9. What? How did you see this so quick? No way. I don't know if it's the game or if it's like. Oh, no way. Oh, shit. Oh, it's gonna come to the wire. You have to make it. Oh, yeah. That was close for a 5-rounder. That was very close.
A win's a win, baby. Are you ready for mini golf?
Yeah. The game counts as 12 games.
All right. Best of 3 or just straight up?
Straight up. But I have to go first because you can go first every time. And
Then you send me the invite.
Yeah.
All right, I'm waiting on it. Where's the invite, dog?
Oh, why is it 3-person? What the fuck?
Dude, you suck at this. Send it
Sorry,
again.
my bad.
Send it again. Send it again. You're dog shit.
Yo, look at this weird red ball.
like cell phones and stuff like that. I'm very uncomfortable. Alaska probably well situated. Well, I don't know about Russia. I did have a straight back south. I got to talk about that too.
Okay, let's go.
No, I talked to Art Bell about it, and I've talked to George about it. It was in the house that I've now lived in.
You're a cunt. You're an absolute cunt.
Oh, wow. That was perfect. You're done. Good. You're done. Go in the hole. Go in the hole right now. In the hole.
Go in.
Go.
I want it to go in.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, you actually had a chance on that. Oh, here we go, folks.
What is that bullshit?
Ask yourself. I don't know. Playing the game, dog.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Short.
The perfect way.
It's a typical scenario that you hear from a lot of people who have these experiences, time loss, shirt being put on backwards, weird things that we can return. There's small things that seem to have missed, and then us as a culture, it goes on to the week. We can see that they're making small mistakes.
Hit the other tree.
Okay, so yeah, they don't have quite the system down yet. People totally notice. I feel like this is an interesting one right here. Wildcard line here in Fountain Valley. I want to talk about this too, the underground pyramids in Alaska. Let's go, Aaron. Welcome to Coast to Coast AM.
The calculation. No.
Are you fucking serious?
I still have to make this there.
It's an easy putt.
No.
Great shot.
Perfect shot. Except this was
It's very possible before the last bullshit.
Oh, no.
Those regions were actually tropical. More temperate climate. So it's very possible, yes.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're done. Oh, you're done. Nope. On the snowball chance. Oh yeah, this is it. I'm mathematically guaranteed a victory. Ah shit, you've like studied this one.
Things that are found in Antarctica, ship, tesseracts, all these things. It's very possible that they found some type of
No,
signature.
that's not happening.
Either recovered after the ground, and then some of the Nazis or Germans at the time, 40s, 50s, perhaps, were reverse engineering or utilizing
Game winner.
things that they had.
Oh.
He missed.
No, no, no. Winner. That's all right. What is 5 plus 12? That's 17 to 12.
That's not how it works. Well, okay, that's fine. If you want to believe that, that's cool.
All right.
That was fun. We should do that again sometime.
Like every day.
Like it.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Peace, man. This was great. Take care, big man.
All right, later, guys.
We're an hour away from the first edition. I wonder what year this was. This came out in '88, so probably like '87. When did people first start having computers? When did you have your first computer, Jamie? You were young.
Mine was later than that, though. I had like Windows, I think was our first one.
So what year? Like '95?
No, we had whatever Windows was before that.
3.8 or whatever it was?
1.1.
What was it? Is that what it was?
When Windows 95 came out, that was a big day.
It was a big day.
Oh, yeah.
I remember.
New stuff.
I got an Apple computer from CompUSA in 1994.
Yeah, I think I was right around like 97. Big ass fucking thing, too.
But my friend Robbie knew what to buy. My friend Robbie, either he worked in computers or his brother worked in computers. So he took me to CompUSA. I had no idea. I'm like, what is this?
My mom, she worked in a computer lab at the community college in San Diego. And she was like one of the first to start using Apple products. Like everything was PC.
Oh, wow.
And she knew like something was like getting ready to pop up, and she was like she had the first iPhone, like early, like those fucking apples that it looked like a TV from the '80s.
Yeah,
just weighed 600 pounds, and actually like got into graphic design early, and that's kind of how I started doing some, because I made art my whole life, but started doing some design, like learning how to actually use the fucking computer. And now, like, I learned how to program. Photoshop and Illustrator were out when it was like 1 and 2. Wow. Yeah. And she was there and taught me how to do it. And then, like, I still, like, do graphic design, but it's like, it's from, like, I still use the techniques from, like, 99.
Well, it kind of shows you that there's a lot of like untapped comedic talent in the tech industry, because memes were one of the first forms of new comedy that hit the internet, and it had to be by someone who knew how to work with the old school Photoshops.
Yeah.
So you had to have some technical understanding programs. You had to have, there's probably people that were using them already. They were graphic artists, and they were like, "Fuck this guy, let's make a funny meme."
Yeah, because I mean, before that, you had to do everything by hand. It was a lot of like cut and paste and like and like different techniques. Everything was by hand.
When did memes, like really funny memes, first start appearing?
I feel like it has to be like 2000. 99, 2000.
The internet memes.
Concept, 1972.
Right.
Internet.
That was that book that he had, right? The Selfish Gene. Wasn't it in that?
The Dancing Baby was coming up. Yeah, I think like that's the earliest.
The Dancing Baby was the first?
Yeah, like a TV show.
Oh, yeah. A terrible animated Dancing Baby. What year was that? Bro, that's the nightmares. If you're in the woods, you see dancing, baby. It looks like that. The uncanny valley dancing with those fucking. That would be so scary. Imagine if you started having to punch it. You would have to punch, right? You'd have to run. If you kick it, it grabs a hold of you, bites you. Yeah, but what if it runs like fucking 100 miles an hour? Well, you're gonna find out. At least you'll find out. Actually, if you run, it's worse because if you're tired, it's probably right there watching you. You're just trying to catch your breath. Yeah. And you see its little face on your chest. No. It stays just far enough from you that you think you have to run. If it's really trying to scare you, it doesn't want to jump on you. And once it gets really close for a long time, so it wears everything out. You want to wear it out. Like, that's how you do it if you're chasing a person. You don't just run up on them. That just spoils all the fun, right? Isn't that like the old school hunters, too? Just like chasing a pack of deer for... Oh, yeah, that's why human hours run so long. But that's a different thing. They're overheating. That's called, it's called persistence hunting. Yeah, that's why there's so many amazing marathon runners come from that part of the world. Because like these guys have a history of literally running animals to their death. Right? Fucking... Who had to figure that out, too? Who's like, well, I got 5 miles in me. Yeah, let me just... Shit, I need 10. Let me just keep running until this deer stops running. Like, how would you ever think that a deer, you would eventually catch it? Right? Especially if they're so fucking fast. They're so fucking fast. Like, how would you think that one day that antelope is going to get tired? Like, how would you have that in your head? Yeah, that it couldn't just take a break. It's going to be 300 yards ahead of you like that. I love those. Take a break, catch its breath. They didn't even know that it's the issue is the animals don't have sweat glands. So they overheat. Yeah. So we have sweat glands. And of course they weren't biologists, so they also didn't know that either. Well, that's why we're so weird. We're such a weird animal. And then our bodies really can kind of adapt to different climates and they self-cool and regulate. Like some animals, if they're outside of their climate range, they're fucked. Yeah, like they're in deep shit. Yeah. You know? Like Marshall over here. Right, buddy. He's right beside me. We have to, you know, if we're going to exercise in Texas, we have to do it in the morning. Right. Or we have to jump in the pool. Because, you know, his body's adapted for cold. He's got this crazy wool coat that he wears everywhere he goes. Yeah. It sucks. But for us, man, we can be sweat. And they figured out, I guess, a long time ago that these animals, if you just keep running after them, eventually they just can't do it anymore. And then they lay down. And then you fucking stab them. Yeah, it's so fucking wild. But it made insane runners. Yeah. The only way you're going to feed your children is if you run after that deer, bro. You're going to become a fucking runner. And now the evolutionary process is like you go to the Olympics. Yeah.
This is athleticism, folks.
On the cover of Wheaties. It really is interesting because, like, that's before I started doing jiu-jitsu. Like, that was what I was doing. I was running. But it just got fucking boring. Yeah, it got boring. And that's when I was like, okay, I got to find something else. That's what most people, the problem they have with the gym. And jiu-jitsu is the opposite of boring. Jiu-jitsu it's one of the most rewarding things in life because it's super hard to do. It's really good for your head. Like jiu-jitsu people in general, like you get dickheads in all walks of life, and female dickheads too. But for lack of a better word, but you get the nicest people. Like for the most part, you get people of character. Yeah, because you have to have character to stick it out. Yeah, be doing jiu-jitsu. If you've been doing jiu-jitsu 8 years. I can 99% sure I can hang out with you. Yeah, like exactly. You're a dude who's got his shit together. It's almost like we're like distant family members or something. 100%. Yeah. 100%. It's like you recognize you've been through this thing. You know, I started doing jiu-jitsu in 96. So 96, I was at Carlson Grace's place. I was 29? Yeah, I started at 30. Yeah, around the same time. And I started right after, it was kind of like a year or two after I first saw the UFC. Yeah, it was right around that time. Yeah, and so I started at Carlson Gracie's place in LA that was right down the street from the Comedy Store. It was real close to the Comedy Store. And that was when Vitor Belfort he had just fought John Hess in Hawaii. Yeah. He was about to enter the UFC. And that was that first crew in California from Brazil, too. Exactly. Yeah, Marilla Bustamante. You know, there was a whole ton of these guys that came from Brazil. I think Medeiros was there too. Mario Sperry was there. I got to train with Mario Sperry. Yeah, I was a white belt. That's why. And he didn't have no idea who the fuck I was. I wasn't anybody. I wasn't famous at all. Yeah. And he was the fucking nicest guy in the world. Yeah. You know, he explained, Mario Sperry explained to us how he got his triangle really good. He would make his girlfriend sit in his car, and he would just try, like, she would complain, like, stop. Just let me do this. Just let me use your body to practice triangles. I mean, that's what it takes. It's kind of hard to do it by yourself. I have a dummy, but I don't use it. I have one of them to have a Gracie dummy back home in LA. Yeah, every gym has one that just sits in the corner and nobody. You really want to do it with people. Yeah. It's not just, you know, the difference between the rolling and the drilling. Like the people that get really good, they put the shitty work in. Yeah. You know, the long drilling sessions, that boring ass shit. Yeah, you have to. Yeah. I have, because I cheat, and like, what else do you know? I'm a black belt. Oh, snap, son. When I met you, what were you? I was probably a purple belt. How did we meet? Shit. I don't even remember how we met, because it was so long ago. Well, it's like, yeah, like I get the question and answer that question. That's funny. Well, so my sister worked at the Comedy Store in La Jolla as a waitress. She's a nurse now. And you were doing a show at somewhere downtown at, I think, the Balboa Theater, probably, maybe. Yeah. And it was sold out. And I just hit her up and was like, hey, do you think you can give me tickets? Because she knew everybody from the store in La Jolla. And Ari ended up getting a pair of tickets for me. And so I went to the show. Did you know Ari? My sister was friends with her. Oh, okay. I didn't know anybody yet. And maybe 2 weeks later, she hits me up. It's like, hey, can you do a poster for our marquee? It was Ari, Tony Hinchcliffe, and I think it was supposed to be Duncan Trussell, but maybe it was Duncan. But regardless, and from what I remember, you must have seen that poster at some point. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. And then we did the Atlanta 420 show. Oh yeah. So that was probably. I feel like I met you before because I popped in on one of those Ice House Chronicles from back in the day. Oh, those are fun. Look at that one, man. What a great one. Yeah, that was the 420 show. So that was 2012. God damn, time flies. Yeah. And so that ended up becoming the graphic for the logo. We had the microphone. It's perfect. Duncan with the little hit of acid on his tongue. It's the perfect logo. I mean, you fucking nailed it. Now it's everywhere. That's gotta be weird. Yeah, it's fucking strange. And it's like almost like disconnected from it. Yeah, like of course it's grown. It's like it's its own thing. But every time I see it, like I know, like I drew that by hand. Like I have the ink drawings still. That's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty fucking wild. I put stuff out into the world all the time. I have thousands of paintings, thousands of different fucking places. But I mean, more people see this image than guaranteed all the other ones. But more people see that image than anything else that's ever done. Yeah. That image is everywhere. Yeah, it's pretty wild. What a fucking weird trip, right? I mean, I went to the show on Tuesday, and you were doing the like Q&A at the end, and somebody had asked you about like what your goals are. Yeah, and you were like, I don't have it. Yeah, I'm kind of in that same routine where like what I was saying, like I do work, zero expectations. Like what happens will happen, and I'm just along for the ride. Well, that's I think. As long as you put the actual energy into the work, I think it would me and you, that's the way to do it. I don't have, like, people, there's a lot of people out there with vision boards. I was talking to Stu today. He's got this vision board. He's got all these goals he wants for his company and goals he wants for his life and this and that. Like, I get it. And that probably works too. But for me, I feel like I only want to think about the process. I want to put all my energy into thinking about the process. Because that's the rewarding part for a creator, right? Like, me in the studio by myself painting, I get that clear mind, right? Where it's like, I feel like I fucking meditate 6 hours a day, just from every day. Because at some point in the painting process, like the brush turns into a mantra almost, to where like everything in my mind, just like in jiu-jitsu, like everything shuts off because we're in a hyper-focused like mode of accomplishing a task. Right. And that's, for me, painting, all the reward is that. Yeah. It's those moments, even when I fucking hate it, because there's plenty of times where I'm like, this motherfucker. like, I can't get it. Like, I know where I want it to go, but it's like, well, first you're going to have to take 35 fucking steps before you can get there. Right. And my, like, I know that, like, the finishing is a little bit like a drug. I don't know if you ever experienced this. Maybe, like, after getting off stage or something. But it's like, there's a little, like, dopamine reward when it's done. When it's complete and done. You're like, look at that. Yeah, it's like catching your breath. Yeah. I used to feel like that with sketches. I used to feel like that with drawings. Yeah. But on a smaller scale, obviously. I think it's the same thing with martial arts. Because, people always talk about martial arts as being a moving meditation. Yeah. I think that, and if you thought about martial arts, like if you were a white belt and you thought about all the time that it's going to take before you become a black belt, you're like, oh my God, yeah, I can't do this. But if you just think about the process will get you there. Yeah. You just have to just only be thinking about this idea, this process of improvement, of dialing it in. And people oftentimes refer to martial arts as a moving meditation. Because to do it right, you're kind of out of your own way. Like, did you do much striking? I did a year of Muay Thai. I got punched in the face a lot. I found my brain not functioning quite the same way. Oh. And I even found myself like getting frustrated, which was stupid. Like in fire. Yeah. Well, like in the process of Muay Thai. Oh, okay. Like I had a coach, and this was forever ago, who was kind of a prick, and just he had 8 morning students who knew fucking dick, and who were terrible, Oh, and he wanted to be coaching pros, right? That's what it seemed like. Like very, very distant and like phoning it in. And I recognized myself kind of getting frustrated with it. But when I was in jiu-jitsu class, if somebody caught me in something, I found myself laughing. Interesting. To where I was like, wow, I never got frustrated. I never got down on myself. Because I mean, my whole first year, I don't think I tapped a single person my first year. And I was in a tough gym, it was a Noguera gym. And so, the whole first year of them being open, it was just the MMA guys were in there. It was pros training for, a year or 6 months. And then they opened it up to the public. And it was just assholes every day. I remember my first class it was yesterday. When we got to sparring, it was I just looked at another white belt. I was like, okay, let's try it. And the coach was like, hey, and grabbed this purple belt, who's now he was Delmar Jiu-Jitsu in San Diego. He came over his purple belt, just fucking vanilla gorilla, and kid tossed me. Oh no! And I was like, "What the fuck was that?" I had no idea what had happened. I was on my back, trying to catch my breath. Holy shit, what was that? And at that moment, I knew I thought I was tough. I thought I had a little bit of this in me, and I was just a complete humbling experience, but also encouraging. I feel like it was that singular hip toss led me to be a black belt. Interesting. So because it was so overwhelming, you're like, I need to learn that. Yeah. And I was at kind of a weird phase, so that was probably around 2008 when shit seemed to be. It was a little moment of everything's going to shit, and I had this weird feeling. This is the financial crisis. Yeah. This was when the banks. Yeah, and everybody's money was weird, and it just and I felt if shit hits the fan, maybe I should know how to do something. Which is such a weird. It's fairly abstract. I was super concerned or really serious about, but I had the thought of if I need to defend myself, or if I need to, that's why I was running. It's if I need to fucking chase down a deer, until it overheats. Right. And it ended up just being a little bit of a motivation, and then I just found the joy. And I would say if I ever opened a jiu-jitsu gym, I would call it fucking jiu-jitsu. I feel it. Just because, junior security guard at the comedy club, and like for me, I don't get into street fights. I haven't been in a street fight since I was a teenager. Yeah, me too. You know, like I've broken up fights more often than I've got into them. And you know one thing I do find that's really disconcerting when fights break out. They don't get nervous. That's how beautiful is that. I've had that because I remember when fights would break out, your anxiety shoots up, your heart rate. I get weird if like someone close to me is with me and I'm worried about their danger. Yeah, but the fact that two people are fighting, I'm so used to it. Yeah, it's weird. I stopped a bar fight a couple years ago where a group of guys attacked this dude. One of them got a hold of him and he sunk in a guillotine. The guy got taken down right away, a deep guillotine. Like all the way up over the shoulder, you know, like was not letting him tap, was not letting him out. No. And I saw it all sort of kind of unfolded, and I ran up there and I just whispered in his ear, if you do this, you should probably let go right now. That calm. He like looked at me, let go, dude was out. I actually grabbed the guy who was out cold and picked his feet up. That's a great way to handle it, the way you talk to him. Yeah, and he immediately looked at me like, okay, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Also, let go. This could be the difference between nothing happens to you, you're just defending yourself, and you're going to jail for a long time. Yeah, this guy's dead. Yeah. Especially if the guy's out and you're still holding on to it. Yeah, and it was quick. It was tight. He might not have known he was out, but I mean, he's probably so jumped up in adrenaline. Yeah, it's like he had his girlfriend with him. And yeah, dude, street fights are stupid. So dumb. And if I see them, I just get the fuck away. But what's just weird that I've seen so many people beat people up. Yeah. I've seen, like, firsthand, there's probably a percentage of people on Earth that have seen more fist fights in person than me. Yeah, I can't imagine, especially at that close range. At close range with world-class fighters. When you're at a UFC event, like those fights feel so much more intense and so much more like, dude, you gotta visceral when you're there. You gotta come with me to the Apex. The Apex is the place to see fights. Yeah. The Apex Center is the UFC's private little auditorium. It's tiny. It only seats like 100 people. Is that where they were doing the fights during COVID? Yes. Yeah. Dude, I saw Francis Ngannou versus Stipe Miocic in a small cage with no audience. It was wild. Those are sounds you don't hear. Bro, it was wild. Yeah, it was so different because Francis's punches and kicks without all the cheering. Yeah, to hear that sound, it's a different thing, man. Yeah. You're experiencing what that fighter's experiencing. You're not getting the pain. The force, you feel it different. Yeah, you feel it through the arena. You feel it, small little room. You feel it. And I was like, concussion in the air. When he collapsed, when he dropped him and then punched when he was down, I was like, oh my god, it was so different. It was so. I would say that it's like the difference between going to see an acoustic concert and going to see a concert in a gigantic arena. Right. You know, you go see someone in a club doing an acoustic set, like Gary Clark Jr. did an acoustic set. It's different. That's why I always like the prelim fights for the few fights that I've gone to. Right. And it's interesting. I notice myself getting nervous for the fighter, especially that first fight, like first prelim. Like I only like 10 people in the room. Yeah. It's weird. Yeah. And that walkout moment is so peculiar. Yes. Like, and I don't know if everybody else feels it, but it's like I can almost feel their anxiety. Oh, like as they're walking out. And some guys, you don't feel that at all. You just feel this confidence, this crazy confidence. That's fascinating too. The guys can.
It also represented a huge religious would have been a birth theologically. Many Jews regarded Spain as such a major center of Jewish diaspora. To see it turned upside down after having created so many phenomenal works of religious literature and other works that Jews were convinced that the Messiah was right, unfortunately. They were convinced that, Something this devastating could not happen unless we were living in the place of the Mashiach, in the footsteps of the Messiah, and here the footsteps of the Messiah approaching. That we're talking really about a being on the cusp of that. One of the focal points of this energy was undoubtedly this northern singular spot in Israel, which had recently been opened up to Jewish migration by the Ottomans who controlled the land at the time. And they instituted some
say something in that language. Konnichiwa. That was sick.
I don't have a whole lot of time.
Dude, I hate this one. This one's so fake. Mel's Hole. Mel's Hole some shit, baby. I wonder if there are any things on Mel's Hole. I love me some Mel's Hole. It's like the one thing I can't figure out. Damn, girl.
That's certainly true of the Holy Graves and Spot. And of course, once a lot of these communists, in particular, went to the spot, creating cemeteries like this famous one with their characteristic blue stone, the stone, moving culture of color associated with warding off the evil eye, not quite the shade of the background behind me, but you can sort of get the idea.
Dude, I fucking hate those things.
These graves in turn also attracted tremendous pilgrims and so on. The man standing in front of the grave there of the famous Isaac Julia, the Avisal, the Holy Lion, who was originally from Egypt, who migrated to Ethiopia. Just below him, in front of him, is the grave of the Ramak, the Ocean Cordillera, who I mentioned earlier. Up on the top right, you see the marker for Shlomo Alphabets, the father-in-law and teacher of the Ramak.
The epic saga.
Mel's guy with the never-ending hole, and we're going to ask him about it here in a moment. Now to Eastern Washington. I guess this is Eastern Washington. Mel, are you there? Yes, I am. First of all, Mel, thank you for answering. What are you doing up at this time of the morning? Well,
earthquakes that do affect northern Israel at that time. There was a cholera epidemic.
Oh, this is bullshit.
Based on much of the population. Spot, while always retaining its reputation as a great spiritual center and as a Kabbalistic center, never quite got to the same levels that it did in the 60s. Now, what was really going on there spiritually? There was many different activities, by the way. I forgot to mention the latest figure was Rabbi Rothschild, who went to Spot towards the end of his argument.
Mel's guy with the never-ending hole, and we're going to ask him about it here in a moment. Now to Eastern Washington. I guess this is Eastern Washington. Mel, are you there? Yes, I am. First of all, Mel, thank you for answering. What are you doing up at this time of the morning? Well, after I come back, I'm living in town here now because we had a couple of our buildings out there cave in after the snows that we had out here last month. Oh, yes. And so, thereby goes some of the construction into the hole. So, all right. When did you discover this hole? Well, the hole has always been there. We've been out there for a couple of years now. And, the hole has been there since we've been there. It's been there since the previous owner was there. And the previous owner there was quite elderly. And I'd say he was there for a good 30, 40 years before we moved in. And then, and so there's been a thing of throwing stuff down this hole for a long time. It's been going on, for as long as the hole has been there, I assume. When nobody knows that, I guess. All right. How do you pronounce the name of your town, Manastash?
Manastash.
Manastash. That's right. Thank you.
Actually, I'm in, right now, I'm in a little town called Ellensburg.
No, I know Ellensburg.
You must know about a rodeo here.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Well, so, we've been there for several years. We just take all of our trash, rubbish, anything we have that we have to get rid of, we take it, throw it in the hole. Everyone's throwing their stuff in the hole. The people from around there throw all the stuff in the hole. It's just been going on for a long time. Well, I got to thinking one day, how come this hole was done filling up? It must be an awfully deep hole.
That's a good thing to consider. Sure, as you throw stuff in it for decades, literally.
And so, I used to be I was pretty close to a professional shark fisherman, so I had a couple of huge fishing reels, went out there and started letting the line down. I figure after one,
Did you weight the line?
oh yeah, there's in fact, the original line is still down there. I've just been adding to the line and keeping track of how much line I've used. So I've not reeled it in.
How much weight is on?
There's a 1 pound weight at the bottom of it.
1 pound weight.
1 pound weight. It's a triangular 1 pound weight. And so that's at the bottom of it first.
So in other words, it would go down kind of like a plumb bob.
Exactly. In fact, I have to break across the center of it there, and it goes straight down from the center there. And occasionally I try to move the line there, but when you're moving that much line, you really can't do a whole lot with it. But it seems to, there seems to be, it's not resting against anything at this point here. It continues to go down freely. So when I was out there earlier, I let out a little bit more line. And
So you actually went out there tonight after I read this?
exactly.
Oh, man.
Well, it's not too bad out here right now. It's only about 25 degrees, so it's not too cold.
Have you ever heard anything coming from any sounds or anything?
The normal thing to do is kind of like yell into it there, to see an echo. And I've never heard an echo come out of that thing. No, at all. It's one of the first things I noticed about it. As usual, I brought the dogs with me. They wouldn't go anywhere near the damn thing, and went back to the suburban and hung out over there. So it was kind of if I try to bring them there on a leash, they'll just dig their feet, and they do not want to go anywhere near the hole. And so I don't know.
Well, you've got miles and miles of.
I think. I'm measuring it by feet. I convert feet to yards, so I don't know how many miles that is. I assume it's a fair number of miles. So.
Well, 5,280 feet is a mile, so you really think you've got 80,000?
Yeah, I get line in 5,000 yard spools. And so I haven't gone through that many.
Well, you have got a hole then that goes, well, you can't say to the center of the earth, but you've got a hole that goes miles and miles and miles into the earth. I would think a university would be out there, boom, just like that.
Well, my wife does work for a local university here, and we've been talking to them about it. One of the things is they find it quite incredible that let that much light into the ground, but that's what I've been doing.
Have you ever thought of winding it all back up again?
Well, when I let out the first 1,500 yards of line, reel all of that back in, and I wanted to know if I hit water down there, because that's a lot of feet. That's 4,500 feet of line. Did I hit water? So I did. What I did is I sent down a roll of lifesavers.
Lifesavers?
Yeah. So when it hits the water, the lifesavers will dissolve.
That's true. Oh, I see. So it's very smart.
So it's all shark fisherman's trick there. We used to send their bait out on a balloon attached to a roll of lifesavers. The bait would go out and pitch on the tide. Yeah. And then eventually the lifesavers would melt and the bait would fall to the bottom. You couldn't cast the big old mackerel out there as far.
So what do you got any guesses?
I don't. I have no idea. I thought it could have been a mine shaft, but the
most part of it's been very well cared for. I mean, someone built a very lovely wall around it. And
all right, tell me about the nature of the side of the walls. In other words, you must be able to look down far enough, at least to examine the side of the walls.
It's stone for about 15 feet down. You know, and then after that, it's soil, dirt, and then further down rock. So I can only see to the extent of pretty powerful flashlights, brought halogen lights out there to try to get a better look down there, but the visibility really isn't there. You cannot see much after a while. But it's a retaining wall. It's about a 3.5 foot retaining wall, and it goes down about 15 feet, and then it's.
Well, I'll tell you this much. No matter how powerful a light, and I was even thinking about a laser, when you're talking about 80,000 feet, forget it.
No, they should have some technology that can give me an idea of how deep this thing is. I mean, obviously, the old fishing line method is only going to go so far.
What we need here is a volunteer. I'm serious. Somebody who would be willing to be lowered into this hole.
To be honest, I don't even know if there's any air down that far.
I wouldn't know about that either.
Or what kind of pressures we're dealing with. These are things that are totally beyond my grasp in terms of knowledge about these things. But
do you own this property?
It's our property, yeah.
How long have you been working on this?
Well, we've been out there for a couple of years. I guess about 4 years now. But this project here with letting down the line, that's only been since last summer here. It was just, I said, well, how come this thing isn't filling up?
Well, sure.
I made, neighbors around there, which are, when you're up there in the country, your neighbors are pretty far away, but they all know the whole out there.
They all know about it, so it's like,
because they'll bring the trash out there.
So the local legend of people.
Yeah, this could be an unbelievable story, but one guy claims that he threw his departed canine down into the hole.
Really?
And he the story is the guy that did it swears the dog actually came back to him. And he was the story is Hunter, and he was out there hunting, and he saw the same dog, he had the same collar, he had the same little metal thing on his collar there, and he said it was the same dog, and he says he knew he threw the dog into the hole. But I know that's not my dog. It's
not your story, but it's a story of a resurrected dog.
This is, you can well imagine this is all Native American land around here. And one of the lines of inquiries I'd like to make is, is there anything about this hole in regards to the Native Americans? That's something I haven't really pursued right now.
If you had a fatal disease, Mel, would you jump in the hole?
I would.
You would?
Actually, it is in my will. Should I meet my demise,
that you would be thrown in the hole?
Disposed into the well.
I'm not sure the health department would allow that.
Well, one of the things that I thought about later on is, what if this is like contaminating our water, And, we've had, I'm sure you do this out there, we're up to, water checked all the time.
No personal offense to you, Mel, but if there was a possible contamination problem, I'm sure you're a clean guy, but, as you deteriorated, you would possibly produce E. coli or something horrible in the local water supply.
Well, again, so far it hasn't. The water around that area is absolutely pure water. It is,
and so nothing thrown down, all the old junk and trash, nothing has polluted the water.
No, I can't speak for everything that's been thrown down there, but none of that's been showing up in the water that people draw from their wells. I mean, the water's as clean as it's ever been out there. I mean, we get water that comes off the Cascades or something. It's just really great. It's really wonderful water.
Mel, you wouldn't be pulling my leg.
No,
afraid that after I sent the bags out, that there'd be people out there because it's. Well, there may be, but we have not identified specifically where it is. Well, there aren't, as far as I can tell, too many big holes like that around, and so at least the people in my neck of the woods are familiar with it. And you know, I kind of almost expect to see a small party of people. Well, there may be. I mean, you know, come daylight, there may be. But remember, folks, this is private property. This is Mel's home. It is posted too. Oh, it is. All right. Yeah, there you are. So without knowing exactly where it is, I wouldn't look for that to occur. But there is going to be substantial curiosity about it now, Mel. Well, you know, I think I've, you know, let you know as much as I know about it. I certainly want to find out more. I'm mostly curious. You know, I was mostly curious about the depth of it. I mean, how deep is the deepest hole anyone has ever found? Well, I've never heard of anything deeper than this. You know, I thought maybe this would be like Guinness World Book of Records type hole here. And as far as you know, things I thought it would be like. Could have been like an old mine. Well, now here's a couple things to think about. I've heard as you go down into the earth melt that it gets hotter. Right? So you would think that your fishing line with a weight on it at some point would melt or, you know, something, but there's still weight on it, huh? Yeah. The line is not moving freely. I mean, you know, it will fall under its own weight. Oh, that's amazing. Let's let some of the audience ask you questions. Okay, I think I can do that. All right, because I might be missing something. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, Art. It's Dave Moore.
Hi, Dave.
Yeah, I was listening to this. Very interesting.
Yeah, it is.
I just wanted to let you know, I looked up an encyclopedia, and the Mariana Trench, which is the deepest hole we know about.
That's in the ocean, right?
Right, it's 36,000 feet.
So this is, well, certainly over double that already.
Right. And it also says that under mining, that with current technology, we can only go down about 1,600 feet.
Wow. That's great. That is great. So you got something here that already qualifies for Guinness. That is wonderful. Oh, God, I like that. That's great. You said 1,600 feet?
That's what they say. 1,640 feet is the current technology.
Wow. All right. Thank you very much for that information. So already, we now learn that you may have a disqualifying hole there, no question about it. But I want to know, inquiring minds want to know, I would think, even if we just had somebody lowered past the 1,600 foot mark to see what's down there. That would be cool, but it wouldn't be me. You wouldn't do it. No. It wouldn't go down and oh, he's not while you're still alive. No, yeah, then I will, you know, but if he can for the time being. No, I understand. All right, you're on the air with Mel.
Yeah.
Well, that's true. Well, hi. Where are you calling from, sir? Austin, Texas, all right.
Yeah, you mentioned that you would like somebody to be lowered down into the hole.
That's right.
I would be willing to do that.
See, there you go, sir, a volunteer.
I mean, obviously, under certain conditions.
Like what?
Just a cage for one.
A cage?
Yeah, just in the event that there's some kind of weird subterranean thing eating all of this garbage in there. Obviously, I want to be in some kind of a cage.
Well, what makes you think, though, that anything that could gobble up, say, a refrigerator
wouldn't get the cage? Well, I would have, obviously, a very powerful light, and I'd be able to see it at some point before it's too late.
So, we'd have radio contact with you, and we could hear you scream, at least.
Yeah.
Too much
Or an up button.
An up button?
An instant up button. On back up. You know, at like a high speed.
And you could take a camera with you.
Yeah.
With a light and show us everything as it is.
I've got a pretty adventurous nature to me anyway. So this, plus I have a very appealing draw to the supernatural for some reason. Anyway, just naturally in my personality.
Well, nobody's saying there's anything supernatural about this, but
well, the dog story would indicate supernatural.
Well, that's true.
Well,
everyone's dogs are scared of the whole dogs won't go anywhere near the hole, huh?
Yeah, my dogs will follow me everywhere. I mean, no matter where I go, they're,
Except
to the.
now you call it.
Possibly had a grid point on the planet. I wouldn't call them grid points. Other than I know they really talking about the grid points.
Yes, thank you, sir, Formosan. I've heard about grid points, but I would have no way of knowing where they are and whether this is one of them. I wouldn't know. Now, this is just a hole, and he's right. There is something a little paranormal about it when you consider the dog's react. I tell you. Well, here's somebody from Las Vegas, Mike, suggests that we throw a cat down the hole. Listen to the cat scream as it goes down. It's a horrible idea. I don't know about people who do that, throw down a cat. Oh, man. And you hear the echo sort of going down. I'm not for that at all. All right, Mel, here comes some more people. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel with the hole.
Art, why don't you have somebody, I know you're connected with somebody that's got radar available. Radar would be the way to go to find out the depth.
Well, would radar go down a hole
Absolutely.
without hitting the
You
sides?
need a fancy radar to do it.
You mean like a... What about sonar? No, I guess that's...
Sonar you couldn't use because you don't have anything for the medium to go through, like underwater for sonar.
Yeah.
But radar would definitely work.
In other
I was
words,
just curious if we'd call it government agency come out.
but wouldn't radar return a hit from the sides of the hole and bounce around down?
No. Unidirectional radar. What do you use when you're driving down the highway?
Well, you use radar, but that's out in the open. That's not in, I don't know enough about radar to know if that would work, but it's an idea.
I've used it for years.
All right,
Way to try it.
how about a cop's radar?
I'm not sure if they'll return an echo off of that. Possible.
All right.
Well, it's fast the hole was going, wouldn't it?
Tell you how fast cute Mel. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
This is pretty funny. Good evening, Mel. Hi. My name is Barry. I'm just skipping a jump away from you down here in Yakima. All right. I'm awful surprised I haven't heard of this before now.
Well, now, Mel hasn't made this public as far as I know. Have you, Mel?
No, it's just on my land.
Wait, this is the first public announcement of the whole?
As far as I know, there is no newspaper accounts of it. Not in the Daily Record or in the...
Well, there will be now. There will be now.
Well, as usual, you heard your folks on our show. Now, before I get serious, I just wanted to kind of point things up here and ask if you considered making a contract with the Refuse Collection Department from Yakima County. Try making on that. I read an article in the paper how they wanted to close down our local dump out here, and I almost seriously suggested.
Here's another possibility for you. Do you know that I live near an area where there's supposed to be a high-level nuclear dump? Now, if this is really, in effect, a bottomless pit, you may have something that the U.S. government wants.
So I could, rent this thing out.
You're damn right.
And move away.
Anyways,
I wanted to mention here, we've got many mediums of technology, and the gentleman who suggested radar, I think, was on something. Say, for instance, that Guinness came out and was gonna, they're pretty thorough with their investigation before they're gonna preach it. Yeah, but anyways, maybe the way to go is to have someone lower in a sensors package, which is something that measures for noxious gases, temperature, and I'm sure they could focus the radar, probably pencil thin, and just hook it up to endless supply of cable and lower it down. That'd be awful interesting.
Look, I'd be interested, even if we don't get hold of the guy from Austin, to lower a camera and a light down.
When I was out there this evening, it's kind of a sort of a full moon out there, and one of the things that occurred
to me is maybe this has some sort of astronomical type thing. What do you mean? Well, it's like, how, the various pyramids and things in Egypt, are supposed to be lined up on various star systems or whatever.
Well, was it a thing like where the moonlight was shining into the hole?
Well, no, but I just happened to notice, there's a full moon, and all of a sudden it just sort of put two and two together there,
You've never felt drawn to the whole personally, have you? I mean, in terms of,
you mean in terms of some sort of spiritual involvement or?
No, suicide, no.
I keep the lid on it there because it's an attractive business. You don't want local kids there climbing on the wall and falling in.
There's actually no one knowing whether people have gone in. Because they'd be gone.
Not in my
Down with the refrigerator.
Again, if I can find out something from the local Native Americans on, maybe with some sort of burial thing or,
If you can drop a big rock and you can hear it going down, probably bouncing off the walls or something, but you never hear a splash.
You never hear a splash. I've even taken old television tubes, picture tubes, and
You can drop picture tubes down?
yeah, I've dropped. I hate to say this here, but I've dropped more than one of them down there, and I've never heard it implode or anything. Nothing.
EPA, you probably shouldn't say that on the air.
Well,
They'll come and get you for TV tubes.
well, it is my.
It's your own property, I know, but these days, Mel, it doesn't make any difference. I mean, tomorrow morning you'll have to wake up, there'll be tanks and Boutros Ghali.
That's true.
All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Hi, WK Fly, Sarasota.
Sarasota, Florida.
77 throw Mike from Las Vegas down the hole.
Really?
Yeah. Okay, leave the cat. Okay. I do have a question from Mel. You're a fisherman, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever felt a tug on the line? If you did, what would you do?
Well, I don't have a hook on it. There's just a large, there's a 1 pound weight.
Yeah, but she's saying if something obviously was pulling on her line,
What would I do?
I'd run.
Yeah.
I'd that damn thing up and I'd never get near it again.
Yeah, I put the lid down on it at that point there and say, that's it, the dump is closed.
And at any point, did you ever pull up the weight and look at it?
Yeah, I asked that too.
No, the first series of letting down line, I got about 45 feet down there. I had a roll of lifesavers down on the bottom to determine if there's any water down there. And of course, if there's water, the lifesavers would melt. And I didn't do that. But since that time, I've let the line continuously go down. I've just spliced on to the end of the line.
Yeah, just trying to find out where the bottom is.
Yeah, that was my main question. Like, how deep is this thing? Where does it go? Well, it goes into the earth, but how far does it go before it'll stop?
All right, thank you, ma'am. I think that a light and a video camera, I mean, Mel, you could have a special as you got down past, what did they say? It was the deepest hole, 1,600 feet. As you got down past 1,600 feet, you'd have a network special on your hands, Mel.
That would be good. I'm thinking about putting up a web page on it there.
What's his name? Rivera would come.
And then they'd lower him into the hole.
Only if we were all lucky. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, this is Terry. Bremerton.
Hello, Terry. Oh, you're up in Washington again. Yeah.
Right. Well, how much does this miles of fishing line weigh? I have no idea. I'm just letting that sucker go down. What is it? Already at the bottom, and you got a pound fishing line on it. That's right. Letting it down. Yeah, I should weigh one of those spools because I'm getting them at 5,000 yard spools. Yeah. And so I should weigh a spool and sort of deduct the cost of the spool itself and see what that would add up to in terms of how much that weighs.
So in other words, it could have hit bottom some time ago and simply the pure weight of the line.
Right. It doesn't feel like it is even so, well, there might not be with that much weight, but even if that's true, caller, think about it. He's still got the deepest hole ever heard of in the world.
Yeah, it does.
But as I mentioned, but the
weight of the line would keep pulling way down.
Yeah, but there would be so much line down there by then. But
What pound has line is it? I'm using 20 pound. I think pounds. Do you know how much 20 pounds of line out of it already? I mean, do you think you have 20 pounds of line? I'm sure there's more line than that. Break line. We're talking. How many?
There must be a lot of
20 spools of line.
Yeah.
Spools of line on there. And it's still hanging on there. That weight continues to go down. I don't know if there's a way of weighing that thing, as it is. Yeah, I'm just interested in how much line would weigh itself.
I could probably do that. You get one of those hanging scales. Sure.
And springs operated stuff just sort of knotted off from there.
Yeah, why not? It's worth a try. And the other thing that's worth a try, I suppose, although you'd be cranking for a long time, would be to crank it back up again.
Well, no, I could just weigh like one spool of line and multiply it. I think I'm up to about like 18 spools of line right now. So, it wouldn't be too hard to get a weight on it.
All right. You'll report back to us on that?
Yeah, I can sure, definitely.
All right. First time calling the line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yes.
Hi, where are you?
I'm down in Washington.
Yes. Oh, Washington again.
Yes.
Yes.
I was wondering, what was the outfit that he had an angular 1 pound weight on the end of the line?
You're right.
Yeah, I was wondering what elements would that weight, or is that weight composed of? And it's a standard land fishing weight. You were talking earlier, Al was talking earlier about the heat when you get deep into.
Well, I was speculating. I saw the movie with Pat Boone about the journey to the center of the earth. It's supposed to get hot when you go down, right?
Yeah, and also, what about the magnetism? That's a factor.
The magnetism?
Yeah.
You're off into a territory that I can't answer. Mel, you're gonna contact your wife works for a university, a local university. Have they? I mean, did she tell them about this, and what did they say?
Well, the people she talked to, because I nag her about it occasionally, say, they're telling her you don't have a whole day that deep,
So in other words, they don't blame her.
No. What I'm trying to do is, kind of entice them out there and just bring something out there to measure how deep it is.
Well, Mel, would you be willing to talk to, like, newspaper people or television people? They're crazy. They'd send someone down there.
Well, I know I'm talking to a lot of people on the phone right now and on the radio, but I am not sure if I'd want to have a TV crew and
So you're not sure you want that kind of publicity?
No, I'd be happy to, like I say, I could put together a website on it and get people, informed about what's going on. Because, I'm sort of making this my...
People would accuse the well one time too many.
That's probably true.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello there. That is absolutely amazing. All right.
Yes, sir.
And one thing I wanted to mention about that, you mentioned about a car that is falling from the sky.
The Chevrolet, yeah.
Right. I recall reading about many incidents in England and throughout Europe of nuts, raining nuts of different kinds of Brazil nuts and hazelnuts.
Sometimes it rains nuts on my program. Listen, we're not talking about things falling from the sky right now. We're talking about a hole.
Right, I know. It was open line a minute ago. Now you switched it.
Well, I've switched it because I have Mel.
Oh, well, anyway, as far as the hole goes, is it possible there could be like an aquifer or something and there's water or something?
Mel has not found any water. Any water at all. He lowered lifesavers in. And the lifesavers came back, and that was how far, Mel?
4,500 feet.
4,500 feet, and the lifesavers came back intact, right?
Oh yeah, they were absolutely dry. They weren't dissolved. They were just perfect.
That's pretty definitive. Time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hi.
Mel, I just Conrad in Grass Valley, and I've got some thoughts about this whole well problem. Sure. First of all, if he's putting line down the well,
Wait a minute, sir. We've got to stop this because people are going to call it a well. There's never been any water found in this hole.
Okay, a hole.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. If he started out with a 1 pound weight, and he starts adding fish line to it,
Right.
then the amount of weight down the hole increases. Right now, if he knows the weight of the line on a per foot basis, as he puts more weight down the hole, if he could measure the total strain on the top of the, or load on the top of the line, he would know if any of that line was draped on anything. See, the thing is, once he gets a fair amount of line down there,
That's a good point.
the 1 pound weight on the end is insignificant. They could be hung up on something or laying on the bottom or something, and he would never know it.
Yeah, but he put lifesavers down 4,500 feet. So even if what you're saying is true, this is still by a long shot the deepest hole ever.
Well, that assumes it's even that deep. The one thought that you had that I thought was very valid was the temperature as you go farther down into the ground.
Well, that's what I think that's right, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course. By the time it's down 4,000 feet in the ground, where the temperature would probably be well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
If the 100, well, the monofilament and the lead would certainly survive 100 degrees just fine. You're probably right. That is interesting. Mel, I say that we got to put a person down there. A volunteer.
Not a cat.
No, not a cat. No cats. But a person, maybe like a media person. One of these anchors from maybe one of the Seattle Como stations or something. Lower them down.
Oh boy. Again, I'm intrigued. Again, I've been running line down there for quite a while, and I don't think I've hit bottom. The weight seems to be hanging plumb over there, and like I said, we've been throwing things down there for a long time, and this hole is not filled up. They keep it. I don't know. Maybe it's getting incinerated down there. I don't know.
All right, and you would swear on all that is sacred to you that what you have told us is the absolute, unadulterated truth.
This is my hole, and this is the truth about it.
God, it's an amazing story, Mel. Who else besides your wife, the people you've tried to talk to at the university and yourself? I guess your neighbors know about the hole?
Oh yeah, they're probably good. Oh well, not families, but individuals, probably good 20 people that use the hole regularly.
Just joking.
It's always been done.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I used to like to throw stuff off bridges and stuff like that and into holes just to hear it hit bottom.
Never heard anything good. I mean, it hit the side, of course, but it just dropped it straight down.
Yeah, 9.5 feet. 9.5 feet is certainly large enough so that if you got in the center and dropped it straight down, it would go straight down, right?
Yeah, you can just lean right over there and get it going straight down. And as far as anything I can see, visually, with the halogens and flashlights,
like just what? Fades away into blackness.
You've got nothing after a while, you can see as far as the beam will go, and that's it.
Does anybody have any theories about, you said a dog was thrown into the hole, dead, and then came back alive again, right?
The story is the guy was out hunting and he saw his dog, and he knew it was his dog, and it was the same dog, it had the same collar, it had the same tag on it, the whole thing.
Oh, man. Anybody have any theories about what properties would be in the hole to resurrect a canine?
I'd like to think this is something like really benign. Cows have gone down there. I haven't heard cows coming back, or at least that you would know. But I don't.
Well, it's not the creator. Well, look, we're out of time. Mel, you get the honors from near the hole in Washington State.
So, it is good night to everyone from coast to coast.
And beyond. Thank you, Mel. Now, we talked about it Friday night, Saturday morning, last hour. Now, a lot of you might not have heard that last hour, so I've got Mel, and there's an update. It may be the deepest hole anywhere in the ground. It may go on forever, for all we know. I'll catch up here in a moment. I received the following facts last week. Dear Art, I'm writing to you to see if I can get some help from you or your vast listening audience. I live in rural eastern Washington near the Nastash Ridge. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly now. On our property, there is a hole. Like the previous owners and the owners before them, we've been throwing our trash into the hole. Apparently, the hole has been there as long as anyone can remember. At first, I thought it was an ancient well. Anyway, the hole is 9 feet, 9 inches in diameter. There is a stone retaining wall around it, and we put a steel door on top to keep anyone from falling into it. As I said earlier, people have been throwing their trash into the well, that's in quotes here, for decades. Furniture, household trash, dead cows, building debris, you name it. The thing is, I noticed the hole never filled up, so I got curious, actually obsessed, and began trying to measure the depth of the hole. I emptied 3 fishing reels of about 1,500 yards of monofilament trying to determine the depth. Soon I was buying fishing line in bulk. So far, I've sucked about 80,000 feet of line into the hole without reaching bottom. My wife works at a local university with a geology department. We hope to get some professional scholarly help in determining the depth of the hole as far as I can tell. There's nothing else particularly strange about it except for 2 other things. Dogs refuse to get within 100 feet of the hole. Birds won't sit on the retaining wall or metal door. Another strange thing is there's no echo when you yell into the hole. Indeed, I've never heard anything hit bottom when tossed in. We once tossed in an old refrigerator, and we never heard it hit bottom, no crash, splash, or crunch. I hope your listeners can help with possible explanations. I'm wondering if this, based on my measurements thus far, might be the deepest hole on Earth. Signed, Mel Waters. Well, you know me, I get a fax like this and I jump right on it. So I called Mel. In the middle of the night, we put him on the air. Last hour of the show last week. And we got the story of Mel's Hole. But now, Mel's Hole Part 2. I get the following facts earlier today, Art. You're receiving this fax simultaneously with a fax I attempted to send you earlier today. Much has developed since the first fax. I'll try to explain as rationally as possible what has transpired since my earlier fax. Around 1 p.m., I drove to Yakima to shop at the Costco there. On my way back, I decided to stop at the property. When I got there, my access road was blocked by military personnel that were armed. I noticed that several pieces of yellow gear had entered and exited my property based on the direction of their threat. I asked one of the guards what's going on. He said there was a plane crash on the property. I said, well, that's strange. I told him there's no smoke. I don't see any in the distance. He asked who I was, and I let him know I own the property. I then asked to talk to the officer in charge. A non-uniformed man came up to my Suburban and let me know that I won't have access to my property until the crash has been completely investigated. I mentioned the yellow gear and the lack of smoke, and that they were on my property. I was told by this man that it's not necessarily my property, and that it would be very easy to find a drug lab on my property. Well, I got the drift. I asked if I could leave. He said, sure, don't come back until we contact you. I asked if he wanted a way to contact me. He said, they know how to contact me. I said, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. He said, nobody would believe it anyway. That's about it for now. Oh, I talked to one of my neighbors earlier today, and he told me something very interesting. He said that some time ago, he was driving up to the hole at night and thought he saw the most bizarre thing. He said he saw a beam of solid black coming out of the then uncovered hole. I said, what do you mean? He said he saw something blacker than black coming out of the hole, like a searchlight reaching into the sky as far as he could see. So there you have it. There actually is more. Here is from the state of Washington. Here's Mel. Mel.
Hello, Art Mel and listeners.
Hi. When I got this second fax from you, I called you up, and you were totally freaked out.
Oh my God, I was. I tell you, I feel a lot better now. Let me tell you, but
yeah, you were just a pile of nerves when I talked to you. Now, what? Explain again. You went up to your property. You were going to examine the hole because we were talking about it. I'm sure you had interest. So, and they stopped you there, huh?
Yeah. Well, I originally, after the show on Friday night, I went out there and in the evening and noticed there were some helicopter activity around the property. There was further helicopter activity the next day. And so I figured that clearly somebody out there listens to your program. And I think...
I'm really sorry I brought this on for you. I didn't... It certainly wasn't intentional.
When we talked yesterday, you felt that probably the best thing to do is to public in this matter. And
that's right. Your best protection is to be public now.
Well, anyway, so there's a lot of activity around there. And, I've had some thoughts about this. And if they knew where the hole was, I would imagine that they could take some readings of the depth of the hole from, like, satellites.
I don't know about that. I'm sure they have a way to measure it from ground. I'm not sure about satellite.
Well, we did have a lot of hovering up there in the air, I'll tell you that. So we did have that situation.
And they stopped you, right? In other words, there was a barrier there?
Well, it was I'll tell you, I'm getting a little confused about days. I guess it's now Tuesday morning.
Yeah, that's right.
But since what they had originally there was barrier, not a barrier, but just armed soldiers, basically.
Armed soldiers.
Since then, they've erected some further down the road. I mean, you can't even... basically, there's the road, there's the access road, and then finally kind of meander into the property. They now have Jersey barriers at the road.
What are those?
Jersey barriers, those are... they're kind of like big chunks of concrete.
Oh, like the bomb barriers they have at the White House.
More or less. So you could squeeze maybe one vehicle through there, but it's definitely being controlled over there.
Now this is your property, right? You've got the deed to this property.
This is mine in the bank.
Well, you're in the bank. All the same situation. So they won't let you on your own property, and they're claiming there was a plane that crashed.
That was the thing. And I said, well, where's the smoke? I've seen plane crashes before. There's got to be smoke. And, again, I had talked to the officer in charge there, and I figured, when these military types that come up, and I don't know, maybe it's just dressed in civilian clothes because of, the nature of what happened there. But, they told me that I won't be able to go out there until the accident's been investigated. And I was insistent about my property rights, and he seemed to indicate that this might not necessarily be my property in regards to the drug lab. So, but the problem is I do have a sort of a lab on the property. But
no, wait a minute. You have a sort of lab? What kind of lab?
I working in the alternative health
field here on the property. And that's one of the reasons that this is going to come out now. Imported some plant life from northern Nevada. They were Native American plants that the Indians used there for treatment of various illnesses, mostly cold and flu. Anyway, so we, because of the nature of the climate is very similar to northern Nevada, we thought we would cultivate these plants and then use it as a cure. It's a very effective cure. It's not a narcotic, is it? No, it's not narcotic. Well, then what the hell are they talking about drug lab? Well, there is a lab there, though. I mean, and but there's no, you're not cranking out crack or methamphetamine or anything. Yeah, but if they had, for instance, if they found like it was a drug lab, they could seize my property. So it was their way of telling you, listen, brother, stay away, let us do what we're doing. Or, we might find a drug lab here, then it won't be your property anymore, and you might even be in jail. Yeah, so they were clearly letting me know, and my feeling was that they were in control. So what have we got? We got some kind of national security hole now, or is it what? Well, excuse me, I feel by now they've made a lot of determinations about it, and it sounds like it's something they want. Today on my answering machine, I had a message from my real estate agent. And he says that he had someone who is very interested in purchasing my property and would make me a very generous offer. Now, I haven't gotten back to him, but I think we put two and two together here. So he wants to get their hands on my property. So what are you going to do, Mel? Are you going to accept the quote generous offer and get out of this with your skin intact and a few bucks, or are you going to fight? Well, that's a good question. That's one of the reasons why I didn't get back to my agent today. I wanted to sit down and think about it before I did anything. I don't know what their so-called very generous offer is, but on one side you have possible drug lab, and on the other side you have a very generous offer. And so I would kind of be curious to know what their generous offer was. Well, that's the carrot stick approach, no question about it. Yeah, they're working me both ends here, I think. And like I said, I feel a lot calmer about this now than I did before. It was. You were almost panicked, weren't you? It was just a little bit too much. All right, you did some measurements. People were asking about the weight of the line that you were putting into the hole. And so, what have you determined? Yeah, I did some real quick and dirty work here with this here. First of all, when I was out there on the weekend, I was able to actually measure or weigh the line that's in the hole, and we got to one of these little fisherman's scales. Okay, all right. It's a little spring operated thing there, but I had them including the 1 pound sinker on there. It looks like it weighs about 17-18 pounds. What does? The line that's in the hole. In totality? Yeah, the entire weight of the line. Basically, the line weighs 10 ounces for every 1,000 yards. Okay, so 17 or 18 pounds. Yeah. It's 20 pound test line, right? And then you've got 1 pound down at the end of it, tied on the end of it. That's right. So one of the things is and this has become a moot point at this point, but if I drop much more line down there, and based on what your caller said, this line will break at probably at the top of the line, because that's where all the pressure will be. So but you believe you're down 80,000 feet? Yeah, without a doubt. 80,000? With, what is that, 40? Well, miles, 5,280 feet. Yeah, someone, I believe I haven't done the math on there. I always forget how long a mile is, but how long have you owned this property with a hole? We've had the property for about 4 years now. And, the guy that had it there had been there for a long time. I believe he's been there for over 40 years. It's very rustic. I think I might have indicated to you, we do not have electricity there. We do not have phone service. Yeah, it's just raw property, right? Well, we have some buildings in the house, big structures. All of those were basically damaged with the heavy snow. Mel, a lot of this audience would not have heard, but there was another little bit of a legend of the hole. Apparently, at some point, somebody threw a dead dog into the hole, right?
Oh yeah, I was telling you about that before the other night, and people throw everything in there. There's dead cows going down the hole. There's sheep, whatever you name it's gone down there. One guy threw his old hunting dog down into the hole. I guess it's a form of burial. And the story that I heard was that the hunter was out there hunting one day, and he saw his old departed dog. It looked exactly the same. In fact, it was wearing the same collar, the same tags on it. So he was absolutely, the story is they were like absolutely believe the dog came back somehow.
And you believed it to the degree that you changed your will so that when you die, they throw your body in the hole, right?
When I'm gone, I'm going to go into the hole.
Oh, well, but maybe not now, huh?
Well, that's a matter for conjecture. Today, I didn't have a chance to mention this. After finding out, the story about the black bees, the other day, I thought I'd go out there and do some more research amongst my neighbors who, they have.
That makes sense. You can't go on the property, might as well talk to the neighbors.
Sure. So, I'll find a cup of coffee and find out a few things here. Anyway, and talked to one gentleman who's really quite elderly, who's lived in the area for a long time, and he said that originally, this is going way back, so this must go back about 40, 50, maybe longer, that there was a series of around the hole, there was a series of stone columns. I said stone columns? And
stone columns?
Yeah. And so I asked him, could he I sketched out a little how the property looks there and he placed the stone columns on it. So, I drew it on the napkin there, and it's very interesting. Well, I had my PowerPoint with me, and I pulled up a picture of Stonehenge. That's exactly what the thing looked like. You're kidding. He said that they had these, pillars lined up, and just like that. He said there wasn't, it didn't have that thing on the top, they had some, things on top of the pillars of Stonehenge.
Oh, that's really odd. Listen, you can't get photographs, Mel. I'm sorry to interrupt. But I asked you about photographs. They didn't let you close enough to take any photographs.
I was afraid to take pictures of the guards, to be honest with you.
No, I understand. How about a drawing, Mel? Can you get us a drawing?
Yeah, I can do that. I had a bad question for you. The night that I talked to you, said you kind of know the facts about another anomalous hole.
That's right.
Colville area?
Oh, that's right. That's exactly right. I've got that facts about, and I'll try and get to it.
Okay. On Sunday, I listened to your show a bit, and you had Linda talking about HARP.
That's right. Project HARP.
Now, HARP is supposed to look for
underground bunkers and tunnels and such. Yes.
That's right.
Now, maybe it's looking at your hole. Who knows? Here's the facts for you. The following is a theory regarding Mel's property. 1. Imagine 2 naturally occurring iron veins just happening to reach the Earth's surface around help me pronounce it. Washington. There is a tremendous amount of naturally generated high voltage electricity deep in the earth. What if the bottom of the hole on Mel's property is a naturally occurring focal point, a lot like the device that Mr. Markham built? The earth could have its own, in effect, time machine over the centuries through various quakes and so forth. All of the soil above the portal would have fallen into the bottom and been launched into some other time. This explains the lack of and the apparent depth of the hole. Tell Mel to lower a clock down there.
I will tell you, I was over at the university library today, and I wanted to find a little bit more about Earth geology. And one of the things I found out is the crust, on average on the Earth, is about 20 miles deep. Okay. Now, underneath the crust, and this is something that a lot of people don't know about, there's something known as the moho, discontinuity. The moho, M-O-H-O, discontinuity.
What is that?
It's named for a guy named Borovic, he's a Croatian seismologist. But I don't know much about seismology, but I'll tell you what I know about this continuity. P waves, and I guess those are seismic waves, due to this continuity, move faster than they do through the rest of the Earth. They
anything about that. That's very interesting. All I know is we had all kinds of cool plans. We were going to, I'm telling you, I've got volunteers who are willing to go down in your hole, but now that's obviously not going to occur because they have your hole. I mean, this is outrageous. This is your property.
It is my property. That's the incredible thing. I did not step 1 inch onto my property. My deepest incursion only got me onto the access road. I mean, I was getting way away from that thing there.
How far is it from the access road where you were stopped to the hole?
Oh gosh, you'd have to travel. Oh gosh, I would say it's from the access road kind of. It's very hilly ground over there, so you kind of have to go around all the low spots there. You might go about 1.5 miles or more. You can't even see the little light valley that.
Before you began dropping this monofilament line into the hole with a weight, you threw an entire refrigerator down this hole, and then listened and never heard a thing.
Nothing. I mean, the refrigerator. I didn't hear anything. I mean, I expected, something that massive, and that I expected something, but I'd thrown things there that I knew would make interesting sounds, like television tubes, picture tubes.
Yeah, they explode.
Yeah, those are my favorite, and no, I couldn't get an explosion or anything out of them, so I have not heard anything actually touch bottom in that thing.
I mean, it's almost impossible, it seems.
If the hole right now, I don't know, 15, 16, 17 miles. How long would it take for the sound to travel back? If it is hitting bottom. Let's say it's hitting bottom at, say, 15 miles. How long would it take? Or would I hear it at all? Those are things, I don't know. I mean,
I don't think so. I mean, you don't hear things that occur. Well, on the other hand, though, it's a channeled.
It sure is.
I don't know the physics involved in such a deep hole. Have you ever heard of any other holes?
No. That's why I was curious about the Colville hole. I did find out that actually the deepest mine is like 2.3 miles into Earth.
So this is way beyond anything that anybody's ever heard of.
Yeah, but that's a mine. That's a mine structure. Another thing I was curious about was that channel that they built underneath the English Channel.
Oh, yes.
France. How deep is it? Not how deep it is, but how long is it? Is it several miles or?
I almost wrote on it. It's funny you should mention. I almost wrote time I was in London, but I didn't. So I don't exactly know. I saw the entrance to it. I wrote right by the entrance to it.
I would be leery of going into that thing.
Well, then you certainly wouldn't want to go in. Would you go in this hole? Your hole, if you could?
I anticipate what will be going down into the hole in the future will be federal prisoners, I imagine. Who will be going down in there on a non-voluntary basis, I assume, because, if we're talking the government here, which is obviously the government's interest in this, they have every piece of technology they could ever want. They can send out cameras, they can send out whatever they want, I assume at some point if they determined that was safe for a human being to go down, they'll send a person down, and they take air readings, if it's good air, bad air, find out what's going on. I'd say that they would do that. I'm just like a ordinary little guy here who doesn't have a lot of technology.
Well, how would you like to get a whole bunch of citizens together, Mel, and go marching on that property and challenge their authority to take your property like that?
Well, we talked about that over coffee with the guy that told me about the stones out there. We're pretty we're big on property rights here.
Yeah, this is your hole, not theirs.
And we're very militant about that. They say, how can they do that here? If they say a plane crashed on property, and I didn't the evidence of that, but I expect to see some smoke. But if they're telling people this is an accident scene with an investigation, FAA and all that business there.
Did they tell you what kind of airplane airplane, civilian, military, or what? No. All right. Were there any reports? I mean, after all, you can check on plane crashes, right?
Well, first of all, over here, if a kid throws a snowball at your car, every time that makes the newspaper. I mean,
so there should have been big news if the plane went down.
You bet. I mean, we've had planes go down here before. I mean, we've had planes go down, on the other side of the mountain. Makes the newspaper here. I mean, it's a big deal.
All right, well, look, then instead of a crowd of civilians, maybe that was a bad idea. How about a crowd of media? I mean, I could get Seattle media by your side and go marching right up to that group, right up to the barrier.
Yeah, and then I end up being a convicted drug cooker. I am,
They actually said that to you.
Those were verbatim the exact words they said. We could find a drug lab on this property if you get my drift. Very easily.
All right. Now let's take a few calls, see if anybody has any ideas. This one has me stumped. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hello there.
Yes, this is Robert in Milwaukee.
Hi, Robert.
Art, just about connecting Stephen Greer, as he said, with what he said concerning interplanetary travel, and drew a connection to the cloning. I find it very interesting that the scientists say they're not going to consider cloning humans.
Oh, baloney. That's a bunch of crap. Don't listen to that. Excuse me for a second, Mel. On the subject of cloning, all day I've been listening to this drivel from the scientists about the cloning thing, that we're not going to do it. Oh, well, yes, this technology will allow cloning, but we're not going to do that. That is utter garbage. And when we get around talking about cloning, which we will, we're going to talk about it in an entirely different name, because unless you are naive beyond belief, spending your time talking about whether we should or shouldn't, will or won't, is baloney, because we will. I guess you can say, should we? But we will, I guarantee we're going to clone. Anyway, that is not tonight's subject or the moment's subject. Mel Soul is first time caller line. You're on the air.
Hey, Mel?
Yeah, hi there.
Hi there.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Oregon. My name's Pete.
All right, Pete.
Okay, where in Oregon are you? Corvallis. Corvallis, okay, I know what that is, sure. Okay, yeah, I was listening to the show, and I guess it's delayed broadcast out here. I was listening to your earlier stuff.
No, this is about Mel Soul.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, sir.
And, I was just saying to Mel that you need to get in contact with just about every media person you can think of, and
he's done that with me, and I agree with you. I just said to Mel that he should take, like an army of cameras out there. But he's afraid that he's going to end up in jail. Now, he's got a point. I mean, suppose the army of cameras with Mel in tow arrive, and there's feds there saying, sorry, this is a crime scene. Is this Mel Waters? Well, you're under arrest, Mel.
Well, I have to tell you that as far as what I believe is now that the surface of the hole there has been, there's a lot of snow on the property has been covered up with snow. I think that's what the yellow deer was there for, to roam with all, so you can't see it from the air. Well, I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. And two, if the military's out there, if there was a plane crash, I think the media would want to know what kind of plane it was, who was flying it.
I will.
You see, the thing is, I'm the one that's saying there was a plane crash.
Yeah, Mel, I'll tell you something. And for what it's worth, if it was a civilian airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. If it was a regular military airplane that crashed, that would be in the news. But there are some type of aircraft that crash, Mel, that, believe me, it does not make the news. We have them out here. They crash, and you see the military cordon off miles of area, and there's no news about it at all. This secret aircraft that fly and crash. But I don't think that's what happened there, and neither do you.
No, I don't believe that anything crashed there, because I didn't have the smell of smoke. I didn't see any smoke. It was a beautiful, clear day. I mean, if there was if it wasn't particularly windy, if there was a crash to be evidence of to be smoke.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I would be very cautious, Mel, about accepting a generous offer for the property with a hole, because you know what? No matter what else, Mel, your hole is worth millions of dollars. If it's what you say it is, if it's as deep as you say it is, man, you could fence property and sell tickets.
Well, I think I also mentioned that they actually moved onto the property several mobile, one of those like temporary buildings. Actually moved that onto the property.
Really?
Yeah, one of the neighbors said he saw like almost like a parade of these things going out there, like 3-4 of them, plus some generator equipment there too.
God, how long after the broadcast did this parade begin?
Well, it was Saturday night. I was out there pretty late.
And we did the broadcast between, I think, 3 and 4 o'clock Pacific time, Saturday morning.
Yeah, so I got some sleep, then went out there, in the evening and did my weighing of the line in the hole, and that's when I saw the first helicopter out there, and that was a very strange experience. I actually looked up at this thing here for about 20 minutes. There were more helicopters out there Saturday morning early, several of them coming in and out. That was Saturday morning. That was Sunday morning. And then by today, the chronology is getting real confusing for me. But
yesterday, I guess, really.
I lost the day here, Mark. What they saw was actually some mobile buildings being moved onto the property. Apparently, some generators that are going to have no power or phone on the property. We use cell phone if we need to call, and we used to use solar out there too.
Well, I feel in a way guilty, Mel, but your original facts got me going, and there was no way not to follow up on that, and I guess once we aired that, it was too late. It was a done deal.
When I originally approached this thing here, what I wanted to do is to get some good ideas about the nature of this thing. I guess I was pretty naive about it.
All right, now, one thing I've got to ask you, don't think me rude, but I've got to ask, Mel, that's not a drug lab you've got out there, is it?
No. We are working with Native American plants. They're plants that Native Americans use in making what they put. This was a North Nevada doctor back in World War I time who found the cure for the flu. He gave this stuff to his the military doctor, gave to people under his command.
All right, Mel, hold on. We're going to do it right here at the top of the arrow. We'll be back to Mel Waters, the guy with the endless hole, is my guest. We will start taking some calls. Anybody have any advice for Mel or thoughts on all of this? CBC in action. All right, back now to Mel and the dilemma of the endless hole. Mel, are you there?
I am here, Art.
All right, there are some people with questions. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Just after beginning to explore this thing here, with the help of your audience and, further question people, that live around in my area here, asking them, really, do you remember anything strange about Bull in particular?
Well, I would say a resurrected dog would be pretty good.
It just becomes more and more mysterious. I have no way of understanding it.
I would say a darker than dark beam that seems to go straight up into the sky would be pretty strange.
That to me was utterly fascinating. It's like, the hole itself is dark, but for it to send out darkness, into the sky, it was just.
I couldn't begin to explain it.
The way he described it, it was just.
All right. Look, some people on East of the Rockies. You're on the air with Mel. Hello, where are you?
This is Phil.
Hello, Philip. How you doing?
Great. Love your show.
Thank you.
Now, what type of work do you do for a living? Well, I'm a retired person. I had no criminal record of any kind. Pardon me? No criminal record or anything? No criminal record. I'm a lawyer and get a local group citizens, threats, it's malicious, and that's the good reason why we need the militias in this country, is to prevent this type of situation from happening. The government coming in, taking over your property, threatening your life. You know, I would call them bluff. I don't see how they can.
Well, that's easy to say, you know, from a distance. I'm not sure I'd call their bluff. I've got to be honest. Look, if you had a property, sir, and you're trying to get on it, and they had it all roped off, and they said, go away, you know, we can
come back with a gun.
Well,
and they hollering about the
then, you know, you'd be a dead martyr. You take a gun up to a mountain.
John had threats with me, and I mean, I would not go into this alone.
Oh, I see.
You know, but they're not going to drag in a bunch of military trailers to examine a drug lab.
Well, I agree with you. So they're obviously after the secret of the hole. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, this is Dan from San Diego.
Hi, Sam.
I just got a question there for Mel. Is there like any way that you could charter a plane so you can do a flight over your property? I suppose I could do that. I mean, there is a small airport here in Ellisburg, and I'm sure that can be, that can be arranged for. What I'd be interested to know is if actually planes can fly over that area. I suppose I'd be able to find that out.
To get some photographs.
Yeah, but again, I do believe that the hole itself has been covered over with the surrounding snow. They probably did a really nice job with what they brought in there, keeping it invisible from the air. That was my speculation. I brought the yellow gear to kind of dress it up a little bit there, so anyone casually going over there wouldn't notice anything. That's just my opinion. And another thing is, I got a little assumption of why none of the animals want to go by there.
Why?
Maybe they see the operation of the dead dog, and it's warning them not to go there.
Maybe. I mean, that's pure conjecture. Who knows? But no animals will go near it. The observations I made was my dogs and other people's dogs that come visit. They will go there. I put them on a leash and try to drag them there. They'll dig their feet in there, and they just will not budge. You know what, Mel? I once was on a trip with my family we used to go to Florida, drive Florida into it, and we once got near a slaughterhouse. And on one of our stops, and man, I had a golden retriever. That golden wouldn't get anywhere. He did the same thing. He dug his feet in, and I don't care how you pull, he wouldn't get it. He could smell the death.
Well, when I was in college, I had brought from school a human skull and I brought it home, put it on the coffee table. My cat walked into the room. And he saw that thing, and the cat literally jumped backwards and got 8 feet. I bet when he saw that. Now, how did the cat know?
They sense these things. There's something about it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hey, this is Scott from Kirkland, Washington.
Yes, sir. Oh,
hi, Scott, Washington. And not only from Kirkland, I've only been over on my side of the mountain for a little while, but born and bred in Yakima and a graduate of Central Washington University. Spent a lot of time in Ellsberg. Yeah, in fact, I sat around with one of my old professors who is one of these guys who has been living in the area for, forever. And he actually had told me rumors one morning over coffee, sitting together in one of the little restaurants about a great big that nobody knew the bottom of. Wow. We'd actually heard it as this was back, 1990, 1989. Sometime about there, and we even heard that. And the one thing that it really surprises me, this guy that was saying, oh, you can do it in the media up there. What a lot of people don't realize, Art, and I think that most people don't realize, is he lives about, depending on where the hole is, between 5 and 10 miles away from one of the largest military reservations in the Pacific Northwest, possibly the western United States. The Yakima Firing Center is where they did all of the training for Desert Storm. They have a bunch of satellite dishes up there that theoretically don't exist, that they use for talking to satellites that aren't there, and all sorts of things, very interesting things go on up there. And so something like this, a hole appearing within spitting distance of this military reservation, it doesn't really surprise me a whole they had trucks and stuff out there, lighting bulbs.
Hey, Mel, do we know how long that hole has actually been there? I mean, I can probably trace this hole back, from, actual recollections, to for a solid 40 years before I got there, and the previous owner said it was there. The next owner back. Before that, I don't know if anyone owned the property. I suppose I could check on to see, from the records there, if there's been any, ownership of it or whatever. But I can trace it back for a good solid 40 years at least, from the verbatim accounts from the previous owner. Again, I don't really know. I would venture to say, given the nature of it, that's been there for a very, very long time. I'm talking, not just I mean, how can this thing just be there? It has to be ancient.
Well, every defense figuring out what it is, and we're all of us local here. We're gonna keep tuned in to see if there's anything. Or you driving back across the mountains to hang out and see.
Well, I've just been out here for just a couple of years. I decided to retire out here and pursue, my interest in alternative health. And this is what I came to. All right, well, it's turned into a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Mel. Hello.
Yeah, about that hole.
Yes, sir.
There was a Rod Sterling thing I saw on the TNT, I think about 4 years ago. He was hosting it. It was like, must have been early 80s, late 70s. And there were reenactments of like these true occurrences.
Yeah.
And there was a whole story about a boy. It looked like it took place in, like when they still rode horses or something. And a boy woke up with his dog missing or something. He was unhooked and felt, he didn't fall in. He hung onto the edge and crawled out and went and told Dad. The Dad went out there and they heard noises coming out of it. And so they didn't think it was the dog making the noises because it sounded real spooky and stuff. So he went to town and got a bunch of guys to go out there with him. And I guess a bunch of guys went out there and they thought, well, let's lower a rope in and somebody's going to have to go down on it. Sure. And so the dad said, well, I'll do it since, you're looking for your dog and stuff. And they lowered him down and he made this scream. Deadly scream. So they brought him up, and I guess after they brought him up, he went clinically insane the rest of his life.
All right, well, I hope you're not in any danger of going clinically insane, Mel.
I hope not.
But you sounded close to being discombobulated when I spoke with you. When was that? That was afternoon, I think. Was that Sunday afternoon?
Sunday evening, something like that.
Yeah, I was. You called me up. You were just a wreck.
Yeah, I was. Any negative, fearful emotion I had it there. I mean, I was shaking. I was sweating. I was. My body was doing things that I couldn't explain. I was wrecked.
What do you think about the idea of you're not even going out, but sending the media out?
I can do that in terms of, saying, I think there's something interesting going on over there, and, send them out there, and what I assume that'll happen is if they did go, they thought it was a valid point, they'll say, look, we're conducting military exercises on this land here, and there's nothing for you to see, and that'll be it. Again, this guy was reporting to me, and I asked him, I said, look, I suppose you don't want me to talk to anybody about this. And he said, hey, most don't believe anybody. You can tell them anything you want. Why are they going to believe you?
All right, well, first time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hello there.
Hi.
Maxine in Southern California.
Hi, Maxine.
I am very interested in the conversation that's been going on with Mel. I heard the program the other night, and he's really in a big dilemma.
Well, he is now. and I feel somewhat responsible.
Yeah, I understand that. You know, the first thing you need to do is get a good lawyer. Somebody that's prominent like that. I can't recall his name. Spence from Wyoming.
Jerry Spence.
Jerry Spence. Somebody like that. And maybe your listeners could do a writing to Janet Reno, the president or the vice president, on his behalf. Keep him in the background because with the power they got, you know, they can just wrap him up and we might never hear from him again.
Yeah, that's right. I guess I'm going to have to stay in touch with you, Mel, to be sure that you don't meet some.
Well, you know, they're working me from both sides here, as far as I can tell.
What it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like I guess it's like the Godfather. They want to make me an offer I can't refuse.
There's a lot of armchair soldiers out there, Mel, and they're going to say, what's the matter with you? You've got to get in there and fight, tell them to go to hell. But the fact of the matter is, if I were in your situation, I might be very disinclined to fight. I might be much more inclined to take a, quote, generous offer and get out from under while I can.
If I get to, if I actually get to talk to somebody in a position of authority who wants to sit down and talk turkey, and I'm not talking about my real estate agent, I'm gonna ask for like a relocation to another country is what I'm gonna do.
You want to be sent out of the country?
Yeah, I'd like to be sent to like Australia, for instance. Like where Stan Dale is.
Be an expatriate.
Some place that's geologically sound.
Okay, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel, who's still an American at this moment.
Hi, my name's Brad. I'm calling from Lexington, Kentucky.
Hi, Brad.
Hi. When I heard about this hole, it kind of reminded me of the story with the hole they dug. I think it was in Europe or
Scandinavia.
They lowered a microphone.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that was an Associated Press story, and they lowered a microphone in, and they heard these screaming, agonized sounds of thousands of people in agony, they said. That was an actual AP story. Now, it may have turned out to have been not true, but AP ran that story.
So, I don't know, I mean, maybe it's the entrance to hell. There isn't even an echo that comes out of this. I mean, you don't even hear it. That was, I mean, and as far as the animals not wanting to go near it,
There is that, but he says there's not a sound. I mean, it's totally dead, right, Mel?
Yeah, I mean, unless you hit the side of the thing there, when you drop something in, it's like close to the surface, you hear it there. But after a certain point, you wouldn't hear anything anyway.
Now, when you drop your refrigerator, and I'm curious how you can drop a refrigerator, now 9 feet, 9 inches, pretty good size, but how do you get the fridge in the middle to drop it so that you don't slam it into the sides?
Well, you get like one of your buddies over there, you get it over there on its, so it's like leaning over on its back. And he slid over on the stone wall, and it just kind of gave it a shove, and it just sort of goes straight down.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not too difficult. We've been throwing stuff in it, all sorts of descriptions here, and believe me, we've done it. I mean, cows is a pretty big thing, but people have got cows down in there, so you just about throw anything down.
Actually, almost disgusting.
Yeah.
In fact, the bottom of the hole, if there is a bottom to the damn thing, must be truly disgusting. A mixture of horrible things of earth that should not have been thrown in there. I've got a couple of faxes here that are not kind, Mel. They say this man is lying, his voice is shaking so much, he's stuttering, he's searching for words, he's in a bind because paying attention to his fable, his made-up story they're saying, and you have to come up with something that would keep you from finding out about his lying. So here's another one that says, Mel's hoax. Aren't you falling for another one? Well, I am a little naive, and I like stories like yours, Mel, and so I do tend to go for them. Do you swear that this is absolutely the truth?
Well, I would have rather not have talked or called or faxed or anything in regards to this subject at all.
Yeah, people need to understand. You faxed me, but I'm the one who called you.
I would have preferred, to be honest with you, to be there
tomorrow morning, letting a little more line down into the hole, and then just going along my merry way. And getting you on the air stopped all that, and plus put the idiots there that are there taking hold of your, when you have a situation about belief, what you believe in, what you don't believe in. A couple of days ago, we had this guy shoot a bunch of people on the Empire State Building. That's right. The Empire State Building's been there for like 60 years or whatever. And today I heard that they put metal detectors in the Empire State Building. Now, for 60 years, people believed that the Empire State Building was a safe place to be. That was belief. And in one day, people no longer believe. So beliefs change. And that's how I view beliefs. Should they've had a metal detector on it for 60 years? All right, look, let me ask you this. You have neighbors. They know about the hole. They put their trash in it. Would any of your neighbors talk, or do you think they're scared now too? I'd be happy to talk to them and see if they want to talk to you. All right, and I'd be happy if they want to talk. I'll fax you a phone number. That's great, Mel. Work on that one, and that's at least one other angle to approach this with. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Where are you, please?
I'm in Cameron, Texas.
All right.
Gentlemen, how wide is that hole?
It's 9 3/4 feet.
9 3/4 feet.
9 feet 9 inches of diameter. He said.
Okay, Mel, to the library, why don't you go tomorrow and they can network both the United States. There's one called The Sound of the Pole by William, and there's one called The Hollow Earth by Dr. Raymond Bernard. Okay. And I'll guarantee you that'll open your eyes because the Earth is hollow. They never proved the Earth is solid. And it's a pole that's totally a hole, and it's about 1,400 miles wide. And people can't see across it. They don't realize they're going into the Earth. But Admiral Byrd flew 1,700 miles inside the Earth, and they shut it up. So the government doesn't stop it here.
All right. As a matter of fact, here's a fax, Mel, saying regarding the hole, it sounds to me like the government's going to take the hole and give Mel the shaft.
That is what it sounds like.
West of the Rockies, you're on there with Mel. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Well,
another fantastic story, Art.
Yeah, I know.
I appreciate you taking my call.
Sure.
I have a friend of mine who also believes in the Hollow Earth story. And I've read 2 scriptures in the Bible, which I won't quote, so that you don't like to talk about that. But there's one that talks about making graven images of things. Yeah. And that would be even things that are under the earth. And then there's
well, what are you driving at, though?
Well, there are scriptures in the Bible that also allude to a hollow earth. And so there's one in Revelation that talks about they were looking all around to try and find somebody who was worthy to open the scrolls or the seals or something. And even under the earth, no one was found.
All right, Mel, are you a religious person?
I wouldn't categorize myself as a religious person.
So then you don't necessarily feel there's any religious significance to the whole.
I'm starting to believe that there's some supernatural significance to the whole. But
yeah, the dog part and the other thing about the theme of the blackness, that certainly would lead in that direction. But on the other hand, things that we don't understand will seem as magic.
Yeah, they do. And so those are things that I cannot understand. And so I have to say I don't understand it.
All right, look here. Do you want any help from your representative? In other words, it may be that your state senator or your local representative, congressional representative, would help you out, and we can help you out with that too. In other words, fight power with power. That's an idea from John in Redding, California, and it's not a bad one necessarily.
Well, my local congressperson is Doc Hastings out here. He is one of those guys that believes in property rights and so forth, and so that would be an avenue. Again, this is an opportunity for me to gain as much information as I'm also disseminating, and I'm going to have to make a decision. get taken back.
All right, well, here's another one for you to consider. I've got connections at Strange Universe, Hard Copy, all those kinds of shows. I can have those people in contact with you in 2 seconds flat, Mel, once you decide which way you want to go. Believe me, I can have either media power or the government power representation help you out here.
Yeah, honestly, again, I'm going to have to, the main thing I have to do is decide, is this tantalizing enough for me to move forward and, say, well, I want to claim this as my own. I want to deal with it on my own basis. Do I want to get out of it? Do I want to get in trouble? I mean, these are the considerations that I have here.
All right, here's somebody saying, what about your local sheriff? Now, that is an idea. They're usually pretty friendly guys. Do you have a good local sheriff?
We have a local police department here, and we have a sheriff's department, and they're all great. They're all wonderful people. I mean, every last one of them's a great guy. But I don't know. I don't even know how I would approach this here. My property is being illegally used. I don't question about it. No question about it. And you have the deed, right? You can prove this. Oh, I can prove it's my property. What I don't know is, how can the government use your property? At what point do they develop an authority to use your property? Let's say a plane crashed there, which is what I was told. Well, then they'd have a right to, salvage the plane, do whatever they're going to do.
All right, now let me
establish a right to it.
All right, here's Daryl in Rancho Mirage who says, kidding aside, Mel's role, if in fact he is sitting on top of an access point to an extraordinary depth, he's also right on top of a whole bunch of trouble. The potential military scientific significance can go as deep as one's imagination allows. One thing is for sure, the government doesn't have this kind of response to retrieve an old refrigerator. I think Mel better get an attorney presto if he doesn't have one already. Remember, if they accuse him of a drug-related violation, they can RICO that property in a flash.
That is exactly what I believe. And again, I have something on the property. I have an old prowler trailer out there that's been gutted. It's where I do a lot of the work I do with the plants I have. And, I have solvents there. I have alcohol there. I have drying equipment out there. And, it would take 30 seconds to make it look like a methamphetamine lab or whatever it is. I mean, it just, it's already my lab. I mean, that's where I do my work.
I hear you. All right. First time caller line. You're on the air with Mel. Hello. Hello. Where are you?
Hello, I'm calling from Reno, Nevada.
Reno. Okay. Speak up a little loud for us, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I just feel like you've got somebody there that's got quite an imagination.
Well, you're talking to him, so I mean, I've just said the same thing to him. Some of the faxes that I've been receiving are saying that. Obviously, people don't believe.
I just hope that you don't get all wound up in this.
Well, I get wound up in all kinds of things, dear. I'm not going to stop. That's what I do. Don't worry about me.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just.
But I mean, if you doubt some part of Mel's story, go ahead and say so to Mel. He's here.
Mel, I think that you're looking for some kind of notoriety for some reason, and I think that you think everybody is pretty gullible that is listening to our Bell's program, and that you're taking unfair advantage of it.
Sorry, you've got to remember, dear, I called him.
Didn't he originally
fax me? Yes, he did. He faxed me with information. As a matter of fact, I read facts at the beginning of the program with Mel tonight, and I read it over there. So he didn't anticipate that I would call him, didn't ask me to call him, and I had to look up at the top of the fax to get the fax ID to call him. So that's the truth of the matter. I have no way of knowing, of course, whether Mel's weaving us a story or not, except his word, and I can't imagine why he lied.
To be honest with you, and since you're from Reno, and if I wanted to be on the air talking about something, I'd much rather talk about my work with Indian herbal remedies. That would be the thing that I would prefer to be talking about. It just so happens that the materials I'm working from are from northern Nevada, from your local Indians out there, and they're the ones that have provided me with the line of research that I'm doing.
I have, this whole thing is secondary, but if I had a topic I really wanted to speak about, that would be it. All right, I understand. All right, east of the Rockies, you are on the air with Mel. Hello.
Well, WTDY, Madison, Wisconsin. Hello, fella.
Hi.
Allegedly Zionists, allegedly anti-religion Zionists, with billions of U.S. dollar profits.
What does this have to do with
currency future derivatives market?
All right, well, I don't know where he's always going all over the place where it has nothing to do with our topic. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Hi, this is Paul from WBC.
Yeah, hi there.
I just think your last caller, caller must have a wild imagination herself. But I have two questions here. Number one, have you called a psychic by any chance?
That is a thought. I mean, it's look, when after if I decide to basically take the money and run, I still want to know what's down there. I want some mechanism to know. I mean, my original line of inquiry really was, is this the deep hole around? I mean, that was my original question I put forward, and I think I got an answer to that. But now I'd like to know, what the heck is this thing? So that's where I'm coming from now. And one way or another, I mean, I think I'm at the point where I'm open up. My beliefs are such that if we had a psychic look at it, a remote view or whatever, that I would be willing to accept, what they have to say on this. They looked into it and saw what was at the bottom or what was going on over there. I think at this point, I'll tell you what, I've had except in the last couple of days here, I think something at this point. All right, thank you.
I know a really good psychic, and I'm going to be asking her tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Can I ask a second question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what do you think the odds are of someone going ahead and finding out who he is and calling the media and...
Well, we had his full name on the air, for one thing.
Yeah, I noticed.
All right, so Mel, what do you think the odds are that somebody will... I mean, obviously, as a result of the first broadcast, look what's happened. So, the media may descend on you, Mel. But they very well could. And as the guy said at the road there, we already know where you're at. So, well, what are you going to do if the media... I mean, suppose tomorrow KOMO or one of the big Seattle broadcasters comes to you and says, look, we got a camera crew. Tell us where the property is. We want to go out and investigate. I suppose that if they wanted to go there, I would lead them to the access road there and say, here, I'm out of here. And you take a look, you talk to these guys there, you find out what's going on. And, and then I'll watch it on the news tonight. But you won't find me anywhere near that, I hear you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel. Hello.
Yes, sir. This is a skip in section 50.
Yes.
A couple things for you, sir. The hole that he is talking about is 80,000 feet, conducted 15.15 miles deep.
Sounds right.
The Rabbi Rothschild discontinuity talking about the International Geophysical Year back in the early 80s, maybe in the 50s. I'm getting so old, I don't remember now. It's called IGY, the International Geophysical Year. All the world population took part, checking the depth of the shelf underneath the oceans and the mass down to the core and so on. How deep it was. There was a discontinuity. It wasn't even. And that's why it's called a discontinuity. It was named after this fellow Rabbi Rothschild. Exactly. Your root stuff, with the go for surgery. It made the glue skin and anything else.
Well, trust me, it works real well, sir. Thank you very much. It even glues carts into rocks. I'm talking about it. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mel. Hello. Oh, I think we just missed him. All card line, you're on the air with Mel. Good morning.
Hi, Art and Mel.
Hi. Yes, sir.
I have a question to the comment. Mel, I don't know if anybody's asked you yet, but have you ever seen a UFO apparatus in that area on your property?
Good question. Out here, you're liable to see all sorts of things, and I myself have not seen anything personally. I mean, this is one of those areas that they get pretty remote in a hurry. Ellensburg is like 30 miles away on either side from the nearest town. Matter of fact, Bill, I've got a lot of confirmation of that, faxes and phone calls. If people saying it is a very weird area. And they've heard stories there about holes. So, this is not far out. A lot of people are saying, yes, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in that area. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
Fred from
Sitka, Alaska, all right.
Yeah, and just like say that Jesus on the days of you'll just disappear into the Reagan administration, and Art very disappointed that you will not be coming to on your Alaska cruise.
Well,
you're going to be missing out there.
We're hitting quite a few cities, sir, but Sitka is not one of them. Sorry about that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mel.
This is Paul in Kansas City, and I want to tell Mel that I believe him entirely. And I think that Jerry Spence idea is a great idea, and it's probably a good story for Linda Moulton Howell to go check out.
I've already given it to Linda, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that's great. And I think if he's told over 10 million people on the air that he's been threatened that they're going to possibly accuse him of having a drug farm out there or something, and he got a really good lawyer like Jerry Spence, they would never be able to follow through on that. Especially if he had a bunch of media attention like Strange Universe and stuff out there.
Well, that was another idea. There's a whole bunch of ideas here on the table.
Yeah, I really think he should go for it. And I totally disagree with that lady who thinks he just wants attention.
All right, well, I appreciate the call. Thank you. I did call Mel, folks. That's the truth. Yeah, he faxed me, but I'm going to duck out the number and call him. He didn't really want to go on the air. For the record, Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Finally, I got through. Hello, Mel. How are you?
Okay.
Mel, now with this hole and these people who are on your land, you have to understand they are listening to this radio program right now. Absolutely certain. And you also have to understand these are military spooks. They are doing whatever they're doing right now, and anything that you do through the standard channels, like getting a lawyer or anything along those lines, is going to serve only as a delay tactic. I would suggest to you that you do some research. If it was a plane crash, there is radar coverage of that area. I'm certain. There would be a record of it somewhere.
Well, unless
if it's an airplane crash, where's the NTSB?
Well, yes, sir. Wait a minute. Hold on. Look, I live out here in Nevada, and I can tell you because there's been some experimental planes that crashed out here. And A, it does not get into the media. B, the military cordons off the entire area. And trust me, you don't get anywhere near it. I know personally that's.
All you need to do is contact one of the air traffic controllers for the area and find out if there's any record of anything in that area at that time. You can also find out, if it's an air crash, where's the NTSB? If it has anything to do with drugs, where's the DEA or the Drug Task Force for that area, whatever it might be called. If there is anything to do with anything else as far as the geological properties of the area, you can find all this information out from USGS. You can get satellite photos and infrared. You can get anything you want.
Yeah, these are all good ideas. Although I think the plane crash story is an obvious falsehood. It's a lie. And, Mill, again, they told you, look, they can find a drug lab there. So the plane crash story was obviously a cover. And the story about the lab was obviously a threat. Plain and simple. So, my friend, I don't know what you're going to do now. And I guess you don't know.
I'm going to think about it. I'm going to call the realtor tomorrow for one and ask him, I would prefer not to talk to him, but talk to someone.
I would ask them too, who is making the offer? They have to tell you who's making the offer. Sure.
Well, you see, this property is not for sale. I don't have a listing out there.
Well, yeah, but you can make an offer on anything, though.
I suppose you could.
Yeah, I can get a realtor and make an offer, and they will come and give you that offer. So, look, I don't know what else to say or do now. If there's any way I can help you, if there's any media contacts or political contacts I can supply you with that will help when you decide what you're going to do, come to me. If there are any significant further developments that you want, or you get some neighbors who want to come on the air, I'll put them on. If you get any drawings, I'll put them up on the website. I'll do whatever I can do to help you, and I feel a little guilty about having solicited you on the air in the first place and causing all this.
Well, look, I'm pretty rattled about this, I have to say, and I'm usually a bit more articulate than I have been, and I apologize for that. This is a really stressful situation.
No, I understand it's nasty. Mel,
That's fine, and I generally find that usually the people that are most well-spoken are generally the ones that you really have to watch out for. So, and
I know.
I think, always a good thing to bear in mind. And so, I got some thinking to do about art, and I appreciate everything that everyone has said. I think overall, I've moved forward in this in terms of, actually being able to resolve this within my mind, and I think for that it was good. Quite honestly, your involvement with this may not, it may be happening now because of your involvement, but it may be could be happening a year from now without your involvement.
Yeah, and everybody out there ought to consider, something like this to happen to anybody.
10 million people, or how many are out there, they know about this.
Mel, we're out of time. Stay in touch, my friend.
I'll keep in touch.
All right, take care. That's Mel and the story of Mel's Hole, and that's the latest. When there's more, you'll hear about it right here. One of the greatest stories ever told was told on this program. How long ago was it? God, I don't even remember now. About a hole in the ground that had no end, or no end that anybody could find. It was the damnedest story you ever heard in your whole life. Anybody remember Mel's Hole? Well, guess who I've got on the line, I think. Mel. Mel, is it you?
It is him.
I can't believe it. Mel, indeed. Listen, brother, I just spent an hour red-faced, embarrassed, because I thought the Blair Witch Project was real. And I really thought it was real, Mel. I really thought it was real. I mean, I've still got the hook in my mouth here. And so, I guess the first question I had to ask you is, how long ago, Mel, did we do the shows that we did?
Oh, gosh, this must have been about, I'm going to say 97. 97.
Well, it was one of the greatest stories, no doubt, ever told. In fact, it spurred all kinds of things. Television crews went up to Ellis, Washington.
I know it. I heard many things. And
so I must begin by asking you, before I go forward any further with you tonight at all, Mel, is this Mel's Hole, the story of Mel's Hole, another Blair Witch Project?
I will not drop any bombshells on you in regards to this being Blair Witch Project. This is not the Blair Witch Project.
Real as a heart of
life. This is my property. I may end up telling you things that will maybe I haven't seen the Blair Witch Project. I don't know anything about that, but I will say I can tell you some pretty scary things.
I know you can. But all right, so anyway, I just wanted to get that out of the way here at the beginning before my face goes.
No, this is not that.
All right, well, back in 97, I forget, did I get like a fax from you?
I sent you a fax way back then.
Is that how it began?
Basically, I was just curious about this hole on my property. Yeah, and I knew with your big audience that somebody might be able to return some information to me. I tried to do a little research on the depth of various holes and so forth, and lines and all of those sort of things. And
well, all right.
And so I was basically picking your audience's brain is what I was doing at the time.
Well, we were picking yours. It's the damnedest story I ever heard. Let's, radio, you have time, let's tell a lot of the audience, would not have been around then and would not have ever heard this story. And I've never heard one like it in my life. So if you would,
sure. I'll recap.
Especially after all these years, it'll be good to see if your story now fits your story then.
Okay, well, sure. Well, basically, this all started. I met Artifacts, and I had this property, well, we're going to get to that later on.
But you owned the property at the time, right?
Yeah, it was actually my wife's property.
Okay, was it an empty property ostensibly?
We had some outbuildings on there, a couple of trailers. It was a really unimproved land, but while I could, I was living there. It was really, I left the property.
Okay, so you lived in a trailer on the property?
Yeah.
Okay. And then there was another trailer or two on the property?
Yeah, there were several outbuildings out there, and I basically was doing a lot of research in various Indian herbal medicine and so forth. I grew various.
I remember that.
And that was my thing. And actually, I used to spend a lot of time going to Nevada, dealing with the various bands of Indians down there, because the herbs that they use are the ones that I've been researching. You might talk a little bit about that too at some point.
Sure.
I think you might find that interesting as well.
All right, now the location of this is near Ellensburg.
On the Monastash Ridge, which is south of Ellensburg, but it's the prominent mountains surrounding the Ellensburg area there. Ellensburg is a little town basically in the center of Washington State, right off of I-90.
Right.
And it's a very nice little place.
But yeah, I hear you. How long have you been living there?
Oh, we've been there for several years. I married this woman in Ellensburg, and we lived there for a while, and then we kind of got broken up.
Well, at the time that you faxed me, you simply said, I don't even remember the facts now, but you said there was a hole on your property, into which, I guess for years, people had been dumping stuff.
Oh, absolutely. And one of the things I didn't tell you about, one of the things that regularly was dumped in the hole was a little next used to come around about once a week, with like a big steak fed truck full of tires that he used to dump in there. The guy used to pick them up at various used tire places, and I guess it costs money to dispose of tires, right?
Oh, well, yeah, they does, because they have these big yards where they have these tire fires by mistake.
I don't know, you pick them up, wherever had them, they were too bold to use as retreads or whatever, this guy, little Mexican guy, would pick them up, bring them over, and he must have dumped like thousands of
tires. Now, let's describe the hole. Was the hole just a hole in the ground, or was it a well?
Well, if you look at it, if you were walking up to it, it's kind of interesting looking well. What it was about 9 feet across.
9 feet across.
And there was stonework around it. I don't know when the stonework got put into it, but it was sort of.
It was round then.
Yes, it was perfectly round.
And you're saying it was not 9 feet in diameter.
The diameter of it was 9 feet. And what I did is I built a metal cover for the top, so when it wasn't being used as garbage disposal, for lack of a better term, it was covered up. So I didn't want any problems. People falling into it, kids falling into it, whatever.
Oh yeah, you'd be charged with some crime or something.
Well, yeah. I begin to wonder now if they would have ever been heard from again if they had gone into it.
They say you just hear screaming, disappearing.
Yeah, just kind of going on into infinity. But I written to you, I said, I basically left like 80,000 feet worth of monofilament fishing line.
But there's even more before that. I mean, you said that people were throwing like dead cows.
Cows remain. I used to love one of my favorite things, Chuck. And there was like television tubes, man. Television tubes, the picture tube down there.
And and it was big enough so you could drop it. In other words, the hole, I take it for as far as one could see or hear, went straight down. It must have.
I would, if I would hold something over like towards the center of the hole, I couldn't go all the way to the center because going about 9 feet across, that's more than 4.5 feet across. But
Sure.
if I held something out like the size of a picture tube, 19-inch picture tube from an old TV set, drop that in there, I would never hear it hit anything. It would just fall and fall and fall and fall. And that's what made me curious. Is that how come? I didn't hear a splash,
No crash.
no crashing, no. I could hear something if I didn't get things like dead or there, and if it spun and
If it would hit the sides,
But then eventually that sound would give up too. So.
And by the way, going back, do you have any idea what this hole originally was? Was it anything? Was it something that anybody dug? Do you think? Was it something that was naturally always there? Or what do you think it was?
As far as I can determine, and everyone that I'd spoken with said that all associated with that property. One person that I talked to says, well, as far as we know, the hole there, your property's been there as long as the whale bone has been the tree out there in Ellensburg. And Ellensburg is a strange place. We got a tree out in Ellensburg, in someone's yard. Yes, there's a whale bone jaw growing out of the tree.
What?
Yeah, the jaw of a whale bone, and it's like embedded in the tree.
Are you telling me the truth?
Yeah, you can go to. In fact, I was familiar with because I used to walk the neighborhoods there and see it. You can see the tree, but you could actually go to the Yakima Herald newspaper. You can see a picture of it.
How? Look, that's Central Washington.
Yes,
That's not the ocean.
yeah. No, the ocean is good. Puget Sound's a good 90 miles away.
90 miles. So there'd be a whale bone growing out of a tree.
There you go. But the whale bone's been there like for 100 years. And people tell me the ones I talked to, well, your hole's there as long as, Ellensburg doesn't go back much further than, I'd say 150 years.
150 years.
So it was a town,
So that hole was probably there long.
way before that, other people held the property, and I don't know at what point did the rockery get built around it, but it's kind of nice. It looks nice.
So you're telling me like thousands of chairs, refrigerated, even dead cows,
dead animals, dead dogs, whatever.
So you didn't have to burn trash.
Oh no, and we were kind of what I would say is sort of ecologically sensible people there, so we don't really generate a lot of garbage. But yes, we did put our household trash in there if we didn't use it for compost or things like that.
Right.
So we threw a lot of stuff in there.
So after years and years, you finally got, and I understand, incredibly curious about how deep this damn thing really was.
It was just one of those moments that, all of a sudden you say, good grief, I got to get to the bottom of this, right? So to speak. And so I used to, when I lived in California, I used to do a lot of shark fishing, and so I had some of those big old, reel type fishing poles, and so, the first thing I did was empty, it must have been about, it could have been about 1,200 yards of fishing line down there.
What did you do? Did you take a rod, or, how did you...
Well, yeah, the first adventure that I had with this, and this was kind of, before the obsession began with finding out more about this, is that I basically sat down into the hole from just my big, fishing pole, a fishing weight, and then next to the fishing weight, I also had a roll of lifesavers.
Lifesavers.
The reason I had the lifesavers at the end is that if I hit water, this old shark fisherman's trick, if I hit water, the lifesavers would melt.
Well, sure.
Yeah. See, we we used to do that when we go.
Yeah, in other words, it would be so far down. Anything else you would put down there, I see, would obviously be dry by the time you got to back up again.
Well, just I see the fishing pole, and then when I got to the end of the line, I just let it sit there for a while, and it takes a little while for a roll of lifesavers to melt. But that's how it would determine that it was wet down. It was wet down there to hit water.
So how much initial line did you have on that first?
It was I'm going through trying to remember what these big 10 reels held, but it was like there must have been about 1,200 yards on there.
1,200 yards.
1,200 yards. So that would have been about 3,600 feet at least. That was the first expedition into the hole.
So you let it all the way out.
That's right.
Could you feel at any point like the weight? Of course, I suppose at some point when you've got the line reeled out, you've got weight, period. But could you still sense the weight at the end of that line as well?
Oh yeah. You, at that distance, you can actually move the line. You can move it, laterally, side to side. But it was kind of an effort. You could actually, if you could actually get a swing to it, but it was really hard. I mean, you think about that. You try to swing something that's 3,600 feet. It's difficult. And
as you let it down, you didn't feel any turns or twists or
no twists, no obstruction. Basically, I let the line go down freely with the weight on. I had a 1 pound fishing weight at the end of this line, and basically it went down and down and down and down and down on. It's at the same pace basically. And so that's at that point there when I got the line, when I got all the line up there, looked at my.
You must have been scratching your head saying, how many feet was that again? 3,600 feet. I guess there are holes that go down 3,600 feet. I'm not an expert on holes, but
that's a little bit more than half a mile, right?
Yeah. And so I guess there are holes that maybe go that deep down. That's right. After the program we did with Mel, and the one we're doing now, I found out quickly that there was an abiding, gigantic fascination for this kind of thing. I mean, people, I guess, I don't know exactly what the fascination is. Frankly, I really don't know. All I know is I had thousands of emails and faxes from people wanting to know about this hole and telling me, in fact, about other holes. Mel's hole is not the only deep mystery hole in the world. Mel, there are others, and people have told me about them, but yours is quite spectacular, to be sure. There's some fascination, and you must have felt it when you went down 3,600 feet. You must have been saying to yourself, what the hell?
Well, yeah, at that point there, it became kind of a quest to find out how far this will go down. So I went, basically when it hit 3,600 feet, I came up with dry life-saving Indies. Right. I said, well, I'm going to need more fishing line than this. So basically, I, let out the 3,600 feet, let another 3,600 feet from a similar reel, so down at that point to 3,672 feet.
So you're down over, you're like a mile and a half down.
Over a mile at that point there. And I was still going, it was still going down. At that point there, the line is still going down. I'm going down.
Now, a number of people said after that first show that after a while, the weight on the end of the line would be insignificant with reference to the weight of the line itself.
Yes, and in fact, I quite recall that, and I was curious about it myself. And the best I could do is that I was going to bring out all the line I had let down at the point that we talked about this.
Yeah, you'd be cranking.
I would want to get like some sort of motor-driven winch at that point to deal with that. I didn't want to or deal with that. But anyway, what I did is just looped it around one of those spring fishermen
scales, you know, kind of to, put your tackle box there, kind of try to get a weight on that thing there. And I think when I weighed it was 17, 18, somewhere around there, 17, 18 pounds.
17 or 18 pounds.
Yeah, I don't have this written down, so I don't remember exactly, but the combined weight of the weight that I had on there, plus the weight of all the line that went into the hole, when I had, when I took the final, reading of line, was about 17, 18 pounds of line down there. And that's a lot. You think about monofilament fishing line. I mean, that stuff, when you have, like, even if you have a spool of it, it's pretty insignificant stuff. But when you got that much out there, it's going to weigh a lot.
No, well, sure.
And
what was the final total of how much you got down there?
I got down exactly at the point that I'd given up putting line in there when I contacted you. I had 80,000 feet worth of line down there.
80,000 feet.
Zero. And I don't know, that translates to like, 15 miles worth of line?
Oh, my God.
80,000 feet. And
Any way that you could be sure. Now, eventually, did you reel all that back in again?
No, I did not bring that line back up again there.
So you never saw the lifesavers from that far down?
No. There were lifesavers at the end of it for sure, because I just let the simply go down there. But it was only, it was just because it was already there. But I never brought it up. Not 80,000 feet worth, no.
And how far down again? I'm sorry, one more time.
80,000.
80,000 feet.
That's 80 with 3 others, 80,000 feet.
God, you must have gone to buy fishing line.
Oh yeah, well I would buy it in like if you ever go, I don't know if you're a fisherman or
No, I'm not. That's why I'm struggling a little here.
if you go to a professional fishing store where fishermen buy their stuff, they sell the line in they have the line there in huge bowls. These things are like about a foot across, big old things there. They will fill each fisherman's reel from that.
I got you.
So
you bought the whole
I would buy both of line. That's what I did. I said, I'm going to need this much here, I figure I'll get a good deal on the line by the whole darn thing. That was my way of doing it.
Were you telling anybody about this when you were doing this? I mean,
when I was doing that? When I was doing, well, I think a couple of people knew that. I didn't, when I went to buy the fishing line, they didn't tell them that I was going to, use this to measure the whole of my property, they don't really care what you do with the fishing line. I mean,
they don't care.
Yeah, I mean, if I fishing line there, they say, well, you must have a lot of reels to fill, so I think that was the thing there. So, no, I didn't have any problem with that. The only thing that really different at that point in how I dealt with the line is that instead of when I exhausted the 2 fishing poles worth of line, I hooked the line up to what is known in fishing as an outrigger, which is kind of like a short little fishing pole that you'd have. It was like about 1.5 feet long, and it went through that. I could swivel it over to the side if I needed to, but it didn't. I was going. It wasn't like going down to the middle of the hole. It was kind of about 1.5 away from the side and let it go down from there. So I would let the line go through the outriggers, basically.
How could there be a hole? I mean, even if you had hit bottom at 80,000 feet, how could there be a hole?
Let's say it stopped running at 50,000 feet. I would have, if the line stopped running at 50,000 feet, and I got a reading at 50,000 feet, it stopped. Yeah. I said, boy, that's a deep hole, 50,000 feet.
But 80,000 and no stop.
Yeah, it had stopped at that point. Well,
had anything ever come out of that hole?
About really, the only thing that kind of thing came out of it is some guy who had a hunting dog that passed away. The dog died. He put the dog in the hole, and it was several people. And the dog came back from the dead.
And out of the hole?
Well, they didn't see it from the hole. They saw the dog So then you're telling me the guy threw his dead dog in the hole, and then the same dog was seen later around.
That's right. In fact, there was one other.
Well, you know, I always wondered, Mel. You once told me when you died,
Yes,
you wanted to be thrown in a hole.
that was in my will, and that's how I wanted my remains to be dealt with.
Or reverently dropped, I guess.
Well, I was willing to take that journey. You know, I thought it would be a great journey. I believe that when I wrote to you, the hole was kind of. My dogs wouldn't go anywhere near it, things like that. It kind of had a weird feeling.
Yeah, well, maybe they knew that another dog got thrown.
Well, that could be it, but there was a weird just an eerie sense about it. And, you know, I thought about that because, you know, after I talked to you, what was and actually, it's kind of a strange feeling to it. I'm going to kind of describe the feeling to you.
All right, please.
The sensation that you got there. Have you ever been surprised by the moon? It's like you go out, you look out the window, and the moon is up there, and it's like for a second you don't realize it's the moon.
Sure.
You get that eerie sense, and then your brain puts together that it is the moon.
Yeah, sure, that's happened to everybody.
But that feeling, it's like you got that feeling a lot around the hole there. Oh, you felt that feeling. Was that kind of feeling that you had? That sense that you were constantly surprised by the moon during the day or during the night. It didn't matter if the moon was in, the moon was out. It didn't matter. That was the sensation, and I finally was able to nail it down. It occurred to me, and that's the same feeling I used to get, you know, when I was at my property. There's that strange feeling.
Well, you said there was one other thing, too, that happened with that hole that was unusual, besides the story about the dog.
There's a lot of unusual things about it. There's a specific unusual thing that you know about it.
Well,
the one thing that it was said, are we talking about the thing where people would see like the dark black shaft of light coming out of it?
no, but tell me about that.
Well, this was something again that was told to me, but it was people said that from time to time, what they would see when they would look over towards the property, or if they were on property, and looking at it that way, they would see like a shaft, the blackest black that they'd ever seen coming out of the hole and extending up into the sky.
Oh,
it was like just
that is weird.
Yeah. That is a totally and
let me ask you this, Mel. It's a pretty wide hole, 9 feet. Could you take a real high-powered light?
Yes, I did shine lights down there, and really didn't get very far with the lights that I had.
I would presume you would see the sides of the
I could see out the side, and I could see where the rock work down several feet ran out, and there was the masonry work around there, where it was like dirt or rocky below that. But I could see that. I could definitely see that far. But
I guess the light would just flat disappear.
Yeah, you just run out of light, and I'm not sure if I had one of those huge, 250,000 candle light power. I don't know how far it would have gone down.
I've got a 6 million candle power light.
Yeah,
but I mean, even that would just poop out.
I mean, those kind of things are cool to like shoot to the sky.
I found them useful for pointing at photographers hanging around.
Those are, I've had similar uses of.
Yeah, they take their video cameras and they split, man.
Yeah, especially if they have the night vision on.
So then, you were so much of a believer in, I don't know, dare I say, the power of the whole, that you wanted to be, you know.
Yeah, I wanted to be. When I died, my body was supposed to be put into salt.
And I take it your real reason, if I were to ask you for that, is because of the dog story.
Absolutely. And it was just such a strange thing. I have talked to people about what the whole actually is. I mean, not people that know what it is, but
And there are people who know what it is.
Oh, absolutely. But I cannot go to the people that had my property and say, look, why don't you just pass up there and tell me what it is? They're not going to tell me.
All right. What happened was that you came on my program.
Yeah.
Maybe your biggest mistake.
Yes.
And told this whole story and innocently. That's right. Absolutely innocently. And then it was like the next day or a couple of days or how long was it?
I talked the day I sent you the fax. I sent you the fax, and then I sent the fax, and I believe you read the fax that evening, and then I went out to the property just to think, oh, good grief, I'm going to have a bunch of people down there, Yep. And so I went out there, and then I came back home. I was living at the property there because our dwelling unit there got caved in from the snowstorm there. Some of these little tent shacks here don't hold up to when you get 2 feet of snow on top. So we moved, I rented an apartment in Ellensburg, and so I went back to the apartment that night. That's when I talked to you. I don't remember.
All right. And then it was a day or two or whatever. You went back to the property.
Oh yeah,
it was a good show.
Yeah, what happened is that it was like the following day. I went to I went back to my property, and there were I don't want to sound like a lunatic here, but there was like armed people on my property. I couldn't get in. There was barricades there. There was already a whole bunch of yellow gear. Your moving equipment was at my property.
Oh yes.
And I was basically told that there was an airplane accident there. An airplane crashed on the property, and that I couldn't go in there. And,
you told them it was your property.
Oh yeah. And in fact, I think they knew it was my property. I mean, there was there was I don't know, this is my property. So, well, we're gonna have to we have to deal with the situation. But I didn't see any smoke. I didn't see any evidence of a plane crash or anything. But they would not let me onto my property. So I decided, well, I'm going to go back to town. At that point there, it's okay. This stuff is going on. And I believe I had talked to you again at that point there.
You did. I remember you called me that night and you said, my God, there's armed people up there. And let me in.
That's exactly it.
Okay.
And so, again, all this time here, what I have is a situation where my property was taken over, and why they were out there, how come they chose to go to my particular property, if they knew it was there or not.
Obvious. There's only one answer.
Yeah.
And it's that you were on this program talking about it.
That's right. But for someone to have that incredible level of mobilization, curiosity, wherewithal, and all these things here to deal with, you know what I'm saying? It's like this is a big production.
Well,
they wanted this property.
Maybe a hole of this kind justifies that kind of big production. I mean, there's something, I can imagine there's something really unusual, special.
There has been some properties that someone was highly interested in, that they thought was very valuable to have, and that they had to have. That makes sense, doesn't it?
They, to you, meaning the government. Were these government employees?
I had at the property. I had both civilian and military people that were there.
Yeah, that would figure.
But I got to tell you something. I mean, I was in the Army many years ago, and I don't agree. Uniform looks like, and the fatigues and so forth. But I got to tell you something. When I'm thinking about it, I couldn't tell you which Army they were. Yeah, I mean, all I knew is they were in military uniforms, okay? Or I couldn't tell you if they were U.S. I couldn't tell you if they were German. They were.
have sidearms? Did they have?
They all had weapons. Everyone there had weapons.
As well as like semi-automatic weapons or automatic weapons.
Exactly. From what I could tell, they also had fully automatic weapons.
Fully automatic weapons. Well, that's really intimidating. I've been in countries where I've encountered people with fully automatic weapons who frowned at me, and I didn't like it.
You went to Israel. You got used to seeing people.
Everywhere you go, there's guns in Israel. That's right. Well, somebody just sent me a really interesting fact. Okay, somebody named Scarlett. It says, how far is Bell's Hall from the place where Dr. Reed had his encounter with the alien? You know, and that never hit me until I just got this fact. They are similar areas, I think.
Indeed. Also, not far from where my property was. Well, I mean, relatively speaking, is where they found Kennewick Man.
Kennewick Man, yes, right. So that's a very unusual area up there.
Yeah, I was talking with my nephew about how peculiar Ellensburg is. I mean, it's a little town, about 12,000 people, half of them college students, actually more than half of them college students. They basically got about 6,000 locals there. Pretty small place.
All right, let me stop you. And when you and I last spoke, your encounter with those strange folks out there, you had another encounter with them, and they made you an offer you couldn't refuse.
Yeah, well, first they intimidated the hell out of me because basically they said, look, you know, one of the civilian fellows there said, hey, we can find a drug lab out here and we can put you out of business in a hurry, you know.
That's right, I remember, yes.
And for all intents and purposes, sure as heck it could have looked like I had a drug lab out there. I had a lot of strange non-plants growing there, none of them, I have to say, of narcotic nature. These are just your typical desert, high desert type plants. And they basically say, hey, we can shut you down and, you don't have to worry about all of this. Ultimately, they did make me an offer that I could not refuse, and I will tell you the offer that they made me. It had to do with going to Australia, and I needed money to go to Australia, and I wanted to continue my research in medicinal plants, and so we put together a very interesting package and a very interesting piece on land in this party.
Well, as a matter of fact, you told, did you tell me you were going to Australia? Yes, you did.
Yes.
Yeah, you told me that they had made you an offer for the land, essentially, which was going to be, if I recall correctly, leasing it in perpetuity. In other words, forever, or for your life anyway.
That's exactly.
And so then you were off to Australia with a parcel of money.
I'll tell you, they basically gave me $250,000 a month for the property.
$250,000 a month, my God. And so you were, and I know you were in Australia because you sent me a number of emails, which I did mention to my audience, from Australia. I mean, there was no question where it was from. It was from Australia.
I was set up in Australia. I actually, for a good while, lived out there in Perth, which I loved living in Perth.
In Perth?
Oh, it's wonderful out there. I loved Australia.
Well, I thought, here's Mel, gone to Australia. I had no idea you were getting that much money. Obviously set for life.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you, it was great. I built some facilities out there off the outback, basically, where I could grow the various plants that I was allowed to bring with me and cultivate them over there. And we also did a fair amount of wombat rescue out there, which was very gratifying. And
Wombat rescue?
Yeah, they're native marsupials out there, kind of good-sized critter out there, but a lot of them were becoming endangered. And I can tell you this right now, the wombats now, I do believe to some degree with the work that I've done out there, they're making a comeback out there.
Well, that's wonderful that you made that. But Mel, what the hell happened? In other words, here you were in Australia with all this money, and now you're back here and you've fallen on hard times.
Well, you know, I'll tell
I accepted their offers, but I was basically, was to leave town. I left town. I was actually told to leave my car and wait at the rest stop when I was get off the road outside of Ellensburg, and I was taken to the airport, taken to San Francisco, and then taken to Australia. And so I left the country. Had my 2 dogs with me. And we didn't want it to be damn sure you were going to Australia. I took my dogs. I was set up there. I already had, there was an account already set up for me. The complex paperwork that was involved in, moving as a resident to Australia was all taken care of for me. I mean, it was a piece of cake. They made the arrangements, and so there was some cooperation on the Australian government's part.
Holy smokes. I know they can do this kind of thing, but I mean, it tells you how important this hole must be.
They were basically willing to give me $3 million a year for the use of the property, and basically non-disclosure on certain aspects. And I can only disclose as much I can disclose. There's a lot of things I don't know.
Well, listen, I can survive with that. Take the money and run. Hell yes.
Hey, to me it was fine.
On the one hand, you got the guys with the automatic weapons, and on the other hand, you got the guys with the money and the ticket.
Yeah, so
not a hard choice.
No, I 99 of 100 people in the same situation would take it. And
I don't blame you for 1 second. And so you went to Australia.
Well, it was wonderful. I loved it. They did a lot of good work there.
Yeah, but what happened? What happened, Mel? I mean,
well, a number of things happened there, and I'll tell you one of the things was I did continue my work with herbs. Had some incredible successes out there with some of the things that I'd actually I go out on a limb on this, but some of the things that I had imported from my property out there to Australia.
Oh, they usually don't like that stuff.
Pardon?
They usually don't like that stuff.
No, but we had some of the plants that I had grown out there had some very remarkable properties. And
you think that would have anything to do with the area where they were rattling?
Absolutely, that near the home. Absolutely, because I had other plants there that were not native to the whole property that didn't have similar results. So I know that growing in proximity of the hole, and we did a lot of cultivation there. I grew a lot of one of the reasons for being where I was in Central Washington was the type of climate that was very conducive to growing the various things I did. I tried to find similar conditions out there in Australia as well.
Yeah, but when I say, Mel, what happened? I mean, how did you go from being relatively rich and well off in Australia, now you're back here, not well off?
I'm back here, and as you recall, I was to make an appearance on the show, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. You sent me,
I told you I was going to be in town. I got in touch, and I actually talked to you here in the States.
I promoted it. I said, Mel's got hold of me. He's in the States. He's going to come on the show. And then, of course, you were a no-show.
Well, I'm gonna relate to you the chain of events that occurred.
Please.
From the day that I was supposed to appear on the show, right? As much as I can remember, and bring it up to date till now.
All right.
Okay, on the day that I was going to be on the show, I helped my nephew move from his apartment. Right. We got a place down in the Olympia area. Right. And so, down there and all of that. Down here, and then I was going to basically we had to return the truck back to the Tacoma area. So I got them all settled here. I got up to Tacoma, returned the truck, and I was going to take the bus down to Olympia. Just take the transit. There's a bus that runs from Tacoma to Olympia. So I got on the bus and right down there. And I got on the bus, there was an altercation on the bus. There was fighting. There was commotion going on. Anyway, we pulled into and some of you listeners might actually remember this, but if they were on the bus, so they might have heard of it. But we pulled to the 512 park and ride, and people got on the bus and they wanted to ask questions about what happened on the bus. And I got off the bus and I said, I talked to these guys here, but I have to get back to Olympia here because we're going to do all of this here. And so they said, that's no problem. We're going to, we've got the transit bus here. We'll just take you back to Olympia. I says, okay. And that's the last thing I remember.
The last thing you remember
About,
what do you mean?
was it about 12 days later? I found myself in San Francisco.
Somebody hit you. Once you
I have no idea at that point. I found myself in San Francisco in a pretty rough part of town, in an alley. These bums were basically trying to wake me up.
Holy mackerel!
They were trying to get me to sing. I remember this. They were trying to get me to sing On the Road Again because I sort of looked like Willie Nelson. And
Sure.
this is exactly what happened.
And you lost how many days?
12 days.
From an altercation on a bus.
I was told that they wanted to talk to me about it. They were willing to take me back to Olympia from there. So, I got onto the little transit van. This last thing I remember.
So 12 days gone when you, God knows what, were knocked out or kept in some kind of coma or...
When I woke up there, I had nothing on me. I had no identification. I had no wallet. I had no keys. I had the clothes I had when I was moving. They were still as grubby and filthy as, after you move, you get all grubby and filthy. I was in my clothes. I oriented myself down there. I looked around. I noticed there was pain in my arm. I rolled up my sleeve. It looked like... I'm looking at my elbow now here. It looked like, what would you say, an IV was taped to my skin.
Yeah.
There was still the residue of tape.
Oh, my arms. Yeah, I understand. So, obviously, somebody kept you out for 12 days for some reason.
And you listened to the first part of your show. And, you're talking about teeth. All of my back teeth have been removed.
What?
I have no back teeth.
You have no back teeth?
None.
You don't mean like...
molars. No wisdom.
You're not talking about wisdom teeth. You're talking...
No back teeth. Not on top. Not on bottom.
Why would they take your teeth
I have
out?
no idea, Art. The next thing I got in touch with my nephew. I said, look, I'm down here. He gets me a Greyhound ticket to pick up at the bus station over there. I get on the bus.
You were broke?
I had nothing. I had nothing. That was it. I had no, he gets me on the bus. I take the bus back. He told me he was just absolutely frantic, because I told him to collect from down there.
I was frantic too. I couldn't figure out what happened to you.
So, what happened there, looked like something had occurred to me there. I had no teeth there. I have no idea why I have no teeth in the back. I have front teeth.
Were there scars where teeth had been, in other words, if there had been recent surgery or...
Oh, yeah. In fact, at the time there, I was still bleeding from the back of the mouth. I could still taste blood in the back of my mouth there, so it was pretty ugly.
Well, you were screwing with somebody you shouldn't have been screwing with.
Well, I would think that the easy answer would be that it had something to do with I'm going to get on the air and blah blah blah, say this and that.
In other words, since I had promoted the show.
Yeah, but that's really not it.
If that is it, then you could be in danger now.
Well, I don't believe that was it because there's a lot of things that I was doing. I got myself in trouble.
Yeah, but Mel, if you think about it, look what happened after the first time you came on my show.
Yeah.
Then look what happened after I promoted years later that you were going to be on my show again.
Yeah.
And you're gone for 12 days.
you have to imagine there's a possibility of a relationship there.
We can take the connection and we can put it on the back burner. But I'm a curious fellow. I mean, any guy that runs 80,000 feet of flying into
He's a curious guy.
I'm a curious guy. I got back to my nephews. I'm still with my nephew now.
Don't even say where.
No, but I found out that I don't know if you can appreciate this or that, but the next thing that happened to me is I found that there was some legal action taken against me. Legal action was taken on behalf of my former wife.
Your former wife?
Yeah. Basically, I had the property on the Vanessa stashes.
You had said it was her property.
It was her property, and it was basically she had leased it to me in perpetuity as part of our divorce settlement. I had helped her go through school.
All right, Mel. Yeah, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. Oh, I just get.
Actually, we're having on Monday. This discussion on Monday, 8 a.m. New York time, 1 p.m. Central European time. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance.
America.
I was without my belt buckle, and that really,
They took your belt buckle?
Yeah,
Now that's really low.
I made
take a person's teeth, but you take your belt buckle.
Well, it was just, I had everything else, and there was another belt buckle on there. I made a belt buckle out of silver fork, eating fork.
Yeah.
Invented. I used to bend metal and do all kinds of things with it. Made a fashion a nice belt buckle out of that, and
that was gone.
And I used to tumble stones and stuff too, and I just had a nice looking rock that I had on there too that I picked up and put on there. And it was like I had my pants, I had my shoes, I had my socks. Why take my belt buckle? That might be getting ahead of myself here. But anyway, I get back and find out that there was some legal action taken against me here, and it was initiated by my former wife.
I see.
Basically, I had the property through part of the divorce settlement there, and I helped her with the school, and it was pretty worthless land. And she said, "Well, I'll give you that as part of the settlement there." And I was.
So then, what was the legal action? She wanted the home back?
Well, what happened is the neighbors I was served with said that I was in violation of the terms of the lease with her.
With her?
Exactly. As part of the divorce settlement, and a number of things that occurred at my property. One, that there were underground fuel tanks put in. Number two, there was a septic system put in.
Oh, this is what the people who came up there put in.
Number three, there was some paving of roads. These were all things that were not supposed to occur on the property.
Gotcha.
So basically, I had lost all rights to the property out there, period. The sad thing about it was I was seeing my former wife because we kind of had an agreement there that if I were to profit from the property, I would, take care of her. We had, we didn't have enough there to keep a marriage going, but certainly didn't have anything against her. I was giving her $25,000 a month.
Oh, it's pretty generous.
Yeah.
Well, she must have smelled what out of the money. I mean,
basically,
she must have known if you were giving her $25,000, there was a lot more in that hole.
But I mean, there's no way that she would have had access to the property as far as I can tell, and someone had to get to her.
Well, yeah, but if she's got control of the property now, then she's probably made a deal
with them, yes.
With them. And you're out in the cold, and you get left with a bum in San Francisco and no back teeth.
I'm down there in a really ugly part of town. I got to tell you, there, I don't have any back teeth. I don't even have my belt buckle. And right now I'm at the point. Actually, I probably tell I'm a smoker, but I'm actually having to sell plasma in order to buy cigarettes. That's how bad I am right now.
Oh my God! Talk about a richest to rags story.
I mean, we talking, all the way around there.
Well, and still you're pursuing this, Bill. Now,
because I don't want to have to know.
mention names here. Yeah. And I don't want to name them on the air. I just want to be careful here. But you want to find, for example, the Mexican fellow. He's the tire guy. Why do you want him? A Catholic priest you're looking for. That's right. There's a priest. There's a Hungarian fellow that I need to get in touch with. People who have something to do with the whole. My question is, after all of this, Mel, what do you think you can do? Well, maybe I should run this back to my time in Australia, okay? All right. And, I did bring some of the various plants that have been grown on the property by the hole there. And there are various plants that, if anyone wants to, they can probably do a little research and find out exactly are, because the plants themselves have been written about for the last 100 years, and they had remarkable properties. Like one. Like one. Well, I'm not going to say the names of the plants there. No. Properties remarkable. Oh, they were used, for instance, during by a certain army doctor for dealing with the great influenza that we had at the turn of the century. The one that killed all those people. Yes, millions. Yes, and the people that received this. I had a simple life before this. I had an extraordinary run for the last several years. And I still need to get some answers for things. I need to get hold of the guy that I gave the gun to. I believe he contacted you. Where did you get that gun? That I dug up on the property. I planted various things out there. And from time to time, when I'm clearing a piece of land to plant on, I'll dig up rocks, I'll dig up metal, and all kinds of things there. And I found this gun and a holster and those little odds and ends along with it there. And I just basically took this and threw it in my drawer in my little workshop there, my office that I had on the property there. And then when I had to move, I gave it to this fellow, and because I need to move into an apartment, I gave it to him as a deposit on the apartment. So it must have been a decent gun. It was, from what I could tell, I'm not a big gun man, but it was a German P-38. It looked like one of those, like the Nazis used to use back in World War II. Yeah, you might have really had some on your hands there, and you gave it to the guy. Yeah, well, again, I'm not a gun person. I figure it might be worth something. I don't know. It didn't make any. Why do you think getting hold of him now would be meaningful? Well, for one, we can't get hold of him, and two, for some of the things that I remember about the gun now, and that I also found out, and also what he had indicated to you about the gun as well. And what I had found out, and I talked with his son is basically says that this fellow is, he left the family, he left his wife, he left everyone there. He can't be found at all. So I'd like him to contact him. So he's disappeared too. And he had the gun that I gave him there. He was found on the property. And suppose you found the Mexican guy who threw down all the tires, thousands of tires. What would you do with him? Well, part of this is also connected with the gun. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more about this here. All right. I found out about it, and I might be able to verify it with some of my own experience. Fire away. I had talked with this guy's son, and this guy said that, his father kind of became obsessed with this gun here, and I believe what he indicated to you is that he would shoot this gun and it wouldn't make a sound. Yeah, I remember that. That's a long time ago now. Yes. Well, I knew exactly who it was, and I'm here to tell you the guy who's speaking the gospel there when he contacted you. But this thing was like dead silent, and it was really weird. Well, I talked to this guy's son, he's kind of close to my nephew, and we got talking. He says, what was interesting about this? What my dad told me, when
all over the place, like from the past, from present, from any type of radio signal. They could change the channels on the radio.
This is really weird, Mel. Everything that comes out of the area of that hole is weird.
Well, this is what I'm telling you here, is that he would do that, and he would just like about a foot away, wave his hand near the gun. The channels would change there, and he would get something like a baseball game from 1963, or it would be a weather report from Iowa, or it would be something from Canada, or it would be Mexican music playing. It was very still. It would stay exactly on a certain channel there, and he would get something like Out of Time with it.
That's weird.
Okay,
that's really weird.
And so that is.
So now I see why you want to find the gun.
Well, I'd like to find him. I'd like to find out that he's okay, and that he hasn't done anything really peculiar or pretty or very strange.
Maybe it's true that everybody who in any way encountered the hole in the area came to problems.
Well, the guy with the tires, I want to get in touch with him because I had given his. It must have been a son or it must have been a grandson of his. He wanted to throw the truck out there, and he had some problems on the property. His son drove out there after him to help with the truck and get it going there. And he had trouble there too. And make long story short, I gave him a couple of buckets of 5-gallon paint buckets full of like rock and metal and stuff that I picked up on the property. That I was, instead of chucking them aside, I would just toss them in these buckets. Occasionally, I'd sort through them, see what's going on. But I gave it to him, right, to put in the back of his car so he could get out of there because he wasn't getting any traction. So, normally, out there when you're in that part of the country, you always carry a couple of bags of sand or something in the back of your vehicle. Sure. So he has a couple of buckets of rock, possibly dirt and stuff that I want to get on my hands.
So you think then that anything that came from that area has unusual properties?
I'm beginning to believe that. The reel this story up to Australia is that I was approached when I was in Australia because I was dealing with some people in the various ministries there, the government things, ministries of health, different things there, and they were kind of interested in what I was doing. And I was approached at one point to take some of the things that I had brought from the U.S. And we gave some people up there, 3 men who had like advanced HIV. These guys were in hospice. Well, they're not in the hospice anymore. They're not on death row anymore. These guys are doing just fine.
Wow.
This is stuff that is
Now, why did you? I don't understand why you left Australia. I mean,
I just came back here to, be with my family. And, what family I have here.
Obviously a big mistake.
Back in the U.S. here, and that was my primary reason for coming up here.
But if you had stayed, I know, but if you had stayed there, you might still be sipping pina coladas and stuff.
I do wish I was there. I gotta tell you, on the beaches in Australia, the women there wear barely more than two bad days in a postage stamp.
I've heard that, though.
It's gorgeous. More ways than one out there.
So the money's gone, the postage stamp girls are gone, the teeth are gone, belt buckle's gone, gun's gone.
I'm trying to get a hold of a few people. The Hungarian man, he lived in the area, and actually I have a lot of interest in getting to him. The priest fellow, same thing. He's kind of connected to the Hungarian fellow.
Mel, I'm going to make a suggestion to you. Maybe you should do what a lot of people do, and you should write a book about this. Have you considered it?
I don't know. I mean, that's
my nephew was writing something based on the he just thought it was great. I know this celebrity kind of guy here.
People wrote songs about what happened to him.
I know. My nephew just showed me the other day. He had a compact disc called "The Ballad of Mel Soul."
That's right.
I mean, it's incredible. People told me they had drinks named after all of this, and
Mel's Whole Drinks.
yeah, at the various bars in town in Ellensburg. I mean, it was quite a remarkable phenomenon out there. It's really amazing. It really created quite a stir out in that part of the country.
Well, have you tried, this is a key question, have you tried to go back to the hole, or the property where the hole is?
No, I can't see that claim. Right now, I'm keeping some of my cards close to the vest because I'd like to put some of the screws on my former wife there to see that, hey, let her know, and I hope she's listening, that, hey, what happened to me
Can happen to you.
can happen to you, and it might be worth your while to keep me a little bit quiet about things.
Say 25 grand.
Look, right now, I'm happy for an acre or two of land and a trailer I can call my own, where I can keep doing my work.
Well, this is some honesty. This is something you've been through, Mel. All over us. Well, I was going to say Stinky Hole. It's not a Stinky Hole. It's an unusual hole.
Yeah, basically the hole, but I really did get the shaft in the end.
It's not funny. Sorry.
It has been a remarkable thing. I don't know. Did you read the facts that I sent you, or
Yes.
okay, I mean, did you read it to the audience, or?
Oh no, because there were names in it. I didn't want to.
Is there anything in there you wouldn't want me to talk about on the air?
Only the names.
No specific names.
No specific names.
Specific incidents.
Well, we've covered a lot of that.
Okay. Can I say this? There is a very strong connection with the Heaven's Gate incident and my property.
Well, okay, I will say this. You wanted to make contact with anyone who saw Marshall Applewhite up in that Ellensburg area prior to the last appearance on Coast to Coast. By the way, Mel, for your original appearance here was, damn, I had it here,
In February of '97.
it was February 21st of 1997. I got a call from my board up during the break here. And he said February 1st, 1997. And so you think somehow there's some connection to the whole Heaven's Gate thing.
I do believe, and that happened, that occurred, as you recall, about a month after my appearance.
I recall
on the show, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Well, there's no way for people to get hold of you, is there? I mean, nothing that you can give out.
I will give out an email address if anybody wants to get in touch.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, buddy, go for it.
Mel Waters, one word, run together, at home.com.
Mel Waters.
Home, H-O-M-E.
Home.
So I don't have a domain name.
So that's MELWATERS at home, HOME.com. Well, you're going to get a lot of email, Mel, because a lot.
I really want to know if something, if that priest will contact me. I want anyone that knows.
Any of the people from back then that had to do with you and the whole.
That's right. The Hungarian man, I'm very, very, very anxious to get hold of, and I do believe he would get in touch with me Mel, I'm so sorry all this has happened to you. We're running out of time here, but you will never know how sorry I am that all this has happened to you. And
I'm gonna move along here. You know,
you will prevail.
And who knows? You may not have heard the last of all of this.
Oh, listen.
If my wife is listening, ex-wife is listening, hey, you won't be.
All right, that's Mel Waters at HOME.com. You probably hear from the media too. Listen, buddy,
Hold on to your website there. I want those people to get a hold of me.
hold on to your front teeth, Mel.
Thank you.
Later, buddy.
Bye.
And Mel. Here he is from, I don't know where he is right now. Mel Waters. Mel, welcome to the program.
I'm here in the Pacific Northwest.
Somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. That'll do. First of all, it's great to hear from you, and I guess we heard from you, Mel, because, were you out somewhere when we did a rebroadcast of the original Mel's whole thing?
Yeah, I guess this was last week sometime, and I was coming back from Nevada, and I get a lot of rides from truckers. You might find this interesting. I look a hell of a lot like Willie Nelson. People will come up to me, and particularly truckers, and say, "Do you know you look like Willie Nelson?" No kidding, man. And I tell them, no, I'm not Willie Nelson. I am Mel Waters.
And they know who you are?
Well, they know exactly who I am. And next thing you know, I've got 3 or 4 truckers standing around me, and we're talking. And
Well, how do you get them to believe you? I once was out I've got an RV now.
yeah,
And we talked to truckers on CD. That's real handy when you're on the road. And I encountered some truckers, my wife and I did, and we were running with them. You do that, you kind of run in a pack. And they wouldn't believe it was me. And they said, your name is Art. You're from Romeo. Are you Art Bell? I said, yes, I'm Art Bell. They said, no, you're not.
I haven't had any problem with it. It's interesting. I guess a lot of the truckers that are listening to you aren't seeing you on your website or so I guess they have no mental picture of you at all. So I think
even on the radio, they're on CD. We were just talking about it on CD.
Oh, so they heard your voice.
Yeah, that's right. They would not believe it was me. They finally did, but it took about an hour. Anyway, Mel,
so we're heading back, and we're near Portland. And he turns on the radio, and I'm on the air. At first, I couldn't believe I was. This is great. We've been on the road too long, and we were wrapping up the show there, and I decided, well, I'm heading back here. I had to see a doctor for a checkup here, and so we. I came up here and I said, what the heck, I'll bring the audience up to date here. I kind of left people dangling there at the end of,
I got a lot of, hey, I'm dangling here. What's the story on Mel's home? And to bring everybody just very quickly, the 101, you had a piece of property in Washington.
Yeah, out near Ellisburg, Washington, the center of Washington State, near the Manassas Ridge, which is sort of like the mountain range that runs along where the Ellisburg is in the Kittitas Valley. So in a valley, you've got mountain ranges and so forth, and that's basically where the property is located out there. What happened? Tell them what happened with the property. Well, yeah, we'll give you the nickel tour. Thank you. Good. Okay. Basically, this was back in '97, so this was 5 years ago. And I sent a fax to the show here, and basically I described what I had done about this hole, how I lowered some fishing line into it because, quite frankly, for years and years, people were dumping stuff into the holes. I'm talking refrigerators, I'm talking dead animals. My favorite thing to toss in there was TV picture tubes, but no matter what we tossed in there, we never heard anything hit bottom.
Let me stop you for just 1 second. Mel, do you have a Bible?
Yes.
Go get your Bible. I'll wait.
I have the Bible right here, and
you have it that handy?
Yes.
Place your hand on it, Mel.
It is right on the Bible.
You swear with your hand on that Bible, Mel, that what you are telling me and about to tell me is the whole truth, the absolute truth.
Let us say the absolute truth.
On the right.
That's absolute truth. I'm sorry about the whole truth thing. The absolute truth with your hand on the Bible. So help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right. So you threw TV picture tubes down, but I remember cows going down, and yeah, so some people who had dead cattle out there. I had a little Mexican fellow that used to throw literally truckloads of tires down there. And there was enough, the hole was big enough so that you could throw something down and you wouldn't hear it cascading off the side. It was 9 feet across, and it had a retaining wall around the top of it, and the stone went down a bit. But as far as I could tell, as far as I could see, no splash, no crash, no bang, nothing. And it seemed to be, and it didn't look like it tapered. It looked, from everything that I could see, it looked as wide as far as it was a hole. Yeah. Oh, I don't know, maybe it's further than I can see it tapered. I have no idea. But I figured something tapered eventually tapers down to nothing, and things start collecting. Well, 9 feet in diameter, that's a big hole. That's a good sized hole. That's 3 yards across. That's more than the average human being is standing up. So you have something across the hole, right? Yeah, we put some corrugated metal and stuff on top of it, kind of to secure it. By the way, did you test the hole in? Was there any protection? Was there a sign up that said, beware of the hole? No, yeah, beware of the hole. No, I think would fall under the category of attractive. You start warning people, and it gets people enticed. So, what about protecting people? I mean, you put the corrugated metal on top was for it. It was secured out there pretty good, so you could open this up without basically busting the mechanism open. So you began lowering fishing line into the hole from this centerpiece, right? Yeah. First, I used to do a lot of shark fishing, so I had a couple of big fishing poles with a lot of line on them. And what I was curious about is to find out if there was any water down there. What the heck? So I lowered a big reel full of line into it, and had a roll of lifesavers on the bottom. The roll of lifesavers was simply because if they had water, the lifesavers would dissolve. Absolutely. The old fisherman shit. So that's what I did. I lowered down. I emptied a reel. I moved about 500 yards of line on this particular reel there. I did that with another reel, so I connected them up there, and I get down to about 3,000 feet. And same result. And then finally, I got kind of nuts about the whole thing there, so I went and bought basically monofilament in wholesale quantities. This kind of stuff they fill the fisherman's reels with down at the sporting goods stores. You see, they have monster reels that are giant. So, basically I started lowering this stuff down there on a 1 pound lead weight to the hole. By the way, did you have any help, or were you doing this all by yourself? Well, no, the project was conducted by myself. I didn't have, an assistant or anything. It was your own property anyway, right? It was my property. My wife was becoming estranged from me, so she wasn't hanging around or anything. I was just sort of out there at the property doing, just to satisfy my own curiosity. And basically, at the point where I had reached 80,000 feet of line into the hole, and I had a little, for lack of a better word, I had a little widget that kept track of, it's just like a little, it's like a mechanical digital counter, but it is made for measuring how much line goes down. So I knew exactly how much line I put in the hole at that point, which was 80,000 feet. 8,000 times 10, or 80,000 feet. Something like 15 miles of line went to that hole. There are people who have questioned, you have a little weight, of course, on the end. Yeah, exactly. And then you have the weight of the line itself. Now, at some point, people say the line would be so heavy that you would have no idea whether you actually hit bottom or not. Well, yeah, I would think so. And again, the only thing is I do recall I got back to you, and what I did is I actually measured the weight of the line in the hole. A little spring fisherman scaling, just a thing. And I believe I had somewhere between, with the weight on the bottom, between 17 and 18 pounds of weight attached to the top. So I had an invisible limit. I don't know. I mean, to me, I think about it now, and I think about what I've been through, and I think about all these things here. And I don't know what to make of any of this stuff. I don't know why. I mean, I know that, well, didn't you have somebody
talk about they're drilling like these huge deep holes in Russia or something like that. Okay, you deep holes there. I don't know what the depth of the hole is. The hole there has been there for as long as anybody can remember. If you talk to some people there, they say, oh yeah, this was there, you know, from people who say they're volcanic vents or whatever. Could be, but still at 80,000 feet, no bottom of the hole. Now this hole exhibited some, lack of a better term, paranormal aspects. Well, yeah, and I believe what I had noted was that, you know, my dogs wouldn't have anything to do with it. You know, they wouldn't go anywhere near it. Right? You know, birds didn't mess with the retaining wall. You know, it's the kind of place birds like to go. They didn't go anywhere near it. That there were people that told me various things that, you know, when I talked to them about it, one man claimed he had thrown a dog that died into it, and at some point after that, he was out there hunting around there in the hills, and he saw the exact same dog that's going through the woods like it was hunting with a hole, and then brought the dog back to life. Well, that's the idea. Now, here's the thing here. I said, well, did you call the dog back to you? And you know, did it come back to you? He said it looked like it was hunting with somebody else. That's what he said. At least it was happy. It was there on the same places where he had gone to. Now, you believe so strongly in the powers of this hole. I know that as one condition. I'm getting ahead of myself. The government came and took your hole. That's one of the things. There was quite a period of time there where after the program, all hell had broken loose. And yeah, I was going back to the hole. I actually wasn't living when I had talked to you. Originally, I was not living on the property. We had just had a really major snowstorm, like 2 feet of snow in 24 hours. And most of my trailer buildings and stuff were all caved in on the property, so it was a real mess out there. Anyway, I taken an apartment in town, and so you know, it was the next day or whatever. I go back there, and you know, I'm driving up to my property, and even before I get anywhere near the property, I'm met by basically uniformed people who were telling me that there was a plane crash on my property that they have to investigate 30 accidents, and that I'm not to, they will let me know when I come back. Now, bear in mind, everybody, this was immediately after our broadcast. Yeah, this is almost nobody knew about the whole until broadcast. Immediately after broadcast, next day he goes back and they're giving him this plane crash. And I said, I'm not dummy. I'm looking around. I don't see any smoke. I don't smell any smoke. I didn't see any evidence of what would be a plane crash. So I was pretty much believing they're handing me a bill of goods. Right. And, I said, look, this is my property. I want to get onto it. And basically there were some threats made against me that, it was being told that it would be fairly easy for people to find a drug lab on my property there. I'm basically a man who deals in herbs and Native American herbal medicine. And back on funny, or we got you. I do. What I had there, I suppose could be construed as a drug lab. I don't know, but that's where it was. Was it a real drug lab, or I had the various plants that grow native in that area there. I had some plants that I brought up from Nevada growing over there, but none of these things or anything but plants you would find growing in a high desert environment. And there are a lot of psychedelic hallucinations. I did not deal with anything like that. That's normal. That's all over the desert. It may not be widely known, but in all the truth, there's all kinds of hallucinogens that grow naturally in the desert. Well, the people that know, and I've worked extensively with Native Americans, and they can walk through an area, they can tell you everything. And they're not like you got a meth lab up there or anything. That's what they were implying. There was herbal stuff. All right, so they scare you the hell away. Then how did you come to make a deal with the government? I have a hard time figuring out what led around here. Basically, I wasn't going to back off. I was talking to the press. You are the press, aren't you? And so what they did is offered to lease my property from me in perpetuity for a very healthy sum of money. And I'm talking like $250,000 a month. had a couple of emails. Yeah, oh yeah, you were there. I would contact you from time to time just to let you know I was okay. And you were in Australia. Oh, I know that's true. So you had taken the money, and I figured you were probably sipping martinis in some nice Aussie outback location with lots of nice, young, very Australian, yes, and just having a nice life. Combing my beard and all that stuff. So what the hell happened? Well, and then I, I was doing well. I did a lot of good work over there. One of the things that I was allowed to do was to bring some of my plants with me. Did they send you the money? Oh yeah, it appeared regularly in my account. I got the money, Johnny, on the spot. It was great. They allowed me to bring my dogs with me, which I don't know if you know about transporting dogs across the seas, but you normally can bring dogs. I know. Well, without quarantine for a long period, but they were not in quarantine. They just said, so they got you right now. So they got me right there. I got me right there. You were the king of the hole, no doubt about it. That was it. I was living good. I was happy, and basically, I was doing fine, doing my work out there. Did a lot of work out there on wombat rescue and wombat restoration. There it was great. How many $250,000 payments did they actually come true with? Well, I was there from. I haven't tallied it up there, but I was basically there from March of '97 until right before millennium. I mean, the year 2000. No, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. I'm wearing no orders back. Now, the keepers of the network vault of time information informed me that Mel Waters was originally on program February 21st of 1997, then again February 24th. 3 days later, then he wasn't on until April of 2000. That would have been when he came back to the U.S. So that's the timeline we've got. That sounds about right, Mel. So, they paid you, Mel, a lot of money. I mean, there were several payments of $250,000 right a month. As nice as every month. It was like, what the hell happened to all the money? Well, I'll tell you what happened, and I had to come back in December of I was on, would have been 2000. You were on April of 2000, so 2001. Well, it says 2000 here. Maybe the time. Okay, then it was right before the millennium, right? Okay, so in 1990. No. This was the millennium. 00. In 1999 in December, I had come back, and I actually contacted you to appear on the air. I was in the USA, and I thought we just actually would have been a boring interview. It would just been how life was good in Australia and how wonderful things were. But everybody would know, hey, now the life is doing okay. Basically, at that point, I was helping my nephew move from Tacoma to Olympia, and I was on it during the day before the interview. Right. And we moved down there in a U-Haul truck, and I was driving the truck back. I was going to take the bus back to Olympia. There was some strangeness that occurred on the bus. There was an altercation. From what appeared to me, there were policemen and transit people that came over there. I was asked to give my statement. I said, no, I got to get back to Olympia, blah, blah, blah. I can't miss the last bus. They said, that's okay. You can talk to us. We'll drive you back in the van. That was the last thing I remembered. Because when I had woke up, it was about 12 days later, and I was in a real seedy part of San Francisco, lying in an alley. These winos were basically trying to get me to sing on the road again, beaten up, and I was bad. I had no teeth in the back of my mouth, no molars. They were gone. Dennis, by the way, has since done some exemplary work for you. You like that? He gave me some state-of-the-art dentures. They are wonderful. So, you were abducted. You were beaten up. God knows what happened to you. You found yourself in San Francisco in a disaster, and you haven't come back from that, obviously. But I still want to know, Mel, what the hell happened to all the money? Well, what happened was that when I had gone back and
paving that was done and modifications that basically I was not allowed to do, right? And so I no longer had any claim on that property. And that's basically where I'm left. So, okay, still, though, Mel, what about all the money you did receive? I mean, did you blow it on wine, women, and song, or what? Well, again, when you have a lot of money, I mean, you can only eat so much food, drink so much good scotch. That's right. You know, I mean, and I devoted a good deal of the money I had, one, for the research I was doing. That was my activity, and two, creating a facility for dealing with our wombat friends in Australia. Yeah, I know you were very concerned about that. I remember you writing about wombats. I am so proud of them, because if you go now, your money went to the wombats, really. A majority of it, but right after that, then I tried to access my money. My money wasn't there. I had sent emails to my colleagues in Australia. They said my whole facility was dismantled over there. Oh my God! Everyone was given a severance check because I had various students and various people working for me there. Because I'm not a veterinarian or anything like that, so you go through money, quite a bit of money there. And I was glad to do it. So there I am, basically lying in the gutter. No deed. I could still see the tape on my arms where they had taped down an IV or some sort of thing to it, so I was out of it for the longest time. And I contacted my nephew, and he managed to get me a bus ticket back north. Rather talk about going from being a whole baron to that. I had nothing, that's kind of where I left everything when we last talked. Now I know that you've had contact with the Native American community since you've been back. Is that right? Oh yeah. In fact, we will get into that, because that leads to part two of all of this. I kind of wrap things up. I wanted to bring up some things, because you probably noticed I was pretty tipped off that they stole my belt buckle. Oh yeah, I remember that. I'm working with herbs and stuff. I'm kind of an itinerant jeweler as well, and I make things. And I went back to Ellensburg, and I sold a number of these similar belt buckles at the farmers market to little consignment jewelry stores in Ellensburg, right? And so, sure enough, when I'm there, I run into a guy who was wearing one of my belt buckles. Now, and they were made with a silver fork. And you know your own work, you know? Yeah, I mean, they were very unique, and this was kind of a little full card thing I had. What is the point, though? Well, the point is that I kept on thinking, why would they take my belt buckle? Now, that was the thing. I mean, this was very personal item there that would, I had another belt buckle on my belt. See what I'm saying? Why take a man's belt buckle? Makes no sense. So anyway, I run into this guy, and I said, hey, you bought one of my belt buckles? Oh yeah, I love this thing. Anyway, so we take a look at it. We're looking at it. Basically, the motif on there is I had 3 coins, that had affixed to it in bezels. Right. There was a coin with Winston Churchill, right, on it. There was a coin with Joseph Stalin. And there was a coin dime with Franklin Roosevelt. Rather distinctive. Yeah, so this was full card representing the great conference that they had. Gotcha. Yeah. So we're looking at the coins there, and we're noticing there it is a 1943 Roosevelt dime. Franklin Roosevelt was still alive in 1943. You're sure? Yeah, absolutely sure. Absolutely sure. It was a 1943 dime. Well, that just makes no sense whatsoever. I found on my property, I cleared the land, I found that Nazi sort of gun there. It was P-38 that I gave to the landlord as the profit. There we go. And we dig up all kinds of things, bits of metal and stuff like that. What I found when I went one time, I was digging around there, just rooting around. I I found one of these red Chinese lucky money envelopes. You know the kind the Chinese give to each other on figures? Yes. And it had 10 of these dimes in it. So I got 10 dimes, I'm making, these belt buckles, I put one in each one there. So we're examining this dime here with this fellow in Ellisburg, and it struck us at the same time. I mean, when I told you 1943 Roosevelt dime, you thought, okay, well, it couldn't exist. We had a dime that there's no way it could exist. Right? But it looked just like your normal dime, but from 1943. And the only other thing that was kind of peculiar about it was that it had a B as in baby mint mark on it. Now we have S for San Francisco, P for Philadelphia, D for Denver. But I have no record anywhere of a B as in baby or Boston. Boston, could be Boston. I don't know what it was, but I know no B mint mark on a dime. So anyway, this guy is really curious. He decides to go see a big time coin dealer about this coin. And he goes in there, the coin dealer takes a look at it. He just is like, mouth is hanging open. I'm telling you, I'm relating a story from my buddy. He looks at this thing and he's just flabbergasted.
What I don't understand is how all this relates.
Well, it ties into why my belt buckle was taken. Because it had the same coin on there.
Now, are you fairly sure it was not the same belt buckle?
I had made a series of 10 of them. I made 10 coin. I had 10 of the same coin.
I understand. So now, was this the same buckle?
No, it was one that he must have bought. Okay.
Would you have any way of knowing if it was the same one?
No. They were very. They were all custom made. So each one was a little bit different.
Gotcha.
Okay, I would know for a fact it was not the one I wore every day of my life. But he took it to a coin dealer, and the coin dealer was just amazed. He had no. Then he began to grasp what he was holding in front of him. He started telling him, I don't know, this could be a prototype.
Well, nothing explains it. I mean, time travel, what would explain
something created before Roosevelt would have even died? That when they created that time, they went to, they sped up the process to get a Roosevelt dime after he died. But there's nothing that explains it. The guy offered him a huge amount of money. The coin dealer, I'm going to write you a very substantial check. You give me the dime. The guy says, let me think about it. Okay, I'll give you my number. You give me a call. And I'll let you know what I think. To make a long story short, a day or two later, this guy is visited by Treasury officials there who said they have to confiscate this coin from him for some legal reason or another, so they took the coin away from this.
should have made the deal the day before.
He should have made the deal.
So, do you remember where you got these coins?
Yeah, they were on my property.
They were on the property, just showed up laying on the property?
No, I was actually digging around there, because I turned a lot of dirt over there to plant stuff and grow things there. And,
I think about this and nothing explains it. I mean, time travel would not explain it.
the only thing that I even began to think about, over the years I had paid attention to it, but it was like, I don't know if you've noticed this, but in the middle of every intersection, on the road, yes, there's always a little pile of nuts and bolts. If you drive by, you'll notice them. Little springs in right in the middle of the intersection, that falls off of cars. Right. It seemed to be like that property was like there's all kinds of odds and ends were over there. I mean, why would I find it? I don't know.
Well, it's strange that you would mention all of this now. I remember you're telling the story of your belt buckle being gone, but you didn't go into the detail about your belt buckle before.
Now, because I didn't know the significance of it. I just looked at it as a couple of old silver dimes.
Suddenly you relate it back to the hole in the
Exactly.
I see.
Exactly. So I guess this, so that kind of
mind the buckle would be taken from me.
I suppose so. It might be proof of
Something other than it should be. Yeah. But that happened over there. And I just wanted to bring it up today. I haven't been able to track down my former wife at all. I mean, she is just like vanished. I don't know where she is. I don't know what name she's going under. I have no idea.
Here's a question for you, Mel. The military obviously still is in possession of your property, yes?
Well, we have been saying military, we have been saying government,
Whatever, whoever they are, they've got it.
there is someone in possession of the property.
Yeah. So if a person were to go to this property, they would be halted or stopped before they could go on and make any sort of investigation or whatever, right?
I'm going to assume a number of things since I have not actually gone anywhere within 5 miles of the property. Says that there's a chain link fence around it. There's probably a sign that says agricultural research do not enter or something like that. That's what I'm going to assume. Okay. I'm also going to assume that what it looked like when I owned it or had it in my possession doesn't look like it now. I will also clue everybody into one thing. Are you familiar with the Terra server?
Yes,
The satellite imagery?
yes, you can get satellite imagery of almost any spot on Earth.
Okay, you go to the Terra server.
Yes.
And you go see the pictures where my property is in the Manastash.
All right, well, why don't you tell us how to do that? In other words, what specific photograph are we looking at? There should be a number or something.
Well, yeah, I don't have that handy, but if you found Ellensburg,
Yes.
and you zoomed out, the picture got smaller,
Right.
you will see where my property is. It's very easy to see where it is.
And how would we identify it?
Because it has been expunged.
What do you mean?
Those pictures do not appear on the satellite server. The ones taken in June of 2000.
Well, instead, where your property ought to be, what do we see?
New white squares.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. You go to Terra server, that's provided by Microsoft, and I'm going to give it a URL.
No, a lot of people know how to do it.
And look at Ellensburg, right? Zoom out, right? So you get them, and then you will see over where the Manastash Ridge is.
Yes.
My property blanked out. Actually, quite a bit. There's quite a few.
Wow.
So that is, you don't have to go by what I say.
Oh, no. Listen,
You can look at it yourself.
trust me when I tell you, one of my listeners, within the hour, I can guarantee we'll find the exact photograph you're talking about if it exists. Send me the URL and or send Keith the URL, and we'll get it up and take a look. And you're claiming
It's not there.
but is that an expunge? Well, expunge away they might, but that still would identify the exact location.
Well, it still covers a lot of ground there. But where it is, and I assume that because this picture was taken in 2000, okay, I believe it was in June or something of 2000,
Right.
that there's been a lot of differences made in that area. And none of these, you get a really good picture on a Terra server.
Well, yeah, pretty good.
You can basically see a car on the road with the Terra server.
Yep.
That's from the satellite. So, I mean, you would see a hole, you would see outbuildings, you would see
All right, let's direct people again. Let's say it again. So listeners who want to go to Terra server right now and help us out, tell them where to go again.
look up Ellensburg, Washington, and then you just zoom out on the town until you see the black, the white squares where my property would have been.
And that would be exactly
On the Manastash Ridge.
all right. There's a good piece of evidence we can go hunting for.
Let's go there. But whoever controls the satellite and releasing it to the Terra server people decided not to let them have these pictures.
Oh, isn't that something?
Okay? So, I mean, every listener can do this. I mean, I've had, people want to go out there, and the only thing I tell them is don't go there. I don't know what's going to happen to you. I don't know what people do to you.
It's going to be nothing but grief of one sort.
I mean, it's these guys who go to Area 51.
You know that people have made treks to find Mel's home.
Right now, I tell you, look, it's there. Don't go there. You don't have to go there. It's there. But don't go there on my account. I don't want to be responsible for anybody. Anyway, so that was, that's kind of like, bringing this into focus here, okay? It brings us certainly up to date, yes. And, I had a couple of other interesting things. These things are kind of loose ends, but they're not loose. All right, you're going to have to hold on until we're at the top of the hour, and then we're going to shortly get to the next call. Mel has a new... All right, we've got one Terra server you mentioned, which says it's covering an area about 5 miles southwest of Ellensburg, Washington. Does that sound right? That's about the neck of the woods we're talking about. Well, in this neck of the woods, there's one great big white blotted out area where I presume where I'd be able to see it. And it does look like a very interesting area, actually. There would be Mel's Hole somewhere there, huh? Yeah, I think that blotch there covers like a 4-mile by 8-mile area. My goodness. But what a blotch. Isn't that something? Yes, my nephew told me about that, and I said, well, you son of a gun. Well, he's right. We've got it up on the website right now. People can go take a look for themselves. So now we have pinned down better than ever before the area where Mel's Hole actually is. Thank you, Mel. That's damn good research. By the way, not too far from there on the highway that goes to Yakima, 84 or 85. Yes, there's a restaurant. And I had a lot of reports from a lot of people that if they look towards the Monastash, they will see the black light. They have seen it. I have had truckers, I've had people in town say, that's where I was. I was looking towards it and I saw the flash of black light. Maybe my audience is not aware, but a television crew went up to Ellensburg after we did the last program and researched this. And I'll be doggone, they didn't find the hole, but they did find near the area where you were talking about a lot of military blueprints and all kinds of information that would indicate military impact had been there or was there. Oh, they would have probably seen a lot of yellow gear tread marks on the ground. Yep. You name it, it was there. But my nephew caught that little piece of information up for me, and I thought I'd pass that along to our listeners. Wait till people get a load of this. Then they can ask, why is it that pretty innocuous? I mean, from all intents and purposes, there's not a military base right there. Oh, who knows? Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Not an obvious one. Very close to my property there was the Yakima firing range. And I will tell you that they have expanded the area of the Yakima firing range and also expanded the fly zone over it, correspondingly. Isn't this also interesting? It's all there. All right, earlier in the program, before you got on, Mel, somebody fast blasted me, and I consider this a really good question, okay? It is, what are the odds of any single one person finding 2 apparently bottomless or endless holes in one lifetime? The odds against that have got to be gazillions to 1, but then oh yeah, and actually you can't even consider odds, That's right. So outlandish. And by the way, one other thing before we even get to that, Richard Hoagland called at the top of the hour and said, what, Art, you're right. Normal time travel could not explain what he just talked about, but there is one thing that could, and that is a parallel universe. That is to say, a universe in which similar things occurred, but with very different outcomes. And a lot of our scientific minds now, Mel, are saying that indeed that could very well be the case. There could be a universe in which the Nazis won the war, and so there could be a universe in which the dime that you came to be in possession of on that property on it, but it stood for Berlin. There you go. Oh my God, Berlin. I forgot about that. All right, listen. Anyway, so there we are, and
a few things I will add to this, just to get us current, okay? Yes. Is that I had reports from some of my trucker buddies. One said he delivered a huge quantity of fiber optic cable. Really? To a warehouse in Ellensburg. Now, okay, I don't know, we're talking a huge quantity to a warehouse. Now, let's see, what might they want to do with fiber optics? He told me that all the guys that were there, that were in the office there at the warehouse where you had to load this stuff in, they were all Israelis. What? They were all Israelis. Now, it's really going to tick me off if the Israelis have our home. Well, this is what he told me. I mean, that is our home. It's a U.S. home. It's on our land here. That's right. But he said the people that took delivery of that were Israelis. Now, I talked with another trucker. I love the truckers. The truckers are, I can tell. I love them. They're good guys. I know they're the best in the world. They are. They actually are. Delivered apparently to the same warehouse a number of graded instruments, large graded instruments from Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. Oh, California ended up in a warehouse facility in Ellensburg. So that's pretty much where I am with Ellensburg. I told you about the coin. I told you about the deliveries. Yes, pretty much up to date. Now it suddenly brings the whole belt buckle thing down in San Fran into focus. My God, that's incredible. That's incredible. I mean, you know, it's funny, Art. You look at something and you don't put two and two. You say it's a dime. I mean, I told you about it. It's in 1943. It was a dime. Yeah. What the heck? It's a dime. What do you know, going about your dime? Until you realize, well, it all was alive. It finally all drove it home to me. All right. Again, that was me too. I had these things in my hand. I did a little soldering around them and stuff. I mean, don't feel bad. All right, now let's, in view of time here, let's move this forward. Let's say, when you connected, obviously, because I guess of the plants that you grow there and all the rest of it with Native Americans, right? Yeah, and all I'm going to tell you about them, I don't want to give the name of the tribe because I don't want a bunch of people running down to me there. These are very poor people. As you know, a lot of the Indians on the reservation are very poor people. Now, this is in Nevada, right? In Nevada. Okay. There's my state. And there are tribes up there. Well, because of the kind of work you did, metallic work you did, belt buckles and the urge, I can easily understand the connection you would have with some Native Americans. So you connected with these Native Americans. Well, they connected with me. They actually contacted me through email. And said, look, would you be interested in coming down and discussing with us, you know, what you're doing, the research that you're doing? And, you know, talk about, you know, I have no, believe me, Art, I have no commercial interest in this at all. But they do. Okay, that's okay. Fine. You know, there's not going to be a patented bottle of Bell's magic elixir here, okay? You know, okay, fine. This is their thing. But we swap notes. We talked around a lot. And there are some specific, they knew who you were because of my program, because of the show coverage. Okay. So I went down there. This was in early September of last year. Oh, okay. So this was actually before 9/11, right? Okay, but that's shortly before that. Early September. They're pretty much incommunicado, basically, during that whole time, strangely enough. So a lot of this stuff is news to me. All right. So, you know, we're over there, and, you know, they had done a lot of good work. They had cataloged a lot of plants. You know, we talked plants. I'm sure all this plant stuff is boring. And I asked them if they knew looked up. And I told them, I said, the plants that seemed to work the best were the plants that I had been growing on my property. And I described to them which ones they were. And this was the hole near Washington, right? Yeah. And so obviously you unraveled the story of the hole to them. Well, they were aware. They were. All right. So I said, can you, in your gathering and in your research and your studies, have you found this specific variety? And I said, because this was the variety that grew buy the property. And that's where I ended up at the second hole, because they took me directly to not put a hole in particular. And it's obvious to me that they knew your reputation, right? Knew the whole story of the hole, and the real motivation for inviting you down there, aside from the herbs and the rest of it, was that they had a hole of their own. Well, the hole itself, we're going to get into the whole, I guess, deeply, for lack of a better term, but now you're guilty. Sorry, Art. But they basically, the hole is not on their property. Okay. I mean, basically, their connection, they get from the reservation, where the Indians are, to the hole is they know. But you're telling me this hole is in my state? The state of Nevada, the state of, oh my God. Okay, and if you look at the picture of where the Manassas is in Washington, try to find similar pictures in Nevada, you probably find it there too. We have very similar looking terrain, it really is. But that's why I love the high desert. That's my kind of land. So anyway, so I'm up there. This land is used by members of the Basque, B-A-S-Q-U-E community. Right? The Basque are interesting people, and they basically came out to your state and a couple other states, basically, for raising sheep, of all things. And so they are shepherds, and so I am introduced to what is now the second hole. All right, tell me about this. I mean, they took you to it. They took me there. I did not go all the way up to the hole, but there was conversations between the Native Americans and the Basque and the blah 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 that basically agreed that everything was as it should be. That I wasn't from CNN or the FBI or CIA or whatever. And so I went there and. I got to see the hole. Now, once there, what it is that if you, walking up to it, and first of all, this is in a fairly pristine area, okay? So there's no real signs of civilization around there. There's no roads leading into it. There's no telephone wires, nothing like that. I mean, we're talking pristine area, right? No signs of, except for their habitation, no signs of habitation. Okay, you're walking up to it, and what you see sticking out of the ground is the hole itself is the same dimension as the one in Ellsberg. Wow, 9 feet in diameter. 9 feet in diameter. This one has a metal collar around it. Solid metal collar. It grows from 2 feet high and about 2 feet deep. Metal collar, and it has some notches in it that you could look like, in my estimation, you could make something with it. To lock it in place. It could possibly been like a locking collar. Something was, in other words, it looked like something intended to lock to it from above. Exactly. Something would be lowered onto it and locked into place. Okay? But the Basque told me that this property or this hole here has been there for all of their experience, and they have been there since the 1800s. Just the way it is. It's the same hole. Not their land. They don't own this land, Art. This is probably U.S. government land. The majority of land here in Nevada is BLM. Well, exactly. Your land management. They don't own it. They use the land. They graze sheep, blah, 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 that sort of thing. And how long have they known about this hole? Do you know? Well, again, the one fellow I know says he knew this from when he was a young man, and he was well into his late 80s. So he knew it from probably for the last 70 years. All right, because of what you do, we know a lot, at least quite a bit about your hole up near Ellensburg. But this hole, what do we know about this hole other than its diameter? It's the diameter, and apparently it is lined with that same metal as far as you can see. You're kidding? It is solidly lined as far as you can see. So this is not a natural hole by any stretch. There's nothing natural about this hole at all. Nothing. Can you tell what kind of metal it is? No, but I'll tell you one thing. It was kind of an accident. But I dropped the box wrench on it. On the ledge. Yes, they made no noise. No noise whatsoever. You know, you drop a glass fridge on a metal floor, clank, nothing. Yeah, we repeat the experiment. Nothing. It makes no. You can pound on that thing with a sledgehammer, and it won't make noise. Okay. Oh no, this is what I'm telling you about right now. Is that this one here is so different from the one that I had in Ellisburg. Like totally different. Almost because of this metal around it. When you touch the metal, does it feel metallic? Is it cold? Whereas metal, wow, this is interesting because a lot of the fellows that there's 5 of us that, you know, towards the end of it, it started with 2, I mean, there was 5, but when they say when they're up there, even in the winter time, they can like put their tent sleeping bag right up against it, keep them nice and warm, yes, it keeps them nice and warm, but it is not hot, you know, it's not like, you know, like a fire hot. But the metal itself over there radiates. I don't even know how to describe it there. In other words, if you touch it with your hand, is it hot or does it just radiate heat that there's heat around it, but it itself is not hot? How does that work? This is really weird now. So they are, you know, that's what, you know, that's the thing there. And so we have this, you know, there, and they again, from my understanding, they have known about that hole up there it has been known since the 1800s. It has been known exactly the way it is. I can tell you that some of the people that I talked with towards the end of everything on my way back said it was a spiritual site for them up there. I asked the spiritual site, all right, hold it right there now. Good cliffhanger point, so to speak. Sorry about that. No waters to thus far detect more in a moment. Coming up on Thursday, we have John Lumber here, an advocate of the hollow earth theory, and that may in some way relate to what we're talking about tonight. I have no idea. We'll find out. In the meantime, Mel, so you've got this metal around the hole. You said a foot or 2 high, 2 feet high, 2 feet high, and 2 feet wide, and the hole is 9 feet in diameter. And as far as you can see, the metal continues down. This is no geographic hole. This is no volcano vent, or if it is, it's been modified by somebody. Well, if it's been modified, it's been modified. I'm going to say long before the technology that we know of today to do it. And it looks like there was something that should be latching to this hole from above. I'm going to call the thing on top of collar, okay? And we'll call it the collar, all right? And it looked like there were notches in it, and it looked like you could lock something into place or line something up in its junction. It didn't move. I mean, the whole thing was solid. It's solid metal, but there are places where there are notches in it. Something is meant to orient. That's my opinion. All right, what did the Basques or the Native Americans tell you about what they knew of the depth of this hole? In other words, I'm sure they've thrown things into it or have experimented with trying to find out how deep it is or something, right? Well, actually, they didn't do anything with lowering line it or anything to it, but they did relate to me the same phenomenons as that I had described. The fear of animals going by it. Their dogs won't do it. Nothing. They have nothing to do with it there. They too have spoken of the black beam. They've spoken of that. What do you mean black beam? From time to time, black beam. This is a contradiction, but a black beam of light, okay, comes from the hole. It lasts for a very short time, but it just goes directly up into the sky. And when you look at it, it looks like a black beam. In other words, as opposed to a lighted sky. If you had a flashlight and it was capable of throwing off a black, not a black light like we used to have back in the 60s, with all that stuff, but it's black, solid black. Gotcha. That's what There's no way to describe it. There's no. I am one of the few people that I've had other people tell me about it. I've never personally witnessed the black thief. You did perform some experiments on this old Indian. Okay, let me talk about the first one. And I'm not a scientist. I'm a researcher. But the first thing that we did is we had a whole bunch of Safeway or 7-Eleven bags of ice. Kind that you buy, and we had a couple bags of that. So we had put one in a bucket on the surface, and we lowered another bucket of ice into the hole, 1,500 feet. 1,500 feet. We had access to a nice winch and about that much. We only had 1,500 feet of line, and that's what was the idea of lowering ice into it? Well, first of all, my curiosity was that I wanted to know was it hot or cold down there? Okay, so we basically waited for the ice to melt about halfway on the surface, and we would hoist up the
I see. So you had test ice on the surface.
Yeah. I got you. Your garden variety convenience store ice, right? That you buy anywhere, and there's nothing magic about it or anything like that. Right. And so we lowered it down there. We waited for ice to melt on the surface there, and it got about half melty, So it was sitting in a bowl of in a bucket of water with a few bits of ice floating around. We brought it up, and the ice in the bucket did not melt. It was not melted. So we said, no, wait a minute now. The hole had been radiating in some strange way heat enough that people would camp by it. Yeah, they did that in the wintertime, but it doesn't melt ice. It melt the ice. It came up there. We looked at the bucket. We had ice cubes in there. Did anything come back up with the ice cubes? We had ice cubes. I reached in the bucket and ice cube and they put up there. So in other words, nothing else. Dirt, water, anything else. This stuff appeared pretty much the way we had set it down. With the exception of when I put my hand in the ice. The ice wasn't cold. Felt like ice once. Wasn't cold. This is what I'm saying. It wasn't cold. You pick up a piece of ice, you put it in your hand, it's cold, it melts, and it's cold. In fact, it makes you cold by melting. That's how cold works, right? So it wasn't cold, and in the hand, it didn't melt. So now they're more like blocks of glass. Yeah, I would say so. But we said, okay, what we'll do here is we take this bucket and we'll stick it on the fire. A little place to cook there, stick the bucket with the unmelted ice, you put it on a fire. We put it on like a cooking fire there. Okay, that little table, cooking area and stuff over there. And so we put it on there, and the ice catches fire. Launch cubes catch fire, and I guess maybe catching fire might be the wrong word. We took it off the fire right away. So we set it on the dirt. And the stuff in the bucket was still burning. And again, burning might not be the right thing. It was giving off heat. Was there a flame? It was not so much a flame as a kind of have you ever used a gas stove? Sure. Okay. It was like the barest turning a gas stove on. It was like it was glowing like that last flicker before you turn it off completely. That's what it was like around all the cubes. And you could knock the cubes around and separate them, each one of them, would exhibit the same properties. Holy smokes. I will tell you that this bucket, well, some of the bucket there is still sitting there, as far as I know today, still doing what it was doing the day we put it into the ground and brought it up. So, this was September, this is January now, that's how long it's been doing what I call burning. One guy took some of this stuff home, he put it in his wood stove, and he's got a cabin out there, and it gets damn cold where he is, and the thing has been keeping his place warm. Yeah, northern Nevada is very cold. Out west. So this is like giving off eternal heat. Or when it's, I'm not sure I've got this right. It was neutral when it came out of the well. It was neutral, in other words, you put it on the fire. It appeared, again, my terminology is very bad because it acted like a fuel. It looked like, if I understand combustion, it was like it was doing combustion in a different way that we would attribute combustion to, mixing air with fuel and creating heat and flame. It was doing kind of the same thing, is what I like to say. And it's been burning like that since, again, burning is the wrong word, but that's all I got for it. I don't know how to describe this process since early September. And a guy he took about a coffee can's worth of this stuff and took it home and put it in his wood stove in his cabin. No wood in there. Yes. And the thing has been going since then. Now, we have tried this experiment of just lowering the bucket because we figure we'd like to have a lot of this stuff here. Of course, and sometimes we would go down there, we would get sometimes we would get melted. Sometimes, not melted, but real ice. But every so often, this process duplicates itself. So we come up with the same thing, but it isn't like, every time you throw, you lower a bucket full of stuff there, that it's going to happen every time. It doesn't happen every single time. A quarter of the time, an eighth of the time. I'd say 1 out of 3 times. 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3. And I don't know if it was the amount of time that you possess any of this yourself. I took nothing with me, Art. I would not. What is Art? This is theirs for now. Let's say for now, okay. What about noise? At any point, did it make any noise? No, we never, during this process that we went through, it made no noise at all. It made no noise, and we did not notice anything from the surface, anything particularly unusual. Okay, at all. I mean, there was, but were there any markings on this metal that were discernible? In other words, anything marked or scratched in English or any other language? We went at it with a hacksaw blade. You couldn't hacksaw it. You couldn't even dent it. No, it's just the metal itself, from what I can determine, and I mean, normally if you have a metal thing that's hollow, you can tap on it, and you hear it, and it's hollow, right? But with this thing here, if you're beating on it with like a tire iron, like any noise, that doesn't give you a gauge as to whether it's hollow or not. So it wasn't absorbing probably all noise. I mean, it was just maybe just sucking it up. Maybe it radiated into the ground. I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise. All I know is what I can see with my own eyes, and hopefully by the end of tonight, maybe somebody will have some answer. Yeah. What did the locals believe about this whole? Well. I mean, you literally just got back from Nevada tonight, or this last week. I got home the night that you did the show as the recap. That's right. It was one of those, it was probably Richard Holman saying one of those synchronous moments there where, I mean, I'm talking to this guy, and he's talking to Mel Waters, in the truck. And then I hear myself, and it's like, hey. And I mean, so it was just too much, and so I had to get in touch with him. Okay, well, yeah. What did these locals, what was the lore that they told you about the whole? What did they get? One of the older Basque men that I talked to, and this was practically as I was heading out of town, they told me it was a very, to him, he felt it was a very spiritual place, but he knew the thing from his youth, that it was there exactly the way it is. And he was in his late 80s, so I'm assuming he's known it for 70 years. So he's known it at least from the 30s, and from what he tells me, it's been there as long as the Basque have been in that part of the country. That goes well into to the 1800s. It has existed like that. To be honest, the Native Americans I talked to were aware of it, but they did not want to deal with it. They did not want to interact with it. Is that a good word? All they would do is pick some of the various plants that I needed that were in the general vicinity of it, because I wanted very specific ones that I recommended they do. Are they now growing some of these plants in the vicinity of this whole group? Some of those plants are there. They appear to be indigenous to the area, so they did harvest some, early on in the season. So then again, you saw similar vegetation around this hole to the one in Washington. Well, that's why I asked them for, if they knew, I described to what it was, the shape of the things and, the size of the various. And they said, oh yeah, we know that there. But in terms of why the entree, I assume that the Native Americans know about this all along there. And I assume that they must have had some conversation with the master there that, would this be okay? Are you interested in this guy? Blah, whatever. And apparently there was no objection. So I have access to this property. But I want to respect my access, okay? What about an experiment, Mel, similar to the one you did in Washington, lowering some sort of line, or better yet, some sort of camera on the end of a line, or we didn't do that between the Nebraska and the Native Americans and me. We don't have too many nipples to rub together, but I will tell you what we did do. One of the best kind of a wise thinkers wanted to lower some marijuana into the hole and see if it would improve its stability. And then it would be impossible, right? Well, I guess, my good be that I hadn't thought of it that way, but he wanted to do that, and one guy wanted to be lowered into the hole himself. Well, now you see in the hour proceeding, I heard that. Oh, did you? I heard that would actually like to be lowered into such a hole. Now I know that you believe in the powers of the hole in Washington to the degree that in the original agreement, now voided, I suppose, you were to be, upon your death, buried by being dropped into the hole, right? I wanted my remains to be dealt with, yes. Now that apparently is not going to happen because of subsequent events. I've got another place to go now. Would you really want to, would you really want to be, I suppose, with some ceremony, dropped into the hole? Just give me a decent, I don't know what it is when you put someone in a hole. Is that interned or, I don't know what you call that. I don't know either. But one of these guys wanted to go into, literally, he wanted to be lowered into the hole. He wanted to be put in a gondola or something and lowered, from the winch into the hole and go down as far as we had line, which again was 1,500 feet. I can assure you, Mel, we could get sponsors for you who would get you all the line you need. We talked about it going into the hole because we said, look, see what it did to the ice. That's a good point. We set a bucket of ice down into the hole, and it's sitting up there on the surface, burning. What are you made out of, mostly? Water. What's going to happen to human being down there? What properties are going on over there? They had, but the Basques are, as a race, are fearless. When the Moors invaded Spain, they refused to go into Basque country. What did this man say his motivation was for wanting to go into the hole? I mean, obviously, he was just a young, too wrong, it's probably late 20s, early 30s fellow that wanted to go into it. He said, this is going to be a great adventure. I want to go in here. I want to see what's going on. But he wasn't thinking with his brain. Well, there are obviously a lot of people like that, Mel, because I had two of them in the first hour of the program, and they said they would love to be lowered into such a hole. And this one, if anything, this one sounds more attractive. Well, we determined to do, and I'm ashamed to admit it. Oh, that we decided to lower a sheep. Really? To the hole. Really? To the hole. We had a crate, sheep could fit into that we could attach the cables to, or take the sheep, stick them, stick them in the crate, and then lower them down, to the 1,500-foot level. That's all we had, like the ice. Yeah, that's all we had. We had enough line basically to go that far. It was stout enough to handle, I'm not no sheep guy, but I could pick up a sheep, so it must weigh about 120, 150 pounds. Plus, I guess about the size of a small human, wouldn't you say? I would, 150 pounds for sheep? Yeah, I would say that's about the size. I'm no sheep expert, but, if I had to say how much does that sheep look like away, about 150, 120. But anyway, are you telling me you did this? I'm telling you that we, well, first, all right, I'll tell you what, don't say a word. Please take it back to Mel Waters, and he had brought up the subject of a sheep, which apparently they were considering lowering 1,500 feet into the hole. Now, we were having fun last week with the Mel's Hole, talking about it a little bit. We knew she was going to be on. And somebody said, well, why not toss a cat down Mel's Hole and see what happens? Now, of course, I'm a cat lover, and so this is not cruelty, because nobody is seriously suggesting tossing a cat down Mel's Hole, but some very creative person with a sound blaster and some talent and a little manipulation created what it would sound like if a cat were to be tossed into Mel's Hole. It's meant obviously as pure comedy. This is not actually a cat being tossed into Mel's Hole, but here is the way he represented it would sound. The second one that gets me, not the first one. The first one is pretty good as you hear the sort of the echo of the cat disappearing down the hole. It's the second little one. That was what somebody thought it would sound like now. Anyway, you decided that you would lower the sheep 1,500 feet down as low as the ice had gone into the hole. Well, we had decided that we were going to take the sheep and put them in the crate and lower them into the hole. We let the sheep do the hole, and it just started freaking out. And, we didn't like every other animal. But, I mean, it was like totally not happy. Not happy. And I have a lot of respect for animals, and it's amazing what animals really know and what they said. We read about that, and so it was terrified. It was terrified, Sebastian sheep and again, a lot of what I'm going to say now, I am thoroughly ashamed of. That's all right. Just give us the wrong tree, basically stunned the sheep by knocking it between the eyes. Got into the crate. Got the cable and line hooked up to it, so it was all securely attached. And just about when we got to the hole, the sheep just started making horrible noises. So they stunned it, but they didn't kill the sheep. Okay, just knocked it out. So it was live when it went in the box, and then it stirred when it got to the hole. Anyway, it was just making the worst, god-awful noise as we were getting it about ready to let it go into the hole. And even though it had been hit in the head, it stirred by the time we got it crated up into the crate. There was enough room for it to lie down, and I guess if it wanted to, it could stand up. I don't know. Again, this is not pleasant to talk about, but we take the sheep and it's screaming and just the most piercing, horrible, ghastly noises coming out of this crate until we get it right over where we're going to let it into the hole, and then everything just stops. It's silent. There's not a sound coming out of that box. There's movement coming out of the box. You can still tell that there's no sound anymore. Well, there's something about this hole of sound, isn't there? I guess we will make that assumption. And so we started winching this sheep down into the hole, and you can feel from the line as we're lowering that the thing is struggling, fighting. I don't know if it's screaming down there, but we're not hearing this thing screaming. And we got about halfway down into the hole, and about 700 feet. Any movement that might have been coming from the crate, we couldn't feel anymore. No, we couldn't feel anything. So I don't know, and 700 feet or so, about half the line, what happened over there. When we got to, at this point here, the original experiment with the ice, we were kind of nonchalant about it, we just kind of lowered down there. Well, with this one here, we were all gathered around the top of the hole there, looking in, seeing what's going on, very apprehensive, this is serious business here. The way we hit the bottom, we felt like a vibration on the collar at a point in time when it was down there, and it's kind of hard to describe. Well, what do you mean when you hit the bottom? When we hit the bottom of the rope, the cable line assembly that we had, when that was all the way played out, when we got there, we felt it, and it vibrated. It felt like a vibration, and sort of like a staticky electricity type kind of feeling. Does that make sense? Yes. That we could feel up there. And so we got it down to 1,500 feet, and we left it there for about a half an hour. And then we decided to bring it back up. Right, sure. So we're hoisting this thing up here, cranking away, getting this thing up on there. It's good. It's kind of a job. So we finally get up to the surface. We got the box out of there, and one thing we noticed is there isn't any movement in the box. Okay, little box. We get the box there, and but the box from the outside looked pretty normal. It didn't look like some weird transformation had occurred or anything. Right. Well, I wanted to describe to you, how we're going to tell you about the ice that came up that didn't melt. Right. What it felt like. You get a lot of electronic equipment, and you get those nutty packets. Oh yes, the desiccant. Yes. You ever take the desiccant out of the packet? Never. Well, if you take it out there, you feel the desiccant between your fingers. That's kind of what it felt like. That's the best thing I can describe it. I had that sort of. You try it someday, you'll always just throw those away. Well, you don't eat them, obviously. No. Okay, so it just struck me there that, I'm trying to describe this thing in the detail that I can, and so I just went back to the desiccant. But we open up the crate, the sheep is dead. It looks like a sheep. It looks like a normal sheep over there. And it's dead. There's no sign of life. You poke at it. There's nothing going on with this sheep here. He's dead. Well, I'm saying here, but that's a generic sheep. And I don't know from sheep. Okay. Show me sheep. I can't tell what it is. Okay. But we take it out of the box, and one of the bats lays it on the table that we have over there, and he is going to dissect the sheep. Now, on the outside, the sheep looked just fine. The hair, the wool, whatever sheep has looks fine. Looked like, we said that the sheep looked like how he looked when we found it at home. With some bump on the head, yeah. Well, yeah. He stirred from that. But he started cutting into the sheep, and it looked like the sheep had been cooked.
period of several
it
weeks,
was, the flesh was hot underneath, when you started cutting through the sheep, it looked like the sheep had been cooked. Oh my, now these fast guys, they're pretty good at butchering a sheep. They know their way around a sheep, and so they pretty much can butcher, and they know what to expect when you open up a sheep, right? So, we got the sheep on this table that we eat at, and, this guy's got the sheep open here.
It's not one
He gets it so he can look inside and see the internal organs like he's going to eviscerate the sheep, right? Except they're not what we expected. What do you mean? It looks like there was gel in the cavity there. And something that looked like this huge tumor, and almost taking up the entire length of the body cavity. Oh, wow. Maybe that's pretty hideous. I'm getting kind of sick. I get kind of sick thinking about this thing too, but I was getting kind of sick when I was there. So I wasn't as close to all of this as I wanted, wanted to be if I was a scientific observer. But there's this huge tumor taking up most of where the internal organs would be, so forth, the heart, the lungs, whatever part the sheep comes with. They weren't there.
And what are these best guys who are doing this saying at this point?
Well, some of them are muttering plenty of expletives over here. And, they're freaked out there. And, I remember saying, see, I told you didn't want to go in that hole.
I think that's right. And the two guys who volunteered my first hour are probably rethinking it right now, too.
Well, if they want to click on some life insurance money, go for it.
That's what one of them said, yeah.
Anyway, so we got this gel, and the guy's good with a knife here, and he kind of is able to get the tumor out of this thing here. It's about as big as the sheep's tab, 2 feet.
Well, in other words, the tumor was almost like the entire inside of it. No.
Okay, so you got this tumor, and we could detect, we could see that the tumor had some movement to it.
What?
Yes, it had movement.
And Ukraine at this point constitutes the biggest single concentration of Jews in the Soviet Union because the Jews who live in the Polish regions and the Lithuanian regions are now living in independent Poland and Lithuania and to a certain degree Latvia as well. So Ukraine has a hugely important role in our understanding of Ashkenazi culture in the Soviet Union. So what does the Soviet Union do about Jews? So we should recall that at this time there is a lot of flux going on in the new country known as the Soviet Union. They go through a period which they call war communism, which lasts till 1920 and overlaps the Civil War. And it is a period where the communists try desperately to bring this overwhelmingly agrarian society rapidly into a communist future, which, Karl Marx, when he outlined his vision of the march towards the progress that he called communism, he really didn't anticipate that would happen in a state that was largely pre-industrial. So they have a really difficult time trying to make these backward agrarian communities behave like modern technological industrial communist states. And so they decide to back off and they adopt a new program called the New Economic Policy, or NEP. And this is sort of like a toning down of the rapid collectivization of the market.
And the thing was alive. It was connected to the tumor, like with the umbilical cord. Holy mackerel, Mel. And we could see the seal moving his eyes, and it was, I'm calling it a seal, okay, but I have no idea what the heck this thing is. I'm calling it a seal. But it's opening his eyes, as long as the numbers are moving, it's still connected to its tumor there.
Has a stroke.
And then we noticed, and I noticed, that it seemed to be studying us. It seemed to be looking at us. So that was the feeling I had. It seemed to be regarding us while we were looking at it. So that's the feeling I got off of the seal. And then
so now we should talk about
that thing separated. from the tumor without our assistance. We thought, well, maybe we'll cut this thing free right there on the table. It's right there, and it moves about a little on the table. Yeah. So we're all standing back at that point because the thing is loose, way back, and we're watching this seal again. That's the only way I can describe it because it looked like a seal to me. I just felt I was in the presence of something extraordinary, something beyond extraordinary, something like, I don't know. I'm not a religious man, but it felt in that category of having a religious thing. This was just such a stunning thing to witness.
Well, something that far from our understanding would appear to be magic or religion or whatever you want to call it. I'm sure. Yeah. So what God's name happened to this thing?
Well, we left it there and it began to, just kind of looked at us there, and one of the bastards suggested we kill it, and unfortunately, but
is that what they did?
no, they basically cooler heads prevailed. The thing was moving around on the table, and it finally moved to the edge of the table. It was kind of like struggling, but it got to the edge of the table, and it looked like it was going to fall off.
Right.
So I go up to it at this point, because I'm just like out of my head with I don't know what I'm in the presence of. And it looked directly at me when I got up to it, and it seemed, it seemed to have a contact with me. And I got this compelling feeling to pick it up and place it on the ground. And I did that. I took this thing and I put it on the ground by the table. My hands were slimy from the seal, because it had like this goo that was not only in the cavity, but also inside the tumor. And I'm just calling it a tumor because I have no vocabulary for this. And I just moved my hands down past my face before I decided to wipe them off on the rag at the table there. And it smelled like ozone.
Of course I do, yes.
That's what it smelled like when because I thought it would be some like sort of weird organic smell. Some sort of like disgusting. I just thought it would smell disgusting. It smelled like ozone. So this thing is lying on the ground, and we're all looking at this thing here, and it's like looking at each of us in turn.
In other words, intelligently.
We must have been there just absolutely transfixed by this, I'll call it a creature now, for like 2 hours.
What was it doing during those 2 hours? I mean,
Studying each one of us.
it wasn't moving around that much.
Just the head. We had gathered we are keeping a safe distance away from it, but not too safe, So we can easily see it, and they can easily see us. This one here, even to breathe this fast, we're like, kind of freaked out.
I'm glad it's been long gone now.
Well, again, the breath are great.
All right, well, hold here. Hold it right there, Mel. Here's this thing on the ground now. Not moving around much, but carefully studying each and every one of them, who by now retreated to a safe distance. That's where we'll pick up when we get back on our
And the image on the left, which is more of an anti-Christian image than an anti-Jewish one, Jesus is giving out alcohol to all the guests, the peasants at his party. I know drinking themselves stupid, vomiting, and the whole idea of the opiate masses is very well encapsulated in this picture. So, with regards to the Jews,
in the Kingdom of God, from West of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255, East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach our net 1-775-727-1222. And the Wire Guide line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach our toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0503. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of God.
I knew that Mel had found another hole, but I didn't know anything about all of this. This is an Another question. We'll try and get to the phones in this last half hour. Everybody stay right where you are. Mark Bell is close to you. And Bellwater. So here's this thing staring at each and every one of you, examining you, obviously intelligent in some way, and it looks like a seal, not like a sheep at all. So that came out of this godforsaken tumor that was in this thing. What did you? What happened? Well, I got this the seal, and he's underground and waddles around a little bit in a direction of the hole, and then he's just sort of watching us some more, and we're sort of kind of at a safe distance, but we kind of encroach upon a little bit there. I'm telling Bass, hey, you're the big brave Bass here, don't be afraid of this thing here. I'm just, just an ordinary old guy here. We went up to it there, and it just looked at us here, and the look that it was giving us was, the only way I can describe it, it was like the most compassionate look that I'd ever seen from any face. The way the eyes were looking and feeling, and so some amount of time elapsed, and then the little seal there starts to waddle again towards the hole, and it gets this feeling that it wants to go up on the ledge, on the collar, right? So I pick it up in my hand, and I set it right there on there, and moves around a little bit, and then at this point, we're pretty comfortable with this thing. I am. And my comrades there are pretty comfortable with it. I mean, we're not like freaked out anymore like we were. And maybe it's just, we're over the shock, or maybe we are in shock. But this look that was giving us didn't seem like an evil thing or a horrible thing. It seemed like, I'm sure you were in some state of shock. Yeah. So it's up there, and then it moves around. I don't know, maybe an hour or something. He is on the collar. It looks at us. It actually nodded at us. It made like a slow nod. They turned around and went back into the hole. At this point, we were close to it, so we watched him go all the way down as far as we could see. We didn't have high-powered lights or anything, so it did no sound, nothing like that. It just into the hole, and that was it, into the hole. And so we were all just moved, just drained. I'm drained telling you this story because it is such an enormous thing to go through. You realize it sounds like an unbelievable tale from Alien or something. I mean, it sounds, I don't know what it sounds like, all I can do now is relay it and then try to stand back from it. My question for you, Mel, does anybody have any photographs of this hole? I went up there from native to the hole. I basically camped at that property. Right. I didn't come and no one came, but we had what we had over there. And so we didn't bring photographs. Personally, I didn't want to. I thought to myself, look, this would be great. We get it all on film, on video, whatever, right? But I did not want to encroach upon what they had, and if they came to me and said, look, Mel, why don't we go to town, go home, get our stuff, and try to video, fine, I would have said that, but I was not going to broach the subject with them. I mean, I did, I mean, to me, it was an enormous privilege to go where I'd gone at that time. Are you likely to go back to the hole? Yeah, you're going to. I will. I will let you know that we did first. We decided we thought we would bury the sheep's carcass and the tumor. And we decided it was just best to take the whole thing, put everything back in the hole where it all came from. So I just, we just let it be. We had a tarp on we just dumped the whole,
at this time,
everything back into the hole where it came from. I didn't know what else to do. We thought about burying it, and it just didn't, I don't know, it just didn't seem right. I thought it would, so that's what we did. I want to tell you something that is
way out.
I believe related to this experience, and that is prior to going to Nevada. This was in late August. I was diagnosed with a particularly lethal form of esophageal cancer. Oh, I'm so sorry. This was a like the guy that does he have 6 months to live, but they're just telling you that. That there's, like nothing they can do about it, but it was very fast growing. And one of the reasons I came back here was to see the same doctor because I started feeling a lot better. And my last examination with the doctor finds me cancer-free. I can't explain it.
And you could document this, right? Because
he had, because they had whatever stuff diagnosing the cancer, and I went back to the doctor, and they could find no evidence of any cancer.
is it your feeling that your proximity to the hole or something about the hole changed this?
I think it was the seal.
The seal. It was the seal.
I described this thing as this huge tumor.
There's still some doubt as to
And that's what I had. But I described it as a tumor because that was the only vocabulary I had to describe it with.
Gotcha.
And I handled this buzz, right? You did, and I smelled the ozone from it, and it just, the look that it gave me, there was something going on. I can't say, look, I was communing with the seal and I was, had this conversation with the seal. No, I can't say that. But what I can say is that I had this feeling of such incredible compassion from the seal that ultimately went back into the hole. We just said, that was it.
And what was the conversation like after all this was over, Mel? Between the masks and the Native Americans and yourself?
Okay. Well, first of all, the masks that I were with, they were young guys, okay? And, I think before this your kind of shiftless sort of characters, partiers and all that, and they were like just profoundly moved. I mean, they were just, had stuff going on in their mind after that they had been to another place, another time, another everything. The reality had been all changed. And I had the opportunity before I left Nevada to speak right before I left. I went back into civilization and spoke with a Basque elder.
Yes.
And this was the elderly fellow that I was referring to that told me some of the history of that he was in there, he remembered it from being a young man, and he described it to me and all of this stuff here. And we had because his thing was he himself would go there to that area for spiritual connection. There was something very spiritual, very primal that was going on. He was a tough guy to talk to in some ways because he was more schooled in Basque than he was in English, but he got English out enough for me to understand. And so we talked actually at great length about the meaning of this. We did have some of the Native American people that I was working with that particular thing. This was kind of like a party sort of atmosphere out there. We were drinking what they like to drink, and and eating the good Basque food and all of that. And it was a good experience there to kind of decompress from all of this. And so But he could not relate to me any experience like what we had, except he knew, he almost expected what it was that I was telling him. He just totally, firmly, completely believed what it was that I was telling him. There was no surprise to him at all in this thing here. I got this really old math guy there, and he's just taking all this in stride and nodding, and so he knows there's something enormous, of great enormity there, and my goal is to go back. I have agreed to work with the people I was working with the herbs and live amongst them and spend some time with the tribal members and some time with the mask and spend it. And are you going to do anything else with the hole itself? With the one in Nevada? Yes. Well, at this point, I don't know what we're going to do. I come back. I'm overjoyed that I'm cancer free. I felt so good after that experience that I knew something happened to my body, so I was glad to get back and have it confirmed that the doctor said yes. But I do plan to go back. I do plan to study it. I hope to be a better human being about this and not send innocent animals into it or what have you. That to me, I guess I still can't believe that I allowed that to happen, but I did. Well, I appreciate your telling the story straight out this way. That's the only way to do it. The only way to do it, and I gotta tell you, I'm not telling a book. Obviously, I don't have a newsletter. Right? There are no Mel's Hole t-shirts, Mel's Hole that you produce anyway. I think, nothing that I have done. There are no Mel's Hole diaper pails or anything like that. To me, Mel's Hole diaper pails. They will commercialize everything in the world, and I have no part of it. It's just an extraordinary ride for me. Okay, it's been like nothing I could have ever imagined in anyone's life. To go where it meant, to be where it was, to go up, to go down, to be in the presence of such an amazing thing. And my only goal is to leave a permanent record of what happened.
Well, how closely are you willing to identify the location of this new home?
Well, just northern Nevada. I'm gonna put it there. I don't want I don't want the tribal people up there to be overwhelmed by people, rushing out of Reno to get up there and right, which they would, and doing all of that. I am going to go back.
Do you think you can politely approach the bass and without identifying the specific area, get photographs?
If I feel comfortable, I will do that. I will also at this point, and I just have a little bit of what I have that happened in my Nevada experience left, but I know we're running out of time. And anyone that can help me understand some of these things, if they can send an email to me, I'd appreciate it.
All right, you have an email address, right?
Yeah, this is Mel Waters, right, at BI, that's like BI.com.
That's Mel Waters at ATT, that's Tom, right, as in Hawaii, I as in India, ATTBI.com, right? And Mel Waters at ATTBI.com.
I can't say you want. I cannot promise, to maintain a dialogue with people, but there are other people out there that have had any type of understanding of this that could make some sense to me and knows what's going on. I'm going to listen with fascination to your program on the hollow earth. That's something I don't know about, but I sure like to know.
Well, there may be a relationship, obviously.
Now, mean, what do you want in email? Do you want some support? Do you want you're going to get media contact? What I really want is the people that have good, serious opinions about this, that understand from this. That I described a lot of things that occur. I don't understand any of them. I only described them. You know, I mean, going back to what I started with talking about Ellensburg and bringing it up to today. Yeah, I get it. No doubt, you want somebody who might understand, right, this, and that, you know, may have been studying these types of matters, that have had theories, whatever. That's good. But I'm going to be away from civilization for a good part of time, so it's going to be difficult. Because I'm going to be going back probably mid-March, mid-February, mid-March, somewhere in that timeline, and then I go there for a period of time. I'll probably give you another contact when I get back to some sort of civilization, probably from Nevada. But I'll probably will get in touch with you again. Okay. By all means, Mel, please try and see if they will allow you, I mean, without identifying the area, just get some kind of like a photo, some kind of photographic evidence. You know, now I'm going to be afraid that people are going to be scouring that terrorist for now that I get that out there. Well, they probably will. I want to bring the final thing, because we were talking about the vast elder that I was talking about. It was a very profound experience for me to talk with him. And though he was not that much older than me, I felt that he was a great deal older than me. Beyond that, so I know I can respect it. But we were sitting, you know, there and talking well into the night, drinking a good fast drink that they like to drink and all that good stuff. And he got tired. He was going to retire for the night. And he took my hand, you know, to clasp it. And in my hand, he put something in my hand.
They prematurely surrendered, and they left their soldiers behind in the field. This is the basic idea of the Dolchstoß, the betrayal from within, a stab in the back. You can see in this Austrian propaganda from the period that really encapsulates the mood of the era. On the left is the lantern-jawed, determined Austrian soldier, steely-eyed gaze as he bravely...
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with Lee Syatt and Joe Diaz. My name's Joe Rogan, and I host a podcast called The Experience. Dude, this poster you just brought me in. Joey Diaz.
A strange kind of French-style hat, and in case you missed the iconographic elements of the large nose and the thick lips, and the forelocks, the bayos on the sides of the head.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with Lee Syatt and Joe Diaz. My name's Joe Rogan, and I host a podcast called The Experience. Dude, this poster you just brought me in. Joey Diaz just brought me in one of the dopest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. It is a poster with Leonard Skinner and the Rolling Stones. And we were talking about this on the way in here. The Knebworth Festival from 1976. America's Confederate Rockers, Leonard Skinner. And then underneath it says, along with the best rock and roll band in the world, Britain's own Rolling Stones. It was kind of weird. Because you got one band that's the headliner, they're the biggest picture. And then it says the other band's the best band in the world. No. Ohio Week. No, it's just, I had no fucking idea the power that these guys were bringing over that down the road, opening up in Ted. Ted was a powerhouse in 76. Ted Nugent? Oh, Cat Scratch Fever. Oh, you know, Free Fall. Yeah, Cat Scratch Fever, and then the live album, Stranglehold. To this day, nobody was messing with. He was hunted. He was equally hunted. Nobody had heard these things. He was hunting with some shitty ass equipment too. They had like old school archery bows back then, like recurves. Like real shitty compound bows. Did he have like the whole compound there with like the animals and like the fingers? His family has had property in Michigan. He's got a couple places. He's got one place in Florida and he's got one place in Michigan. And they're both like these gigantic private hunting grounds. He didn't do any coke. He just took all his money and he bought just a giant chunk of land. And then he's got one in Texas now. No food, no cigarettes, no nothing. He doesn't do any of that? Doesn't drink at all? No. I think he drinks a little wine. He's fucking crazy. But it's like when those guys tried to debate him, like did you ever see Ted Nugent versus Pierce Morgan on gun control? He let him up like a Christmas tree because Pierce Morgan didn't have all. Pierce Morgan is like, you know, he's a proper sounding British guy, but like when it gets to the fucking red line, when it gets to the red line of arguments, he falls apart. Like Ben Shapiro ate him up, and Ted Nugent ate him up. A lot of the conservative guys that are like really slick smooth talkers, they can eat him up when they get into the really like the high revs of the conversation, because he didn't understand that a lot of the gun deaths is also bad guys that are shot by guns, like people that are shot by cops, like all that stuff is sort of calculated in. Like he didn't understand, he didn't have all his facts in order. So if you're arguing with a guy like Nugent who does these kind of arguments with people, like gun control arguments, he's got like his words down to a T. He's done a couple of these. Did one of them in a gun store. They were in a gun store. Yeah, sure, go ahead, please.
Hilarious. I'm on a rock and roll stage. I just sang a song about feisty. I mean, you gotta be kidding me. On a rock, you ever see Richard Pryor live? How about Sam Kinison? How about Lenny Bruce? I'm one of them. Get over it. That's some funny.
For a man who is a patriot, who also loves his country, that was quite shocking disrespect.
Let me put it in official CNN Piers Morgan. Anybody that wants to disarm me can drop dead. Anybody that wants to make me unarmed and helpless, people that want to literally create the proven places where more innocents are killed, called gun-free zones, we're going to beat you. We're going to vote you out of office or suck at my machine. Take it whichever way you like.
I'd love to suck on your machine gun. The whole point of your defense is that a lot of people do drop dead, precisely because you are armed to the teeth. Now, as you'd like everybody else to be.
18 break this down. See yourself.
You write this down. 18 people a day die in America from gunshots.
And 75 of them, 78 of them, statistics by the Uniform Crime Report by the FBI and the UN study on violent crime, 78 of those 80 are let out of their cages by corrupt judges and prosecutors who know the recidivism is out of control, know that they'll commit the crimes again, and they let them walk through plea bargaining, early release, and program. Kiss my ass. Where you have the most armed citizens in America, you have the lowest violent crime rate. Where you have the worst gun control, you have the highest crime rate. Pierce, choose one. You want a lot of crime? We have it. Gun-free zones. You want less crime? We have that. More people with concealed weapons permits. Why do you guys resist that statistic?
It's a you guy.
Yes, you guys. You are not playing the devil's advocate.
I can play the advocate.
You're doing my job. You're playing the idiot's advocate. More guns equals less crime. Period.
Unless I'm wrong. And I don't want to kiss your ass at this point, if you don't mind. Unless I'm wrong with your argument, you're basically saying that 90% of the gun crime comes from people that are
96%.
Right. But they still have to get access to firearms. If you had your way, there would be 10 times as many firearms, right? You want everyone in America to own a gun.
Not at all. I've never said this.
What's your position?
I gotta tell you.
What is your position?
And I hope you don't edit this out. Whenever I've done interviews with guys that are inclined to be anti-gun, they always go, well, Nugent wants everybody to have a machine gun. Nugent wants all the deer dead.
What does Nugent want?
Not even. What I want is the Second Amendment. We the people, free individuals to have the right to keep and bear arms for self-defense. Fight forward.
Shut down. It's too good, that shit. The argument is just too weird. It's just a weird argument. I've seen both sides. If nobody had guns, if there's no guns, and nobody getting shot, I think people be like machete and people and shit. They do something.
So they're saying 75 out of 80 gun deaths are criminals and like that.
I don't know what the real numbers are, but that's what he was saying in that argument. He was saying something along those lines. The people that died, when we talk about people that died in gun deaths, a lot of people that died in gun deaths are cons, ex-cons, people out of jail, people who have already committed violent crimes in their life, which makes sense. Most of the violent shit's going to be happening by people with a history of violence.
Well, it's crazy the penalty you get for like an ex-felon, they call him like Gucci Mane, just got out after 2 years. This other guy has been in prison, like you can go to prison for like 7 years. Like this guy who said he's Prince's son, He's in prison for 7 years. He was a felon in possession of a handgun.
Let me ask you this: when it's a guy like Gucci Mane, who's a big-time public character, right? He's a famous guy, right? Got an ice cream tattooed on his face. He's fucking crazy, right? When a guy like Gucci gets caught for something like that, do you think they make an example out of him? Do you think that they take that guy?
You already have that law. Whatever law that you get caught with a firearm, you do 2 years. Just period. I don't know exactly what the parameters of the law are, the Brady law or something. You do 2 years. You know, when you go to court, it's 2 years automatically. You get caught with a gun without a permit. I don't know exactly.
Right.
The parameters.
That clearly had advanced planning.
Does that keep people from doing crimes?
What's that? Not 2 years. Not carrying a gun for 2 years in New York. Yes and no.
Yes and no, right?
Yes and no. Some people carry a gun on Sunday. Go, you know, I'm not going to. What I do for a living, whatever, I don't know. You know, it's like you're saying Gucci Man right now.
Right.
He's a high-profile guy. You know, you're out at night, you see some crazy shit at night. There's times I'm driving, I have to wonder, I'm like, I should have carried a fucking gun tonight. You know, just in case. Just in case. You never know. I don't know. Look, we were just talking about when you came in about Denver and Texas. Again, the Make My Day law. I know people have moved to Colorado for that law. You know, but that you
Did you ever see the video of Sonny Liston pulling a gun?
Yes,
from Muhammad Ali? Have you ever seen that before?
Never before.
No, me neither. Tony told me about it.
Yeah.
Hinchcliffe told me about it. We were at the Ice House. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. There's a video of this? Play that. We'll play both of them.
I want to hear that. I want to hear the redneck.
Look at this. So he was apparently like screaming shit at Ali everywhere he went. And Sonny Liston was just tired of his bullshit. Come on, son. That is one of the craziest things you're ever going to see in your life. He pulled a gun out on Ali. In the middle of a casino, shot it in the air, and then said, look, just blanks, no big deal. Want to go back to his crap game. Like, dude, what kind of environment did that dude grow up in?
So I used to know a lot of people that would carry fucking starter pistols and shit in the 70s just to get the fuck out of there. They would carry those type of pistols. Because you never know, right?
What happened to the other guy's a real one?
Then you're fucked.
Then you're fucked. But that Sonny Liston thing was so crazy. First of all, how casually he did that. He did so casually, and then how he shot his jacket to let everybody know it's just blanks. Like, come on, relax. Like, no big deal. Let's just go back to the game, right? Like, he just went back to the game. He didn't go, I gotta get the fuck out of here right now before TMZ shuts up.
When they get gunshots, they fucking they react. They know what time it is. They fucking then shoot. He just shoots in the air. They all run out.
It just shows you, like, Ali was so crazy.
But then didn't Ali shoot a gun at Frazier in Africa?
Did he?
Somebody shot somebody in Africa, not shot, but pulled up to the hotel with a gun in Africa. Whether it was Foreman or Frazier, somebody. When Ali was in his hotel room, they went over. It was Frazier.
Was it?
Frazier went over with a gun and pointed up in the building and shit. Really? Yeah, something either or something crazy like that.
God, dudes were just putting guns on each other back then.
Weren't ready for Ali in the 60s when he started playing we had like that. They just weren't ready for him. He was just doing, look at me, still doing meth in the casino. Still doing meth in the casino.
I looked at the megaphone out of the bus window.
Yeah, exactly. And that was in front of his house. He pulled up on his lawn.
Yeah, he told me
That's what he was doing.
And the bus said, like, champ. The best box in the world or something crazy.
I know, like, I'm telling you, man, I think McGregor takes it to a very high level, but you gotta go back and look at the old Ali style. Maybe sometimes I forgot how good it was, because nobody had been like that before him.
he showed up with the gorilla face, and he was Joe Frazier.
What does it say? So the most colorful fighter?
Cassius Clay, the world's most colorful fighter. And this was back before he'd even changed his name. Cassius Clay. Wow. It's crazy, man. It's crazy that was in our parents' lifetime. And it seems like a different world.
Your parents' lifetime. I'm an old man, bro. I still remember fighting him for Asia. I still remember a little kid going home, living in New York City.
What year was that? What year was Sonny Liston? I want to say that was when I was a baby. Like I was 6, 7. Like it's 1967 or something. I don't know. When did he win the title?
Once the area was pacified, then Hitler could turn his attention to the west.
Yeah,
It was fucking crazy.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't know how old he really was.
No one knew how old he was.
Fucking 90, 30.
Later in
First fight
1941,
was in 64, second was 65. 64, so I wasn't even born then. So it was 3 years before I was born. And that was a different world, man. It's a different world. You're watching that video, you're like, wow. So America was just a different place.
So when Cassius Clay was fighting, all the country would just stop. Like everyone everywhere would just watch the fight.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I was living in San Francisco, and my parents we went way out of our way to make sure that we watched TV because Sonny Liston and Muhammad Ali, not Sonny Liston, Leon Spinks and Muhammad Ali were having the rematch. And the rematch was a big thing to everybody because Muhammad Ali was such a hero. He was so much more than just a fighter, especially then because he had gone over the 3 years of not fought because he didn't want to go to Vietnam.
What year was that? We got it too.
It was in the early 70s. I want to say,
Leon had no teeth.
yeah, Leon had no teeth.
Michael was the one that fought Tyson knocked out Atlantic City.
Yes. Yes, that's Michael Spinks. Michael Spinks was the Jinx. He was the former light heavyweight champion. He was a light heavyweight champ for many years. He was a really good light heavyweight, really good boxer, very smart, and beat Larry Holmes for the heavyweight title. But he really wasn't a heavyweight. You know, he beat Larry Holmes, and Larry Holmes couldn't pull the trigger anymore. And Michael just was real slick, real smart. He wasn't dangerous enough to threaten Holmes, to try to knock him out, but Larry just didn't have it in the tank like he did later in life. It was a controversial decision anyway, but anyway, he beat Larry, so he became the champ. Because it was like an IBF champ or something like that, I don't even remember. And then Tyson just murked him. It was awful. That's never seen a real heavyweight and a light heavyweight. There's just a difference in frame. Nobody ever done that to Michael Spinks. Michael Spinks was so good. He had a nasty right hand, dude. He was fucking dudes up in light heavyweight. But he was also had a long career, fought a lot of really tough guys. And then, gets the money fight.
The night that Tyson knocked him out in record time. Yeah, I was never so pissed off in my life as I was robbing a drug dealer. He left the house to go watch the fight at somebody's house. So here I am, casing the fucking joint. I was 10 minutes before the fight. I'm still on the window, fighting the dog off. And all of a sudden, I hear cars. I get in my fucking car. I got the coke. And I see him coming back. He calls me like an hour later. Somebody around my house. What are you talking about? I came back early because he knocked him on 13 seconds. What the fuck? I'm in Boulder, Colorado, on MacArthur Way. I was casing the motherfucker out.
Those are the days where, do you remember the closed circuit days?
Yeah.
We used to watch fights at movie theaters. Really? Yeah, it was a big thing. Yeah, your friends would get together and we'd all go to a movie theater and we'd watch a fight on closed circuit, or they'd even have it at the Boston Garden.
I used to go to the track. Oh yeah, in the Meadowlands, and that's where I saw your boy, the Detroit Hitman,
Tommy Hearn
fight something like a great fight. I don't know if it was Duran or Leonard.
Duran, he murked Duran.
He fought somebody and we watched on the track on a Monday night.
You ever see that knockout that Hearns? Have you seen it recently? Hearns Duran? Pull that up. Tommy Hearns, man, was such a freak of nature because he was so tall and long, man, and he had muscle. He wasn't just tall and long. He was tall and long, but he was fucking strong. And if he caught you at the end of that right hand, it was one of the most devastating punches in all of boxing. Which is why it was so crazy that Hagler was able to just walk right through him. Hagler just walked right through him, man. Hagler could just take it like nobody else. Hagler had nasty power, but one of the things that was most impressive about Hagler was he could just seen it
fighter.
before.
Oh yeah, I had a great fight in '84. That was a great fucking fight.
Well, it seemed like Hagler really respected Duran in that fight and really didn't take it to him. He knew how dangerous Duran was. Duran was still a real sneaky boxer just after he had beaten Davey Moore. But see, Hearn just had this distance, man, and he could fuck Duran up at distance. He would just like come in with that whip of a punch. God damn, dude.
They don't know they're doing the same week.
Oh, there's a right hand that drops him. Oh shit, they really weren't. Duran started off his career as a 135-pounder, then moved up to 147. And I don't know what this fight was probably 154 if I had to guess. Find out what this fight was at, what weight class. Because he fought as high as middleweight. When he fought Hagler, it was at middleweight. He was fighting guys at some pretty heavy weights. 154, yeah, so that's light middle. Or super welterweight, depending on what organization calls it. But yeah, Duran was like 20 pounds over his ideal fighting weight. His ideal fighting weight was lightweight. He wasn't a big frame guy like these guys, but he still was skillful enough to hang in with them for the most part. But Burns murked. Yeah, there it is right there. That's the Merc shot. That's one they didn't account for. When you get hit like that, they didn't bother counting.
Let me ask you something. How do you feel about guns right now at this point in your life with a family and what's going on in your life? How do you feel about guns?
This is the real problem with guns. The same problem with everything else. People are fucking stupid. There are a bunch of people that are fucking stupid. Now, if you had to ask me, do I think that everybody in this room, do I think that they are responsible enough to handle a firearm and own a firearm? Yes, absolutely. Everybody in this room is. I believe so. But is it everybody in the world? Fuck no. But who can decide? Well, that's the point of the whole law. The whole point of the law is you can't let some tyrannical dictator decide who can and can't be armed. Because at the end of the day, what we really have to worry about as much as crime is you have to worry about the government turning into a crime. Because the governments of nations all over the world have fucked the people over and done shit that people don't want, imprisoned them, enslaved them. Are we supposed to ignore that? We're supposed to pretend. We're past that. We're past that completely. People will never be like that again. An armed militia is in the possibility that it all goes wrong. That's what it's for. It's not for when everything's going right. It's for when it all goes wrong. To deny the possibility that it could all go wrong, to me, you're lying. You're lying. You're pretending we're better than we are. Because you look all over the world, there's war everywhere. There's war everywhere in the world. There's murder everywhere in the world. There's robbery and thievery everywhere in the world. It's not equal with the amount of chances people have. It's not equal the amount of the time you do in jail if you get caught for things. There's all sorts of inequalities and all sorts of real fucking problems in the world. And to say that we've reached some utopian place where you don't have to worry about the government turning into a tyranny, bullshit. No, I don't think the government right now is a tyranny. I don't think they're controlling us. I don't think they're doing anything unbelievably oppressive. I think they respond to, in a certain extent, to the amount of pressure that people put on them. And when people say things like that, we don't want to go into Syria. Remember that Syria thing? Obama was on TV. We're like, fuck this. No one wants to go to Syria. He's back on to Syria. He's back on to Syria. At the end of the day, people that are used to going to war like to go to war. They make a lot of fucking money doing it. And you have to be aware of that kind of shit. You have to be aware of people trying to force you into things. Do you ever think about Kent State? Man, that was in our lifetime. You know, during the Vietnam War, they fucking shot kids that were protesting. They shot them on their college campus for doing nothing but protesting. That wasn't that long ago, man. It's not that long ago. I'm not advocating that there should be some fucking uprising and people should pull guns, but I am saying you can't just have one group of people running other groups of people with no recourse, with no, the people don't have any ability to stop them. So the people in power, we just have to trust that they're going to be good. That's crazy. Why would you do that? They're just people. And people, if you give them too much power, they almost always fuck it. They almost always abuse the shit out of it. It's very rare that someone gets in a position of power and all of a sudden does wonderful, selfless things for the world. Bullshit. They do weird things. They have weird fucking people that get paid off of subsidies for like oil and corn and crazy dealings with private prisons. Like, there's a lot of fucking weird shit going on in power. So to say that we're just everything's gonna be fine, we don't need guns. In England, we didn't have guns and we're fine. You're still a queen. You're still in some weird fucking quasi-imperial state. The scariest thing, though, is like if you go on Facebook, you scroll through, there's video after video of people fighting. Like, that's the biggest thing that was World Orange people fighting. It scared me for all these people to have guns. Like, that's true too. To be honest, like with all the road rage happening with that guy a few months ago, got pulled out of his car on like Hollywood Boulevard or something.
To be on the offensive. I want a gun to be on the offensive. Right. I want a gun in case. Last night, him and I were talking shit till 12:30 at bed on my side street. A guy kept circling. Got a half-hour cop came by because somebody actually called the problem the cops and said there's two guys standing out there. Bullshit. Well, you're an incredible we're out there just telling stories. That's what comedy.
Yeah, I know all of this. Yeah.
And before that, when that white car came around the second time, I knew I needed a gun. I don't know what people are thinking no more. You don't know what people are thinking.
You could zig when you could have zagged. You could run into someone who's out there fucking running the fuck out.
You never know.
I mean, I'm not an advocate of being armed all the time. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you can't let the government tell you whether or not you can have a weapon. It's just not, it doesn't make sense.
For years I had the felony. I still have the felonies. And the government tells me I can't have a pistol. Now, my crime was with a pistol. All right, did I go off? No, but there was a potential for violence. There's also always a potential for violence. In my heart, in my mind, I did a probationary period already. That was 1987. I did a probationary period again. More than the probationary period. I feel in my heart right now, I'm capable of carrying a gun as much as I hate it. I fucking hate those things because I know what they bring. You know what I'm saying? I know what they bring to some people. I'm not going to bring it to me because I'm not young and stupid anymore. Do you understand me? I really wanted to protect my daughter. I really wanted to. There's weird people doing it. Every time you watch the news, every time I watch the news and I see something stupid, what happened to Houston yesterday? You see that yesterday? So what happened? Soldiers snapped. No, 4 fucking doors in Afghanistan. And he got some fucking machine gun. He shot somebody at the gas station. There was so many fucking bullets that the gas station blew up in the suburb in Houston. The cops were in this. You gotta see the cop cars. It was like heat. Remember those cars with the windshields and shit? So did I get in road rage with somebody? No. He just went into a gas station, shot a customer. And from there, the party started. Walking down the street shooting. 1 dead, 6 injured. Shot up 30 fucking cars in the middle of the street. I'm walking to a movie with my daughter. I'm minding my business. Wait, instead of fucking driving, let's walk to the taco place today. Right, that could happen. That could happen. I know this going in. When I leave my house every morning, I know this is possible.
And that's the messed up part because he has a gun. He doesn't have a gun. But if someone else can use that gun, maybe they can put a shot at it.
6 injured, randomly, just that whoever. You need that in your life? No, I'm not a sharpshooter, but I can shoot him in the fucking leg. I believe in shooting him in the leg if I have a great cover. Yeah, I'm not looking to shoot the fucking guy like the cops was. You should have heard the tapes. It's crazy.
That's Texas too, where everyone is armed. But many people are not trained. It's also a big part of
You have no idea. Let me tell you something. You have no idea what happens to your body when you hear a gunshot 10 feet from you.
Oh, yeah.
You have no idea. I don't give a fuck what the whole white truck, everyone chuck the devil. I know he knocked the fuck out of you. Never heard a gunshot go off.
Well, it's just a machine gun.
You gotta see people's faces. You gotta see people's faces. And you hear that clip for real. This ain't no dumb stuff. What's the other guy that played the mechanic? It ain't one of these movies. This is Jason Statham. It just shoots you. It just kills you. Yeah, that's why people freeze. Yeah, you want to shop. People that are not used to that, they play bingo and they take their family for ice cream. They don't need that shit. I'm petrified. I live in fear as it is.
I was listening to this TED podcast podcast. It was really interesting, man. They were talking about camaraderie. And they were talking about the people that go to war together. And one of the things that they all say is that their camaraderie and their love for each other is unlike any love or friendship that anybody else could ever possibly experience. Because it's so intense, because it's like life or death every single day. In that, when the wars are over and they're back home, they're happy, they're safe, they're with their family and everything, but they look back and they go, the best time of my life was being in war. Like, that's crazy. What does that say about people? It's not judgment. I'm not a moral judgment. What does that say about people? What I'm saying is, what does that say about the way the brain works? Like, how strange is it that people can get so excited about being in danger and the camaraderie that comes from being in danger? It like reawakens us almost, puts us in this like primal state that we used to exist in. And now instead of that, worst case scenario, some guy fucking snaps and he's on the highway and he starts shooting at people. That's kind of like worst case scenario that we all worry about. But most people fucking keep it together, which is one of the most amazing things about being a person. But the experience is flat. There's not enough excitement. There's not enough happening. There's not enough stimulation. There's not enough creativity. So you live a different life. You live a different life. You guys are podcasting and doing stand-up shows. So there's all this outpouring of creativity. You have all this room for expression. Some people, they just feel like compressed. They feel like they've got a board tied to their chest and to their back, and every day someone pulls the fucking strap on that board, and that's every day. It's just boring as fuck. And when they deploy, and they're over there, and they're gonna miss their family. Yeah, they're gonna be risking their lives. Yeah, all those things are 100% true. But for them, that experience was the best time of their life. That's amazing. We're strange.
No, because you and I work in an office together. You, me, Jamie, and we work in an office together. We go in every Monday. We talk about the UFC. And then an hour later, it's back to fucking stocks and bonds, whatever the fuck we're doing. And then we go away on Friday, and that's it. The same works for the people I did crimes with earlier. I still talk to those people because I went through a weird experience with them. Something that you don't do with most people. Something that, and they accept me who I'm from, who I'm for. And I talk to this kid Timmy every fucking day. At 5 in the morning we talk. He was the getaway driver when I robbed the jewelry store. I have a loyalty to him. We were at a light, the cops came by, and the trunk opened up with the gold chains. We both shit our pants. It's something about that. I always had the respect for the camaraderie. What gets you through those first 6 years of comedy when your life is shit? Yeah. What the fuck gets you through? Yeah. Gets you through. Just talk about it, right? When I call you, when I go driving to Quincy tonight, motherfucker, that waitress is there. Oh, shit. Well, how much hold is it? I got like $11, Joey. I got like fucking 9, dog. We got a steak. Right back home. That was fun. That's the best part of the comedy.
It's hard to believe, right?
That's the best part of the comedy. I don't give a fuck what anybody tells you. Standing ovation, selling tickets. That part of the comedy you're going to remember is when you go with Brody Stevens in a car with Josh Wolf. And I got Brody in the back tied up in the fucking back of the Volvo. With his car. He's like, stop it. Normal people do not live like this. Every time I see Brody, I give him a hug now. Because it's when I'm in that fucking box on my mission to where the fuck Buddha lands. That's what I'm going to be thinking about. How good of a time I had when I had $3 in my pocket. You read the Brother Sam book?
Brother Sam?
About Sam.
Yes, I did. Sam Kinison, his brother Bill wrote it, right?
Part of that fucking story, the best part of that whole story, that every time I see Carl, I give them a hug because I can relate, is when they talked about how broke they were, and they would all walk to the comedy store to eat the fruit from the bar that took the bartender a job on. Who admits that? Who admits that? But you and I know that secret. And it's the same thing, man.
Well, there's a thing
that's happening too when you're going on those gigs where you don't know if this is gonna be successful. Not just the gig, but this as a career. Like you're not like I'm a comic. You're like, am I pulling this off? Like, is this? I got a gig now. I'm trying. I'm out here. This like me and Fitzsimmons would do these gigs, and we'd both be like, barely should be talking to people on stage. Barely. We were rookies, man. We were fucking rookies. And in Boston, if you could string together 20 minutes, they had so many rooms. Everybody was working. It was crazy.
Were you able to have fun during that time? Or was it just really fun?
Unbelievable. So fun. But I was like terrified it wasn't going to work out. Terrified that I was wasting my time because it was a big chance. I quit everything. I knew it was papers or something like that. Yeah, so I kept delivering papers, but I quit teaching at Boston University and I quit teaching classes. I said I don't want to do it. I said I don't want to half-ass it. And I'm not thinking about it the way I used to think about it when I was teaching before. It was like it was life. I was teaching life. I was teaching people kicking and punching. It was like as important as life. It was everything. I was thinking constantly about techniques and movements and strategies and constantly. So when I was teaching people, I wanted people to be as into it as I was. And if they weren't, I really wasn't into it. If they were, I had a bunch of students that I took up to pretty good level, below black belt, but pretty good level where they're getting really good and starting to win tournaments. It was really exciting. I was doing all this from the time I was 19 to 21. And so teaching and competing at the same time. And when I first started doing comedy, I realized right away, I was like, I gotta quit. I'm gonna quit everything. I'm just gonna do this. So it was such a fucking leap, man. And every gig, I was terrified. I was like, is this a stupid thing I'm doing? Am I retarded? Why the fuck do I think I'm funny? Why do I think I can get people to pay me to talk? And I'd see the guys that were doing it in town, the guys that were making it, and it was just like, they felt just out of reach. Just out of reach. So you never, and then you go and do some gig in Maine, and you heckle and eat dick. Fucking ball on stage, and they go, oh my God, what else can I do? If this doesn't work out, what else can I do?
Because there's nothing else you wanted to do. I would go home at night after a bombing and just cry, and I'd circle. They used to have Just for Laughs newspaper.
Yeah.
And I remember the back section that had all the clubs, state by state, Alabama.
Yeah.
And I would circle the clubs and so much show them. Someday. I would show them. I would do that. Birmingham, I would go to Seattle Underground. And one day you're there, and you're like, wow, but it's so weird that there's so many things in life you can pay for. You can't pay for love. You can't pay for camaraderie, man. There's something about the camaraderie, a real camaraderie. Like sometimes you go to jiu-jitsu and this guy fucking is on you and he taps you. At the end, you get up and you hug him. Yeah, man, that was great. You sweat in my face. Jesus Christ, I can smell the cheeseburger last night. And that's camaraderie. You can't pay for that. But it's weird that, listen, if you're running with people every day and they got your back, I get it back for that camaraderie. That's real.
Yeah, so the camaraderie that we're talking about, that this makes you understand, what that story about these guys that want to go back, like the movie Hurt Locker, but that was different because that guy was kind of addicted to disarming bombs, right?
The dude, the other one, the police one, American Sniper.
Oh, right.
Press back and she couldn't figure it out. Why did people want to fuck you? You won't shut the fuck up. But you won't shut the fuck up. And this kid, I don't know what's going on. Let me go over there, at least kill people, because then you feel, can you imagine, John Rogan? Like all your life, you got thrown out of school, you're power mechanic, you're lost, but all of a sudden you realize you're good at taking lives. You ever think of that? You ever put yourself in that position when you're 18 years old, 19 years old, you're in Vietnam, and you realize that you're taking your first tour back to the United States, now you finished your year. But you survived. The 11 that went over, there's 6 of them left, and you survived. And in reality, in God's eyes, you got 18 kills. Nobody knows that. And like a 19-year-old, now you go back to civilization. And you gotta get paid $10 an hour to change tires. Why do you think? For years I kept selling coke. Because nothing really can compare to that.
Excitement. This is excitement to doing something I'm not supposed to do. I'm gonna go sit with my wife, drink mint juleps with a fucking family. I could be killing motherfuckers right now. You get there. Not only that, you get a lot of love for doing that. It's like you get love and respect from the people that you work with for doing your job correctly, for manning up. But then out there, when you step up, motherfucker, you take this guitar, you get this thumb in your heart beating, then out there, brother. Boy, it's like a shot when they get that taste of blood. Those 18, you wait, they should be over there with the way that they want you when you're 18. But when you're 31 and trying to go in, you already got beliefs and shit. That's why I think your central nervous system has already been set. They can't get you to kill and forget. But an 18-year-old, siempre flee. What's that Farid say? Siempre fire. Why in Cuba? Siempre flee. Siempre flee. So, I thought about that. Can you imagine coming back here 25 and now you gotta work at a bakery? Couldn't imagine. Good luck. $12.50 an hour. And you get 2 weeks a year off. Meanwhile, all you're dreaming about is fucking putting makeup on. Not tree with ropes, with a machine gun and a gun and knives. Oh. How much work do you think they put into readjusting guys? Those first reacclimating them back into society after his we can't do it effectively. It's like a guy getting out of prison after 20 years. We haven't figured out a way to do it effectively yet. That there's no mishaps. There's always going to be a small percentage. This guy in Houston yesterday did 4 tours. How old was he, Jamie? 4 tours. What the fuck are you going to do in this United States that's going to give you that tour? Unless you go on stage. Even that, it's nothing in comparison.
You said earlier like how crazy our brains are. It's crazy how different. Like when I was 18, it was 2007. I was graduating high school, so like Iraq and Afghanistan were all over. It was right at that time. I had friends that went over, but what you are saying is exciting. I would run away from that. There's no part of it like 5 years old, 4 tours. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, you're a smart guy, Lee.
No, there's smart people there. There's like,
oh my god. It's just people that are willing to do the stuff that's more dangerous because it feels better. Because it feels like even though there's risk involved, at least you feel charged up and alive. It's a life of excitement versus a life of, why do you think people climb rocks? They climb rocks because it's actually enjoyable climbing a rock? No, they climb a rock because it's fucking scary. And you don't know if you can make it. You're pretty sure you're going to make it, but there's a real risk that you get a fucking hand spasm and you just fall for a long time until you splatter on the bottom. When you watch someone crazy like Alex Honnold, right, the guy with no ropes, does it with no ropes. We had him in the podcast. He's a super nice guy. Real interesting guy. Lives out of a van. Just travels around and climbs rocks. He's an adrenaline junkie. Okay, the climbing of the rock, it's like, I mean, I guess it's kind of cool to be up high, and it's sort of like a version of hiking for him, because he can kind of make it. But what's really going on is you recognize that you're on the edge always. And so even if you're not, like, your adrenaline's not flying, you're not freaking out, your heart's not pounding, your heightened focus and sense is keenly aware that you're holding back a waterfall of adrenaline. You're keeping it together. And so you're, a lot of times, guys that are doing, like, crazy shit, like tightrope walking and stuff like that, they're sort of addicted to trying to control. What is this guy doing, Jamie?
Was this parkour or something? There's something really scary here in about 2 seconds.
No, it's not. National sovereignty from World War I, and it was snapped back by the Soviet Union.
Oh my God!
To regain territory that they had lost.
Oh my God! This guy he jumped and then did a handstand on the edge. Oh!
The population.
Have you seen that video of like the people on the hoverboarding on like the tops of buildings?
That might have freaked me out more than the hoverboard because it goes upside down. And I watched my daughter do those things. They don't always land perfect. Fuck, man. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is going on in Russia? What are they feeding these people? Radioactive pigs from Chernobyl. Russian? Oh, you heard Russian. I heard Russian. Didn't you hear Russian? Sounded the Russian sounds. Man, well, assuming it was Russian, not narrated.
And one of the ways that they justified it was they had these
Russian. The only reason why Russian isn't a racist because they look like us, right? I mean, they're totally not regular white people.
Yes, we love communism. We're so happy that we can.
What does it say? Does it say it's Russian? Yeah, it's Russian. See,
Jesus Christ.
Just assumed. I'm pretty sure I heard some Russian sounds.
Because it's exactly the
yeah, we're crazy. People are crazy with need, juiced up need for those things. It's like, how do you feel? Don't you like feel sad when someone's a comic and then they quit, and then you see them kind of hanging around the comedy club? And they come back and hang around. Yeah, but that stand up in 10 years. You believe that? Like,
Yeah, I don't have to deal with the bullshit no more. My family's getting raised correctly, and that's fucking great. I just listen, man. You gotta do things in life that you don't like, and you recognize it and move on. In LA, how many people have we met? How many people have we started? How many people went to Montreal and had sitcoms? A lot. And all of a sudden, you don't see it no more. You just don't see it. And then one day you go out of town and you get a Facebook, hey, I had to come back because my uncle died, and I'm doing a podcast. Can I do a guest spot? You're like, no.
And also in
I don't know who you are. I mean, I just don't know what's going on anymore.
The whole guest spot thing's a weird thing.
I know they largely
You know, it's weird to ask people to come on a professional show if you're not professional. Like, I get it. Like, that's how people get better. They do guest spots, but that should be something that somebody asks you for. It's, you know, would you like to do a guest spot? Like that, you know, like, check you out on stage in front of 3,000 people. But to, like, ask to do that, like, because we all know, like, some comics are weird. They'll, like, show up at your shows and ask to do guest spots.
I didn't know you were here.
Yeah, like,
You're driving.
you're backstage.
I'm in fucking Ontario. You didn't know I was here tonight.
You don't see my name out there?
I made a rule about 2 years ago. I love comedians. I know what it is to be a comic. So I'll tell you what I did. I know what it was like for me to feature and to need that $400 for rent. And all of a sudden you get a call the week before the headline is bringing a feature. I get it. So I made a deal. I won't bring a lot of features, but I'm not doing guest spots. And the word gets out. It's so crazy. The word really gets out when you don't do guest spots. People don't show up to your shows.
That's interesting.
Which I don't want.
Whereas before they were showing up and they're trying to get on, they want to hang out in the green room.
And here's my philosophy on it. If you're so funny, you wouldn't be here. Can go get on stage.
Well, you never on stage.
And, you know, people come to the green rooms, they want to hang out. That's great. I love seeing my old friends and stuff, but I'm working right now, and you're not working.
Well, not only that, you don't have to be on that show. Here's the thing. When I was a kid and I was starting out, I loved going to shows. I still love going to shows. I don't have to be on stage to enjoy a show. So if I go to a show and I'm like trying to get a guest spot on someone's show, I don't even know that person or barely know that person, that's fucking weird. I never did that. I don't know anybody who did that. None of us did that. You either got asked or you just kept working. You kept doing shows that were at your level until you got better. That's just what everybody does. Like this guest spot thing, like that is not how it works. You can't just show up and get out in front of a couple thousand people.
I didn't have 2 gigs the other night. I liked it because I knew you were going to ask me to come to the ice house. I know you're working on your
Yeah, but I don't care. When I have fun,
that's I'm very kind of you know. Sometimes I go to the ice house and there's 18 guys up before you, and I go, "This isn't right. This poor guy did us all injustice, and now motherfuckers are doing 20 in front of me." You know, I go up there and do it, and he gets mad at me because I know what it's like to feel. When I get to the fucking club, I'm ready to go. Steam's coming out of my nose. I gotta eat 2 stars to calm me down. I already ate. I worked out. I'm fired up. I gotta wait till 3 fucking comics now. The last 15 minutes, I'm pacing back there like a fucking animal. You know, I just want to get up there and do my fucking thing, and now I gotta wait. But it's not that. It's just that some comedians come into a room to ruin the show. Yeah, blow this fucking place up. And they really blow away. When I get down Thursday, you work with the other 2 guys. You get the niche you're already working with. And then some guy wants to come to Saturday. Like, oh my God, I didn't know you went down. Like, I guess that's not gonna happen.
especially Saturday, because he had 2 shows.
Yeah, I got 2 shows, especially fucking Friday. And it's like, my heart goes out to you as a comic. I know it is to be a struggling comic, but there's nothing going on here.
Well, who does like guys do guest sets? Who does? Like, what? There's a lot of national headliners let local guys do guest sets.
I don't know.
And don't you have to worry about like putting on a good show? Like if you put on a guy who's terrible and they just ruin a show, these people pay a lot of money for a show.
I let someone have a guest spot once, and this was on a show with like one of those Ice House type shows, like 10 people on it, and it bombed so bad that it tanked the rest of the night because people had to sit through 10 minutes of like really clumsy, shitty jokes, like from someone who like barely does comedy. You know, I had to find out later. And then afterwards, like the audience had a lowered expectation, whereas before it'd be like Ian Edwards, Tony Hinchcliffe, Tom Segura, smash, 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 and everybody would be experiencing that all night. Well, there's this 10-minute gap where it was just sludge, just like really shitty ideas and just not done well, and the audience went, whoa, like you could see them get super bummed out.
Yeah, especially when they're a good show like that. Like, I've been lucky enough to go the past few weeks to the store with Joey. When it's really good shows, it's fun. But when there's like, I went to a show once and there was a magician on stage, and it just, I think of him because I know he hates it. But it's so weird how important it is to build a good show and to build shows like comics who go well together. You can't just throw comedians up there and have a good show.
The problem is like people are friends with people that you know, and then they know them and they know you, and then hey man, can I do one of those Ice House shows? Yeah, sure, come on down, do a set, we'll see. And then you just go, oh no, what has happened here? Jesus fucking Christ. And if you do that, like this guy like had just written jokes that day and was doing them that night, he'd never done them before. Like tried to do like a whole that's a long ass story. But when that does happen, the audience feels like you fucked them. You know, like people always say like, why would I take the best comedians on the road? And they like did what you want to like stand out in front of the other comedians. But the audience feels like you fucked them then. Like you made up for the fact that you fucked them by being really funny for the last hour and 10 minutes. But you know you fucked them for the first 20 minutes if you fill in the blank with the name of the comedians. There's a bunch of crazy fucking comedians that will open for other like national acts, and they don't work anywhere else. They work as like opening acts for big time national acts who don't want to be like showing up on stage. They don't want someone going on before them being really funny.
But isn't that the point of the opener to warm them up? Like that's why they have studio warm up people for TV shows. They want them to have good energy and be excited.
They're great. Comics that want you to warm
we should also bear in mind that
agree that you really have to hold back a little bit because they're the star of the show.
This was stupid.
Well, I'd rather we come to the school of thought we want everybody to be fucking great. Because if the guy in front of me is fucking great while I'm back there taking and watching this, I'm going to come out throwing 92 bombs at him. If the guys in front of me is lackadaisical, and it happened to me. One time we were on the road, we let the guy set up. The guy's energy was low. He sucked me in with it. I went up there and bombed because of him. Because I didn't want to make him. It was so bad. Like I said, I'm not going to do material. I just go up there and talk.
There's a bad thing that does happen when you watch really bad comedy, like someone's amateur level comedy. Something weird happens when you get confused as to what's funny and what's not funny. It's almost like a smoke screen, like one of those ink things that a squid shoots out. You see someone on stage that's really challenging and really bad, and just you gotta get out of the room. It's like you can, your mind can get locked into their way of thinking, because that's what I think is happening anyway on stage. I think the reason why comedy is so funny is because you're thinking like that guy. The guy's taking you for a ride, and when you let a bad comedian take you for a ride, like you get stuck in like what they're doing on stage. Say if they're doing like real obvious hack material, cop donut jokes, tampon joke, price check, that kind of stuff, and the audience is really laughing, you get confused. And your whole set, you have to shut them out. Like, you gotta listen to some music. You gotta go on stage fresh, like they didn't exist. You're better off not seeing them.
I don't want to see him no more. I come out like Gladiator.
Yeah.
You have to come out of that cage like Gladiator. I don't want to get caught up. Like Friday early, Saturday early show, I'll watch the other acts. And I'll start getting into it. But until then, I want to come out of the box like a fucking savage.
Right, but if you're working with people that you love, like if you were doing a show with Duncan and Ari, you probably watch a lot of their set.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing about when we do the road together. We watch each other's shit. It's fun. It's like I get to see a show and do a show. You know, it's fun.
I love going to the stores and back and laughing. Me too. One of my all-time favorite things to get down there a little early. Like your spots at 10:45, you get down there at 10. And you watch a few guys that really get you in the swing of things. That just really does get you going. You know, I don't want to sit there all night either.
Well, that's the cool thing about the store. There's always some shows going on. Some nights 3 rooms. You can move around, watch a bunch of different shit. I think that's not to be taken lightly. I think with anything. I think if you were, if you were a knife maker, you're really into making custom knives, you'd want to be around other dudes who make those things. That's why they have those expos where people get together and they, so what are you up to, man? What's going on here?
Man, it's stainless steel.
Look at that. There's a dude who, Anthony Bourdain, did this thing when he said these videos about people making shit. This guy makes knives with metal from meteors. Where does he get the meteors? Meteors. Like they fucking land on Earth. You can buy them. Yeah, you can buy them. They're super expensive. So he's getting his iron from space. Look at this guy. Whoa. Look at that fucking knife. Come on, dude. It's a Kramer knife. This guy makes these things by hand. See if you can find a video because it's fucking crazy. He's got like this hearth. I guess that's what you call it, right? What do you call it when you some sort of oven where he's baking these knives? But with Bourdain is like he's a real lover of craftsmanship. So this guy is making these things sort of in a similar way the way samurais made them, where you have big plates of metal and you compress them and heat them up and smash them and get all the layers into one layer, but it's all done with iron that he's getting from fucking meteorites.
What's the difference between the meteorites?
It's cool. You can say it's from space.
So it's not a strong iron or nothing like that. It doesn't last on the
I think, as far as I know, I mean, there's ways to harden iron and steel. What survives the atmosphere? We're talking about steel. They're making steel, but using the iron from space, I don't think there's any benefit. I think it's probably just really cool looking and awesome to say. It's just fucking steel. I mean, it is what it is. You know, right? Isn't that correct, Jamie? Yeah, makes sense.
Like the Captain American shield that they got from the
Right. Exactly. So this dude, I think his name is Steve Kramer. Bob Kramer, excuse me, Bob Kramer. And Bob Kramer throws this giant chunk of metal in this unbelievably hot oven, and then he pulls it out, and he puts it in this machine and hammers it. He's just talking about all the different methods of hardening steel and adding carbon and all the things that they add during the process, but it's crazy, wild shit, man. He just like pulls out this orange and white glowing thing, and it pounds it down. So he takes it, and all those layers get smashed down into a thinner and thinner layer, and just keeps doing it over and over again until it becomes like a blade. It's wild shit, man. So when it's down to being a blade, that fucking thing is so compressed and smashed down. Just really interesting shit. So what is the name of the video people want to watch it? Rockcraft with Anthony Bourdain. He's got a bunch of these he's done. I don't know how the fuck that guy has so much time. He does so much shit. There's like a few of those guys where I feel lazy. Dude does personal speaking gigs. You know what that joint is?
Gravy?
Oh, look at the nature bugs, Joe Diaz.
Nature bugs never killed nobody.
This guy's making fucking swords. I mean, those guys want to be around each other. You know, like if you're making knives like that, you're gonna want to be around other people who make knives as well. It's like one of the things about places like the store is we can all meet each other, hang out. Like the other night at the bar, Stanhope, Ron White, me, a bunch of us just hanging I'm like, well, where's there a place like this where we can meet, like a fucking saloon where fellow travelers can meet?
I gotta tell you something, Ron White is really taken to the store.
He has.
He's really taken to the store like he's one of the guys that gives you a big hug. He's got the drink in his hand. He's happy as fuck up there. Yeah, he goes up there, he murders the fucking room with a slow, methodical way. But at first, he would just stay back there and go, what the fuck is this shit? This ain't right there. And I watched him. I'm watching him just become a guy at the store.
Yeah, he's always in the back bar. He's always hanging out.
Bro, he's always in the bar.
Yeah.
If there's a bar open, he's close by to it. And walking fucking distance, okay? That guy's the real fucking deal.
Yeah.
He shows up with his own bottle and ice cubes.
Well, he has his own brand.
Right.
He has his own brand of tequila. What is it called again?
Get fucked up.
Something.
That's what it's called.
Something Juan. What the fuck's it called?
Hello, fellows.
Number one? Yeah, that's it. Number one. How racist. Number one tequila. Oh, damn. It's good shit. It is really good shit. He had it at me as far as that stuff goes. It all tastes like shit, really. You know, I mean, let's be real. Even the best tasting tequila tastes like shit.
The best tasting all that alcohol. I never get it. People sit there, wine. I started to like wine. I can drink a glass of wine. You know, it's still alcohol.
I still like Jack Daniel's shots. It tastes
all this shit out of me.
It tastes like shit, and I love it.
You know, you're talking about that. I still remember when I was a little boy in New York City with Mom. We bought Joe Frazier. Like I lived on 88th Street. Like I still remember how big that event was. Like if you asked me about events in New York City, one is Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier. Two, in the early 70s, Elton John came to New York City. He fucked that city up. Captain Fantastic. And Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. When I was a kid, he fucked up traffic. Michael Jackson fucked up traffic in '84. You know, played a couple nights in the garden. But Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier, when I was a kid, was fucking huge. It was huge. I remember crying. I wanted to watch it. I tried to get a blowjob from my babysitter. I was a kid. She was a Puerto Rican chick named Pika. And I kept asking her about blowjobs. She was, I'll give you a blowjob. So I gave her a bag filled with quarters that I had. And she came into the room and I took a shower. I combed my hair, I put the water on, and she came into the room and blew on my stomach and said, that's a blowjob. It took me $20. I was fucking killing the dog. I cried myself to sleep. That morning, my mom woke her up and I got cooked here. My mom's like, what is it, broken English? I'm like, Peter stole my $20. She said she's gonna suck my dick and she didn't know. I was like, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? You're like 6 or 7. What are you talking about? I said, I want a blowjob. I gave her $20. And then she took my $20. I'm gonna fucking kill her mom. And my mom's like, are you fucking crazy? Why would she suck your dick for $20? She'd get 50 of the bottle. Why would she suck your little healthy dick for $20? Shit.
How old?
6, 7.
How old is she?
32. When did Muhammad Ali fight Joe Frazier the first time? 71, maybe. Right, 71. I was probably 8. I was a little kid, man. She's still her money. Oh, my mom had to give me back the 20. I made my mom give it back to me. Mom gave it to you. My mom said, what would it take? This problem disappeared.
So she gave you 20 just to shut you up.
Yeah, because she knew I would help me eat in the sleep. I would kill her in the sleep. She would sleep on the couch. The babysitter fell asleep on the couch.
Oh, my God.
You give me the $20, so I'm gonna fucking kill her right there. I was like, are you fucking crazy? I'll give you the 20. Just leave Tina alone. I didn't talk to Tina for a year, though.
You should never talk to her again.
When was it? Yeah, 7. I was 8.
She's ripping off little kids.
She was great, though. Tina, that great babysitter growing up. I didn't like my mom going out at night. My mom had a bar, so I would spend the whole day with my mom, and at night she'd have to go to the fucking bar. And it would drive me crazy, Joe. I want to go to the bar. Right? They all go to the bar. You go to school. I don't give a fuck when they come protected. I would fucking wait for her to get to Jersey and I cause a war in the house. And she'd have to get back in the car and come over to 88th Street. Fuck me up. Put me to sleep, get in bed with me and lay down. And then she would go back to the bar and fucking close it. Hell. And then when we moved to Jersey, I would call her up. I was scared at night because I thought the house was haunted. So I would call her up and be like, "You're gonna get down there." I'd be crying and shit. Finally, she'd just take a cab to your friend's house, sleep over there. There was a year I didn't sleep in my house. Really? Like a year when I was in 7th grade. I didn't sleep in my house. I would go to after school, get clothes. I'd go to my friend's house and sleep there and live there. I was scared of fucking ghosts and shit. My grandparents insisted their house was haunted. They had a guy during the 50s who rented a room upstairs. Some local guy was a bachelor. He just rented a room because people did that back then. They're poor. And that guy died. I think he died while he was at the house. I don't remember. But they insisted that the fucking guy was still walking around. I lived there for months when I first moved up. I heard shit. And I realized, you know what a lot of that is? People just get bored. They want there to be a ghost. They want something crazy to be going on. They're bored. They don't have any excitement. And so the only excitement is like being in that world in the dark and having feelings about something that's not real. You're like, oh, I feel something. I feel a presence. I feel a presence.
And ultimately, he decides to adopt Eastern.
We can't get the fuck out of this room. No, nothing happened. Just you're in the dark. You're in the dark in an old house. You're bored as fuck. That's what it is.
We shall see
I don't know, Joe. I don't know, dog. I lived in a haunted fucking house. My mother bought this house in North Bergen, New Jersey. I'm giving that terrace. Given that terrace was originally given that, which when kids died, when parents died, when kids go, it was an orphanage. The orphanage said fuck. In the 40s, so they took Jones Court and given that terrace and built it over this orphanage. There was an article about it on Facebook about 6 months ago about the whole given that terrace fucking spooky shit. Yeah. So in that house my mother bought, the reason why my mother got in there with the alias was because it came in with heavy cash. And the guy killed himself in the garage. Right, the guy hung himself in the fucking garage in the 60s, so his kids were selling the fucking house. Well, we didn't know about this. I never knew about this 3 years later. Once we moved in, remember in the beginning I was going to Catholic school, so I only slept there on the weekends. Once I moved in full time, like in the 6th and 7th grade, was when I would hear the ghosts at night. I would hear them come up the fucking stairs and shit, and I would cry and yell. Right, so they sent me to the Santeria lady's house, and she told me to put a glass of water under my bed with a red towel on the top. And I would sleep better, but I would still hear fucking noises at night. I was fucking there. That's all that spooky shit. Now, do you remember we did Tom Midas years ago? My friend called. Joey, how are you? Okay, right. My brother died. On that block. When he was 16, 15, he died on that block. They're Sicilians. And if you think Cuban people are creepy with the Santeria shit, nobody's creepier than old school Sicilians. When she broke it down, she kept telling me, I told my husband, Sicilians don't live on dead end streets because they're bad luck. Like when I see them now, they still fly out of the squishy house. Dead end streets are bad luck. Oh yeah, the Sicilians. I mean, she's an old school Sicilian that she took the fish, the eyes from the fishes to help people see better, to help people. You ever see the movie Sleepers? You ever see the movie Sleepers? Which movie Sleepers? Everyone more heads explode? No, that's scanners. Fucking heads explode. This is about 4 kids who rob a hot dog man, and by mistake the guy dies, and they send him to a jail. Who's it? Look, all-star guys, Brad Pitt. Nero was the priest. I do know that it's a lot better. The movie sucked because they put too many stars in the movie. It's about 4 fucking kids that get sent to an orphanage and they get beat up or whatever the fuck it is. But before that, they go to work for a mob boss. If you've ever watched any mafia movie, every mafia movie blows the characters. The only mobster that was ever any good in any Italian movie besides Marlon Brando was the guy that played the mobster in this movie. See if you can find Sleepers King Benny. King Benny was a bad motherfucker. He was an Italian actor that they recruited to come over. He got to speak that good English. Wait till you see the King Benny. King Benny's explaining to him that he takes the eyeballs to this lady for headaches when I was a kid. Look at King Benny.
What happens?
Benny is a bad motherfucker. There's a part where King Benny has to go deal with fucking brothers in Harlem. And the guy says to him, man,
But you said this movie sucks.
the movie's a 5. But him, as a Dino's in this movie, you're jumping, buddy. The guy you did softball with, that White Star? No, the Spanish kid. That you did that series with. He was a Spanish kid.
No, he's Italian.
Puerto Rico.
Oh, Puerto Rican kid. Oh, I know what you're talking about. The kid that he went on. He was in Lost.
No, the kid, the Spanish kid, he plays Fat Macho. See if they haven't seen Sleepers with the black guy when the black guy says to him,
See if they haven't seen a movie that sucks.
no. He says to him, dog, look at you. You bring style to the game. And the Italian guy goes, I could not help you if Taylor is dead. I mean, this guy's got lines in this fucking movie, and they never thought he died. Years later, like they were saying, who the fuck is this guy? The guy is just a monster. My point is, the fucking Sleepers or the fucking guy. What's the point? I have no idea. I'm like, I wonder how he's going to run out with that. We're talking about 4 kids and shit.
Sicilian. Well, we're talking about bad luck blocks.
They just have spooky beliefs. So they came to me years later and were telling me all about this block, how many people had bad luck on that block after that. Like the Maloney's died from cancer, both of them. The parents, the Rogues died from cancer. The girl across the street died in a car accident. Raul, I just robbed him. Raul and his family just took a stereo and they would run into my fucking bedroom for years. I didn't rob somebody's house and I hung out with the kid because years later we became friends. So they were moving in, I robbed Raul and his family. And I took the stereo, some kid took the fucking desk. It was amazing. And then you talk to him anymore? Raul went to the Bronx in the 8th grade overnight. They owed money on the rent, so but he would come to my house and okay, we go to your room, listen to the stereo. So I did.
Terrible. Do you ever look back on your past and go, how the fuck did I become like an upstanding citizen? How did I become a regular person?
Last night I was telling these stories that I was shaking.
Well, I remember when I first met you. You were always a great guy, but you were way more dangerous. Like you're a dangerous person. You could do some ridiculous shit. You were very volatile.
There's a part of me that's a very, very nice, law-abiding person. There really is. There's a part of me that's always wanted to try to be a nice person. But there's a part of me that does not comprehend the part of human being. Because it would not be allowed when I was raised, by no means at all.
What do you mean?
Just stupid human being that I see every day now. I see acceptable. Right. And how I was raised, or how the people I grew up were. So when I look at that on my addict's book, I really can't handle it. And I didn't. I got beaten when I was 19. That was such a great beating. It was worse than the one that Bernard Hopkins put on Felix Trinidad. And that's the day I made my decision. My hand-to-hand combat days are over. Like, I don't need this shit in my world. If you come into my world and get disrespect from me, you put a weapon on me, you a chair, or a bomb, I threw a lot of bombs, just a couple of glasses.
Definitely threw some shit in the store.
I don't fuck around with people because I don't like people fucking with me. I'm really sensitive. I don't know how to handle it.
But I think it's one of the things we were talking about when we were talking about people who go to war and how they get addicted to that feeling, and then it's almost like that becomes their world, right? Well, I almost feel like with some people they become like real addicted to like bad situations.
You know, addicted to drama, right? You don't know how to handle life if there's no drama in your life. There was times I would rob Joe Rogan, knowing that Joe Rogan knew I was going to rob him. And my state of mind was not what. Now what? So you cause an issue. I didn't know how to live without the swirl of danger. Yeah. You know, let's be honest, the last 10 years I did blow, but not because of addiction. The last 10 years I did blow because I was addicted to that state of mind. But always, you were always in need of something. The thrill was going to get the coke and driving the coke in the car.
Yeah, that's something that when you told me that, it was the first time anybody ever articulated it that way. Like, what you were addicted to was not even necessarily the drug, it's the whole thing, the driving and the danger of the police, going to the guy's place to buy it, the cop,
everything. I would look at myself after snorting at 2, 3 in the morning and see this person that I didn't recognize in the mirror. I wouldn't even want to look at it because I was so ashamed that I let that position take over my mind. It wasn't the fact of the goal or the whatever, or to get my neck sucked or doing dirty things. It was the fact of getting driving in front of it and all the scamming that went with it. And somebody told me when I got locked up, they said, you think of all the time you put into scams, think of you put that time into doing something on a positive level. And there's no surprised that my life has changed as much as I did without the drugs, because 60% of your mental state was always in those drugs. Yeah, no matter, the other 40 was in comedy, the other 37 was in comedy, and the other 3 was in God knows what the fuck it was. But 60% of your day is dominated by that addiction, or whatever drives you.
With some people, they described it as like the addiction, and having that addiction was like almost like a built-in excuse to not live up to their full potential in anything they're trying to do.
Absolutely. For starters, it's the personal blame. You want that just in case if you fail. You always have a fucking excuse. Right. What you expect? I was having those problems those years. You didn't have having problems when you get fucking shingles or your family member has cancer. That's a problem that happens in life. The coke and all that shit is your own man-made dilemma. These are the things you create. All these things you create. You know, I think about that last year I did blow. I was ready to call 60 minutes. Like, I think of the state of mind right now. Like, I had already a pitch for 60 minutes to explain to them that I had found the cure for cocaine. Then you do heroin on Mondays, just a little bit. You will not snort the rest of the week. Like, I was really going to pitch 60 minutes. I was going to get an agent and go to CBS and go, listen, I got a groundbreaking idea. There's no reason for rehab. So we'll get that white powder you motherfuckers are going to war for. And we'll get that little white powder, see, we'll make it into some pill. And we'll get people high on Monday because the rest of the week I didn't want to get high. How crazy is that? I was doing heroin on a Monday and they wouldn't let me do coke the rest of the week. I look forward to Mondays, folks. Yes, I am.
Why would you buy only Monday?
It's also important to note that I don't know. I have no fucking idea. It's just a thing. We got right.
This is snorting.
Yeah, snorting 2 little lines of heroin just to get me in.
And what does it do? What's the feeling? Tell me what it feels like when it hits you.
Oh, it takes a couple minutes to hit. You feel this weird thing, and you feel like your blood pressure going up. And you feel like this euphoric warmth. You feel like this fucking warmth. I felt like my body, did you ever take a wet shit? It's warm, but you can see if you shit outside, steam's gonna come out of it. Right. That's what your body feels like, that warm. And then I would get an urge to puke. For a couple minutes, I would gag and puke a little bit, would come out of yellow, and then after I puked a little bit, I would just go into this state of fucking loneliness for 4 hours. It was like smoking indigas all day. Like just sitting there, smoking cigarettes, looking out the window. And I'd make believe I was writing John Lennon type lyrics to the jokes. And I looked at them the next day, this brilliance about a refrigerator. Like I remember writing a bit about a refrigerator once. And looking at it the next day and saying, thank God, I never tried. You know what I'm saying? Like little things, like just,
well, that was Hedberg's drug of choice. And his jokes, man, I mean, I think he's probably the best non sequitur joke guy ever, because all his jokes are unrelated. It's like, here's a non sequitur, here's some other things I was thinking about, here's something I thought, here's something I saw. And it was like, I was listening to it the other day, it's like, half of his jokes were only funny because he was saying them.
In the West,
But they were hilarious. Like he had a way of doing it that was kind of like his own comedy.
We shall see.
Like you messed up during the week.
It take me a day to recover on Tuesdays. I'd be out. I didn't say nothing to nobody. I was doing heroin. And I was doing coke.
Just about the
So I was really fucking
So you would be like sober Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and then you'd look forward to the big bump on Monday.
Yeah, that kid, he used to say that he used to send me $7 bags. His name was Bonehead. He died from an OD.
How weird.
Yeah.
Figured that guy's gonna live forever.
Bonehead. Fuck, I'm a rest in peace.
Bonehead, bro.
Bonehead was like you, boy. He was, I could go into a room with 90 motherfuckers and Bonehead looked like a big 10 of them. Bonehead was a bad motherfucker. I loved Bonehead had 3 brothers. I loved all of them. But Bonehead was, two brothers were very successful. Believe it or not, Bonehead was successful. As a plumber, he owned his own company. He only went on crazy at night. Bonehead, when I was 17, would take me to Mitsouli's house in New York City. No ID. Called bartender, I'm gonna give him 3 mugs of beer, give him 3 mugs of beer, give him a bowl of chicken. And Mughead would take $10 from both of us and he'd go to Washington Square Park. And he'd come back and he'd give me 8 values. And by the meantime, he would go buy his heroin and he'd buy these mixture pills and he'd melt them to the black and whites. And he'd take us to a strip club in New Jersey or something. And he'd take us home. And the next day, 7 in the morning, this strip had this Bonehead in the fucking plumbing van up and down. He was a functioning addict. He wasn't like your regular.
There's a lot of those guys out there.
And he had a chick
Yiddish speakers or
that was a 13.
further apart.
She was half Asian, half Irish. And they used to do heroin together, and they'd pass out one great fucking, they'd both go to sleep. And then I'd be in the bedroom because I just moved in with Bonehead's family.
But in
Okay, they were Italian. They were real fucking Italians. And the mother was the first person who made me an egg green. She was a little Irish chick, and she said the word girl. She didn't say oil, and she was the bookkeeper for Union 52, whatever the Teamsters, the laborers union. Yeah, I was over there one day when I was 16. She was about a book. Walked me to work tomorrow, get you a book. You can start fucking being a honey. So I had, like a hot carrier.
Hot carrier?
Yeah, they're from brick masons. So she was like, get you with the Italians over by the brick masons. She was small walking. So she got me a book and financed it. She got a motion to finance it. I love these people. This is, if I'm thinking, I don't like doing documentaries, but I need to do a documentary about this family because it's the rise and fall of an American family that I saw before my eyes. As a child, I went over there and ate with them. I hung out with all 3 brothers, by the way. Like I wasn't just friends with Bonehead, I hung out with Chrissy Fish, and I hung out with the little, whatever his name was, but Bonehead was my nighttime guy. Bonehead used to take me into the murky waters of the underworld. He could get me guns and shit. The medium brother was a drug dealer. In the 80s, they drugged me, sold big time coke. He used to buy jewelry, he used to put them to $10. So one night, me and the younger brother in the bed sleeping, Bonehead comes in to borrow money from us. Because he was going to this thing and heroin, and I go, Bonehead, I gotta have money on me. He went into his brother's room and instead of his brother was sleeping with a drug dealer. Instead of just opening up the tackle box and taking $40 out, he took the whole tackle box. And then $40,000 in cash, another 30 in jewelry. He went to the Bronx. These are the best times of my life. I'm talking about comrades.
Is your war stories? You thought the house was haunted?
Yeah, this was not a haunted house at all. These people were decent Italian people. My dad was a longshoreman, and the mom was in charge of the Teamsters union. And they hung out with Westies. They hung out with the mother was friends with this dude that was whatever for the Westies. And he used to get me jobs. He would get me jobs casing joints. You know, you have a summer job. No, he would tell me, I'm waiting on that warehouse. I'm going to give you 200. They're going to give you 180. I'm waiting to go in that warehouse and write down all the alarms and tell me whether the safe is, who walks around the safe and you pay me money. This is a great house, though. Old school Italian house with back to Bonehead. Bonehead has the fishing tackle box. He's about to go upstairs to buy heroin and shoot it. He puts the tackle box in the garbage can in front of the building and puts a lid on it. While he's upstairs shooting heroin, the garbage men come. And they take the 40 large with the 30,000 in fucking jewelry.
Cultural boundaries.
Do you understand me? I mean, this was non-stop. One night, Bonehead came home high on heroin. He decided to make French fries. So he put the pineapple in this. Remember in the 80s, they had those pots you could bring out with the hot oil, and they would boil, and you could throw French fries. America went crazy over them. I forgot what they were. Crazy, get a French fry machine. Everybody was making onion rings and shit. Well, he did heroin and knotted up. Left that thing on, the thing went on fire. Of course, it was all in the fucking house. Alright, I went to oil. I wake up to my bone and the worms. I also Kurt's waking me up and we go out of the house and the father's outside, my grandmother, and the fire department crawls on top of the roof, Joe, and they hit the fucking roof to let the smoke out, and fire trucks are coming from the side landlord, and they got the sirens in the middle of all this. It's 8 in the morning. We all look around and go, oh my God, Amy was still in the house. Bonehead was still in the house on fire. Bro, they turn the fire off, they go in, he's still with his feet up. Just heroin down his whole face on TV like that. He's slept in the fire. Oh my God, everything. When they woke up, maybe those are my fries. This is how crazy this family was. Oh, my fries ready. They're like, oh man, we have 2 fucking battalions out there. We got 9/11 up there. And you're still fucking sleeping. Oh my God. They burned the house down. Burned the fucking kitchen down. Had the hotel for 6 months. And they had a grandmother downstairs who was old school Italian, but she couldn't smell. So every time we smoked pot, we'd just go down there and blow smoke in the face. And grandma would pass out in the wheelchair. And that was the end. I mean, it didn't stop. It didn't stop.
So this is why you get mad at people for binge watching stuff on Netflix, and this is what you were talking about.
I get mad at everything. They gotta bother me for I get mad at people. He used to hide the coke. The median brother used to hide the coke under his car. And I'd be walking down there and I could see a little container. He didn't even have a Maserati. What's the other Italian car? There's not much of a get these motherfuckers run. What's the other Italian car?
Well, it's Fiat, like you said.
The Avante.
Oh, okay, I remember those.
Remember that piece of shit?
That was a piece of shit.
Those are pieces of shit. Can you show me a piece of car? Look wrong with it.
Trust anything Italian.
Oh my God, that was it. He tried to sell it to me once. It was like, it was worth 20. I'll give it to you for $2 grand. Yeah, I drive it down the corner and blows up.
Like, I feel like even if you buy a Ferrari, I feel like if you drive that thing, it's gonna fall apart.
Here on this map,
I trust German cars. You know, I don't trust people like me making cars.
the white line.
What's the other one? The other one that Lamborghini is
Yeah,
in.
those things fall apart.
Do they really?
Guarantee you. Just look at them. There's no way that's sturdy.
These fucking cars.
Actually, Lamborghinis are owned by Audi, so who knows? They might be like much better engineered
area just to the west represents those Ukrainians.
I don't know that much about things other than I know a lot about Porsches. But there's a lot of cars I don't understand about them. God, those things are disgusting. The Avante, what a piece of shit.
Disgusting.
Look at that thing. It's crazy. Lamborghinis are like the biggest, like, here's my dick car you can get, right?
That's the part that's why they had the doors open up sideways. You walk out of that naked. Like if I had that car, I just walk up with a big guy, like, what, bitches? Bringing up $20 bills, as you know.
I'll get up naked, jockstrap.
Oh, your boy sent this. That's what I sent this fanny packs.
Oh, really?
They got my fanny pack filled with purple green.
He's got giant fanny
Bro,
packs.
those are great fanny packs. They fit me.
They're really good for the travel on the road. You can get a lot of stuff from them. Yeah.
No, that's true. Your glasses, your license, your passport.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know, my plane tickets.
There's a lot more Canadians that have to come down to America to see you.
And they have a great time.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. It's a road trip. That's
Oh,
why
yeah, do Buffalo?
Yeah, Buffalo, Toledo. I try to really get around. Seattle,
Detroit.
Detroit. I do Grand Rapids. I'm trying to get to Ann Arbor next year.
Ann Arbor, we did that once. I did that once with, I think, Ari. I did it in Ann Arbor back in the day. It's a college town, right? It's a comedy club down there?
Yeah, you did it with some, yeah.
Oh, I did it with Segura.
You came back and told me to call you. Like, call me.
Yeah, fun for the club. Yeah, there's some good spots where people can come down, Canadians can come down. Like, well, you can't do Seattle either. You would fucking tear Seattle apart. So sad. You can't get into Washington State.
They're still breaking my balls, too.
Can you work that out? I thought you already had that almost worked out like 2 years ago.
You know what, man? They want a bunch of cash, and they still want me to go up there and surrender myself.
So, fuck all that.
I'm not surrendering myself. I ain't fucking
Surrender yourself. What does that mean?
come on in and turn yourself in. We'll put you through a process, 12 hours in the holding tank, and that shit. You got fucking jail for that shit.
12 hours in a holding tank. It's like you're so threat to society. Why do they have to put you in a holding tank? What kind of weird formality is that?
I'm sorry we have to cuff you.
Well, but you know I'm not
I have no feeling to abuse. Like, I've always gone to court. I don't have a feeling. I even went to court with an alias. Like, I used an alias one time when I got arrested. That's the class I got. I got the spread. When they arrested me, I gave my Joe Rogan's name. But not so you would get a warrant. I went down there and did the 16 hours community service in the AIDS unit, painting for the AIDS people. So next time you look at me, tell me I got no fucking power. Think of that. And 10 years later, I go to eat dinner with that guy. He's like, is that okay? I got pulled over. I had a warrant in Colorado. I got fucking arrested in Colorado for shoplifting. No way. I just kept eating my fucking meals. So at least he didn't get arrested. I did his fucking time for him. I did my fucking thing.
That is so ridiculous.
Imagine getting arrested in Boulder. I think about the words you told me about Boulder once you know I was driving to Boulder with my wife, and I kept thinking, this must have been a candy store for Johnny Diaz. How did you get arrested and they let you out without a license?
They're all like barefoot yoga people.
Listen to me. I was in jail for 3 weeks as Jose Diaz, waiting bail for kidnapping. I sat in there from December, November 18th to December like 9th to 10th. I had the jail wired. You do know I could just go play cards anytime I long distance call. He let me out of because I signed a list. You do know. I was smoking weed and then I had all access to Kool-Aid because I don't like it. You know, I hate fucking milk. I like milkshakes and milk. I had all access. You know, I got arrested 3 months, not even Joe Rogan. I got arrested a month after I made bail. And they put me back in that jail and I went back as Jimmy.
So,
and everybody was calling me Jimmy. No. My name on the fingerprint was the alias. And their fingerprint me calling me Joey. How you doing, Joey? How's it been lately? I see you back in here. Meanwhile, on that card, it blatantly says Joey.
So they didn't read the card. They just assumed it was you. You went in with someone else's.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
And then I called the girl. They said, we can't let you out without a license. So,
Driver's license?
Yeah. I didn't have a license for that name. In those days, there was no paperwork on me at all. If you arrested me, guess. Always like Jeopardy, right? Here's your chance to be Jeopardy. You ready to do it? You get no prizes. I never carried a license on me in those days. Till this day, I hate that promotion. I fucking hate it. Changed it. So I would bring an ID, so I could be anybody when you're arrested.
Right.
I could be widespread.
So you just had nothing on it.
Nothing. So they made me call. So I called my girlfriend at the time. I go, hey, how you doing? This is James. She's like, oh, this is James. They took me out to dinner a couple of weeks ago. They lost my license. She's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Just the cop right there. I'm like, I lost my fucking license. And these cops won't let me out unless somebody comes down here and lets me out. I shoot the kid I was talking about. You follow me? You know, we talking about expressing James. And she goes, okay, James, this is the last name. I go, yeah. And she went down there, they brought her in. They said, what's his name? James. Where's he live? She told them. And they go, okay, we'll let you out. That was it. They gave me paperwork. And 4 days later, I turned myself in. I went, I stood in court. I got charged. I pled guilty. Because I didn't want to fuck with it. I didn't want to take a shoplifting thing to trial. They had me.
Right.
And I fucking did the community service at the AIDS unit.
Under the
16 hours in the fucking community corrections. But I met a cop that was there. See, everything works itself out until the other. Because when I was there was a cop that would do a detail there. In those days, the police that age unit was getting death threats from like militant people involved in people up in hell. And they had a cop there, and I would talk to the cop every day, talk to the cop a little bit. Hey, how you doing, officer? We talk about this and that. And one day, I got into a beef. I had 2 felonies. And my ex-fucking boyfriend thought he was tough with me. And I said, you know what? I gotta smack this guy, but if I get him, I gotta get him good. And I went to meet him, and I fucking smacked him. Guess who was the first cop on the job? The dude from the age unit. This guy's holding on to his face. He came me asking Joey what happened. I told him the truth. They gave me a ticket. So life is a circle.
What kind of ticket do you get for slapping someone?
He got a ticket too. He got a ticket. I got a misdemeanor assault, and he got using a racial slur outside the city limits of Boulder.
Is that really the case?
It's really
So Boulder's always been like that.
Yeah, because the football players in '85, those football players that were really powerful, that had those teams that won the national championship, there was always beef with them. Oh, the cops always had beef with them. So there was a couple incidents. It was Canamus McGee. He just smacked the motherfucker's eyeball out of his head. I told those, I think I'm kidding you. I'm not cracking no jokes. He broke his eye socket. 6'5", 245.
With a smack.
With a smack. So Stockton slapped. Eyeball went out of his fucking head.
Might have a ring on it.
And then another lady called J.J. Flanagan a nigger, and he punched her in the face. So they dropped the charges because she said a racial slur.
That's hilarious.
So
a woman can call a guy and just get punched in the face.
Oh, he slapped her, so they called it the J.J. Flanagan rule. So
that is so crazy.
When I got arrested for that racial thing, they told me to call me a spick, which he did in front of my daughter. So I smacked him.
So wait a minute, did the football player smack her or punch her?
He smacked the J.J. Flanagan down the street corner of the Boulder Street Mall or something.
That's how strong that word is. Smack. It's the only word that has a letter. Like you could kind of say the F word, but most people say fuck.
But he was still, this is still 88. This is 88. This is 90. These are the times when they were coming down on CU football, but they had a lot of shit going on. Like there's a document, there's a 30 for 30.
Oh, really?
It's a great for 30.
Let me ask you this. Why do you think Boulder's always been so liberal?
Because they want to be. They had that right to be. These are people that want to live, to Boulder now. I might as well go say it's the same money. It's the same fucking people.
What do you mean?
It's the same people. That was not the Boulder when I got there in 1980. Not even close.
What's the difference?
I don't know what they were Gentiles. Starbucks. That's not what Boulder was supposed to be. Boulder was totally brought up to be anti, very much establishment. Very, people who have soap companies.
Right.
People who have shirts with designs of the Grateful Dead. But that's what it is.
Right.
If that's what it is, let that be that.
Well, there's a bunch of people in Boulder that'll just go Democrat no matter what.
Which means
they just vote Democrat. They don't vote Republican ever. So like when I was there, it was during the Obama election after he got elected for the first term. That's when I was there, and I was like, it's just so weird that there's so many different people that have the same thing on their front lawn. It's Obama, like everywhere you look. You didn't see any Republican candidates on anybody's lawns. You just didn't see that.
What is the rest of Colorado like?
Way Republican. Way more Republican. The rest of Colorado's like cowboys and shit. Denver's kind of a mixture. Denver, you get a little bit of everything.
Is it sort of like Austin, Texas? Like that sort of like...
No. Because Austin is more like cowboy funky. Austin's different. Austin is like a lot of badass music comes from Austin. Fucking Gary Clark Jr. comes from Austin.
Yeah, but the state of mind of Boulder and Boston were pretty much similar, representing their states.
Right, but you can't compare them because Boulder's only 100,000 people. It's a tiny ass place. Austin's 1 million.
What's the population of Boulder?
100,000.
Still,
it's tiny. They just can't build. They don't like build. They got that place locked down.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They
buy up open space.
Yeah, Boulder always wanted to be different than everybody else.
Yeah.
When I first went to Boulder, I first peeked in Boulder July of '83, and I was like, I'll never come to this fucking place. Too boring. I was from New York City.
Get us the population, Jay. If I was all of a sudden,
You know, the piece says it's 100,000. The metro's about 300,000.
it's 100,000 in the metros, 300,000.
Yeah, but it's
Oh, okay. So
it's estimated it's about 100,000.
where you going, John? What are you doing? Stepping back to chew? You're in the middle of a story. Yeah, Austin's a totally different animal. Austin is much more like.
I just meant in the way like Texas is running Republican.
Oh yeah, for sure. But there's a lot of Republicans in Austin. Austin's not entirely liberal. Austin's a mixture. It's a weird mixture. Boulder's not much of a mixture. Boulder, like Greg Fitzsimmons said it best. He's like, it's just too one note. He liked Denver because we were talking about like how amazing Colorado is, and he did a weekend at the Comedy Works. He's like, you know what? I can fucking live here. He goes, I don't really say that about many places, but I can live there. And we were talking about Boulder. He's like, I think Boulder's just a little too one note. They're a little too college influenced, super liberal, social justice warrior type, vegan, barefoot, handcrafted, all that nonsense. You know, there's like a lot of
The People's Republic of Boulder.
Yeah.
That's what they call it. The People's Republic of Boulder.
But that has a attraction.
Yeah. Oh, it's listen, it's peaceful.
It's like at that time in my life, Boulder just meant something to me. It meant peace of mind. I don't know what it
Well,
was.
the place itself is so fucking beautiful. I mean, you're there in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, and you just sit. Sometimes you just, like, you go to Boulder, you just, what's that street, that Mall Street? Pearl Street. And when you just look up and you're looking at fucking, you leave the street and you look up, you're looking at, like, mountains. It's the Rocky Mountains right there. Like, you're in this beautiful, amazing spot. And the people, it's not that many people. I think that's a big thing. I think when you get too many people in a place, it gets annoying, that you fucking don't appreciate each other as much. Just too many fucking people. There's 3 million people, 5 million.
Boulder's grown a lot since I left it.
It has, but it can't grow much more than it's already grown. What they've done is amazing, is buy up so much open space and make it super difficult to put up apartment buildings. And people like, that's bullshit. We need affordable housing. Drive to Boulder, stupid. Fuck, drive there.
Just fucking be
Part of the Denver metro area is included in that 300,000.
Okay, like some Arvada and places like that. Yeah.
It's like,
It's awesome.
Walmart. Not Walmart. Lafayette.
You know what's the hidden gem? Evergreen. Evergreen's a shit. God damn, they have some views. Evergreen has some ridiculous views. Where you're just tucked in with like this giant elk herd that walks down through the middle of town. Got a giant elk herd walking through the middle of the street. And a buddy of mine moved there, and he was living in Vegas before, and you know, he was asking about Colorado. I said, you gotta check out Evergreen. And he went there once and bought a house, immediately moved. And he texted me that these elk, they get in the middle of the street, and someone who was from out of town, apparently, was like beeping and trying to get the elk out of the road and like revving his engine because he was in a rush. And some old cowboy got out of his truck, walked up to dude's car window, punched him through the car window, and then got back in his truck. Because the guy was harassing the elk herd. Yeah, that's no joke, dude. That's really what happens in Evergreen. This is a herd of elk walking down the middle of the street, and you can't do a goddamn thing about it. And because the people in the town itself, I mean, they don't really hunt them when they do that. So the elk feel super calm about walking on the highway in front of everybody. Because if they were in the woods with you like that, they would fucking bolt if they saw a person. They smelled you, they would bolt. But meanwhile, these things have chosen to go like by the road. It's interesting too because they don't recognize people as predators in those situations. It's like people around urban areas aren't predators, but people in the mountains are predators. It's real weird.
So for generations, that like a group of elks has just been walking down the street.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
it's crazy. Not only that, I mean, that's the case everywhere. Like in Yellowstone, there was a video that someone sent me today. I don't think I retweeted it. Someone sent me, I didn't watch it, I wasn't getting self-service. But there's a video that someone sent me today about some woman who got too close to an elk in Yellowstone. I guess it was real recently. But for the most part, they don't worry about people. They're worried about wolves and grizzly bears and shit. They see a person, they go, because no one's hunted in Yellowstone for over 100 years.
So elk see people there, and they're like, "What's up, dude? How you doing, man? Got some carrots for me? Is this it?" Yellowstone elk decides woman is too close for comfort. Yeah, go live, go. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Did you get that on video? Oh, she just got launched. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Did you get that on video? Oh, I didn't get it. Look, she went sailing. Video. Whoa. You're too close to that elk. That's why. 25 yards, man. Thank you, sir. I just got humbled, sir. That's a certain guy, sir.
Have you seen the video of the hunter getting beaten by a deer?
Yeah, I've seen this bunch of
kicks
those.
him in the face.
They'll fuck you up, especially in the rut. They're horny, and they think you're cock blocking them. They get mad, jack you. Are you serious? Oh yeah, people have died from deer. A lot of people have died because they get gored. Like they're either hunting them or they're hiking them, or whatever reason they maybe like that lady, they get stupid. Like she was lucky that was either a cow elk or that was an elk that didn't have antlers yet because they shed their antlers and then they grow them back. So she got lucky because if that was a big bull elk, there's one. This one I saw. He just kicks him. That guy is dog shit jiu-jitsu. First of all, he's spinning for one of those rear legs. You try to get him in a heel hook on that real rut. I Kimura'd a deer's leg and snapped it in half after it was already dead. I was like, I wonder if this would work on a deer. Snapped its leg when Callan and I had went hunting in Montana. So I feel real confident that I could heel hook a deer. Fuck it up. I take his back. Take that fucking deer's back.
By the way, my thoughts on Eddie Roth was probably just recovering right now.
Yeah, he's in the hospital today, and he got his discs replaced.
How long was that thing?
I don't think the operation is just a few hours, and the recovery time is ridiculously low. I think in 6 weeks he's allowed to start lifting weights. So 6 weeks, his body has to heal up. So I'm talking out of school because I don't know the exact procedure, but I know this is what he told me, is that they're replacing a disc with a titanium disc. They have some sort of a new technology in disc replacement where they used to take the disc out and they would fuse it together. Right now, instead, they put an artificial disc, and it's supposed to be just as good as a real disc. And the difference being that, like, when they would fuse those discs, it would limit your mobility pretty drastically because you don't have any articulation in between the two joints. Now that they have this artificial disc, that artificial disc actually moves around and it allows your spine to be flexible. So one of the guys from school, Victor, got it done, and apparently he's never been better. It feels great, no pain at all, and it was bothering him for a long time. And Eddie's been bothering his for almost as long as I've known him because he does so much stuff from his back. You know, it's all guard work. It's getting stacked all the time and compressed all the time, and not the most diligent about stretching the back out early in his career. You
stretch it before and after.
You definitely should warm up before. But the big thing is mobility training, meaning doing things like bending down, grabbing the back of your heel with your four fingers on both sides, and trying to put your pinkies together, and then extending your legs, popping your back and stretching your back out. For me, that's big. Hanging by your ankles is big. Any sort of decompression, anything that alleviates pressure. I have one that I put on my neck. It's like I'm hanging myself. I go click, 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 click. And I'm like literally hanging a good percentage of my weight from my neck. Then I have a bunch of them in the back. I have different decompression devices in the back. I've got the reverse hyper, which strengthens your back, and also it's like an active moving decompression of the back. That's created by that Louis Simmons guy from Westside Barbell. Just genius guy. He had a back injury too, and he needed to get it fixed. And they wanted to cut him. And he was like, I think I can figure this out. I think there's got to be an exercise of strength resistance instead of surgery. And so that's what he came up with. But see, in Eddie's position, I don't even know if that would have helped because Eddie's was so far gone. He didn't have any disc left. There was nothing there.
You know, in Alberto's, they do the 12 o'clock class, and I bought 15 minutes of mobility class for a half hour.
Is that kettle jitsu guy?
No.
But isn't there a guy?
Yes. No, but he's got tick fit.
Tick fit.
He's got tick fit.
What does that mean?
Tick fit is that new training with the bats.
How do you say tick? How do you spell?
TICFIT, I think.
Tick. Huh.
Tick fit. It's the stuff with the bat.
Okay, like Eskrima, like that kind of stuff? No, like what is police baton?
What do they have on it now? What do they do for it?
Oh, you mean maces? Like steel mace? Or
No,
club?
They have the club.
I feel like we're playing charades.
The club.
Yeah, metal club?
Yeah. They do something with a club. They have a class at 9.
Oh, okay.
And then they have a class at 1. And they have a class at 6:30. One, he's been doing he's like, you know what, man, my one's been like, why don't I come out here and do mobility with you guys from 1:15 to 1:45 after the class when you're warmed up already after jiu-jitsu. And he just does, squat, touch the ground, lift your foot down, then go up and switch legs, just stuff like that. 6 exercises, 3 minutes with a thing, and you're out of that. You stretch and you're out of that. It's no big deal. I mean, you bring a sweat on someone, downward dog to something else, into a push-up.
But you know what's the problem with jiu-jitsu is that it's fun. And when it's fun, you're going in there, you get smashed all the time. And overall, you don't give yourself a lot of time to recover for those rolling sessions. And there's a lot of little micro injuries in those rolling sessions. And some of those micro injuries become chronic after a while, like Eddie's back, or like for me, it was my neck. Just like over and over again, you're doing the same thing over and over again. You're it's sore, and the next day you just keep training, you develop scar tissue, your discs get compressed, and then you start getting weird shit like numbness. Like some guys get like numb feet. Like Kate, my friend Kate, his lower leg is still numb. My hands, I was getting numb hands. Boss Ruben's got his whole neck area is fucked. He's had several surgeries in his neck, and he's got at least 2 discs, maybe 3 discs frozen, and fucking the discs are removed, and the bones are fused in his neck.
I try to take a day in between, except the days I have to go on the road. The weeks I have to go on the road, I want to get 3 in. So I just do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and get on a plane Thursday. But the weeks I'm in town all week, I do Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And sometimes this week I did Sunday, and I went Monday. But Sunday's very light. It's just 3-minute rolls, guard, the pad stuff. He's a great guy. He doesn't really, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are the hard. Sundays I go because the guy is just so great technically. I always learn one little stupid thing, just one little stupid thing. You roll like 2 or 3 times and you're out of it. Right. So, but I always try to take, even if I want to go that day, even if I feel okay and I'm not sore, I'll take the day off. Because I don't want to go every day. I don't want to do that. I'll do a light kettlebell work.
But then there's other people that think you just keep doing it and eventually your body hardens up. I don't know. I guess it depends on how you approach it. I know Bourdain does it every day. He trains every day. Sometimes he does it twice a day. He'll take a private or he'll take a group class.
Well, it's an age thing. It's the time barrier. And it's also, for me, it's the weight. When you judo throw me, it's 300 pounds. It's trying to be 5. You do that 10 times. The next day, something's going to be rattled in my fucking hips.
Right.
Okay, last week we had a guy, Enrique Machado. He's Chuck Ray's coach in the Amazon. You got to take a plane, a boat, and a fucking bicycle. I'm not trying to be cute. It's true. We had Alberto. Alberto was saying that the one place in Brazil that you got to train 10 hours, then you got to walk a mile, then you got to go across. One of these things that someday somebody would steal the paddle. Can you imagine? 10 hours of fucking around, an hour-mile walk, and now somebody steals the fucking paddle. I can't even paddle to my fucking house.
And there was shit in the water.
Because the house, the sewage would go into the water.
Oh, Jesus.
No. Then you wonder why they got Zika, and everybody says they get Brazilian shit. It's small. That's what happened to Hausa. I think that's what they gave Jose Aldo. Because the fight against McGregor, the Zika virus. They're all fucked up. They had them crying after the show and shit. They had a camera. They were all, I'm telling you, Dana find the way to get the Zika virus and shit.
Could you imagine how bad the population would be if there was no viruses? If there was no diseases, if diseases didn't kill anybody? I mean, how many people are killed? Let's just take a guess. How many people are killed every year by disease? Let's guess. 2 million? 3 million? How many people do you think?
Probably around there, but it's not in America. I think it's in, like...
Right.
Did you see that picture, by the way, of that ladder in China? The kids were climbing up? Kids were climbing up into like places like that. Like it's like a 2,000-foot bamboo ladder that like 6-year-olds are climbing up.
Why are they doing that?
It's the only way to get to their town. So I think that's what? Yeah, have you seen that, Jamie?
Jesus Christ. A 2,000-foot ladder?
It might not be feet, it might be... Look at this.
Oh my God, children in China who climb 2,500-foot cliff to get to school may be given stairs. Oh, pussies.
They're 6 years old. So it's like this, I think.
Look at this, dude. They're climbing with their backpacks on. Imagine sending your little baby, and your baby has to climb 2,500 feet on this janky-ass wooden ladder that looks like it was made when Columbus was sailing. Look how fucking wanky that ladder looks. That's insane. See if there's any other pictures. That is fucking bananas. Oh, those poor kids. They got a hard look in their face, man. Jesus, that's so crazy. I wonder, there's one fucking weak-ass bitch kid that starts crying, I can't make it, and then he falls.
I would have fallen.
Not in China. Not in China, they don't make it. They don't make it. Those kids don't make it. That is bananas.
So yeah, I think it's places like this where people are dying of viruses, because you never really hear about it in America that often.
Well, people definitely die of the flu here in America. It's still happening. I bet thousands of people die every year from the flu. But as far as how many people die from diseases worldwide, I'm going to say every year, I'm going to say 20 million. How many people?
Depends on like what kind of disease, because there's lots of disease, cardiovascular disease.
Oh yeah, that's killer. But that's just like poor health.
It says though, in 2012, an estimated 56 million people died. Just died
In America?
I think this is the whole world.
No.
56 million. If that was America, that'd be like
in 1 year.
That'd be a sixth of the country dying.
Right. It wouldn't happen in just America. But the whole world, only 56 million people out of 7 billion.
It's an estimation. They can't count all of them.
Would you have guessed that would be what it was?
I don't know.
I would have thought it'd been way higher. What would you think, like, per year? Like, how many people die in a year? Actually, I think 56 million is a pretty big number if you really stop and think about it. And they're not counting anybody in Africa.
No. Yeah, it's 35 million people in Canada. That's twice that, at least.
Yeah.
Or almost twice.
I guess that makes sense.
When you say disease, this is HIV.
Yeah, like syphilis. Vagina crabs.
Flu. Zika.
Yeah, Zika. I don't think Zika's really killing many people. It just fucks up kids. It just really fucks women up when they get it. Apparently you can get it and not even know you have it. Get pregnant. That fucks your kid up.
Non-communicable disease is responsible for 38 million of those.
Okay, so that's like heart disease
and cardiovascular,
cancer.
1.6 million.
What I'm interested in is like malaria and shit like that.
HIV decreased slightly from 1.7 deaths in 2 million to 1.5 million, so only 2,000 or 200,000 less.
1.5 million people die every year from HIV.
Diarrhea is no longer among the top 5 leading causes of death.
Diarrhea and AIDS neck and neck. People die from diarrhea. Of course, yeah, they get dehydrated. But how bizarre is it that AIDS kills that many people? HIV death decreased 1.7 million to 1.5 million in 2012. That's still crazy. Like, when was the last time you heard about someone in America dying from HIV? You don't hear about it very often.
They say complications.
Yeah, they can say
HIV is
talk about pneumonia.
Something later gets a deficiency or something.
Yeah. That definitely can be it.
You know, my uncle got whatever with cancer 4 years ago.
Got whatever with cancer?
Yeah, he got diagnosed with cancer.
Oh, okay.
A crazy one.
Oh, really?
When I pulled the gun on.
Yeah?
No, he's still alive.
That happens.
No chemo.
What does he do?
Changed his own diet. No sugar. Everything is organic.
Really?
Everything is organic. Everything is vegan.
And what happened?
He's still alive. He's might slap somebody. About 3 months ago, he still walks 5 miles a day in Griffin Park, and he still hits the bag for an hour.
What's his cancer like? Did he get it checked out, or did he just say, fuck it?
Testosterone.
His cancer's from testosterone?
Testosterone since he was 35. He had 3 households going. He's got 3 households going.
What do you mean?
He had the wife and the kid.
Oh, this, you told me
And he cheated on her. But he had the hooker for 30 years, who he still has a relationship with. And then he fucked her cousin. She had a kid that was in the backyard. Morris lived in the backyard. We had him in the back.
Oh my god, 3 households. Oh my god.
That's just
Do they all know about each other at least?
everybody knows.
That's good.
Everybody
Oh,
knows.
there'd be too much pressure.
I fucking don't want to wife just brought the kid home after he fucked the cousin. Because it's like, all right, he was fucking her straight when he fucked the cousin. Once she had the kid, and then she went back with my cousin. She just walked the kid to his house one day. She goes, I don't want this fucking kid. This is your problem. And she's never seen the kid since.
Oh my god.
My uncle's got him in the bag like Boris.
Oh my
Fucking
god.
whipping him and shit.
Jesus Christ. That is so crazy.
It's fucking 3 households. I have a hard time with my daughter and my wife. Got my 3 fucking households.
Like, do you think a guy like that does that just for a distraction? Or is he just retarded?
He's just retarded.
Keeps
My
making
uncle's just
mistakes.
retarded. He's retarded. Now he's banging a new one that's like 40.
And how old is he?
78.
He's got a 40-year-old?
A 40-year-old. He hooks up with on Thursdays and he takes it to the fish market.
That's a weird place to take a girl.
No.
Real weird place to take a girl.
Well, he takes it out. There's a fish market. So he eats all the natural fish and shit.
Right.
And he fucks the shit out of it. He brings it home. He gives us some like cancer dick. He gives some cancer dick and he rocks the world. So the whole family's concerned because they know when he punches the ticket, he's going to leave all his money to her. So everybody's pissed off. Like, we don't know who he goes on Thursdays. I do. Like, get your clocks fixed.
Isn't that funny that people worry about that? They're worried. They like something more than them when it comes to the money. Where's the money going?
You know, man, it's one of the ugliest. I just got a call from a school teacher. He goes, I'm sorry I haven't gotten back to you. He goes, I've just had the hardest 2 months of my fucking life. My mom died. What a fucking nightmare. What a fucking nightmare that is. And then everybody, because nobody gives a fuck. And also it's like Prince. Prince dies, no will. $2 billion, 6 motherfucking savages.
He had $2 billion.
What he had, 150 million.
Do you think he really had no will? I've heard a lot of things talking about how investor involved in copyright he was with his own music, which is especially why he changed his name. To think he would not think to have a will seems really strange.
There's some people who think it's bad luck.
Yeah, Prince was crazy. Like, you think that would be odd for him to not have a will? I don't know. I don't think it would be that odd. He was so odd anyway.
Being that invested in your money, right? Because that's what he was worried about with knowing all his things. That's the last time. Maybe he doesn't care and valuable.
Maybe he didn't want to be valuable when he was dead to family members and shit. Maybe he didn't want to like have that. He's like, who cares what happens to my money when I'm dead? The problem is the government gets a big chunk of it. If you don't have it written off, if you don't have it given off to various family members, the government gets a fat piece. But don't they still get a piece? They definitely get a piece. They get a piece. Not only do they get a piece, they get a piece from money that you've already been taxed on. Like, say if Joey makes $1 million, right? Joey has $1 million in the bank and he leaves it all to you. Joey didn't make $1 million to get $1 million. He had to make way more than $1 million. So he probably had to make closer to 2. Because when you get over $250,000, tax percentage is like 40-something %, and then sales tax and all the other taxes that you have to take into consideration, state tax, all this different stuff, right? Property tax. Think about all the taxes you pay to save up $1 million. It's a lot of money. So if he leaves out that $1 million to you, you don't get that $1 million. You have to pay tax on that $1 million. So you have to pay tax on money he's already been taxed on. It's not like unless he gives you gold coins. But even if he gives you gold coins, you owe the value of those gold coins in tax. You owe a percentage in tax.
Let's say I have a safe. Gross. I have a safe. And every day I put a gold coin in there. I put money in the bank. I got $500,000 in the bank. I got $100,000 in savings. But But I probably got like 2 million back then coins, and nobody knows if I linked to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan pay taxes on it.
Yes, I would.
You would.
Yes, I would.
Even if nobody would.
Well, if, otherwise it wouldn't be mine unless you've written it off to me, right? So once you write it off to me, then it becomes mine. So if it becomes mine, that's the money that someone just gave me. I got to pay tax on it. Uncle Sam is just a rubber. Just like, oh, would you get a gift, Joey? You get a gift from me. That's nice. That's nice. How come I didn't get a gift? Where's my fucking gift? What my fucking gift? I locked you in a cage.
Uncle Sam don't know about that 2 million. Would you rather?
You have to figure out a way that you have that 2 million. See, if someone gives it to you, what is this? Gift tax. Okay, how's it work? The following gifts are considered to be taxable gifts when they exceed an annual gift exclusion amount of $14,000. Taxable gifts count as part of $5.3 million in 2014. You're allowed to give away during your lifetime before you must pay the gift tax. What? Hold the fuck on. Gifts subjects to the... So if I give you something that is expensive, you have to pay a gift tax?
It's over a certain amount of money.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting. It really is. It's really sad. That's just sad. It's sad that we live in this fucking country that thinks it's okay to steal money like that from people. Like, say if you don't have anything and you don't make a lot of money, and a guy gives you $20,000, you have to give the government a piece of that $20,000. Fuck them. Fuck them. I mean, fuck that. That's bullshit.
Remember when I first moved here, it was my first real adult job, and I figured out I was working 30% of the time for the government. They did 30%, directly out, and it blew my mind. And then I don't know what's going on with Trump, but in the last election, I think Mitt Romney finally came out and said he paid something like 17%. Yeah, which is it's so sad. It frustrates people when the rich people can have all those deductions and make 17%. Oh yeah, paying 30.
Well, there's tax shelters, and then there's also storing money overseas. That's where things get real weird. Because there's a lot of super fucking uber rich people that have a fuckload of money stored overseas. And by doing that, and by these overseas tax shelters, they can fucking hide a lot of money. You know who's got that going on? Remember that dude who had those late night commercials? The weight loss secrets they don't want you to know about. Kevin Trudeau? Remember that Kevin Trudeau guy? Yeah, that guy made a fucking grip of money ripping people off and vanished. And he went to jail. He went to jail, but the money vanished. There's a lot. He's claiming he doesn't know where any of it is. And so they lock him up. They're gonna lock him up for 10 years. But then once he gets out, that guy's gonna get in a fucking raft. He's gonna pedal out to the middle of the ocean, get picked up by a yacht, swept off to Costa Rica, wherever the fuck he's got that money hidden. A lot of these really rich dudes, they figure out a way to preserve as much of that money as possible. That's why a guy like Bernie Sanders comes along, they fucking freak out. Shut him up. Shut him up. The fuck is he saying? He wants more people to pay how much? And then there's rates. He was in favor of say if you make a certain amount a year, if you make more than $15 million a year, let's just make up a number, then every dollar over that, they could tax you by some stupid amount.
Wasn't it 90%?
Oh. Yeah. And he said he didn't think that was too much. The idea is you shouldn't be winning the game that much. If the game is about money, and the idea is we should probably control how much money people make, because it shouldn't be just about money. It should be about productivity, how much you contribute. It shouldn't be that you figure out how to move numbers around in some accounts, and because of that you've made $3 billion. What have you done? What have you actually contributed to society? You figured out some weird little loopholes and little sneaky ways you can move ones and zeros around on servers, and because of that you've made $1 billion. So his idea is that shouldn't be possible, and that after it's not like you can't be rich, but everything after $15 million a year, you gotta fucking just give it all back. But people are not gonna work that hard. They're gonna get to that $15 million a year mark, and they're gonna slow it down and back it off.
Just go on vacation, yeah.
And then everything, it slows productivity, because those crazy fucks, as dark as it is, they have to be watched. There's got to be some regulation, because greedy fucking people get greedy. But if you don't have their ability to push it to the limit, if they don't have that ability, we'll have a lot less things that are new, a lot less innovation. There'll be a lot less companies, like huge companies like Apple and companies where you buy like awesome shit. It's gonna be a lot less of them. People are not going to push that hard because they're not going to get the benefits that you like. You get crazy benefits when you're some Elon Musk character, you know, and you've got billions and billions of dollars. There's a crazy benefit to that. Not just a benefit in terms of like being a guy who's like an innovator and someone who makes cool shit, but there's also benefits financially. Like the guy lives in a castle, right? He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He flies around in private jets. If you're limiting people and limiting the amount of money they can make that drastically, you're going to lose a lot of those people. It's not a good argument for going against sort of organizing wealth to the point where wealth distribution, but it's the reality of human nature. You know, people aren't going to work that hard if they can't make a grip of money. They want to make cash.
Is this one?
I put a box of $2 million and leave it there. I think I do it to fucking wake my wife gives you $2 million that we have to pay. Would you have to? Why?
Because you go to jail.
How would you find out? How would they find out?
They're going to find out because I have $2 million all of a sudden.
No, they're not.
What am I going to do with the money? So keep it in a bag?
No.
But you know, money has like they could find out. But here's the thing: if they found out, you're going to jail.
You have to trust the person.
If you have $2 million, listen. If you have $2 million and you go to jail, you would give that $2 million back to get out of jail. You would.
I know somebody who died in cash. It was an illegal type shady character. The money went to 3 different places. Now the sister's got it. And she never paid taxes. She just came from Cuba.
Just spend it a little bit here and there.
If I gave you $2 million, the first thing you do is go to the league. Please got arrested. Ventura Boulevard, Angelinas. I don't know what he grosses out of there. When you go to the league, you're going to give you $100,000 a year. You're going to pay me $60,000. I'm not going to show up to work. You're going to pay me $60,000 a year and give my money back. I'll pay taxes on that stupid money. I ain't giving nobody $500,000 that you left me.
That's an interesting way to do it. Have like a no work job.
Yeah, you have to pay somebody you got to afford. Well, I can't do it. It's illegal. $40,000. Shut your fucking mouth. Till the day I die. Till the day I die, you get an extra $40 of me just for doing the paperwork this way.
Well, that would work if you could do it that way.
Yeah. Somebody leaves me $2 million fucking dollars. That's not the television industry. This guy's so cold or whatever.
Here's the problem.
I ain't saying dick.
That person has to figure out a way to justify getting that money. Like, where'd you get that $100,000? Where'd that go?
Nobody knows. Listen, there's tons of people that have done shit. You just said yourself, listen, you work hard for your money. You send money to some fucking Bahamian bank with 2 fucking guys with weapons holding your money. Good fucking luck. Nobody sends over 50 mil unless they got 50 mil hidden over here. I wouldn't. You see what happened to Johnny Depp in that movie he did with the coke? When he went back down and the Panamanian government took his fucking money and took more than $50 million. That happens all the time. That happens all the fucking time. Those Swiss bank accounts. You trust somebody with your fucking $10 million over there? Really? For me to put $10 million 12 hours from me, I gotta have $10 million close by too. There's got to be side note housing. You know, when they watch Narcos, those fucking Panamanians, whatever they were, they're making so much money they were burying it.
Colombians.
Burying it, yeah, like it was seeds.
Yeah,
like just plant the money tree.
They had to figure out where to put it.
What they think he spent $2,500 a month on rubber bands or something crazy.
That's why with that shit. You know, like millions of dollars.
2,500 is what I saw
on rubber bands.
One time he burnt $1 million just to stay warm.
So let's move back.
Jesus Christ, it's cold at night. He just put money in and lit it just to stay warm.
I wonder what keeps a guy like that. Here's a perfect example. I mean, it's obviously drug dealing, not capitalism. But what keeps a guy pushing when he's making that much money? What keeps the empire
going? From a Virgin American. What keeps an American? What keeps Trump building and making money?
Yeah, what is it?
Power.
Right.
It's got to be 3 of the 7.
You were speaking about addiction to earlier. It seems like it would probably be the same thing.
The They suck.
throughout the Mediterranean basin.
Listen, that
He was fascinated
Rats
with the
ate
story
$1 billion
of
of Pablo Escobar's profits each year.
And so he sent out some emissaries to try and
He was earning so much a year, we'd write off 10% of the money because rats would eat it in storage or be damaged by water or lost.
you guys actually
Shit.
I spent 25 years in rubber bands to hold the money together.
Oh my God. Those are crazy stats. But the thing about Escobar is he made more money than he could ever possibly spend, and yet he kept working. He kept wanting that money to come in. He kept working, and from what the little I've seen, people loved him there. Yeah, as he would build soccer stadiums and do all that. I think that's part of the reason why people get annoyed with Trump, or whoever you want to say here, because it doesn't seem like they're doing anything.
Well, it's also that thing that you're selling drugs. You get locked up in a business like Escobar was, where he had so much power and so much drugs he was selling. You don't want to give that power to somebody else. So once you've got that whole thing down, you're making all that money. Like, he must be incredibly reluctant to give that up. I mean, think about how long it took him to put together the network to make the kind of money that he was making towards the end. Very reluctant to just hand that over to somebody else, because the business is always going to be there, the demand's always going to be there, the supply is always going to be there. Like, who's making these transactions? You just have to give it to somebody else. And then plus you'd open yourself up to all these other fucking drug dealers becoming just as crazy as you were when you're coked up and nuts.
I read one of his books. I read one of the books by a Colombian journalist. I just don't read any author. This guy was referred to as this guy really worked in the trenches. He was amazing.
There were medieval Jewish travelers
He could have had any CEO
had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazaria.
He knew what he had. He knew the price.
However,
He knew how to buy people off, and he knew how to speak. Like, he was a fucking animal. Like, if you looked at him in the street, they go, that guy makes $6 million an hour. You don't joke.
There's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence highlighting up in a lot of places. As you shall see, many skeptics would say that
so much money. I look at it, he's making $6 million every 6 weeks.
But it's hard.
$6 million every 6 weeks.
I know him personally. I know him on site. I knew what he
For
did.
example,
What's he doing?
What do you think he was doing? He wasn't even looking at the
Cairo Geniza. We will have a speak of what that Geniza is.
It was coming from Colombia with land in
Basically, it's a
Denver.
medieval
And from Denver, he was shipping
of
to Milwaukee,
documents which were literally
Hawaii,
thrown
and
away,
all the states
but were
around it.
And how would he ship it?
preserved. So they were
Trucks, white people with family.
And in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that's familiar to anyone who lives in today. When
So you go somewhere, you meet somebody, and
by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a Petek, and it's essentially
you see all this
a
giant depth shit
statement
that's
of
going on
the
in the news?
bona fides
Giant depth
of
is
the
Doug Stanhope
bearer
wrote
of
an
the
article.
document, saying
It's scary.
that this person
Well, it's
represents a
one of two
legitimate
things, right?
cause
Either Johnny Depp
for
really beat up his girlfriend, or his
supporting,
girlfriend is lying,
orphans and
saying that Johnny
widows
Depp
or
beat him up, and
charitable
Stanhope
cause, one or the other.
and his girlfriend
And
saw it
it's
the whole time.
expected
That's
that
Stanhope's
when
version of
someone
it.
presents
I trust
this
Stanhope.
Petek,
I trust him
which
very
may be
much.
issued by
I trust Stanhope about as much as anybody I know. So if he says that she was manipulating him and that she was going to, she had said, and he was worried that she was going to do this. Yeah, Johnny Depp's being blackmailed by Amber Heard. Here's how I know. Guess call Doug Stanhope to rap. But should be upset at me for tweeting that. It's because you're not supposed to take a side. And if you do take a side, you have to take the one side. Because you should potentially actually get abused. Did they get arrested? I don't think so. The cops came and I think they found no evidence of.
You know what happens when the cops come? There's an
the
argument now.
the letter
It's not good.
Yeah, they take the man away.
specifically
No, he
describes
split the scene.
how
Did he? Yeah, he fled the scene. But if there was a problem,
They're coming out.
so even with the pictures, if there was pictures, right, and shit's broken now because of
there is a
OJ,
signature
you have
in
to,
what appears to be Turkish rules that
in
say
LA, especially in LA.
But it's weird how many people like automatically assume that he was beating her up.
Evidently, people.
It's why is it that someone wants to pick a side? Is it like to show that you're a good person and you side with the woman always? Is that what it is? Like, what's going on? Why do people pretend that some people are manipulative? That some people are manipulative, and we know that, right? We know some people are manipulative. We know some people lie. We know some people set people up. We know some people blackmail people. We know that's real. But why? How come when it's a girl, we all of a sudden go, man, I can't think that way. Man, I can't believe you're supporting white beer. She had a scar. She had a scar on her eye. She got a restraining order. I just can't figure out why they didn't arrest him. Yeah, maybe he's got recordings or something. Maybe he knows something. But he definitely has a bunch of witnesses saying that Johnny Depp was worried about it before it ever happened. First of all, Joe Rogan, they live in a creepy person. They don't live in a real life, Joe Rogan. I love Johnny Depp. He's done some great movies. But any of those actors at that level, you were talking about just off the clip where you told me personally about you went to the Naomi Campbell's party. How is that different from your fucking birthday party? When first I know you 20 years. I don't have birthday. You don't have birthday parties. Okay, that's not. One gives you the right. You see, Thursday night at Simon Cafe La Bois. Right. You know, bring a gift. We're gonna have dinner. Let's not go to your fucking birthday party. If you want to find crickets out of your ass, because that's not me. That's not the world I'm from. Once you're 15 and you roller skates, birthdays are over. You're gonna get some blowjob from your wife. I don't give a fuck about a cake anymore. You know what I'm saying? You went to a birthday party, okay? When you live in that realm of stardom, think of what fucking Jada Pinkett and that black dude, what's his name? If they live in Philadelphia with that son of theirs. You ever see the pilot of Empire? No, you didn't. No. Pilot of Empire has something very interesting that nobody caught in this country. Nobody said that. The pilot of Empire, the black dude, Terrence Howard, lonely with a pimp, whatever. And there's a scene in that with a young kid that's gay comes out with baby shoes on.
Like this coin.
And he's writing a lyric to a rap song like he is. He sees the kid, he picks him up, he puts him in the car with the kid.
Time, 8th, 9th century.
This no, I didn't know that. He runs out. I'm like, what'd you do? It's sort of paraphrase. I ain't got no faggots living in my fucking house and all this shit. When I came from Cuba, the first family I encountered before the Di Lorenzo's was a black family. They didn't say the word nigger in the house. This is the 70s.
And then
there are some talk about a gay relative. That's why I always knew that gay guys in the NFL and the NBA, that shit ain't gonna work. That shit's never gonna work. It's like a hidden thing. But remember when they first introduced the gay basketball player in the NBA, people were jumping up and joining up those brothers. Those brothers were on the phone with the general manager going, listen, this shit's deep rooted. I don't want no gay motherfucker in my thing. I don't care if he's black or not. A lot of people can't say that about me. They would be. People can't talk. We really like it. People just say shit just to fucking say it. We don't come from that fake world, man. We haven't been sucked into that Hollywood world. We won't allow it.
He says it is a splendid story. Right? In other words, there's not much to it. So we still have all these pieces of data where you have a letter
what they see as reality and fucking what's going on is not really going on because they've sucked their touch out of the set. And what you're looking at is dog shit. And they're laughing, fake laughing. That's not the world I came from. The producer fake laughs. That's a real thing. I tell them, I heard they have to keep you up, build you up. So on the 30th take, that was the letter.
But in that letter,
I know why, but I come to your house and tell you the same jokes. Say a joke word for word. You're going to be gay when you're not. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. See, you got to assume these people living in this fucking world. That God was using for a friend.
did fight
call for a friend to 911.
all this shit.
And they did see the rapid expansion of Christianity, which
Right
would
there.
overtake
We don't know. You don't have a prenup. 60% he's gonna
in
lose.
short
Why do
order.
you get yourself in these predicaments?
You
You
know,
fucking
maybe
asshole.
they chose
I'm
to
gonna get
adopt
big son, stab the bitch and drop it over the
a
170.
neutral position.
Does Johnny Depp have a
Perhaps they
prenup?
hope to say that, hey,
Supposedly
Jews
does
are
it. California is a
tolerated
60%
in
state.
Wait a minute. He's telling me Johnny Depp has a prenup.
Then you know he's on drugs. If he
Maybe
didn't
they
have,
thought they could carve out some
we'll
independence
find
there.
out. If he didn't have a prenup, he was on drugs.
But we
Has
also
there
have
been
to
anything
remember
before?
that
Like, I've never
there
heard Johnny Depp hit a girl or
remarkable
No, his
silence
ex-wife said it's preposterous.
regarding
It's not in him.
their
Doug Stanhope said it's not in him. Doug Stanhope's actually a good friend with him.
Jewish
Says
population
he has like
in Mesopotamia,
the last thing he would do is hit somebody.
not so
Just
far
doesn't have
away.
it in him. He's
This
not that
was
guy.
really the world
He's not like
center
a
of
aggressive
Jewish
guy. Oh,
intellect,
yeah, man, something else happened.
rabbinics, right?
His
And
mother
so
died.
on.
Yeah,
Why
a week
is
before.
there
Now let's talk about a death.
silence
A death takes a while to sink in. But the first 25 days, my friend, you know.
converted them?
Well, Stanhope talked about it in the actual.
Rabbis.
Oh my God, parenting.
Mesopotamia was
15 months. So her benefits of California law, which guarantees her a minimum of 1/2 of however much their combined worth increased during their 15 months together. Huh.
How Jewish
Forbes listed death as the 12th richest actor in 2015 and net worth of $400 million.
Oh my God.
During his marriage to her, okay, go back to her. During his marriage to her, Depp got an estimated $61 million to appear and $170 million Alice to Looking Glass, and $40 million to star in Black Mass, 41 Reyes playing Boston gangster. Holy fucking shit.
We don't really have
Oh
clear
my God,
evidence
you
as
dumb
to what
motherfucker.
kind of
What do
Judaism
you do when you walk to the bank with a $40 million check?
we
Then
also
they put you very low.
When Stanhope's help go to the bank, it's all done wireless.
is it
But
possible
when
that this is
Stanhope
kind
was
of like a
talking to
royal
him,
version
he
of
was saying that
for
his
example,
mother,
this
like,
thing
obviously
right now,
troubled him
as of
badly when he
then,
died,
who
but that this was as bad as that. This was like looming over him. He knew that he was going to get blackmailed. He
is
knew
it
that she was going after him. She had some
conversion
demands, and unless he met him, she said she was going to go to the
we
the
simply
press.
don't know
He,
how
look, man, he's an older dude. He's like 52. She's young and hot.
and it could
And
be that this was
obviously,
a token
if
conversion.
if Doug and Johnny Depp are telling the truth, she's manipulative. And some people are really good actors, man. They're really good at pretending they love you. And when you're a guy who's like a celebrity to the extent of Johnny Depp, he hasn't been not famous for more than 30 years. So through all that time, he's had like weird interactions with people where he's not exactly sure where they're coming from. It's never balanced. You know, it's always he's Johnny Depp. At the end of the day, he's Johnny Depp. I'm saying it's a different end, bro. But the fact that he was willing to marry her and not sign a prenup is hilarious. That's hilarious.
It's called ether.
We still have
Ether pussy.
reference to
No,
as
they're
our
living in ether. They're not really ether
but
child pussy. When
they
you
don't seem to have that
It's like that Nas song.
when you imagine if I gave you a read
we already discussed
that told you were really intact there.
lack of
There's that, and then there's a pussy. You know how hot she is. You've seen how hot she is. She's beautiful. She's stunning.
Did they
That's the ether. That's the real ether.
It's
make
ether.
an impact on
Both
some of the
it's
smaller
ether.
Jewish
It's the whole.
populations,
Bro, you
like
live in
in
this
the
fucking
Caucasus,
bubble,
like
man.
Jews
You
perhaps?
know, everybody wants to come to LA to be a
Now, as
star.
I
There's so
mentioned,
much that comes with that bubble.
Meanwhile, she should have just taken a divorce. Why should she have to slap around? Just say, I don't want to do this anymore.
Shut off.
That's all she says, and she's making millions.
Right? It was only 15 months. Like, so do you think there's like a lot of hot girls, especially in this town, who their entire plan is just to land a rich guy, marry him for a year, and then just leave him?
No, but let me tell you something. If that girl was smart and she looked at her attractiveness as like a career and marrying rich dudes,
Yeah.
there's like a lot of value in it being broken up with Johnny Depp. Like, if she breaks up with him and she makes like fucking, look, if he's worth that much money, she's getting 10 million, right? She's getting 10 million at least, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So she gets the 10 million. She relaxes, and other rich dudes come in and try to scoop her up because it's Johnny Depp's former ex-wife or current ex-wife.
Yeah, they have a lot of those. Like, they go from celebrity to celebrity.
If you want to
Kennedy went on that.
yes. If you want to get dark, just go to the next. Just go to the next.
Mick Jagger's wife just married fucking somebody who's got Tons of cash.
That guy said.
What's his name? I don't know.
A lot of appeal.
Jerry Hall just married a daughter. Like she's 61 or something. Or 57. She's up.
Rupert Murdoch?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Jerry Hall read Rupert Murdoch?
Yeah.
I thought Rupert Murdoch had a hot little Chinese wife. Hold on a second. Scroll up and it's 59. Beautiful family. Jerry Hall, 59. Post photo with her and her new husband, Rupert Murdoch, 85. Surrounded by their children on their wedding day. Please expand that picture much larger. What kind of dark prostitution are we looking at? This is dark. This is like sorcery. This is so strange. She can't even possibly pretend that he's attractive. That's like her dad, man.
She was married to Mick Jagger, and he told her the wedding wasn't null and void because they got married on an island. Then she was shot.
Yeah,
She had to take the fucking Johnny Louis.
see, for a guy like Rupert Murdoch, that's a prize. See, look, he's got a bunch of Chinese kids. See, his kids are like half Chinese. That's the ex-wife. That's the last one he jettisoned. She talked too much. She didn't bow hard enough. I still see your face when you bow. Find out what happened. Why am I TMZ and Rupert Murdoch? But he had some hot wife before that. Jerry Hall. God. But my point was that I really think that this lady, if she just divorced him, but I guess she wanted a lot of money. She might have been greedy. She might have been angry at him. Who knows? I think it'd be more than 10 because it was half of what they made in that year. And they said he got paid 40 and 60. So that's 50.
No, it's half of what his money increased by.
Okay, so that's different.
Pull that up again so we get a look at it. I'm pretty sure that's what it says. I think it said half of what it, like, say if you made $20 million 1 year and then $30 million
Got it.
half of that 10. Yeah, you don't get half of $4 million.
Guarantees her a minimum of one half of however much their combined worth increased during their 15 months together. So she made $10 more that year, and Johnny made $50 million more. Yeah, it's madness, man. I mean, she got them. There's a lot of men, girls like that, man. They're coyotes. They're strange. They stand outside your fence and they howl. And they're vicious, man. And there's girls like that, and there's guys like that, right? There's guys that'll roofie a girl's drink and rape her. There's guys that'll rip a girl's bank account off. There's guys that are creepy fucks, right? Well, there's girls that are creepy fucks too. There's human beings that suck, and we have to be aware of both sides. There's human beings that do devious shit, and just because it's a girl doesn't mean she's not going to do stuff like that. Believe me. My friend was killed by a girl. Phil Hartman was shot in his sleep by a woman. People are dark. They do dark shit, men and women. And the idea that you're going to go on one side or another. I retweeted that article not because I believe 100% that that's what happened, but because Doug Stanhope's my brother. So if Doug Stanhope put something like that out there, I help him promote that. I help other people read his work. It's not an endorsement, but it's 100%. I will trust Doug Stanhope's opinion on things before I will take some actress lady's word on what happened. I would trust at least Doug's opinion that Johnny was at least saying that he was going to get blackmailed. But who knows? He might have been smacking her.
Yesterday.
Didn't want anybody to know, so yesterday she's blackmailing this.
I'm minding my business. I ain't bothering nobody. I'm watching the baby. It's 4:30. Did I tell you about this?
No.
I had a knock on the door. I never open my door. You can knock on my door all you want. If you don't call me, I don't open the door. I just sit there and watch it. I'm one of those motherfuckers. Unless you call me and say I'm coming over, I don't open the door for anybody. I've been doing that for 30 years. Right. But the baby was like, Daddy, somebody's at the door. I'm like, God damn it. So I opened the door. 3 women at my door. 2 of them are cockeyed. I swear to God, I'm not even trying to be funny. They're from the Church of Latter-day Saints. Okay, how you doing? Listen, I'm not into this stuff, but my wife is into Mormons. I just said that so I can get off the hook. I'm feeling the baby. I feel like I'm back in 30 minutes because I'm really thirsty. Make a glass of water or a water bottle. You know what, man?
That's how they get you in. That's a tactic.
I closed the fucking door. You know me, I don't give a fuck. Hold on for a second. I closed the door. My wife is in Tennessee. She saves those fucking bottles and fills them up with water and takes them to yoga. I throw them away. Well, we white trash and throw these things away. Once that's done. My wife saves them and puts them in the freezer for headaches and shit. So I went to get one of those. There was no bottle. So I give her a glass of water. She takes off. Now I'm running against the clock. These three little morning bitches are gonna come back. My wife walks in. Let me go outside and get her. You know, they stole my pipe. When they asked me to get the water, they stole my pipe from the balcony. Nobody else was on that balcony. The water guy comes on that balcony, he sees the pipe. I don't leave weed out there. I'm not that stupid. I just leave the pipe with the cleaner. The pipe. My wife was there, and the water came. The lady who takes care of her, they didn't steal the Mormon stole my pipe. Let me tell you something, I got in that car and hunted those three little cockeyed bitches down all over. I couldn't find them. They never came back. They stole my pipe.
Do you think they stole it because they were just stealing things, or do you think they stole it because they didn't want you to be engaging in such horrible behavior? Smoking marijuana while you're taking care of your child.
I wasn't smoking while I was taking care of the child. I just always leave it out there. It's always out there.
I mean, like, you have a child, but you're still smoking marijuana. Like, how dare you? What are you doing with a pot pipe? We need to take this from him.
They took it, but they smoked it. They ain't cockeyed no more. That two bitches ain't cockeyed no more. She had holes in her feet and the shoes. What religion sends people to knock on doors on Memorial Day? That's a guaranteed slam to the door to the face.
Didn't you have another one that you kept, like, he kept coming back?
Yeah, I had Joe witness. I was stringing them along. I want to talk to you. He called me in the bad time, come back in an hour. I can see him lurking in front of my house. I'd be trying to go home. I couldn't even go home. I had him strung out for like 4 months, though. Every time you come over, you know what I really want to talk to you. Give me those pamphlets. I'll call the number.
So some people must be happy that they come, right? They must get some people like, oh, I've been really curious about this. Please come on in. One time a girl was selling cookies. It was pretty hot.
Did you invite her in?
I invited her in.
What happened?
Nothing. I didn't close the deal back then. I was like 21.
Did you buy the cookies?
I think so. I think I bought cookies. I don't remember. I remember her being hot.
It's fucking
But yeah, it smells a lot of cookies. We're knocking on people's doors.
Speaking about taxing, what about those religions that make you give like 10% to the church?
Tithing.
On top of taxes.
Tithing. Oh my God. We had a guy on Fear Factor that won $1 million. You don't really win $1 million because the government takes a big chunk, and most people, they take the one-time payment instead of like the $50,000 a year for the rest of your life, that kind of thing. But this guy, before he did the stunt, started talking in tongues. He's like standing on this like cliffside, like they talk in a made up nonsense language. So like repeats the same sounds over and over and over again. But this talking in tongues, he really believed it was like a religious experience, and that God helped him win $1 million.
I was going through a box of VHS about a month ago, and I put one in, and I caught the beginning of the Fear Factor, like on the second season. And I watched like 15 minutes of it, and looking at it now, and knowing you, I don't know how the fuck you did that. The show should have been how long does it take till Joe Rogan fucks you up? Like how long? Remember when Tony Soprano used to beat people up? Like if there's somebody would say something, and he'd just throw a bottle and go over and start kicking you. Right. He beat up Georgie like 4 times. Hilarious. He knocked his eye out. That's what the episode should have been like half the time. Like in the mid-sentence, you just start punching somebody. Kicking them when they're on the phone. What do you mean? You don't want to eat the fucking eggs? Like that's the next level of Fear Factor. Like go on there like with Chris Lieben as the host, and every time you like act up, they just beat the fuck out of you. Like America's Ready.
See, Fear Factor was like everything else. 90% of the people were cool. I think 90% of the people ever were cool. Yeah, 90% of the people just having a good time. Yeah, 90%
was some goofy contestants.
Oh yeah, like 1 or 2 probably.
And I know you would look at them and go, oh, the cameras weren't on.
As a grown man, it's the closest I've ever been to a street fight.
Well, that one
guy. And if that wasn't there, if that was somewhere else instead of like in front of cameras, I definitely would have strangled him, 100%. Like it just the whole thing was like there was 8 cameras around, all these people around, and I was like, I don't want to commit to hurting this guy, but he's a dangerous fuck. I'm like, that guy could totally sucker punch me. He was so amped up and kept coming into my face, kept running towards me. I pushed him away, ran towards me again. I pushed him away, and I was like, okay, this is on. I'm like, I'm not gonna keep pushing this guy away. I'm not gonna take a chance at him doing something. So I clamped onto him. I was thinking of guillotining him or kneeing him in the face. I was trying to think, like, I was like, legally, the guillotine would be a much smarter move because I have his head. I'm definitely sure I could snap him down. I know he's got no defense. And if I hit him in the face, it's probably going to be ugly. You know, kneeing someone in the face is fucking devastating. It's terrible. It's terrible to do someone's face.
I got knee in the face once. Oh, broke my nose. My eyes got black and blue. I had a headache for 3 fucking days.
After one knee, one fucking knee,
straight on the nose. Straight on the nose.
People get that amped up that they want to fucking physically fight you. Like, people are so amped up they want to actually throw their fucking limbs at you. Boy, everything's gotten so out the window. When you're that close, screaming at each other, like each other guys getting in your face, it's so close to like a catastrophic injury. Like anybody that's that nuts, that's screaming at you inches from your face, like all bets are off. Like we're on safari rules here. Like this is we're in jungle territory. This is a very dangerous time. If it wasn't for a lot of people being around, particularly, like if that happens and you're alone, imagine if you're alone in the woods with a guy who's screaming at you and getting in your face like that. Like people die like that all the time. People have a knife. They're in that sort of a situation. People stab people out of fear, just trying to beat the one who doesn't get stabbed. You know, you think it's eventually gonna get ugly. Oof.
I had a situation with Jerome. I was so scared, but it made sense when people say that when sometimes it takes to get hit and the fear goes away. Like my ex-wife got some guy with her boyfriend to jump me one time, and they hit the dog with a 2x4. I think I got mad about that. That they hit, his name was Hercules. They hit him with a 2x4. And when I ran downstairs, the guy hit me with a 2x4, but he didn't really break my rib. I just felt something, and I could still swing and stuff. And I was really scared, and my heart was pumping. But after I got my hands on him, the pain went away. Like I was a different fucking person. Like his buddy hit me from behind, and he tripped, and he started running. Once I took the first guy down, and I was scared shitless. And the one guy was way bigger than me. But I got so pissed.
Which one ran?
The guy with the stick.
The bigger guy or the littler guy?
The little guy hit me with the stick. I don't know what I did. I didn't know about singles and doubles. I don't know nothing about that. I'm not gonna lie, nobody. I was just so hot that I tackled him. And I kept punching him. And then I got away and I started kicking him. And I just started stepping on him. I didn't know what to do. He was making weird noises. And I went inside the house and I called a Boulder cop who was off duty. Who was a cool guy, and I was prepared to go to jail. Like I knew it.
The guy was still outside on the ground?
The guy was on the ground. I fucked him up. I stepped on his ankle. I fucked up his foot. You know, all that dirty shit. I kicked him. Before I went to call, I kicked him like 3 times in the balls just to really keep him down. Like I fucking kicked him with everything I had. Because, listen, you want to hit me, that's one thing. They hit that fucking dog. You're not going to hit a dog in front of me. It's not in your fucking worst situation, especially my dog. You're not going to hit my dog in front of me.
2x4.
And the other guy took off, and I'll never forget calling. The guy's name was Durfee. And he came, and he was 400 pounds. Durfee, those big fat cops, all Boulder cop, never got out of his car, you know. And I said, Durfee, you don't call the cops. You know, I protected myself, and I maybe went a little bit overboard, you know. And Durfee goes, call the cops. This is beautiful. Let's just wrap him up and drop him in front of the hospital. And I was always a pussy. I was never scared that night. Like at all. I think once that fucking 2x4 hit me, whatever the fuck hit me in the side.
Well, the anticipation of violence is almost sometimes worse than the violence itself. Because the anticipation of fight is what everybody's terrified of. It's like, what could happen, the unknown. But once it's happening, it's not the unknown anymore. And it's the right. What's going on? What's going on right now? Like in competing, once a fight starts, you don't feel the same fear. Like the real fear is the weigh-ins before the fight, like the announcements, walking to the ring, waiting in the locker room, all that. That's the real fear. When you're there and you're actually fighting, it's not a fear thing. It's just you're so zoned into the moment. You're so reactive. So I would imagine that's probably the same thing with that. It's just like the fear of a guy coming over and kicking your ass is way worse than actually being in the fight with the guy, especially if you know how to handle yourself. It's like now it's actually to control something. Something's going on here. I can react. I can move around with something that's actually going down. Guys get addicted to that too, boy.
I'm very surprised I'm not really, really violent. I'm really surprised. No, because they always blame shit on your childhood.
Yeah.
They always attach things to your childhood. And I grew up around one of the most violent people I ever met in my life. That's why I know fear. Like, I know what fear is to be scared of somebody really fucking great. There's a difference between getting smacked with your stepdad. Yeah, and his friends. People you're not with. And I'm surprised I'm not more violent. Like, I don't shoot animals.
Well, you're a smart guy. You would never do that. You've always been an animal lover.
But it's just weird that I didn't come out with that. Like, I don't believe in,
When did your violence stop, though? Because, I mean, when did your violence stop? Because you were still smacking people, I don't know, when?
No, when my violence stopped, when I got beat up, that's when that violent mentality, when I realized that there's always somebody out there that's going to fuck you up. And now, it's not like your mom, it's not a controlled beating. It's real. Somebody, you don't know what makes somebody punch you 3 times in the head and stop.
Isn't that interesting how that is like the answer that everybody always has to how many pussies there are out there that talk so much shit? Like, there's a lot of people running around that really need to get a fucking punch in the face. And people go, that is a terrible way to think about. That is an awful way. But no, there's a humbling to that, just like that lady that's like, thank you, sir. But she got fucked up by that elk. You need to get thank you, sir. You really need that in your life. Like, people need to get their fucking ass kicked, man. They don't. So they just run around thinking there's no consequences to their actions. Like, they're living in this nerfed environment. A guy like you see some dark shit going on, and you know there's consequences. You grew up with consequences.
Heavy consequences. Heavy. Going to the hospital bleeding, that's a consequence.
Well, plus you're always around drugs and drug dealers and drug people and people that are, involved in illegal activity where they have to protect their freedom. Like, drug dealers and being around drug dealers, like, they're always one step closer to violence than anybody else around. They're always, because they're living a dirty life. They're living a life of complication and worry. You always got to worry about someone turning you in. You always got to worry about someone getting arrested. Where'd you get this drugs from? Oh, where does he live? And then boom, you got to worry about people showing up at your house. You got to stash stuff in weird spots. You got to always be on edge.
And once you add that drug to the mix, like once you're dealing coke, all right, take for example, Pablo didn't smoke coke. He didn't do drugs.
But I found the movie smoking a lot of weed, right? Did you do any coke in the show?
No,
I think you're right.
Once you do coke as a dealer or heroin or prescription pills, that puts your judgment somewhere else. When you do coke, you do coke for 3 hours, the high becomes something else. That euphoric becomes paranoid. Right. And the more you do with the paranoia, it shuts the window. The euphoric state goes from 3 hours to 2 hours to 1 hour to 2 bumps. And towards the end of me 2 bumps, I was done. Paranoia was high. On the way home, if I was driving and I saw a cop car over there, just watching speeders, that cop car stayed in my mind and grew like a weed. Why was he there? Why? That makes your trigger finger a lot quicker. That makes so many things a lot quicker. Yeah, I used to call the cops on myself. That's not a joke. That's not a fucking joke. That's a joke on stage. Where I originated from was in 1986. I spent the weekend doing the best coke in the world. I kept calling the cops. Calling the cops. And they kept calling them, what? There's a burglar in the other room. And they were like that. They go, can we talk to you? And so listen, how many lines have you done tonight? And I'm like, I haven't stopped. Like, we suggest you put away the bag. Oh, that's so funny. And the next Monday, I had to walk through the police station. Like, when I after a good 12-hour sleep, and explain to them, I wasn't doing blow. It was just a reaction to the orange juice. And they're like, listen, you gotta stop. You gotta stop doing that. You were calling the cops on yourself. Thank God this happens all the time up here in Aspen. Look, let me tell you when I was a volunteer fire in Aspen. No. You didn't know about that? No. And your Uncle Joey. Okay. In Snowmass Village. to be in, you can go to a shitty gym, or you go to the snow mask club, where they have shaving cream and Q-tips. So you know, Joey, I joined the snow mask club. It was $3 a month in 1982. I couldn't afford $300 a month. Oh my God, the snow mask club in the 80s. Oh, the snow mask club. I didn't know what Aspen in those days. The Aspen club was when Graybo got blown up. That drug dealers making $6 million every 6 weeks. They blew him up. The Aspen club, Jack. Right by blew him up. Blew him up with a pipe bomb. You know his wife, man, died? Oh, fuck, you know, he held down for 6 or 7 hours. He bled out of his ass. That year was the Jeep. They put an extra plate under the Jeep. He would always give somebody a 20 to start his car. This one night, he gave him 20. It was 20 days from going on trial. They found nail hitters in his house and garbage cans. He would just go into a restaurant and say, "Hi, Joe, how are you? Joe, do me a favor. Here's $100. Tell me when it's over." Wait a second, my entree's $18.
So you would just give them money, and that way you would never pay when you would go there. You just had a running account.
He just had so much cash coming in.
That's actually pretty smart.
That was what he would do. So when he got blown up, you know, marry his wife. Go, James Gunn. James Gunn married Graybo's wife, all those single wives. They get money when they get blown up. They fucking all get remarried. You're right.
Yeah, but that's what I'm thinking. I've never heard that. If she just kept her mouth shut and took some cash, he'd probably give her many millions, right?
Give me that example, but how many millions do you think she'll get from this?
And she'd have to marry some Iranian dude. Some Persian guy with fucking gold Bentley.
So Doug, they told me, listen, you don't want to pay the 300, you can become a volunteer fireman. And I go, fuck the 300, I'm a fireman. So for 6 weeks, they put me to a training program where you just like put out dumpsters and give them out the CPR, you gotta roll with little bags. I'm doing all this shit coked up to the gills. I'm selling coke. I'm going back every week. I'm getting them out of coke, selling it. And to me, my hobby, I'm a volunteer fireman. But have you been an ass in the snow mask?
Yes, I've been asked.
The only fucking fires are the ones white people don't know how to do a fire in the fireplace. They have a fire, so they scoop it, they put in the garbage, then there's a fire. So I would get coked up at night, and they'd be outside my house beeping. With the bells, like, come on out, there's a fire. Fuck you. I wouldn't come out of the house, I get so paranoid. And they'd ask me the next day, what happened to you last night? Oh, I took a sleeping pill, I couldn't get out. This must have happened, because every time I did show up, I was always in the dumpster. Right. That was on fire. Well, I leave the house on fire for a fucking dumpster. 8 white people, snakes and helmets, radios. You know, yeah, you know, white people. Yeah, you know, white people. Over the fucking duck out of 619 on 3rd Street, over the mouth of the parrot. Shit. Straight in the fucking dumpster. Did you do any fires? I did like 3 fires, but they were just dumpster fires. So after a while, I said, well, there's aliens. Aliens with things, you know, make them believe they're busy. Forget it, leave me at home. Call me for the big ones. There was never a big one, so they fucking fired me. That's when they realized I was only in it for the membership pass.
Well, Aspen's a weird place because obviously there's a lot of really wealthy people and they've called it home for a long time. But then there was a lot of hippies that moved there in the 70s because they just wanted to get out of society and they somehow or another gravitated towards Aspen. Like, I don't understand how that happened. What it was about Aspen.
Colorado jails are number 1 and 2 in the country.
As far as capacity?
In the old days, 10 to 20 years ago, Boulder County Jail was the number 2 county jail in the country. They fed you. They gave you clothes. That's why they vote Democratic. They trim your toenails. They give you roller paper. You know, like Boulder, you could still smoke years ago. They give you roller papers and tobacco. Well, no other prison. Everywhere else, you got to pay for cigarettes and Boulder. In Aspen, they don't even have a kitchen. Paul of France used to cater. That's why fucking Bundy escaped. Paul of France used to cater. And Aspen, you go to jail, you get catered dinners. They don't have a jail. They have a county, they cater.
Ted Bundy escaped from the Aspen jail?
Yeah. Wow. You opened up a window and jumped out. Wow. And he killed the girl in Snowmass Village.
That guy's scary. He is a scary motherfucker.
He just escaped from the fucking Aspen jail, jumped out of a window. Wow.
Well, you got to drive. Didn't you get to drive for a little bit in prison? Like you went to Chinese places?
I would drive, you know, because I was the only one who had a driver's license. So they would let me drive to the places where people were urinal on the road and see inmates picking up trash.
Yeah.
I would bring them lunch. But at the same time, those people didn't know where they're going the next day. So I called Joe Rogan and go, Joe, what are you doing tomorrow? I'm going to be between Laurel Cane and Compton, Goldwater. Do me a favor. By that sign that says save the apples, dump the weed there. So that's what you do. So the inmates come and pick it up, and they give me the bag, and I would drive in. The weed would be in the trunk in the garbage. So I would leave the garbage on the trucks. Then the inmates come back. I would mark the bag that they threw the weed in, and they would kick the weed out, or the heroin, or the fucking speed, and give me a cut. Wow. It's fucking amazing. That's how they bring jail.
You never got caught?
You know what's crazy? I'm thinking about it now. The guards are part of the action. They don't want to get caught.
Yeah, they'd rather deal with stuff.
They're extra income guys.
They'd rather just relax. I get nervous bringing an edible onto a plane.
Shit. Edible on the plane. Fucking
Shit. Joey Diaz and scared edibles on planes.
shit. What's up, baby?
That's it. 3 hours.
That's it.
We did it all. We got Joey Diaz. We got July 8th, you and me at the Con Theater, the MGM. That's going to be fun.
UFC 200.
Yeah, UFC 200. That's going to be chaos.
I'm going to go on Thursday for the fucking thing. Walk around.
Yeah, for the expo? Yeah, good idea.
Nice people.
We should probably get a set. See if you can get a set at the MGM Club. At Brett Garrett's Club.
Thursday night.
Yeah, I bet you can do a show there Thursday night.
Fucking set. Fucking sweet going on.
All right.
Maybe do a seminar or something.
Seminar? Yeah, I think I'll have some seminars.
That's a great seminar.
Yeah.
Package.
Well, it's a giant week, you know, of the UFC experience. Down there for UFC 2.
Yeah, so it's great. I went about 5-4 years ago. The first year they did it, you took me and I walked around. It was pretty interesting. Great stuff.
And they usually have grappling tournaments. I don't know if they have that this time. I'm sure they are. They have a lot of key grappling tournaments too. Seminars, all kinds of shit.
Joey, tonight for me is the countdown for UFC 199.
And you can watch The Church of What's Happening Now on YouTube and Vimeo. And you can get it on iTunes. It's fucking hilarious. I suggest you get on that shit. Subscribe. Lee Syatt on Twitter. Lee spelled out Leesyat. And of course, Bad Flavor for Young Joey Diaz.
That's right.
And then Jamie Vernon is still Jamie Vernon, when it should be Young Jamie.
That's my fucking piece of shit name.
Oh, beautiful. That's all you need. Display name. That's all you need. Ladies and gentlemen, good night. We'll be back tomorrow. Sam Harris. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have the know-how and the understanding.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with Lee Syatt and Joe Diaz. My name's Joe Rogan, and I host a podcast called The Experience. Dude, this poster just brought me in. Joey Diaz just brought me in one of the dopest fucking things I've ever seen in my life. It is a poster with Leonard Skinner and the Rolling Stones. And we were talking about this on the way in here. Knapworth Festival from 1976. America's Confederate Rockers, Leonard Skinner. And then underneath it says, along with the best rock and roll band in the world, Britain's own Rolling Stones. It was kind of weird. Because you got one band that's the headliner, they're the biggest picture. And then it says the other band's the best band in the world. No. How high are we?
No, I had no fucking idea the power that these guys were bringing over there down the road, opening up the Ted. Ted was a powerhouse in '76.
Ted Nugent?
Oh,
Cat Scratch Fever.
Oh, you know, Free Fall, Cat Scratch Fever, and then the live album, Stranglehold.
To this day,
Nobody was messing with Dave was hunting. He was eating what he hunted. Nobody had heard these things.
He was hunting with some shitty ass equipment too. They had like old school archery bows back then, like recurves and like real shitty compound bows. Did he have like the whole compound then with like the animals and like the figures? His family has had property in Michigan. He's got a couple places. He's got one place in Florida and he's got one place in Michigan. And they're both like these gigantic private hunting grounds. He didn't do any coke.
He just took all his money and he bought just a giant chunk of land, and then he's got one in Texas now.
No cigarettes.
He doesn't do any of that? He doesn't marry at all?
No. I think he drinks a little bit more. He's fucking crazy. But it's like when those guys try to debate him, like, did you ever see Ted Nugent versus Pierce Morgan on gun control? He lit him up like a Christmas tree. Because Pierce Morgan didn't have all. Pierce Morgan is like, he's a proper sounding British guy, but like when it gets to the fucking red line, when it gets to the red line of arguments, he falls apart. Like Ben Shapiro ate him up, and Ted Nugent ate him up. A lot of the conservative guys that are like really slick, smooth talkers, they can eat him up when they get into the really like high revs of the conversation, because he didn't understand that a lot of the gun deaths is also bad guys that are shot by guns, like people who are shot by cops, like all that stuff is sort of calculated in it. Like he didn't understand, he didn't have all his facts in order. So if you're arguing with a guy like Nugent who does these kind of arguments with people, like gun control arguments, he's got like his words down to a T. He's done a couple of these. He did one of them in a gun store. They were in a gun store. Yeah, sure, go ahead, please.
Hilarious. I'm on a rock and roll stage. I just saw him sang a song about feisty. I mean, you gotta be kidding me. On a rock, did you ever see Richard Pryor live? How about Sam Kinison? How about Lenny Bruce? I'm one of them. Get over it. That's so funny.
For a man who is a patriot, who wants to love his country, that was quite shocking.
Let me put it on official CNN. Piers Morgan.
Yeah.
Anybody that wants to disarm me and drop dead. Anybody that wants to make me unarmed and helpless. People that want to literally create the proven places where more innocents are killed, called gun-free zones. We're going to beat you. We're going to vote you out of office or suck at my machine gun. Take it whichever way.
I'd love to suck on your machine gun. The whole point of your defense is that a lot of people do drop dead precisely because you are armed to the teeth. Now, you'd like everybody else to be.
Not true.
18 people.
Break this down. See,
You write this down. 18 people a day die in America from gunshots.
And 75 of them to 78 of them, statistics by the Uniform Crime Report by the FBI and the UN study on violent crime, 78 of those 80 are let out of their cages by corrupt judges and prosecutors who know the recidivism is out of control, know that they'll commit the crimes again, and they let them walk through plea bargaining, early release, and programming. Kiss my ass. Where you have the most armed citizens in America, you have the lowest violent crime rate, where you have the worst gun control, you have the highest crime rate. Pierce, choose one. Do you want a lot of crime? We have it. Gun-free zones. Do you want less crime? We have that. Or people with concealed weapons permitted. Why do you guys resist that statistic?
That's a you guys.
It's you guys. Well, unless you're playing the devil's advocate.
I like it playing the advocate.
You're doing a good job. Right. If you're playing the idiot's advocate, more guns equals less crime. Period.
Unless I'm wrong. I'll be sure to let you know your ass at this point, if you don't mind. Unless I'm wrong with your argument. You're basically saying that 90% of the gun crime comes from people that are 96%, right? But they still have to get access to firearms. If you had your way, there would be 10 times as many firearms, right? You want everyone in America to want to go.
Not at all. I've never said this.
What's your position?
And I gotta tell you,
what is your position?
and I hope you don't edit this out. Whenever I've done interviews with guys that are inclined to be anti-gun, they always go, well, Nugent wants everybody to have a machine gun. Nugent wants all the deer dead.
What does Nugent want?
Not even.
What do you want?
What I want is the Second Amendment. We the people, free individuals have the right to keep their arms for self-defense. Fight forward.
Self-down. It's too good, that shit. The argument is just too weird. It's just a weird argument. I see both sides of it. If nobody had guns, if there's no guns, if nobody getting shot, I think people be like machete and people want shit.
They do something. So they're saying 75 out of 80 gun deaths are criminals and like bad people.
I don't know what the real numbers are, but that's what he was saying in that argument. He was saying something along those lines. People that die, when we talk about people that die in gun deaths, a lot of people that die in gun deaths are cons, ex-cons, people out of jail, people who've already committed violent crimes in their life, which makes sense. Most of the violent shit's going to be happening by people with a history of violence.
Well, it's crazy the penalty you get for like ex-felon with a gun, like Gucci Mane, just get out after 2 years. This other guy has been in prison, like, you can go to prison for like 7 years. Like, there's a guy who said he's Prince's son. He's in prison for 7 years, and he was a felon in possession of a handgun. Let me ask you this.
When it's a guy like Gucci Mane, who's a big-time public character, right? He's a famous guy, right? Got ice cream tattooed on his face. He's fucking crazy. Right? When a guy like Gucci gets caught for something like that, do you think they make an example out of him? Do you think that they take that guy?
You already have that law. Don't have a law that you get caught with a firearm, you do 2 years. Just period. I don't know exactly what the parameters of the law are, the Brady law or something. You do 2 years. You don't even go to court. It's 2 years automatically. If you get caught with a gun without a permit, I don't know exactly.
Right.
The parameters.
Does that keep people from doing crimes?
What's that? That 2 years?
Yeah.
That carrying a gun for 2 years in New York? Yes and no.
Yes and no, right?
Yes and no. Some people carry a gun and all of a sudden they go, you know what, I'm not going to say what I do for a living, whatever, I don't know. It's like you're saying Gucci Mane right now.
Right.
He's a high-profile guy. You're out at night, you see some crazy shit at night. There's times I'm driving after 1, I'm like, I should have carried a fucking gun tonight. Just in case. Just in case. You never know. I don't know if, look, we were just talking about when you came in about Denver and Texas. Like the Make My Day law. I know people who moved to Colorado for that law. But then did you ever see the video of Sonny Liston pulling a gun? Yes, you ever seen that before? No, Tony told me about it. Yeah. Henchman told me about it. We were at their ex house, and I was like, you gotta be kidding. There's a video of this? Play that. We'll play both of them. Today we're just play. I want to hear the redneck. Look at this. So he was apparently like screaming shit at Ali everywhere he went, and Sonny Liston was just tired of his bullshit. Come on, son. That is one of the craziest things you're ever going to see in your life. He pulled a gun out on Ali in the middle of a casino, shot it in the air, and then said, look, just blanks, no big deal. Want to go back to his crap game. Like, dude, what kind of environment did that dude grow up in? I used to know a lot of people that carry fucking started business and shit. In the 70s, just to get the fuck out of there and carry those type of pistols. Because you never know, right?
What happens if you have a real one?
Then you're fucked. Then you're fucked.
But that Sonny Liston thing was so crazy. First of all, how casually he did that. It's so casually. And then how he shot his jacket to let everybody know it's just blank. It's like, relax. Like, no big deal. Just go back to the game, right? Like, he just went back to the game. He didn't go, I gotta get the fuck out of here right now before TMZ shuts down.
They react exactly. One time in this day and fucking that shit. He just shoots it in the air. They all run.
It just shows you, like, Ali is so crazy.
But then didn't Ali shoot a gun at Frazier in Africa? Somebody shot somebody in Africa, not shot, but pulled up to the hotel with a gun in Africa. Whether it was Foreman or Frazier, somebody. When Ali was in his hotel room, they went over there. It was Frazier. Frazier went over there with a gun and pointed it up in the building and shit. Really? It's something either or something crazy. Like, God, these are just building guns on guns back then. They weren't ready for Ali in the 60s when they started playing way ahead like that. They just weren't ready for him. He was just talking like, he's still tormenting them at the casino.
I like a megaphone out of the bus window.
Yeah, exactly. And that was in front of his house. He pulled up on his lawn.
Yeah, he told me
That's what he was doing.
And the bus said like champ, the best boss in the world or something crazy.
I know, like, I'm telling you, man, I think McGregor takes it to a very high level, but you gotta go back and look at the old Ali stuff. Maybe sometimes I forgot how good it was. Nobody had been like that before him. He showed up with a gorilla face, and he was Joe Frazier. What does it say? The most colorful fighter?
Specifically how it affects the Jews.
Cassius Clay, the world's most colorful fighter. And this was back before he'd even changed his name. Cassius Clay. Wow. It's crazy, man. It's crazy that was in our parents' lifetime, and it seems like a different world.
Your parents lifetime. I'm an old man. I still fight them for you. I still remember a little kid going home, living in New York City.
What year was that? What year was Sonny Liston? I want to say that was when I was a baby, like I was 6, 7. Like it's 1967 or something.
Designated country at the time, as I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic
year was it?
that would ultimately themselves separate from others.
Oh yeah,
that for the time being they were still
no one knew how it was. From the 90s, First fight was in 64, second was 64, so I wasn't even born yet. So it was 3 years before I was born. And that was a different world, man. It's a different world. You're watching that video, you're like, wow. Like America was just a different place.
So when Cassius Clay was fighting, all the country would just stop. Like everyone in there, everyone would just watch the fight.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, I was living in San Francisco, and my parents we went way out of our way to make sure that we watched TV, because Sonny Liston and Muhammad Ali, not Sonny Liston, Leon Spinks and Muhammad Ali were having a rematch. And the rematch was a big thing to everybody, because Muhammad Ali was such a hero. He was so much more than just a fighter, especially then, because he had gone over the 3 years of not fought because he didn't want to go to Vietnam. What year was that?
Leon too, and Muhammad Ali.
Is in the early 70s.
I
want to say
Leon had no team.
Yeah, Leon had no team.
Michael was the one that fought Tyson knocked out in Atlantic City.
Yes, that's Michael Spinks. Michael Spinks was the Jenks. He was the former light heavyweight champion. He was a light heavyweight champion for many years. He was a really good light heavyweight, really good boxer, very smart. And beat Larry Holmes for the heavyweight title, but he really wasn't heavyweight. He beat Larry Holmes, and Larry Holmes couldn't pull the trigger anymore. And Michael just was real slick, real smart. He wasn't dangerous enough to threaten Holmes, to try to knock him out. But Larry just didn't have it in the tank like he did later in life. It was a controversial decision anyway. But anyway, he beat Larry, so he became the champ. Because it was like an IBF champ or something like that. I don't remember. And then Tyson just moved up. It was awful. That's never seen a real heavyweight and a light heavyweight. There's just a difference in frame. Nobody ever done that to Michael Spinks. Michael Spinks was so good. He had a nasty right hand, dude. He was fucking dudes up at light heavyweight. But he was also had a long career. Fought a lot of really tough guys. And then, gets the money fight.
The night that Tyson knocked him out right at time.
Yeah.
I was never so pissed off in my life. Robbing a drug deal, and he left the house to go watch the fight at somebody's house. So here I am, casing the fucking joint. He leaves 10 minutes before the fight. I'm still going through the window, fighting the dog off. And all of a sudden, I hear cars. I get my fucking car. I got the coke. I see him coming back. He calls me like, that way, something around my nose. What are you talking about? I came back early because he knocked him on 13 seconds. What the fuck? I'll never have rolled to Colorado on McCarthy Way. I was casing the motherfucker out.
Those are the days where, do you remember the closed circuit days?
Yeah.
We used to watch fights at movie theaters. Really? Yeah, it was a big thing. Yeah, your friends would get together, and we'd all go to a movie theater, and we'd watch a fight on closed circuit, or they'd even have it at the Boston Garden.
I used to go to the track. I have in the Meadowlands, and that's where I saw your boy, the Detroit Hitman, Tommy Hearn fight something like a great fight. Like, I don't know if it was Duran or Leonard.
Duran, he murked Duran.
But he fought somebody, and we watched it on the track on Monday night.
Did you ever see that knockout that Hearns, have you seen it recently? Yes, Hearns Duran? Pull that up. Tommy Hearns, man, was such a freak of nature, because he was so tall and long, man, and he had muscle. Like, he wasn't just tall and long, he was tall and long, but he was fucking strong. And if he caught you at the end of that right hand, it was one of the most devastating punches in all boxing. Which is why it was so crazy that Hagar was able to just walk right through him. Hagar just walked right through him.
Small craft.
Hagar could just take it like nobody else.
Commerce,
I mean,
things like that.
Hagar had like nasty power, but one of the things that was most impressive about Hagar was you could just hit him with anything. I mean, you never seen him fight. Oh yeah,
I had a great fight in '84. That was a great fucking fight.
Well, it seemed like Hagar really respected Duran in that fight and really didn't take it to him. He knew how dangerous Duran was. Duran was still a real sneaky boxer after he beat Davey Moore, but see, Hearn just had this distance, man, and he could fuck Duran up in distance.
On the production, distillation,
he would just like come in with that whip of a punch. God damn, dude.
And so the Jews,
they don't even look like they're the same way. Ooh, there's a right hand that drops it. Oh shit, they really weren't. Duran started off his career as a 135-pounder, then moved up to 147. And I don't know what this fight. This fight was probably 154, if I had to guess. Find out what this fight was at, what weight class. Because he fought as high as middleweight. But he fought Hagler, who was at middleweight. He was fighting guys at some pretty heavy weights. 154, yeah, so that's light middle. Or super welterweight, depending on what organization calls it. But yeah, Duran was like 20 pounds over his ideal fighting weight. His ideal fighting weight was lightweight. He wasn't a big framed guy like these guys, but he still was skillful enough to hang in with them for the most part. But Hearns murked. Yeah, there it is right there. That's the murk shot. That's one they don't even count for. You get hit like that, they don't even bother counting.
Let me ask you something. How do you feel about guns right now at this point in your life with a family and what's going on in your life? How do you feel about guns?
This is the real problem with guns. The same problem with everything else. People are fucking stupid. There are a bunch of people that are fucking stupid. Now, if you had to ask me, do I think that everybody in this room, do I think that they're responsible enough to handle a firearm and own a firearm? Yes, absolutely. Everybody in this room is. I believe so. But is it everybody in the world? Fuck no. But who can decide? Well, that's the point of the whole law. The whole point of the law is you can't let some tyrannical dictator decide who can and can't be armed. Because at the end of the day, what we really have to worry about, as much as crime, is you have to worry about the government turning into a crime. Because the governments of nations all over the world have fucked the people over and done shit that people don't want, imprisoned them, enslaved them. Are we supposed to ignore that? We're supposed to pretend. We're past that. We're past that completely. People never be like that again. An armed militia is in the possibility that it all goes wrong. That's what it's for. It's not for when everything's going right. It's for when it all goes wrong. To deny the possibility that it can all go wrong, to me, you're lying. You're lying. You're pretending we're better than we are. Because you look all over the world, there's war everywhere. There's war everywhere in the world. There's murder everywhere in the world. There's robbery and thievery everywhere in the world. There's not equal. It's not equal with the amount of chances people have. It's not equal the amount of time you do in jail if you get caught for things. There's all sorts of inequalities and all sorts of real fucking problems in the world. And to say that we've reached some utopian place where you don't have to worry about the government turning into a tyranny, bullshit. No, I don't think the government right now is a tyranny. I don't think they're controlling us. I don't think they're doing anything unbelievably oppressive. I think they respond to, in a certain extent, to the amount of pressure that people put on them. And when people say things like, we don't want to go to Syria. Remember that Syria thing? Obama's on TV. We're like, fuck this. No one wants to go to Syria. He's back on the Syria. He's back on the Syria. At the end of the day, people that are used to going to war like to go to war. They make a lot of fucking money doing it. And you have to be aware of that kind of shit. You have to be aware of people trying to force you into things. You gotta think about Kent State. Man, that was in our lifetime. You know? During the Vietnam War, they fucking shot kids that were protesting. They shot them on their college campus for doing nothing but protesting. That wasn't that long ago, man. It's not that long ago. I'm not advocating that there should be some fucking uprising and people should pull guns. But I am saying you can't just have one group of people running other groups of people with no recourse. With no, the people don't have any ability to stop them. So the people in power, we just have to trust that they're going to be good. That's crazy. Why would you do that? They're just people. And people, if you give them too much power, they almost always fuck it. They almost always abuse the shit out of it. It's very rare that someone gets in a position of power and all of a sudden does wonderful, selfless things for the world. Bullshit. They do weird things. They have weird fucking people that get paid off. They have subsidies for like oil and corn and crazy dealings with private prisons. Like, there's a lot of fucking weird shit going on in power. So to say that we're just everything's gonna be fine, we don't need guns. In England, we have guns and we're fine. You're still a queen. You're still in some weird fucking quasi-imperial state. The scariest thing, though, is like if you go on Facebook, you scroll through this video after video of people fighting. Like, that's the biggest thing now is blood storms, people fighting. Yeah, well, it scares me for all the people that have guns. Like, yeah, that's true too. But to be honest, like with all the road rage happening, like that guy a few months ago got pulled out of his car, like calling the ball or something.
To be on the offensive. I want a gun to be on the offensive. Right. I want a gun in case last night him and I were talking shit to 4:30 at night on my side street. 3 cops, one guy kept circling. Got after a half hour, cop came by. So they actually called the problem. The cops, there's 2 guys standing out there. Total bullshit. Look, you know, I'm just telling stories until I found this.
Yeah, I know all of this.
And from that, when that white car came around the second time, I said, yeah, I thought I needed a gun. I don't know what people are thinking no more. You don't know what people are thinking.
You could zig when you could have zagged. You could run into someone who's out there fucking my life. Yeah, I mean, I'm not an advocate of being armed all the time. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you can't let the government tell you whether or not you can have a weapon. It's just not, it doesn't make sense.
For years I had the felony. I still have the felonies. And the government tells me I can't have a pistol. Now, my crime was with a pistol. Alright, did it go off? No, but there was a potential for violence. There's always a potential for violence. In my heart, in my mind, I did a probationary period already. That was 1987. I did a probationary period again. More than a probationary period. I feel it in my heart right now. I'm capable of carrying a gun as much as I am. I fucking hate those things because I know what they bring. You know what I'm saying? I know what they bring to some people. They're not going to bring it to me because I'm not young and stupid anymore. Do you understand me? I really wanted to protect my daughter. I really wanted to. There's weird people doing it every time you watch them. Every time I watch them, I see something stupid. What happened to Houston yesterday? You see that guy's down. South African soldiers now. 4 fucking tours in Afghanistan. And he got some fucking machine gun. He shot somebody at a gas station. There were so many fucking bullets at the gas station blew up in the suburb in Houston. The cops were in this. You gotta see the cop cars. It was like heat. Remember those cars, the windshields and shit? So did you get in road rage with somebody? No. He just went to a gas station, shot a customer. And from there, the party started walking down the street shooting. 1 dead, 6 injured. Shot up 30 fucking cars in the middle of the street. I'm walking for a movie with my daughter. I'm minding my business. Wait, instead of fucking driving, let's walk to the taco place today. Right, that could happen. I know this going in. When I leave my house every morning, I know this is possible.
And that's the messed up part because he has a gun. He has the right to have a gun. But if someone else in Houston has a gun, maybe they can shot a gun.
6 injured. Randomly just that weapon. You need that in your life? I'm not a sharpshooter, but I could shoot him in the fucking leg. I believe in shooting him in the leg if I have a great cover. I'm not looking to shoot the fucking guy like the cops are. You should have heard the tapes.
That's Texas too. Everybody's armed. But many people are not trained. That's also a big part of
you have no firearm. Let me tell you something. You have no idea what happens to your body when you hear a gunshot. You have no idea. I don't give a fuck what the white tribe or white chocolate I know you're not the fuck out of here. Never heard a gunshot go off. You gotta see people's faces. You gotta see people's faces. You hear that clip for real in a movie. This ain't no dumb stuff. It's a one movie. What's the other guy that played the mechanic? Any one of these movies. This is Jason Statham. It just shoots you. Just kills you.
Yeah. That's why people freeze. Yeah. Shit. People that are not used to that, they play bingo and they think they're family for ice cream. They don't need that shit. Yeah. I'm petrified. I live in fear of this. You know, I was listening to this TED podcast. It was really interesting, man. They were talking about camaraderie. They were talking about the people that go to war together. One of the things they all say is that their camaraderie and their love for each other is unlike any love or friendship that anybody else could ever possibly experience. Because it's so intense, because it's like life or death every single day. And that when the wars are over and they're back home, they're happy, they're safe, they're with their family, but they look back and they go, the best time of my life was being at war. Like that's crazy. What does that say about people? And it's not judgment. I'm not a moral judgment. What does that say about people? What I'm saying is, what does that say about the way the brain works? Like, how strange is it that people can get so excited about being in danger and the camaraderie that comes from being in danger? It like reawakens us almost, puts us in this like primal state that we used to exist in. And now instead of that, worst case scenario, some guy fucking snaps and he's on the highway and he starts shooting at people. That's kind of like worst case scenario that we all worry about. But most people fucking keep it together, which is one of the most amazing things about being a person. But the experience is flat. There's not enough excitement. There's not enough happening. There's not enough stimulation. There's not enough creativity. So you live a different life. You live a different life. You guys are podcasting and doing stand-up shows. So there's all this outpouring of creativity. You have all this room for expression. Some people, they just feel like compressed. They feel like they've got a board tied to their chest and to their back, and every day someone pulls the fucking strap on that board, and that's every day. It's just boring as fuck. And when they deploy and they're over there, and they're gonna miss their family. Yeah, they're gonna be risking their lives. Yeah, all those things are 100% true. But for them, that experience was the best time of their life. That's amazing. We're strange.
No, because you and I work in an office together. You, me, Jamie, and we work in an office together. We go in every Monday, we talk about the UFC, and then an hour later, it's back to fucking stocks and bonds, whatever the fuck we're doing. And then we go away on Friday, and that's it. The same way as the other people I did crimes with earlier. I still talk to those people because I went through a weird experience with them. Something that you don't do with most people. Something that, and they accept me who I'm from, who I'm for. And I talk to this kid Timmy every fucking day. At 5 in the morning, we talk. He was the getaway driver when I robbed the jewelry store. I have a loyalty to him. We were at a light and the cops came by and the trunk opened up with the gold chains. We both shit our pants. It's something about that. I always had the respect for the camaraderie. What gets you through those first 6 years of comedy when your life is shit? Yeah. What the fuck gets you through? Yeah, gets you through. We're just talking about it right now. When I go driving to Quincy tonight, motherfucker, that waitress is there. Oh shit. Well, I'm told I got like $11, Joey, and I got like fucking 9, dog. We get a steak, we'll buy back. That was fun. That's the best part of comedy.
It's hard to believe, right?
That's the best part of comedy. I don't give a fuck what anybody tells you. Standing ovations, selling tickets. That part of comedy you're gonna remember is when you go with Brody Stevens in the car with Josh Wolf, and I got Brody in the back, tied up in the fucking back of the Volvo in his car. He's yelling, "Stop it! Normal people do not live like this." Every time I see Brody, I give him a hug now because I said, when I'm in that fucking box on my mission to wherever the fuck Buddha went, that's what I'm gonna be thinking about. How good of a time I had when I had $3 in my pocket. You read the Brother Sam book.
Brother Sam?
You know about Sam?
Yes, I did. Sam Kinison, his brother Bill wrote it, right?
Part of that fucking story, the best part of that whole story. And every time I see Carl, I give him a hug because I can relate. Is when they talked about how broke they were, and they would walk to the comedy store and eat the fruit from the bar, then tell the bartender a job on it. Who admits that? Who admits that? But you and I know that secret. And it's the same thing, man.
Well, there's a thing that's happening too when you're going on those gigs where you don't know if this is gonna be successful. Not just the gig,
But this as a career, like you're not like, I'm a comic, fuck it, I'm a comic. You're like, am I pulling this off? Like, is this, I got a gig now, I'm trying, I'm out here, you know, it's like me and Fitzsimmons would do these gigs, and we'd both be like, barely should be talking to people on stage, barely. We were rookies, man. We were fucking rookies. And in Boston, if you could string together 20 minutes, they had so many rooms. Everybody was working. It was crazy.
Were you able to have fun during that time, or was it just fun?
Great
Really?
fun. Unbelievable. So fun. But I was like terrified it wasn't going to work out. Terrified that I was wasting my time because it was a big chance. I quit everything. I knew it with papers or something like that. Yeah, so I kept delivering papers, but I quit teaching at Boston University, and I quit teaching classes. I said I don't want to do it. I said I don't want to half-ass it. I'm not thinking about it the way I used to think about it. When I was teaching before, it was like it was life. I was teaching life, and I was teaching people kicking and punching. It was like as important as life. It was everything. I was thinking constantly about techniques and movements and strategies and constantly. So when I was teaching people, I wanted people to be as into it as I was. And if they weren't, I really wasn't into it. If they were, I had a bunch of students that I took up to pretty good level, below black belt, but pretty good level where they're getting really good and starting to win tournaments. It was really exciting. I was doing all this from the time I was 19 to 21. And so teaching and competing at the same time. And when I first started doing comedy, I realized right away, I was like, I gotta quit everything. I'm just gonna do this. So it was such a fucking leap, man. Every gig, I was terrified. I was like, is this some stupid thing I'm doing? Am I retarded? Why the fuck do I think I'm funny? Why do I think I can get people to pay me to talk? And I'd see the guys that were doing it in town, the guys that were making it. It was just like, they felt just out of reach. Just out of reach. So you never, and then you go and you do some gig in Maine and get heckled and eat dick. Fucking go ball on stage. And they go, oh my God, what else can I do? If this doesn't work out, what else can I do?
Because there's nothing else you wanted to do. I would go home at night after a bomb and they'd just grab me and I'd circle. They used to have just the last newspaper.
Yeah.
I remember the back section that had all the clubs state by state Alabama. Yeah. I was circling the clubs that saw the show that someday. I would show that. I would do that Birmingham. I would go to Seattle Underground. And one day you're there and you're like, wow, but it's so weird that there's so many things in life you can pay for. You can't pay for love, and you can't pay for camaraderie, man. There's something about the camaraderie, a real camaraderie. Like sometimes you go to jiu-jitsu and this guy fucking is on and he taps you. At the end, you get up and you hug. Yeah, oh man, that was great. You swept my face. Jesus Christ, I could smell the cheeseburger last night. And that's camaraderie. You can't pay for that. But it's weird that, listen, if you're running with people every day and they got your back, I can't imagine that camaraderie. That's real.
Yeah, so the camaraderie that we're talking about, that this makes you understand, like, what the story about these guys that won the back. Like the movie Hurt Locker. But that was different because that guy was kind of addicted to disarming bombs, right?
The dude, the other one, the funniest was the American Sniper.
Oh,
He
right.
kept calling back and shit. Could you figure it out? Why do people want to fuck you? You won't shut the fuck up. But you won't shut the fuck up. And this kid, I don't know what's going on. Let me go over there, at least kill people. Because then you feel, can you imagine, Jordan? Like all your life, you got thrown out of school. You're power mechanic, you're lost, but all of a sudden you realize you're good at taking lives. You're thinking that you put yourself in that position when you're 18 years old, 19 years old, you're in Vietnam, and you realize that you're taking your first tour back to the United States. Now you finished your year, and you survived. The 11 that went over, there's 6 of them left, and you survived. And in reality, in God's eyes, you got 18 kills. Nobody knows that.
As like a 19-year-old.
Now you go back to civilization, and you gotta get paid $10 an hour to change tires. Why do you think? For years I kept selling coke, because nothing really can compare to that excitement. excitement. This is excitement of doing something you're not supposed to do. Yeah, I'm gonna go sit with my wife, drink mint juleps with a fucking family, and be killing motherfuckers right now. You get that. Not only that, you get a lot of love for doing that. It's like you get love and respect from the people that you work with for doing your job correctly, for manning up. But then out there, when you stab a motherfucker, your dick is getting hard, you get testosterone in your heart beating, and then out there, bro. Boy, it's like a shot when they get that taste of blood. Those 18-year-olds, they should be all there fighting. They want you when you're 18. But when you're 31 trying to go in, you already got beliefs and shit. That's why I think your central nervous system has already been set. They can't get you to kill and forget. But an 18-year-old, siempre free. What's that? The Marines say, siempre fire. Like in Cuba, siempre free. Siempre free. That's so good. So, I thought about that. Can you imagine coming back here 25 and you gotta work at a big restaurant? Couldn't imagine. Good luck. $12.50 an hour. And you get 2 weeks or a year off. Meanwhile, all you're dreaming about is fucking putting makeup on. A tree with ropes, with a machine gun and a gun and knives. How much work do you think they put into readjusting guys? Those first reacclimating them back into society after his war. Don't really take the problems we have. We don't. We can't do it effectively. It's like a guy getting out of prison after 20 years. We haven't figured out a way to do it effectively yet. That there's no mishaps. There's always going to be a small percentage for it. This guy in Houston yesterday did 4 tours. Exceptional. How old was he, Jamie? Miracle worker, but also 4 tours. What the fuck are you going to do in this United States that's going to give you that tour? Listen, you go on stage. Even that. And even that is nothing in comparison.
You said earlier like how crazy our brains are. It's crazy how different. When I was 18, it was 2007. Like I was graduating high school, so Iraq and Afghanistan were all over. It was right at that time. I had friends who went over. Like what you are saying is exciting. What I would want away from that. There's no part of me wants
5 years old, 4 tours.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, you're a smart guy, Lee.
There's smart people there. They're like,
oh my God. It's just people that are willing to do the stuff that's more dangerous because it feels better. Because it feels like even though there's risk involved, at least you feel charged up and alive. It's a life of excitement versus a life of, I think people climb rocks. They climb rocks because it's actually enjoyable climbing a rock. No, they climb a rock because it's fucking scary. And you don't know if you can make it. You're pretty sure you're gonna make it, but there's a real risk that you get a fucking hand spasm and you just fall for a long time until you splatter on the bottom. When you watch someone crazy like Alex Honnold,
right, the guy with no ropes.
He does it with no ropes. We had him in the podcast. He's a super nice guy. Real interesting guy. Lives out of a van. Just travels around and climbs rocks. He's an adrenaline junkie. Okay, the climbing of the rock, it's like, I mean, I guess it's kind of cool to be up high, and it's sort of like a version of hiking for him because he can kind of make it. But what's really going on is you recognize that you're on the edge always. And so even if you're not, like your adrenaline's not flying, you're not freaking out, your heart's not pounding, your heightened focus and sense is keenly aware that you're holding back a waterfall of adrenaline. You're keeping it together. And so you're, a lot of times guys that are doing like crazy shit like tightrope walking and stuff like that, they're sort of addicted to trying to control. What is this guy doing, Jamie?
Is this parkour or something?
Really scary here in about 2 seconds. Land in a handstand.
No, it's not.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This guy he jumped and then did a handstand on the edge. Oh! One of the most.
Have you seen the videos of like the people on the hoverboarding on like the tops of buildings?
That might have freaked me out more than the hoverboard because that guy was upside down. And I watched my daughter do those things. They don't always land perfect. Fuck, man. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on in Russia? What are they feeding these people? And radioactive pigs from Chernobyl? Those ain't Russians. It's Russian. Oh, you heard Russian. I heard Russian. Didn't you hear Russian? Sounded the Russian sounds. My hands are sweaty. I'm assuming who's Russian about being racist.
Now, they were
It's not
actually
racist,
the traditionalists. They
Russian, the only reason Russian isn't a racist because they look like us. Right? I mean, they're totally not regular white people.
Had predated the
No.
Hasidic revolution.
What does it say? Does it say it's Russian? Yeah, it's Russian. See? Jesus Christ. Just absurd. I'm pretty sure I heard some Russian sounds.
What's fascinating is they were also
Yeah, we're crazy. People are crazy with the need, the juiced up need for those things.
Just try to understand what are the main
How do you feel? Don't you like feel sad when someone's a comic and then they quit? And then you see them kind of hanging around the comedy club.
culture?
And they come back and hang around. Yeah, but done stand up in 10 years. You believe that? You're
really
like,
happy now. I don't have to deal with the bullshit no more. My family's getting raised correctly. And,
That's why
that's fucking great.
category of orthodox.
I just,
Let's try to understand.
listen, man, you're going to do things in life that you don't like, and you recognize it, you move on. In LA, how many people have we met? How many people got these stars? How many people went to Montreal and that sitcom?
There are,
And all
let's
of a
say,
sudden, you
four
don't see
really
it no
big
more.
things.
You just don't see it.
First of all,
And then one day you go to town and you get a Facebook,
that
hey,
refers to the number of
I had to come back because my uncle died and I'm doing a podcast. Can I do a guest spot? And I go, no, I don't know who you are. I mean, I just don't know what's going on anymore.
the whole guest spot thing's a weird thing.
Cyanide.
You know, it's weird to ask people to come on a professional show if you're not professional. Like, I get it. Like, that's how people get better. They do guest spots, but that should be something that somebody asks you for. It's, you know, would you like to do a guest spot like that? You know, like, check you out on stage in front of 3,000 people. But to, like, ask to do that, like, because we all know, like, some comics are weird. They'll, like, show up at your shows and ask to do guest spots. Like, I didn't know you were here. Yeah. Like, you're backstage.
I'm in fucking Ontario off the thing and you didn't always see it.
You don't see my name out there?
I made a rule about 2 years ago. I love comedians. I know what it is to be a comic. So I'll tell you what I do.
Drill down a little deeper.
I know what it was like for me to feature and to need that $400 for rent. And all of a sudden you got to call the week before that. Why don't you bring a feature? I get it. So I made a deal. I won't bring a lot of features. I'm not doing guest spots. And the word gets out. It's so crazy. The word really gets out when you don't do guest spots. People won't show up to your shows no more. That's interesting. I don't want them.
Whereas before they were showing up and they're trying, you know, they want to hang out in the green room.
And here's my philosophy on it. If you're so funny, you wouldn't be here. You go get on stage.
Yeah, well, you don't get on
stage. And, you know, people come to the green rooms, they want to hang out. That's great. I love seeing my old friends and stuff, but I'm working right now. And you're not working.
Well, not only that, you don't have to be on that show. Here's the thing. Like, when I was a kid and I was starting out, I loved going to shows. I still love going to shows. I don't have to be on stage to enjoy a show. So if I go to a show, then I'm like trying to get a guest spot on someone's show and I didn't know that person or barely know that person. That's fucking weird. I never did that. I don't know anybody who did that. None of us did that. You either got asked or you just kept working. You kept doing shows that were at your level until you got better. That's just what everybody does. Like this guest spot thing, like that is not how it works. You can't just show up and get out in front of a couple thousand people.
I didn't have ideas. I lied to you because I knew you were going to ask me to go to the ice house. I know you worked on it.
Yeah, I don't care. I went out to
I'm disruptive. I'm very kind of you. Sometimes I go to the ice house and there's 18 guys up before you, and I go, this isn't right. This poor guy did us all with justice, and now motherfuckers are doing 20 in front of me. You know, I go up there and wait, gets mad at me because I know what it's like to feel. When I get to the fucking club at 8, I'm ready to go. Steam's coming out of my nose. I gotta eat 2 stars to calm me down. I already ate. I worked out. I'm fired up. I gotta wait for 3 fucking comics now. The last 15 minutes, I'm pacing back there like a fucking animal. You know, I just want to get up there and do my fucking thing. And now I gotta wait. And it's not that. It's just that some comedians come into a room to ruin the show. Yeah, blow this fucking place up. And they really blow away. When I get down Thursday, you work with the other 2 guys. You get the niche. You see who you're already working with. And then some guy wants to come on Saturday. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't know you were in town. I go, I guess it's not gonna happen.
Especially Saturday, because you get 2 shows.
Yeah, I got 2 shows, especially fucking Friday. And it's like, my heart goes out to you as a comic. I know what it is to be a struggling comic, but there's nothing going on there.
Who does like guys do guest sets? Who does? Like, what
There's a lot of comedians.
national headliners let local guys do guest sets?
I don't know.
Hey, don't you have to worry about like putting on a good show? Like if you put on a guy who's terrible and they just ruin the show, these people pay a lot of money for a show.
I let someone have a guest spot once, and this was on a show with like one of those Ice House type shows, like 10 people on. And he bombed so bad that it tanked the rest of the night because people had to sit through 10 minutes of like really clumsy, shitty jokes, like from someone who like barely does comedy. You know, I had to find out later. And then afterwards, like the audience had a lowered expectation, whereas before it'd be like Ian Edwards, Tony Hinchcliffe, Tom Segura, smash, 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 and everybody would be experiencing that all night. Well, there was this 10-minute gap where it was just sludge, just like really shitty ideas and just not done well, and the audience went, whoa, like you could see them get super bummed out.
Yeah, especially when they're on a good show like that. Like I've been lucky enough to go the past few weeks to the store with Joey. When it's really good shows, it's fun. But when there's like, I went to a show once and there was a magician on stage, and I think of him because I know he hates it. But it's so weird how important it is to build a good show and to build shows with comics who go well together. You can't just throw comedians up there and have a good show.
The problem is like people are friends with people that you know. And then, they know them and they know you. And then, hey, man, can I do those Ice House shows? Yeah, sure. Come on down. Do a set. See? And then you just go, oh, no. What's happened here? Jesus fucking Christ. And if you do that, like, this guy, like, had just written jokes that day and was doing them that night. He'd never done them before. And they tried to do, like, that's a long-ass story. But when that does happen, the audience feels like you fucked them. You know, like, people always say, like, why would I take the best comedians on the road? I mean, like, wouldn't you want to, like, stand out in front of the other comedians? But the audience feels like you fucked them then. Like, you made up for the fact you fucked them by being really funny for the last hour and 10 minutes. But you know you fucked them for the first 20 minutes if you fill in the blank with the name of the comedians. There's a bunch of crazy fucking comedians that will open for other like national acts, and they don't work anywhere else. They work as like opening acts for big time national acts who don't want to be like showing up on stage. They don't want someone going on before them and being really funny.
But isn't that the point of the opener to warm them up? Like that's why they have studio warm up people for TV shows because they want them to have good energy and be excited.
Degree. They want you to warm them up to a degree that you really have to hold back a little bit because they're the star of the show. This is where I'd rather we come from the school of thought we want everybody to be fucking great. Because if the guy in front of me is fucking great while I'm back there taking watches, I'm going to come out throwing 92 miles an hour. If the guys in front of me is lackadaisical, it happened to me. One time with you on the road, we left the guest set up. The guy's energy was low. He sucked me in with it. I went up there and bombed because of him. Because I didn't want to make him, it was so bad. Like I said, I'm not a material now. I just go up there and talk.
There's a bad thing that does happen when you watch really bad comedy, like someone's amateur level comedy. Something weird happens where you get confused as to what's funny and what's not funny. It's almost like a smoke screen, like one of those big things that a squid shoots out. You see someone on stage that's really new and really bad, and it's just you gotta get out of the room. It's like you can, your mind can get locked into their way of thinking. Because that's what I think is happening anyway on stage. I think the reason why comedy is so funny is because you're thinking like that guy. The guy's taking you for a ride. And when you let a bad comedian take you for a ride, like you get stuck in like what they're doing on stage. Say if they're doing like real obvious hack material, cop donut jokes, tampon chub, price check, that kind of stuff, and the audience is really laughing, you get confused. Your whole city, you have to shut them out. Like, you gotta listen to some music. You gotta go on stage fresh, like they didn't exist. You're better off not seeing them.
I don't want to see them. I come out like Gladiator. You come out of that cage like Gladiator. I don't want to get caught like Friday early, Saturday early show, watch the other acts, and I'll start getting into it. But until then, I'm gonna come out of the box like a fucking savage.
Right, but if you're working with people that you love, like you doing a show with Duncan and Ari, you probably watch a lot of their set.
Yeah,
That's the cool thing about when we do the road together. We watch each other's shit. It's fun. It's like I get to see a show and do a show. You know, it's fun.
I love going to the store, sitting in the back and laughing. Me too. One of my all-time favorite things. To get down there a little early, like get spots at 10:45, we get down there at 10. And you watch a few guys that really get you in the swing of things. That really does get you going, you know. But I don't want to sit there all night.
Well, that's the cool thing about the store. So some shows going on some ways, 3 rooms. You can move around, watch a bunch of different shit. I think that's not to be taken lightly. I think with anything. I think if you were, if you were a knife maker, if you're really into making custom knives, you want to be around other dudes who make those things. That's why they have those expos where people get together and so what have you been up to, man? What's going on here? Man, let's take this down. Look at that. There's a dude who, Anthony Bourdain, did this thing when he said these videos about people making shit. This guy makes knives with metal from meteors. Where does he get the meteors? Meteors. Like they fucking land on Earth. You can buy them. Yeah, you can buy them. And they're super expensive. So he's getting his iron from space. Look at this guy. Look at that fucking knife. Come on, dude. It's a Kramer knife. This guy makes these things by hand. See if you can find the video because it's fucking crazy. He's got like this hearth. I guess that's what you call it, right? What do you call it? Some sort of an oven where he's baking these knives. But with Bourdain is like he's a real lover of craftsmanship. So this guy's making these things sort of in a similar way to the way samurais made them, where you have big plates of metal and you compress them and heat them up and smash them and get all the layers into one layer. But it's all done with iron that he's getting from fucking meteorites. What's the difference between the iron and the meteorites? Just it's cool. You can say it's from space. Makes you feel like strong iron. I think, as far as I know, I mean, there's ways to harden iron and steel. What's the atmosphere? We're talking about steel. They're making steel, but using the iron from space, I don't think there's any benefit. I think it's probably just really cool looking and awesome to say. It's just fucking steel. I mean, it is what it is. You know, right? Isn't that correct, Jamie? That makes sense.
I like the Captain American shield that they got from
right. Exactly. So this dude, I think his name is Steve Kramer. Bob Kramer, excuse me. Bob Kramer. And Bob Kramer throws this giant chunk of metal in this unbelievably hot oven, and then he pulls it out, and he puts it in this machine and hammers it. He's just talking about all the different methods of hardening steel and adding carbon and all the things they add during the process, but it's crazy, wild shit, man. Look at this, like, pulls out this orange and white glowing thing, and it pounds it down. So he takes in all those layers, gets smashed down into a thinner and thinner layer, and just keeps doing it over and over again until it becomes like a blade. It's wild shit, man. So when it's down to being a blade, that fucking thing is so compressed and smashed down. Just really interesting shit. So what is the name of the video people want to watch it? Rockcraft with Anthony Bourdain. He's got a bunch of these he's done. I don't know how the fuck that guy has so much time. He does so much shit. There's like a few of those guys where I feel lazy. Dude does personal speaking gigs. What are you doing, Joe Diaz?
Gravy.
Oh, a little bit of nature bugs, Joe Diaz.
Nature bugs never kill nobody.
This guy's making fucking swords. I mean, those guys want to be around each other. You know, like if you're making knives like that, you're gonna want to be around other people making knives as well. It's like one of the things about places like the store is we can all meet each other and hang out. Like the other night at the bar, Stanhope, Ron White, me, a bunch of us just hanging. I'm like, well, where's there a place like this where we can meet, like a fucking saloon where fellow travelers can meet?
I tell you something, Ron White is really taken to the store.
Yeah.
This is really taken to the store like he's one of the guys that I can't say dog. He's got a drink in his hand. He's happy as fuck up there. Yeah. He goes up there, he murders the fucking road in a slow, methodical way. But at first he would just stay back there and go, what the fuck is this shit? This ain't right, man. And I watched him. I've been watching him just become a guy at the store.
Yeah, he's always in the back bar. He's always hanging out.
He's always in the bar.
Yeah.
If there's a bar open, he's close by with walking fucking distance, okay? That guy's the real fucking deal.
Yeah.
He shows up with his own bottle of ice cubes.
Well, he has his own brand.
Right.
He has his own brand of tequila. What is it called again?
It's not good. Certainly criticize the idea of like
that's what it's something one. Something one.
Regard
fuck's it
very
called?
learned and holy people as being missionaries, but they nevertheless
Number one. Yeah,
elevated their
that's it.
leaders, especially
Number one.
the
Racist.
Shiva.
Number one tequila. Bam. It's good shit. It is really good shit. He had it. I mean, as far as that stuff goes, it all tastes like shit, bro. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. Even the best tasting tequila tastes like shit.
The best tasting alcohol and alcohol I never get a big place sit there. Wine, I still don't like wine. I could drink a glass of wine, you know, I still alcohol.
I still like Jack Daniels shots. It tastes
bothers the shit out of me.
It tastes like shit, and I love it.
You know, you're talking about that. I still remember I was a little boy in New York City with Muhammad Ali. Or Joe Frazier, the guy that lived on 88th Street. Like, I still remember how big that event was. Like, if you asked me about events in New York City, one is Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier. Two, in the early 70s when Elton John came to New York City, he fucked that city up, Captain Fantastic, and Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. When I was a kid, he fucked up traffic. Michael Jackson fucked up traffic in 84. You know, he did a couple nights in the garden. But Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier, when I was a kid, was fucking huge. It was huge. I remember crying. I wanted to watch it. I tried to get a blowjob from my babysitter. I was a kid. She was a Puerto Rican chick named Tita. And I kept asking her about blowjobs. She goes, I'll give you a blowjob. So I gave her a bag filled with quarters that I had. And she came into the room and I took a shower. I combed my hair. I put cologne on. And she came into the room and blew up my stomach and said, that's a blowjob. It took my $20. And I was fucking killed the dog.